Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here. Slap!
Welcome back to Blast Slam 4, guys. It's a really rough day already, and we haven't even played any Dota yet.
All right, run it back. You got this.
Okay, you go, T. You do it.
Welcome to Blast Slam 4.
Thank you.
We are at the group stage at the moment. We got the best of one madness, and after today and tomorrow and a couple more days, because that's quite how time works, we do have the Singapore playoffs. Back to you now.
Yeah, this is why we're wearing the same color, so when I can't speak words, T will step in.
And I'm really good at the alphabet, as we learned yesterday, so we are a beautiful combination.
We really, truly are. The whole English language is just encompassed by our two skill sets here. But yeah, of course, what T has said, Blast Slam 4 here. A lot of excitement happening, but how are you guys feeling? Quinn, Seb, you know, you guys being on the panel. This is your day number 2 out of 6 this week.
That's right. The onslaught is only 1/3 through. Oh, not even 1/3. 1/6,
well,
sort of.
Maybe we're not very good at English,
excited.
but he's very bad at that.
We're doing the alphabet, we're getting to math today. Like we are improving at the speed of light here.
Guys, we might finally find out what Seb isn't good at, because we know a long list of things you are good at, so.
I just shut up when I'm bad at it, so you're not gonna figure it out. So.
When he stops talking, that's how you know.
Yes, and I stopped talking a lot, so you should just pay attention to that.
Well, we won't subject anyone else to our lack of English or maths abilities. Instead, we're just gonna run it back. We're gonna take a look at all the action we got to see of day 1 groups yesterday.
Hex on the Invoker. The lockdown there's the lockdown. With the Ravages, 2 out of here. 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Yakult brothers will wipe them.
Looking to try and stay on top of got the juice. And he continue to chase for this. The swipes.
Ursa Wolf.
PMA trying to run with the BKB. Makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Slender.
Oh my god.
Nova won't be able to save him. That's a mark on. He'll buy back immediately. Maori jumps up towards the back line. Save. Healing up here with the Essence Ring. Double kill for Kiritich. The RP comes
RP
out
at 3.
with 3 of them. As they got enough damage, they have to bring down GPK.
Sticky. It's too much sticky.
And silence there from Yokad. And the Nico just right-clicking them down here with the sticky stacks. Brought into the front lines there by Timsy. Drags him forward. Just kiting them out. There's this Bat Rider rampage for Nico on the bat. It is over.
Our standings there from yesterday's, there were 2 streams, and I think the fun thing about getting to watch highlights, watching all of these like replays of yesterday, is seeing heroes that were banned out so consistently on this A stream, making it through that B stream. Seeing a Marcy game there, that was something that was banned out quite a lot, and so it's nice to see that teams being able to get their hands on different heroes there, but also other teams feeling comfortable letting something like that through.
No, definitely. I mean, I think right now the meta is like, I mean, I don't even want to call it the meta. I think teams are bringing their own, you know, stuff to the table, which makes sense. Every team has their own identity. It is the start of the season. So the strongest teams have yet to show, you know, what they made of what happened at TI and also what happens next. Because this is the typical start. It's like everybody has been watching TI. Everybody has drawn like kind of their own conclusion on that is good. That is how I would counter it. And now they're all putting it to the test. And the outcome of the group stage is actually gonna, you know, decide who's right and who's wrong. So it's being shaped right now as we witness it.
Yeah, also dictating, you know, who's going to be making it to Singapore. But sorry, Quinn, you had something to say?
No, I mean, I think there's like an interesting cocktail of like first phase bans that people, like different teams have different preferences. Like a Marcy, where some team like Falcons doesn't even touch Marcy, or like Lycan, where Falcons also doesn't touch Lycan. Other teams first pick Lycan. There's Furion that some people leave, other people they'll always ban no matter what. They'll never play against Furion. Like there's a lot of these heroes that people have like different perspectives on if you ban it or not. And I think it'll be interesting to see if that like shapes out in a more defined way throughout the tournament, or if everybody just like does their own thing.
Where did Tidehunter come from? Like,
that is a very good point.
2 games played at TI. It won both games, so it was undefeated at TI. And then suddenly now it's like the top 5 hero most picked of yesterday. Like, that's the joy of Dota. It's like, even with like a small patch or whatever, like new heroes just can appear out of nowhere. And, you know, we've already praised Tidehunter in multiple different ways, right? Itemization and, you know, Ags builds and Radiance builds and Blinks and other, like, multiple players playing it. It's not just one team forcing it. So, yeah, that's the joy. At any minute, a hero can just crop up out of nowhere.
Yeah, and we were talking about it, like who is going to come out on top, whose ideas are going to be that little bit stronger. But it's not just that about ideas, it's also coming down to execution. And that's one of the more important things when we have a look at the results of yesterday is, yeah, maybe a team might have had a slight draft advantage, but in best of ones, anything can really happen. And I think some of the matchups we saw really resulted in that. We saw Liquid having a really rough one. They went 0-2, but the biggest upset in my eyes from that B stream was having Execration take a game off of Spirit, their first one for Blast Lamb.
Yeah, and we actually, got surprised by it and looked out for what they could do after that. I think they lost their next 2 series, so
They got smacked right after.
yeah. So what was it? Was it Spirit, starting really slow? Was it Execration, having this one game where maybe the draft favored them or everything just kind of went their way? It's hard to tell. It's still early stage. Every team has to play like an immense amount of best of ones. So, what we see today could be like the opposite of what the end of the group stage is going to look like. So that's also what makes it that exciting. The best of one format on top of, facing literally every single team. And it is a thing in Dota, like having good and bad matchups in terms of like, hero, like player to player, head to head, or even just playstyle clashes. So it's pretty much up in the air.
I mean, this entire group stage is just calibration, right? Because no team gets eliminated from the group stage. You then play the last chance, right? So if you're 9th through to 12th, like you have that best of 3 to keep your chances alive in the tournament. So it's like everything I see in groups, even if you have really bad days, you beat Spirit, you then lose 2 series, like you have to learn every day. You can't just coast your way through and just hope to eventually get there. Like you need to show those improvements, and there's gonna be a lot of expectations on some teams today.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a team like Liquid or Aurora that had a rough day 1 and also had pretty big roster changes, I think you're happy with this format because it's like, you're not getting kicked at the tournament if you have a bad start. You have some time to like get your crap together and play some games against a lot of different teams, get different looks, and like figure out, okay, what the heck are we doing here? Because they're off a little bit right now, right? And so I think this amount of games against different teams gives them a chance to maybe find their footing for like later in the tournament.
Yeah. And some teams playing 2 games, other teams playing 3 games when it comes to what their schedule is like. Either way, there is so much action. 7 best of ones on each stream. That's 14 games. But there was one moment across both of these streams that really stood out.
Big items did come up for Yakult here, worth mentioning. Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker.
One of my favorites.
The lockdown there's the lockdown.
With the Ravages, 2 out here. 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma half HP, no HP. Fly rips him a new one, and well, there goes that little bit of a comeback from Heroic. They may have gotten those 2 supports, but back up as 5.
A beautiful initiation. What a meteor placement from Emo.
Oh, I mean, what a media placement from Emo, but what a SFM from Demura. I mean, I honestly, Nat looked at me and she was like, she nodded at me. I was like, is this my time to speak? All right, I'm gonna speak real quick. But the play of the day is absolutely magical. It is beautiful. You cannot replace what SFM does for Dota. Like, how many moments are, iconic due to that artwork? So
I kind of want to queue a game and play Invoker now. That just looked very good. Like, the meteor casting animation. Yeah, I can't play Invoker, unfortunately, so it will have to be Quinn probably. But
My Invoker's not that great either.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. I feel like
Probably
it's
better
maybe an
than
even
mine.
matchup
I can play
between the
Coswax.
2.
My Coswax slaps.
I can safely say
XOR,
it's
you
better
don't want to
than
see it.
mine. Yeah, okay.
anyone can play Invoker nowadays. You take the blue facet, you take Ghostwalk, and you just AFK next to the wave. And then you kill the wave. And then
Sounds
you...
like something I could do. Yeah.
So there we go, see?
We might have to run this through. We might actually have to trial it to see who out of the 3, because I'm removing myself from this
What is
competition
the best
already.
Invoker? I mean,
Yeah.
it has to be me. If I don't want to argued, I would be actually.
You
I would
literally
be
just
kind of
said
hurt.
you weren't that good at it.
Yeah, not that good, but like I would
we'll
take
see.
offense.
He was
see.
comparing himself to the best in the world. Not
Yeah,
to both
like
of
if
us.
This is the thing. He was just trying to be fake humble. He's like, yeah, now that I'm retired,
I mean, I'm
gonna
comparing
be a
myself
nice
to like the
person.
BZM show,
Yeah,
not like
yeah,
super
we're out of
players.
No, no one's comparing themselves to him. That's like,
But you also have like, this is like mid lane, you have like off lane 4, and then you got 5, right? It's like, why are you trying to compare this to a mid lane? Like,
And there's just also the raw Invoker skill.
yeah. And like my strategy was just one spell. It was only Ghostwalk. I'm not using any other spell. Like,
different measurements of success, T.
Yeah, I know. Pushing waves is critical. Macro gameplay can beat some of the best players in the world if they're blinded by the skill of their button pressing.
Well, look, some of the teams today might need that exactly, right? Might need the ability to be able to stall out games, push waves, and just come together when it comes to a best of one. You don't want to let slip any games at all because there are so many to have to go through. For our schedule here on this day, a lot of games, but Seb, he's picked one out for you guys specifically that you have to watch.
Okay, I mean, the first one, I'm excited about the first one. I think it could be like very explosive, like Heroic Tundra. I think these are two teams that, Heroic on one side, they always play very fast and very aggressive. I think Tundra has a little bit more depth to their playstyle, but they will definitely tune it up if they have to. So I think this is a game where we could see like, crazy fights, crazy aggression. And that's kind of it's my side of Dota. I enjoy watching that even more than the sleep fest farming creeps. So I'm very excited for the first matchup actually.
Did Heroic also eliminate Tundra from TI? Or they at least beat them a couple of times?
They did, yes.
Yeah, and I think their style has the potential to work very well against Tundra. Tundra is quite a bit of a slower team. Neta is very farmy. Their BZM is quite farmy too, to be honest. He plays like Invoker and a lot of like sort of carry, slower laners. And I think Heroic's like crazy run at you playstyle has the potential to like be really bad for Tundra's playstyle. Like I think it's a very scary team matchup. Neta even talked about it in his exit interview that it's a pretty scary team matchup for them.
Yeah, it can take you off by surprise, caught off guard, all of those different sentences that you could want to use to describe Heroic here, T.
The fact is this roster is so exciting when you think about it. Like how often in history do you have an off-lane player going to mid? Like just creativity that you can bring to this team. It is just exceptional. Like it is such a refreshing idea that you've not even changed too many aspects of your team, but one role swap, it feels like a brand new team.
And they know each other really well, right? I mean, I was playing with these two, like Whisper and BZM, so I'm super excited to see both of them lane against each other. They might even be all shot. We'll have to see.
About that.
But
what was
it's
the
funny.
dynamic?
BZM has been Whisper's mid player, and Whisper has been BZM's offlane player. So now he's coming to the mid to kind of show him how it's done. So I'm excited. If BZM gets slapped by Whisper mid, like I am going to be, I'm going to have a really good time today.
I can't believe you're even putting that out there because you are a massive supporter of
I'm
Tundra
not taking a side, but it's just funny, It's like you play with your mid and then you play his role and you beat him. That's the storyline I'm after. Obviously BZM is expected to do better, but that's boring.
Cue the clip where yesterday he said Tundra's like this GOAT team.
This is Tundra. Like this is pure redemption arc. He is gonna make a name again for himself, not like he needs to.
Yeah.
But I happen to think he's one of the best carries in the world, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna prove it in this tournament.
Okay.
Interesting. Do you have any other bold claims for yourself, T, in this series? You can say no, that's fine. Normally you just...
You know what? No.
Okay.
Back to you, Nat.
Great, he's a fence sitter again, Quinn.
Yeah, I think... I'm just Whisper fan. I'm Whisper fan, and I think it's so cool that he went from offlane to mid. I keep reiterating, but I think I've never seen this before. People go from mid to offlane, but nobody goes from offlane to mid. It's extremely rare. People switch from other roles.
Is it an upgrade or downgrade?
Mid.
Obviously you're biased, you're a mid player. But
I think when you have the
talking,
laning talent he does, it's wasted in the side lane because I think it's just less. The laning is less interesting.
Fair enough.
On the itty bitty level, like when you look at mid, I feel like there is more like elegance and artfulness there.
Wow, elegance.
Elegance. He's talking about
mid players are more elegant than us.
He thinks maybe just
on the side lane.
Come to the back lane,
not
mid
me.
lane.
I just used the word elegant. I didn't necessarily
the fancier
describe
the
value.
word, the more he thinks he can win people over. But you mentioned the side lanes, maybe some talent wasted over there. But there's been side lane change-ups for the side of Tundra, right? We're seeing Ari come in for them, and he's now playing maybe potentially heroes that people used to think that's what he enjoyed, and then kind of strayed away from it a little bit, that T.
Yeah, I think with Ari is, at least when I spoke to him before, like he gets bored of heroes that he likes playing, and he wants to try and find that next hero that he wants to play. And sometimes that boredom can mean that you skip on a hero strategically, even though it's viable. And like Hoodwink's a very good example for him, where he's been playing a lot of Hoodwink or Marcy or whatever, but once he's played 60 games, 70 games on the hero competitive, it's like, I don't want to do it again. And then suddenly he'll just force a new hero into the mix. But his first game for Tundra, he's now picking up the Hoodwink again, a hero that Falcons utilized beautifully to win TI. So that probably reignited his passion for the hero. And we're already going to show some replays of it. And I think the key thing in this replay is Tundra already in their first series are showing such beautiful positioning where it's like they're using the Timber Saw to frontline, DK jumps in, disengages, Hoodwink then follows up, disengages, and they constantly have this formation of the front line of Timber, the front line of Abaddon, and the supports just playing behind it.
Yeah, I think Tundra's Neta teams in general pride themselves on being very calm, especially in comms and the way they play fights and things like this. there was a true site about, or like a Tundra vlog of one of the blasts, and there's some comms of them from the finals, and I think it's very interesting and sort of like it also like shines on this that they play very chill. Their comms are very calm.
And a cool thing as well with Ari in this game with Hoodwink is when they're trying to play for Roshan, he's hugging this wall on the right-hand side because they know that Liquid is going to come from the south side, and he wants to be ready to break the smoke. If he's seen first, he'll sharpshoot to the high ground, buy information, and then continue the fight. So he's doing all these small things. We can play the clip as well, as that is going to kind of happen, but he doesn't need to use the sharpshooter. We don't play the clip, that's fine. But the point is, like, it's all these small things of information gathering, right? Like, when you provide information to a player like 33 or BZM, they are going to shine. And just the discipline they had was, I don't know, it's exceptional for such an early stage of this team.
With these best of ones, we're always wondering what is this mismatch of heroes being banned out in the first phase. Is there anything we can expect to be really prioritized or targeted from either side, Tundra or Heroic?
I mean, when you play versus Neta, it kind of depends what he's into at the moment, and you don't really know. Like, there was a first pick Lycan yesterday, but today could be a first pick Beast or a first pick Doom. Like, that's kind of his trademark. And I think he likes to switch it around too, to also, you know, kind of keep them guessing. So it's kind of hard to predict what they're gonna favor. I think it's something that he brings to team that it would just make no sense to not use the fact that you can first pick his hero and he's still gonna deliver, and you can build around it also. It's giving space to BZM, giving space to Pure in the draft, and these are players that are quite versatile. Especially Pure, I think he's a carry with like an immense hero pool. We've seen him play Hoodwink. That's not going to happen under Ari's watch. I can tell you that much. He's way too obsessed with Hoodwink. But, you know, he's going to make the most out of, you know, the space he gets in the draft.
And then what about the side of Heroic? Do they feel as straightforward, or are they also a team, Quinn, that's who knows what you're ever going to get from them?
I mean, I think it'll be interesting to see if they give them the Queen. They've been first picking Queen a lot. Some teams are banning it, other teams are not. Whisper has some sort of very weird heroes. He's got the Bat Rider. He has Enigma mid he played recently. He is like very out of the box stuff. And so if I'm Heroic, I'm looking to abuse these things because I think you want the element of surprise. You want this chaos. You want this tempo against Tundra. You don't want to let them play this like structured, stale gameplay because to be honest, I think if they play that way, Tundra is the better team. They're better at playing this slow, methodical gameplay. And so I think you're looking for Whisper heroes or Divide heroes that are surprising or are fast or abuse the lanes in some way and can get the ball rolling. You abuse this pure potential to die like 45 times in lane. Like you want that if you're Heroic.
To me, if they first pick like Whisper's hero, I can hear BZM's laugh. You know, it's like come on, bro, you can't do this to me. You can't just quap me like this. Like I'm just gonna, you know, you're gonna get spanked. Like it's not gonna happen. So I mean, let's see. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm telling you, it's getting spicy from the get-go if they first pick Whisper's hero.
But that's the recipe Heroic have used. They've used Whisper's early stage picks, the Bat, the Quap, the whatever, to then enable, you know, Divide to go, I can get an Enigma or a Beast or something later in the draft. And I think that's the logic they've applied, but also that's the logic that you're concerned for because, you know, Tundra's going to be able to exploit it based on BZM. So I'm really intrigued if Heroic are going to make any changes to their draft structure to maybe sacrifice someone else other than Whisper if it is as critical as you're saying.
Well, let's see exactly some of the best moments between these two, and maybe something that we can expect coming forward into this best of one.
Looking to try and stay on top of got the juice. Can he continue to chase for this? The swipes.
Ursa Wolf.
PMA trying to run with the BKB, but cleaning it up big time. He's ready to just go straight in. He makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Spender.
Oh my God! What?
He just gets torn apart. Look at the lasso. Magpie's coming down as well. He's in trouble at Palace. Can they bail him out? At this one they can. He's able to get the time lapse off. And now he's ready to turn. Whisper wants the BKB, but Palace brings in the right click. Jump forward, divides it with
Palos.
you get the lift up. That's Palos dead. Palos dead as the carry for 90 seconds. No buyback.
Our very first best of one for today. We're kicking it off in style. It's Tundra up against Heroic, and we're looking forward to seeing what the draft is going to entail because Whisper moving to the mid lane against an old teammate, as Seb has already told us. It's going to be interesting. Can they get the same foundation? Is there going to be a little bit of a point to be proven when it comes down to this mid lane 1v1?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see. I think that is the most interesting part about this. I think whenever old teammates play against each other, there's always that element of like, is someone stressed? Is there some degree of pressure because they feel like, oh, I played with this guy. You know, they're both pretty nice guys and also pretty quiet guys, I think. So I doubt they came out with any beef. But like you can even see Tundra first face banning Batrider, I think, and they banned Enigma too. Like they're aware of these crazy, scary lane heroes that I do not think Tundra. Okay, so they give the Queen.
And they do give the Queen, and we cannot forget that Heroic have picked Queen both for the mid and the carry role. They do flex it. Some teams kind of stopped flexing it to carry, but Heroic are holding true to that. And I think critically, as much as we're hyping up the mid lane, Heroic, when Devi's on the team, you have to think about his hero. Like if he's not a playmaker and a tempo kind of creator for the team, then they are going to struggle. I feel like he is a player, that wants to communicate with a couple thousand gold lead, that ability to go somewhere and kind of create punishment. But when he's playing from behind, he kind of suffers. He plays into the game, and an instant reaction for Tundra with the Invoker, of course, mirroring the fact that they know their co-op's most likely from the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's a matchup we saw Whisper play yesterday and Emo go even in. So I imagine with the Dom changes, it's not something like Queen doesn't like to play against stuff that stands there and hits her when she runs in. She's generally bad against turrets and like high damage that just sort of sits as a wall. And when you have these forages, you have the Dom there, you're sort of like, Invoker just sits there as a brick wall and just farms the back camps and out economies Queen and sort of puts the ball on like, okay, Queen needs to make moves and do something. If you can draw that lane, which it seems like you can, then I think it's like gameplay-wise, quite a nice dynamic for Invoker.
And it sounds like this Dom Invoker, if that's something that BZM would consider, you know, with the Forge stuff, it's like pretty hard for Queen to do anything about it. I feel like she can't really get close to Invoker. So I think it kind of keeps getting worse, I would say. Like, of course, you have the option of going on this Invoker and try to kill him. But when that goes away, it's just really hard to mitigate the pressure.
A Tidehunter ban from Heroic. I just love the fact that every tournament something just crops up, right? And of course, Tidehunter does seem to be the hero of this slam.
I'm curious to see, like, Pure is such a specific player, and he gets on these kicks with heroes where he just always wants to play this hero or that hero. Like on BetBoom last year, it was like he plays Lifestealer every game, no matter what. If Lifestealer is available and he gets to second base, he will pick Lifestealer. And there was a period like at Riyadh last year where he was doing that with Dragonite. He's playing Dragonite every game, and I'm curious to see like what his hero becomes to this event.
Honestly, I feel like, to me, peak Pure was in Tundra. Like before he joined BetBoom, like that was just amazing what he was able to do, the confidence in which he plays. You know, I think the balance between like being aggressive and also farm heavy and kind of reliable in the later stage of the game. I don't really know what happened in BetBoom, but he definitely looked like he was completely disabled in that team. So I'm looking forward to Tundra enabling him again. And I think great things are going to happen from that. So hopefully, if that's going to happen, I think he's going to be like, it's going to be hard to predict, and they're also going to unlock his versatility.
One thing to note about Tundra's 2 games they played so far is both 33 and Pure have played the same role in the team. I feel like they're both playing in like frontlining melee heroes who just want to go chaotic. And then behind that, they always have like artillery. So in like one game, they had Bane, Hoodwink, and then DK kind of poking once the frontline developed from 33 and Pure. In game 2, you had Jakiro, Puck, Dark Willow playing behind the 33 Lycan and the Pure Ursa, who are initiating heroes. So we'll see if Tundra want to go down this same logic where you're having multiple forms of a frontline. Often some teams can only have like a single hero that can stand their ground, but Tundra 2 for 2 have had that ability to lean on either side lane.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you're Heroic now, you're looking at stuff that can go in there and create space, pressure this Invoker, and also units. Invoker and Bane both pretty bad against units, Zoo getting like their towers taken early generally. And so I think if you're Heroic, they're maybe looking at something like that Night Stalker that gives vision and makes fights easy to play. You've got Clockwork now, which is that get in there, that vision hero that sort of gets on top of these heroes. And I also think generally when you have against Invoker, you want to be able to run at this hero to some extent. He's very greedy. He just kind of farms with Forge Spirits and Dom and Sunstrikes people. So if you run at him, pretty much everything he's got is you kaput.
But when you say Zoo, Heroic's already banned out the Lycan the Beast, and then you had the Enigma ban out from Tundra. So the
Chen is still in, no?
Yes, it is.
I think Chen could be a really good option for Tundra as an answer to this like clock co-op and to kind of play around with the Invoker and the summons. Bane is easily playable on position 4. Like it's actually a very solid one. Good setup for Invoker for Sunstrikes.
Is that a Ari thing though? To take a hero?
Yeah, I think so. I think Ari can play Bane for sure. I think he's played it in the past. Ari is the kind of player to be really obsessed with what he's like hyped about. So if he's like tunnel visioning the Hoodwink or whatever it is these days, it's probably going to be hard to drift him away from it.
That's quite an interesting thing then, because
I might
obviously
see a bounty hunter. And guys, I know he's like very onto the bounty hunter, and it's a decent game for it. But yeah.
But in regards to Zoo and the idea of progression, you can do that from the 5 role. Obviously mentioning Chen, Heroic still needed something like that. They go for the Enchantress. Rotating into the Invoker is critical, right? You don't want to allow him to stand his ground like Quinn was mentioning. So the Enchantress, the clock, very high rotation heroes. You play on a level 6 timer for Queen of Pain. You can kill the Invoker. You can play on a Catapult wave. Make that progression.
There we go.
What is this SFM?
That's so good. That was a great choice.
I don't know if we're keeping the chip thing, but I'm gonna claim 2.
I'll give you the bounty hunter. I will very willingly give you the bounty hunter.
Yeah, you get the bounty.
He did say it. That was very impressive.
That's like the Ari hero at the moment. It's good against Ench. I think it plays pretty well with Invoker. And I'll let the one go. No, because I did predict the Invoker, but there was some technical mess up. But anyways, like the bounty is just amazing this game because Invoker needs somebody to kind of frontline for him to kind of soak the spells. Like he really enjoys. Like just imagine this clock going on the bounty and just getting, we've seen the SFM, like getting the Meteor and the Invoker combos, like they shot the damage. So it's just good synergy. It also addresses a little bit the tempo that's gonna come from Heroic because you see this clock Ench, and we've talked about how aggressive they are. These are like perfect heroes for that. Like they're gonna play very fast.
And Bounty's one of the best heroes at pulling waves as well. You have good armor, good move speed. So you're kind of blind protecting yourself from whatever Heroic wants to pick in the carry role, knowing that it's Enchantress +1, that is a dominant lane to shut down an Axe, right? So you get yourself the Bounty based on the points you mentioned, and for lane security as well. Like it really just gives Tundra a lot of life in a draft where they don't see what's coming.
Well, you guys are saying all these great things for Bounty Hunter, and that's nice that it's working for them in that draft, but what are some of the downfalls? Because we're not seeing it that often. We're not seeing him consistently picked.
The downfall is that you can't stack on that hero. It's like that's not what you want to do. You want to get deep wards, run around. So if this Axe gets very shut down in the lane, his recovery plan is just not there. So
window.
it's a little bit one-dimensional, as in the room for mistake is much narrower.
And damage is also a problem for Tundra, right? If, like Seb mentioned, if lanes don't go well, what is the combination of play to kill a hero, right? It's like you poke them with a bounty, or you might annoy them a bit with Axe, but outside of Invoker's presence, you don't really have that big explosive damage until items come into play.
So what's this Shaker? Like,
it's very interesting.
It's weird, right? Like, what are we thinking? Because we're assuming it's an Ench 5, which honestly, Shaker clock lane sounds like pretty horrible.
Yeah.
Is it a Shaker mid? Could it be a co-op position 1 with a 5 Clockwork? Because 5 Clockwork versus Axe Bounty Hunter sounds really good. And co-op +1 versus Axe sounds also pretty rough, because for the Axe, I mean. Because we mentioned how this Axe is not going to have stacks. He has a melee hero. So I think they're pivoting, and it might be a mid Shaker from Whisper.
No, I think it's probably mid Shaker. Right? We've already said that Yuma does play the Queen of Pain carry. He's played it in the recent online tournament, and based on what you said, like winning lanes is a good way to stop, right? Like the damage that we mentioned for Tundra, if you lose your lanes, that is going to be a really alarming issue for them. So why not do that flexibility to try and break the lanes?
Like Ench has a pretty good matchup against Bane. Like eventually, once she starts getting creeps level 3, this Bane is kind of a non-factor. She's going to be able to play behind Invoker. I'm thinking Ench +4. Invoker hates getting ganked, like especially like with weird angles. Like he's pretty vulnerable. And I could see this clock being really strong on the safe lane against double melee. So,
and they're banning out offlaners from Tundra. They take away the Timber Sword. So they do think that it is most likely the Vi last pick for offlane.
I mean, I think stylistically, in terms of how Heroic's lineup works together, I think Shaker is quite interesting. You have Enchantress and Clockwork, which are heroes that run in, but don't have a lot of damage or spells themselves. And so they counterbalance that some with a Shaker, who now has these fissures and this long-range stuff. So now you have heroes that go in that are sponges. Axe doesn't really want to be calling Clockwork or Enchantress. So you've got these guys who are standing there. It's hard to grip, do all these things, while Shaker has space to play in the backline and cast fissures. Like, I think stylistically, it's quite a cute pick.
Yeah. Works really well.
What would your thoughts be for Devi going for like a Pangler or something in the offlane? Just a little bit more chaos to the fight, just find the backline. Bane then has to start thinking about gripping the Pango, not someone else, and you just add more layers of skirmish? Or do you want to see kind of more like ways to progress the map from the offlane?
Like a team fight hero is quite needed, because right now they rely very much on this Shaker. Like you have to think of this co-op potentially getting jumped by the Axe, or Bane and Axe are going to look to shut down the co-op right now. And this Ench and Clock, they're very strong in the early game, but they kind of fall behind, especially with how Ench has been played these days. You don't really see these Enches transition into some semi-carry damage output kind of thing. So the last hero needs to bring like a lot of teamfight presence and scaling teamfight presence, I would say.
I feel like Pangolier or Mars are my two, but Pangolier has a bit more scaling than Mars in regards to like damage output. But
I just don't think Dava is a big Pangolier player. When I think of him, I think of Mars, I think of Zoo Heroes, I think of Night Stalker. Maybe the sort of more off the ball, like sort of random things. I don't envision him that much as wanting to play Pangolier. Like if I could choose, I don't want him playing Pangolier. Play something else that has more, because to me, Dava has never been like a super like lane dominance, play the game snowbally, have high net worth. To me, he's like, I mean, he'd play when he's the Zoo Heroes, yes, but I feel like in terms of like a straight flat laner, like he's not like an Ace or an Amar to me who's playing like Magnus first pick or whatever and like playing against any lane. Like that just doesn't how he feels to me. And so I think something like Amar's and they play this double melee
Night Stalker
shenanigans
that you're mentioning too. I think it fits pretty well.
It
like
is banned though.
It is banned. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't help.
Yeah.
It was the final ban.
Okay.
Tundra.
It would have been great. Yeah. So what is he looking at?
That's
Doom. Okay.
surprising.
Yeah, it's a blind Doom pick also.
It could be offlane Queen.
Could it be offlane Queen? It doesn't sound like a good Devi hero, offlane Queen.
It's not, but Doom is just like one of the best Axe. Like when Axe was being first picked every game, Doom was the general consensus for best lane counter against Axe.
It's good, it's good. But I think Quap could do the job too. Maybe they're just keeping it open and they're just gonna see, you know, what Pure decides to pick. Did they protect? They kind of protected the Doom position 3, right, with their bans, I would say.
What?
Did they ban Tia and Ursa? Are these the bans?
Yeah, they're protecting Doom with that, yeah. Doom and Tia, yeah.
That kind of tells me that Doom is going to go offlane.
Wait, what stops them going Medusa on Tundra?
Medusa?
Yeah. You
It's a very
don't
good
care
one.
about Queen of Pain carry, you don't care about getting slammed, you put Heroic kind of on this like invisible timer of you cannot kill me at some point in the game,
Yeah.
as long as we can open up the map. The issue is, the damage of early game is a big problem.
It doesn't really fit Pure's playstyle.
Yeah.
Okay, they go Kez.
This hero in my head
That's
still
what's
doesn't
stopping
exist.
Medusa being good is that he wants to show off
mean,
Kez instead.
Yeah.
How
He's so
good of a
satanic
Kez
with it.
game is it though? Because I think I kind of like Co-op Shaker and Doom against Kez, I want to say.
It is very good against the supports though. Like they have no spells to stop him from running in. He will eat beat both of these guys alive, and they will not stop him from like grappling around or pressing his ulti or like. I think he wants stuns, and I mean they have that in the Shaker and the Doom, so it's not totally one-sided. But I think in a lot of ways, Kez like cares about the soups more than he does the cores. Maybe.
Makes sense.
I think it's critically also about the lane, right? Like if you as Bane and Kez can just chase down the Doom. Yesterday when we saw Satanic play it, he was, you know, dumpstering the Centaur. Sure, he had a Jakira in his lane, which is maybe more aggressive than a Bane, but it's still this idea of like, if you can shut down the lane, get yourself to your first couple items, he's going to be able to outscale a Queen of Pain or a Shake or whatever. Like your natural itemization, it's Deso, it's BKB, it's Satanic, like it's just stand your ground stuff, and if you survive a Sonic or a Slam, you are going to, you know, crush the fight. So it's all on Pure. Can you get the farm?
It's a big question because we've been very hit or miss in our belief of how Pure is going to be going in the laning phase. That is going to lend a lot to it. But is there a lot of space that can be created here, Seb, from that Tundra lineup?
I think so. I think the Invoker is gonna get a good start to the lane. He has really strong supports to play with, deep wards from the Bunny Hunter, so there's gonna be a lot of space for Kez the way I see it.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see it. Another Kez on the cards for us here at Blast Slam. It's going to be Heroic up against Tundra in this best of one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to get into the action. We've got a little pause here. Hopefully shouldn't last too long. But Heroic up against Tundra. Fogged. We're getting to see a lot of fun stuff, obviously, on yesterday and now coming into today. We're getting some Kez. Pure's going to be showing us how it's done here with the Kez. And also just some of these matchups, right, in terms of who's playing them right. I can't wait to see what goes down this mid. How's Whisper going to be able to do up against the BZM Invoker?
Should be pretty good. I feel like he's been pretty good on this hero overall. Oh my god, I have an echo. I hear myself 3 times. That is atrocious. It's okay, I'll fix it afterwards.
Feels good to be this good.
Yeah, no, it should be a pretty fun matchup. I think we're just all going to be distracted by Kez, to be quite honest with you, even though there's these flashy other spells and everything. It's a Kez game, and yeah, that's pretty much going to say everything about it and see what build he goes. The build I think that most of us see is these double Falcon blades. See if he does that, the Deso, BKBs, Ags. You know, we'll see when he likes to fit everything and see how the lineup works overall with it. Because I was kind of in consensus with what Quinn said at the end there, where
Feels good to be
it looks pretty good, especially against the supports. But yeah, Co-op and Shaker in particular, feels like it can be pretty good. Same thing with Doom. So I'll have to see how the lane ends up going. Because overall, this hero, very hard to last hit versus. I'm sure you've played versus it a lot.
Yes, it's I mean, it doesn't look, at least from what we know about Kez, as you say, I don't think it's super easy, as you say. Like, Doom Shaker Clock, I think these heroes can kind of screw with the Kez when the Kez is trying to get in there, do his, like, wishy-washy thing with the big ult, get the big ult heal off. He's going to get interrupted. He's going to get kind of, you know, messed with by these heroes in particular. So Pure's got to be really sure that he is at a stage where he can get into the action and not just get completely controlled and burst before he turns up.
Yeah, I think he does have a good cast in order to protect and allow him to pick and choose his battles, right? Like he has the axe that's going to be going in first, the bounty to be giving information. So, yeah, we'll see how his entrance is into the game. And see how these lanes end up going. Schofield on his classic, the clockwork.
We'll see both teams eyeing up one another here. And it turns towards Devi. He's got the Scorched Earth to start the retreat, and they're going to try and chase on here. So if they can find that first blood, another blood grenade coming in. Devi's getting low. Tundra, they'll find first blood for Pure. He's able to take down Devi. Also have the sleep control on towards King Jungles. Sunstrike coming in off the mark. Doesn't matter. They'll still be able to finish off the kill here with the 3 of them, as Tundra will get the 2 kills to start this one off.
Okay, sorry. I was fixing some stuff. I was hearing you literally 3 times. It was giving me. It was making me. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell you were saying, and it's just so confusing. Okay, I got it now. It's all good.
Yeah, you
all
got
Gucci.
It. Nice.
Yeah, all Gucci now. Okay, so this is. So my bad. I got a little distracted from all that, but this is pretty interesting how they did decide to do all this, right? With the Doom off lane, the Shaker in the mid, and then this Quap safe lane, because it feels like they could have actually been pretty flexible with things in terms of maybe even having the Doom as a carry, like Quinn was talking about, because it has been a traditional counter for his axe. So this is going to be a pretty interesting game because it's a very different style draft and a very, I would say, very heavy fighting draft from the side of Heroic, which is something I think we all want to see. Like this draft definitely wants to set tempo.
Absolutely. And already Schofield being nice and annoying down bottom. Make sure that Ari's not got a lot of mana, any mana ready to play with at all. He wants his curry as well, Schofield. He's going for it. Is he quite fast enough? He should be able to.
He is.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get that one as well. So Ari already not having a fun time here with the little moves that Schofield's pulling off in the lane as his clock.
Interesting that they did decide to have the lanes like this, though. I guess they did want to have that range plus melee pairing, having this clockwork down bottom, but usually we do see Schofield playing this 4-position clock and being very disruptive and helping the mid lane. So, although he's going to be able to do great, of course, in this bottom lane in terms of disrupting Axe and maybe getting some type of kill setups and helping the Quap, definitely worried for the Enchantress top, because Kez will kill you. The burst damage from this hero is absolutely ridiculous.
Absolutely. It's a difficult one to bully out the lane, especially for these two. And with the fact that Whitemon's going to be ready with disruptive plays if they ever try and get aggressive onto the Kez.
I'm watching last hits mostly because I think like the thing that I've felt so much when I've played versus this hero recently and even tried it out, it's the CSing versus this hero in lane, right? He has this increased range, crazy animation, all this type of stuff. So in most games, I feel like this happens when I see it. It's like he has like 7 denies, or 8 denies early laning phase. It's 2 minutes in and he's got 7. So pretty significant already versus that Doom. Those will add up.
Absolutely. Especially considering the Doom is such a high right-click damage hero in the lane. Just going to show how much Pure can do on the Kez against him still.
Yeah. It's like Doom has pretty high damage, but his wind-up, right? He has a pretty big backswing in some situations. Yeah. And, you know, we do have to talk about how BZM, mentioning this, he was one that he does mix up which facet he does go for overall. But this one, he has the Axe setup, right? So he's going to be going Kata. I have seen him even go for like Quas when he has Axe at times, but this time he wants to be more flashy, more explosive, and it's definitely a game that can get to that point.
They should be able to chase Devi here for the kill. Sunstrike coming in, it's not going to connect, but doesn't need to. Tundra
this lane is
on himself
really
another
rough.
Kill. Yeah, it's just super hard to fight into Pure on this Kez.
So what I'm thinking maybe is they wanted to have this range plus melee pairing, and then they didn't want to have the clock versus the Bane, right? Because then he can't pull waves because Bane just sleeps you and completely controls you. But I don't know. This looks pretty grim in this top lane for the Doom. And I feel like if they, I don't know, whatever. Either way, I guess it's something they had to choose which one they were going to sack overall. But this is really going to sack Devi.
Because on the other side of the map, do you feel like Yuma on the safe lane Quap is going to be able to get enough to sort of counteract how tough of a time Heroic are going to have on that top lane?
I don't think so, right? Like, he's gonna I feel like he was gonna free farm down here, or do well down here anyway, versus a Axe plus Bounty Hunter, even without the clockwork, right? So I don't think it's gonna, at least doesn't feel like it's gonna counteract that crazy farm that Pure is gonna have at this point. Or it does feel like he's gonna have. Mid lane though, Whisper.
27-6 against the 20-4, so a little bit of a slight edge, of course, for the Shaker.
Yep, very good matchup. Melee heroes versus the Invoker tend to do pretty good, especially in the early levels.
All right, seeing if he can maybe come in to cause a little bit of a problem for Whisper, but I think got enough
for the Meteor.
Two of them. He's able to step out to the side though, Whisper, so he's fine. He'll survive through that attempt.
He had to stick, so he actually missed a couple ticks. If he gets the Meteor insta, I think maybe it would be a little closer, but either way, a good attempt. He's got Sunstrike at the ready too, so he might look for a potential play somewhere here.
Yeah, gotta watch these side lanes, see if anyone gets caught low. Top lane, they're definitely looking for a brawl.
Yeah, Devi has to be careful how he steps up. He's gotten almost no CS, Owen. When I was mentioning about 2 minutes ago, he had 9. Now he's got 12. That's a very tough lane for him, and it's, you know, a hero that, sure, you can recover, but not one that plays too great from behind versus a very oppressive lineup with a Bounty Hunter that's going to be scouting.
Mid. Another attempt to see with the cold snap set up. Sunstrike coming in. Still be able to turn and get the Fisher off. He does have the backup of Schofield, so they won't be able to dive for the kill against Whisper. King Jungle's also arriving to ensure that no further dives will be made. So Whisper will be kept safe once again.
That's a really good start for Tundra, though. Super good start here for the Invoker.
Yeah, BZM getting that extra backup to just make sure, if anything, that he himself is never vulnerable. They're going to try and check for the 6-minute power in Schofield. They're going to get the chance to grab it. He's not. Ari picks it up, and Schofield looking kind of dead here. Ari's going to be able to chase him down. Another Shuriken available in a second.
He's got Lotus plus Fairy Fire, so he can make him work for it.
Has got a bit of burst in him. We'll have Cogs again in a couple of seconds. Dust out as well for the slow. I mean, yeah, he's going to get out. This is why you don't want to always chase Schofield.
Never chase
out of these situations. Top white mom. Can return to the lane. Not going to be able to set anything up though for Pure, but Pure of course just continuing to have complete free farm here as the safe lane cares.
That being said though, also as we said for Yuma, you know, Yuma is doing very, very well. So let's see how he can make some early rotations. They're giving him full experience too. I actually like this from Schofield. He's just moving, right? So now it's going to be a very early level 6 on the Quap, which could potentially burst a lot of these heroes. They are pretty squishy, to be quite honest with you. It's just the Axe who's more tanky. I mean, Kaz is not as squishy as you would imagine, probably, because double Falcon.
We'll find Ari. Whisper heads over to get involved. Nice little catch there from King Jungles with the dust and then the pushback of the Hurricane. Getting Ari shoved over towards Schofield and caught in the cogs.
Ooh, look at this move here. Yuma, as soon as he hits 6, instantly toward
still
mid.
a bit difficult, though.
Yeah.
Like, actually catching BZM like this. I mean, Yuma's still wondering if he wants to hang around any longer. They've got the setup with the Fisher. TPs are coming in. He'll jump in, but immediate Tornado comes out. They don't quite have enough opening damage to take BZM down. The slam comes down towards Ari. They will finally finish BZM off. Certainly takes quite a bit. Can they get anything else? Doesn't look like it. Same time, of course, up in the top lane, Whitemon and Pure, they find the chance to take down Devi. So, Heroic putting a lot there into the mid to try and kill BZM. Still trades are found. Yuma, though, able to make it the play off in the end as he swings over towards the top lane and still has that Sonic Wave good to go to take down Pure.
Really cool rotation from him. Literally, like if you looked at his experience, it was the second that he did hit that level 6 that he made the rotation and held the Sonic. Very important so he can have that kill for top. Nice move. I like that a lot. That does reestablish and fix things a little. Sure, Devi is struggling, but I think BZM is having a similar struggle now as Yuma. He'll be fine.
Should be all right down here. Can't quite go straight for the dive. Not quite yet. 33.
They're trying. Whitemon is here behind.
And Yuma's still kind of low. They get the sleep set up. Straight away, Schofield coming in clutch there. Removes the sleep to make sure that Yuma can blink away before that call into Sunstrike comes in. a good save there from Schofield. It does, of course, cost him his life. Ari should be able to deny Whitemon.
He's got brain sap.
Necessary, actually. Yeah, he's able to heal up, so Whitemon's going to be fine.
I was about to pick. Oh god, Ari, don't do it.
I mean, it would have been tempting. You know, that's one of those positions where if they're not a professional team, you got to get yourself away from one another because your teammate, he's definitely trying to deny you.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see.
Professionals.
Let's see if 33 does the Tino build, right? Because already we're seeing the Dominator, which of course it's just a new build that comes on these axes. But is he gonna go the Phylactery? Because that was kind of just feels like it was just Tino, right? That doesn't feel like
there's no way 33. Surely he does not buy the Phylactery on axe. He's a serious man.
He did like Phylactery back in the day. Remember the Medusa Phylactery? That's the only reason why I brought it up. But I don't think he'll do it. I don't think he'd do it.
You never know. Maybe he was watching the game and was like, you know what? That's kind of hype.
Oh,
and it was. Very good.
What is this positioning here? Very deep.
And King Jungles should be fine here.
I mean, I feel like Divide might just...
I mean, he's got back
just walk away.
But I don't know how much King Jungles can do. He's pretty tanky on Divide, of course, with the Helm of the Iron Will. He's just walking away from this. Ari's dead. In fact, he's got the backup. The Sonic Wave comes out, pushes back Pure here and the summons. 33's turned up trying to chase down King Jungles. They've got the Battle Hunger for the setup. Slowing him down a little bit, but there's the jump in! Whisper comes in with the slam. They're able to blow up Whitemon, and now with the Doom drop down onto 33. The Axe in trouble. Pure, he's trying to clean up Whisper, but another Enchant Totem into a Fissures there. Whisper locking down Pure. Yuma's going to be able to finish him off with the Scream. Heroic. Beautiful plays here for the fight as it's not even over yet. They're looking towards BZM. Do they have enough to bring him down there? They're falling kind of low on the mana on Heroic side of things, and TPs are coming over, so Divide has got to start retreating. Cold Snap upon him. But he's going to be okay. They've got the heals coming out from King Jungles. Divide's going to be able to reset, and Heroic, they're still good to go here.
They're still going.
Jumps in, Whisper, another Fissure, lines it down, the two of them. The Tornado comes out from BZM, but Whitemon, he's already gone. The Meatball's coming down, but again, Whisper's able to get his way out of it. Heroic, they're getting away with this kind of push and pull time and time again. Pure in the mid, comes in desperately trying to finish Divide off, but Yuma jumps in from the side, gets
still alive.
Onto Pure. Divide, he's going to live. 33 really wants the kill, but the Battery Assault from Schofield is holding him back. They cannot kill Divide off. He's going to be fine. Pure still trying for this kill, diving the tier 1 now, but they can't finish the job. Divide will live. Schofield also still alive, and Pure is in trouble. He'll get the parry off just in time. Rocket Flare flies in, not enough to kill him. But Heroic going to show that they're doing a little bit better with these dives. They know how to push it. I'm sure Whisper at the end of it all dies, but a fantastic moves there from Whisper on the Shaker.
And this was like almost 100-something seconds of a fight. Echo slams back up in 30 seconds. Sonic Wave is coming back up in 4 seconds. The fight just finished. There's a lot to go over there, but I think one of the big things we saw there was some lack of damage from Tundra. You saw Divide, he gets the Dispel and the Cold Snap, and he's tanky. He just disengages. They were able to keep getting the resets like you were talking about, dancing a bit inside the fight there versus Tundra.
And another one. Whitemon caught out here by Schofield.
This Co-op Shaker duo, you're seeing the power of it early game. You know, how much they're able to get done, especially with that early blink on the Shaker. Just the spam of spells. It's a lot early on here. I like that Divide has this Purge creep too. We saw, I think, 3 or 4 Purges just come into play in that last fight too. I think he dispelled Cold Snap. I thought I saw him dispel, maybe it was a Track, a Battle Hunger. A lot of different things he was able to do with this Doom.
And it's just go, go, go from Heroic. The smoke up.
Yeah.
Schofield, Whisper, and King Jungles. King Jungles not with them right now. It's really just the two of them, Whisper and Schofield, looking for action here. Can they do something? It's a little deep. And,
not enough creeps.
They won't go for this one.
Maybe if it was a double camp, definitely he would blink Echo that, but it was not a double camp, so.
They might sell for out there. Find Ari's Courier, so that's going to be Ari's Urn, put on the sidelines for a little bit extra.
He does.
They know he's under there. They try for the hook shot, not going to hit. So Ari being suitably annoying.
That was nice. I break the smoke, get away. Sure, you lost your urn, but you gave tons of information for your team. And that's Ari's job this game, really, is he's just an information gatherer for the core state creeps. Because, I mean, if anybody knows how Tundra plays, right? We know that by now. They really like to hit these creeps, get these certain timings. As we saw yesterday, a certain explosive timing in particular. So if he can scout like this, give information when the moves are happening, it's going to give space to 33 and Pure to get that farm. Definitely going to be harder for the side of Tundra to make these plays, though, as we see. You know, having no initiator, no blink dagger, of course, on the Axe. Not for any time soon. Meanwhile, Heroic, they have so many ways to initiate and start fights now at this point. The Quap can just blink in, Shaker, KJ can just walk in. But Tundra, as you said, they like to hit creeps, so.
Now, looks like Heroic for now. I'm happy to just allow that. Not quite going straight to the next move.
Yeah, not forcing too much. Devi is scouted.
If these two can take him out, they have got a Fiend's Grip if necessary. Devi on the retreat, still making them work for this Devi. There we go. They'll have to use
His
the grip
team's coming.
to get the kill, but the hook shot indeed comes in. The call is there on a Devi, but then Whisper jumps in. Devi lives.
He's still alive.
Double kill for Yuma, triple killer as he gets White One as well. I mean, you don't chase Schofield. Apparently, you don't chase Devi either. They
he baited the hell out of
to
him.
sort of chase him down. I know that White One was maybe in position earlier for a potential Fiend's Grip, and he sort of just held it, thinking they could get the kill without it. But waiting as long as it was, ends up with BZM also just dying randomly at the end of it. Or what are they doing, Fogged? They're getting completely stomped here by Heroic in these team fights. They're getting outplayed.
It truly felt like indecision, right? Like you mentioned, he had the Fiend's Grip, right? But he hesitated, waited for it, maybe thinking that they had the kill without it. But there's a tier 1 there. By the time they go, Heroic is very ready. They'll take any fight they can when they have all these ults up. Like they've got such good team fighting abilities. Because he has, look at his mana right now, right? But he has, I think, a Lotus. Oh, Ari had the Lotus.
Ari did give him it. Okay, so I guess the call's being made that he needed that. Yeah.
But he brain sapped. He could have maybe just not brain sapped. Either way, it's a big mistake from Tundra either way, and Heroic will completely capitalize on that.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Whisper continuing to just find these opportunities to hit these multi-man slams. Looking fantastic here with the plays that he's bringing out on the Shaker.
And Devi doing a lot with a little. Have to give him the credit, right? He got sacked pretty hard in that off lane, and now 2 times that he was in a quote-unquote bizarre position, right? It actually baits a very good team fight for his team now twice. 4K lead now for the side of Heroic. And these ults, when you get to have these fights and there's no way that Tundra can like force a fight while they're on cooldown, it's so beneficial for you because now it's 15 seconds. Sonic Wave's back up. Echo Slam's going to be back up in 20. So Tundra's options to make moves while those are on cooldown just shrinks.
And they're going again here. Smoke up from Devi and King Jungles.
Pure's got Deso.
I mean, this is just a bit of a bait, right? Yuma's baiting.
Feels like it.
I mean, Yuma's just trading there. We'll get the grip off on towards him. Ult comes in for Pure. Big damage. Burst Yuma down low. Not quite enough to finish Yuma off. Yuma's able to blink out. And now Tundra, once again, they're in trouble.
They're so
Pure's
ready.
Dead. Whitemon tries to hide in the trees, but they're going to find him here as Yuma jumps in with the scream.
Wow.
They're just getting baited every single time. Tundra, they keep falling for Heroic's traps.
It's such good read of the map. The confidence from Yuma, being able to just blink in. He has the heal. He's got the cancel. That was beautiful again. This is without Echo. That's the other thing too, right? They have great ways to be able to layer these ultis as well too. They had the Doom there this time around to be able to catch the Kez. They're able to hold one of the ults. I think the Echo actually came up toward the end of it there too. So they can look for another fight potentially. And Yuma now, you know, we were mentioning damage issues for Tundra. This is a 2,200 HP Quap now. This is very difficult to see how they can kill him with their heroes.
He's got to be careful up here as well.
Yeah.
He'll know that they're around now, so he'll be very, very cautious about how he should. But Schofield is coming in from the side, has eyes on him. Tornado will hold Schofield back for now. They've got the Forge Spirits as well, but Schofield does have a hook shot if he wants to try and go for some sort of blind attempt. Unlikely to find him, though. BZM should be okay here.
They still don't have the blink on 33. He's still about 300 gold away from it. When they have Cataclysm plus that, they'll have damage, but I have some big concerns for damage in these next 5 minutes. Especially with the itemization that Heroic's been able to pick up here.
Devi can keep the pressure up on top. They're swinging over towards the mid. They make the jump, not holding back here. Whisper with the slam. Quickly disposes of Ari.
Very value when he's got that arcane.
And top.
Look for that.
They're 5 minutes
another one.
as well. Yeah, Schofield is in with a hook shot. They close the gap onto Whitemon. There's no saving the Bane.
And 33 goes to
way out here
help.
with the Nightmare. I mean, 33, he's got a TP out. This is no place for him to be. He's not going to make it. Schofield finds him with pretty much the last tick there with the battery assault. 33's TP put to an end. it just don't stop it. BZM's going to try and do something to turn this one around. At least allows them to bring Schofield down with them, but now BZM might be in trouble himself. Yuma's got no detection himself in the front, so BZM should be all right. Pure's turned up, but the Sonic Wave bursts him down incredibly low. Coming with the bashes onto Yuma. Yuma, can he blink out of this?
They got him.
The Deafening Blast will be there. So with Pure turning up, offering that extra bit of damage now with the Deso online, they have enough to cut Yuma down. Pure,
that's a huge kill.
See if he can chase off from more. Echo Slash is going to be off the mark. Can still continue to run down King Jungles. It probably doesn't want to anymore, though. It's still not an easy kill, of course, Enchantress being an Enchantress, so King Jungles gets away. But a little bit of something there for Tundra, as they are able to get that big kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's huge because BZM gets the last hit. That's the big thing. The Deafening Blast, I believe, right at the end there was clutch, because otherwise he gets the blink, survives. That's 2 or 3 components of Aghanims. That was actually massive for BZM in particular, because now they have the blink, call, cataclysm combo soon, and then they'll have kill threat. Because I actually thought that this squad would survive this burst either way, but ends up just getting finished off from the Deafening Blast.
Enough control there between the bashes of Pure, the cold snap of BZM.
All right, blink on 33. See the moves that they can make now. They actually have ways to initiate fights. Heroic smoked up behind. Whisper.
He needs help. He's going to get it, but the Fiend Script's already in. Heals from King Jungles, though, keeping him alive. BZM wraps him from the side, trying to get in on top of him. Whisper closes up, gets the Echo off, locking down BZM. Whisper surviving for now. The Tornado, that should be enough, surely, to finish him. It's not, he's still alive, but the call's there. 33 jumps forward, finishes off the job as they take Whisper down, but BZM, he'll lose his life in return. Hook shot beautifully comes in from Schofield, hits the angle perfectly on a 33. They've got the Yule set up as well, buying time for the rest of the team to close up and take 33 down as well. Heroic, another team fight in the books for them.
Nice play. They turn up with the numbers. This time, it was a 5v4. Pure ditched. He was immediately down bottom pretty early on, so didn't want to fight. But either way, a nice one there from Heroic, getting some good connections. And it is around Tormentor if they want to look to pressure that play. There is a ward, though, so Tundra does see it. They do have an Invoker who's respawning with a Sunstrike, too, so could potentially get the snatch. See if he's up in time.
Yeah, I think he might not be up in... It's going to be close.
It's going to be close.
Oh, you're right. He's going to get the chance to throw one out.
They're standing on top of it, though.
Yeah, he's not going to try. So
yeah,
Tormentor will be Heroics. Shard for King Jungles.
How is Pure's Ags looking? He is 1 component away. So, like we said, he wasn't in this top fight. So he was looking to finish off this timing, and he is going to have it pretty soon. So that is really the true big power spike of this hero. Completely unlocks everything. Becomes very hard to actually know what the hell is going on, because I still don't know every little thing that this hero does.
Yeah, it's a lot of text. You know, it's like, what was the... Pretty much what the AA Ice Blast, I remember when you start playing Dota 2, you know, you read that ultimate spell. It's like half a page.
Yeah.
It might be a little less now, but I remember back in the day, it was like, ain't nobody reading that. And that's basically the summary for KEST. He just does everything.
Yeah, I mean, he has a silence, he has a stun, he has a parry, he has a dispel, silence, AoE, stealth thing, whatever. Yeah. Heal, yeah. So.
He does it all.
They did
question is, can he do it? The answer is yes.
They fixed the oh yeah, they did. Okay, the Raptor Dance Grappling Claw thing that you can dispel. If you knew that tech, they did fix it. Okay. Because you could not pop your ulti, and you could dispel for free while using Grappling Claw plus Raptor Dance. But that has been fixed. BZM, Ags is done. So let's watch for these Cataclysms if they can actually get the setup, and if it's going to be enough damage.
Pure healing up. Just going to focus on the farm on the mid. Got eyes on Divide Top, but
not anymore.
On a BZM, not quite close enough.
The beauty, he's kept the Purge Creep the whole time. This Purge Creep's doing work. Because you can still, I mean, I say you can still. You can dispel the KES things, right? The KES dot thing, yeah.
The mark,
so,
the mark that he puts on.
Yeah, so this is actually, I'm trying to keep track of it. There's a lot of things you can dispel, but I've actually seen him get a couple of those off too, so. Because it's a lot of burst.
You need the strong dispel, though, to remove the mark from his shadow.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Wait, am I thinking Shoto? I think I'm thinking of the other one. I think I'm thinking of No, I'm thinking of Kazurai Katana, the dots, the damage stack, no?
It was like, no, not that.
Whatever, Owen.
The other dot, and then the other dot that he applied. It just does everything.
Well, you don't know the names,
How many things does this hero apply?
Okay. I'm talking about the DPS Kazurai, the one that you can... That's when you can dismount pretty easy. Either way,
yes, the
bottom.
Kazurai. Yes.
Yes. Catch. A very simple catch onto Yuma there. Yes, this one. There we go.
See what I can get up here. I mean, Heroic,
30 seconds.
not afraid of a fight here.
Is that the quap, though?
Completely. He had to jump on King Jungles. He's able to jump away, though. It's a little bit awkward now. Fish is sort of blocking off any further backup coming in for Tundra. Pure's trying to burst King Jungles, but he doesn't have enough damage to do so quite yet against the heals of the Enchantress. Schofield. They're going to drop the grip for him. Cataclysm coming in, but he's simply forced out to the side. He's going to be perfectly fine. And now it just continues to be a bit awkward for Tundra in this fight. Pure at the side is going to pop the Raptor dance. Doesn't get anything with it.
Okay. Fissure missed completely as well, too. Symphony of skills we got going on there. Nice Force Staff coming in. One of the best counters versus Invoker. Literally just a Force Staff. Great versus all of his abilities, so. Will be Cataclysm on cooldown for some time. And Heroic, now with that, they could look to make a play happen if they see somebody. And looks like immediately they are. Ari.
And they catch him, trap him off with the Fissure. Pretty crazy game so far. 23-13. 5k lead for Heroic. Tundra still in a pretty good position with the farm on their carry. Pure, he's up there with the 3 cores of Heroic.
Yep.
Slightly falling behind on BZM and 33, but I should say that can all be rectified if they do hit this combo. Very, very potent here between the Berserkers calling the Cataclysm.
Another fight. Good Heroic.
King Jungles with the lead.
Down.
Might just have to bail out Whitemon here. Tundra not going to have any interest in trying to make this fight happen now. They'll let Whitemon go.
Very simple for them to make these plays. Just the 2 supports walk up. They don't have to expend much of anything. Hookshot still at the ready. Yeah, the worry, like you said, is that BZM and 33 are falling behind. Sure, Kez can do a lot, but he is playing into a Doom. So when you are getting into a position where you're like not like a full 4 protect one, but you can start it to kind of get there, can be concerning whenever you're playing against Doom. Definitely don't want to see them fall too much further behind on those 2. Octarine for Devi.
Should be alright, getting some information. And not going to get caught out himself.
Ari's job, information gatherer.
I mean, if you're Heroic, can you start pushing these tier 2s? Or do you not need to sort of speed things up? Or you kind of chill with the game?
I think your lineup doesn't really hit the buildings in the best manner, right? I think you're more about fighting and just killing them all and then killing the buildings. You're a team fight lineup mostly.
Schofield there actually did manage to clip Ari at like the edge of the dust. So very well played there from Schofield. Sets them up to be able to get that kill. Schofield on the clock. He is an absolute nuisance on this hero. He will find you.
I mean, we've said for some time I wouldn't ever put it past teams even banning just so you don't play versus this guy and it's annoying.
I would be very tempted to ban the Schofield clock. Yeah, it's just something about it. He does so many of these little things that it's like, who wants to play against that? That is, going to be incredibly annoying with how much he gets done on the clock.
This could be a huge catch.
Should have him here. Fiend's Grip easily. Easily with the damage of Pure. Cataclysm thrown down as well.
I guess Cataclysm just for the vision as well, because they definitely didn't need the damage.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, if they're able to sort of lock down the target, of course, Pure on the Kez at this moment will be able to bring in a pretty insane amount of burst damage.
Yeah, he'll kill anybody if he can actually get the attacks off onto him at this point. And he did get, you know, probably the best neutral he could have gotten too, right? He got the Serrated Shiv for the tier 3. So insane damage he's going to be able to be bringing out here if he can actually stick on the targets. Gem on Schofield. Heroic sticking together. Blink on Devi.
Get the jump. They get the Doom. BKB will be there as Pure's on the retreat. They'll get glimmered as
Hook
well.
shot.
Schofield hits the angle, in with the hook shot, locking off the escape here. Has he got the chance to catch him in the cogs, though? He doesn't. 33 comes in with a counterplay, holds back Schofield, finishes him off with the dunk. Device stays on top of Pure, but the Doom comes to an end, and Pure's able to get the Raptor dance off.
Echo.
Whisper in with the Echo, though. They're trying to finish off this KES. Can they do so? They can, just in time. The Glimmer will not save him. Pure's dead for over a minute. The buyback will come in from Schofield. Heroic, they want to continue this fight, but Tornado in onto Divide will put an end to the Doom. 33 turns. He's able to get one more dunk off, but he will fall.
Another Shadow Strike.
Fisher into the stuns onto BZM. He's going to go for the TP out here with the Invis, and that will allow him to actually get out in time. They didn't quite have any further interrupts available from Schofield or Whisper to shut down that escape.
Heads up TP from BZM between the Enchant Totem, like Fissure Totem, and then he insta-TPs, so a nice play from him there. But the fight from Tundra, it's mostly them just running away and trying to save the KES. As soon as he dies, they know they have to disengage, because he's kind of all their damage, especially since I think Cataclysm was still on cooldown. So we see the relentless chase from Heroic there.
And they nearly bailed him out. You know, being able to sort of keep him alive throughout the entire duration of the Doom, giving him the chance to get off the Raptor dance, benefit a little bit from that slash lifesteal, but still not quite enough. Whisper getting that fantastic angle at the end that he allowed him to still get that jump off, finish off the job. Big pickups coming in now. He's got the Arcane Rune in the bottle, and now the full Refresher Orb. So next team fight, they got to be ready, because this Whisper Shaker, he always finds the jump, as it seems to have been so far in all of these team fights. So very rarely are we seeing any of these heroes on Tundra be able to make their way over to find the Shaker before he gets the jump on them. So they've got to find Whisper.
And I think with this Arcane Rune, he has mana for the full double combo.
Oh, easily.
Because without it, he doesn't. He's a little short, but with the Arcane, I'm pretty sure he has enough. And yeah, he has Whispers as well. I didn't know if you said that one, but the damage is going to be absolutely insane if he gets like a good connection.
For sure. They have to be so aware of where this Shaker is.
Yep. Whitemon, break first.
Fisher down, they get the jump, it's a good call! 33 in with the call, gets the catch onto the two of them, that's going to be a Whisper, and King Jungle's gone. They turn their attention over towards Defile, drop the Doom down onto Pure, but Pure's going to be perfectly fine as it's Heroic that have to bail out of this. Yuma will go for the TP, but the Fiend's Grip is there from Whitemon, puts a stop to Yuma's escape. 33 is going to be able to continue the chase down onto Divide. He will be able to remove the Battle Hunger here with the Purge. See if Divide can continue to retreat. A second Battle Hunger coming in, a second removal here with the Purge to take that off. So Device should be able to live, but what a quick play there. I said they had to be ready for the Shaker. 33, he absolutely was. And he's going to be able to top this off with another catch at the end of the fight, getting the call onto Schofield. But as soon as that Shaker showed himself, 33, he was all over him.
Yep, Whitemon was in the front line. Or sorry, Whitemon was in the front line and Whisper was also. So it's like they both broke and it was instant. So perfect. Literally couldn't ask for better there from 33. Kills the Shaker, he has the Refresher.
Oh, Whitemon careful.
Oh, he's alright.
Bouncing around the Roshan, they should be able to get the double whammy here, really, taking the tier 2 bottom and taking the Roshan. Big pickups here for Tundra off the back of that fight and off the back of that jump from 33.
Perfect. Yeah, as picture perfect as it could be. Because catching the two heroes is also important, so you get the extra Sunstrikes as well, just in case you need that little bit of extra for the Earthshaker. Yeah, could not ask for better there. And now Pure has an Aegis, gets extra Deso stacks, of course, from the fight too. And Tundra now, for pretty much the first time in this game, have a gold lead. Bunch of track kills there. And I think did they steal the gem? Let's see if they got it. They've got one of them, so.
Tundra will be able to secure themselves the Tormentor. Shot for Whitemon.
Huge plays. Top 2 net worth now. Axe is in a good position after that catch. Whisper has been slowed down a decent chunk too. He still has Refresher if he can get the catch, but now playing into Aegis makes things a lot more difficult for them to actually pick which target they want to go for. And versus that BKB Axe. BZM, gonna go for the Hex next. He's going just all greedy.
Pure with the Stadeless, ready for the next fight. The damage is going to be insane. I felt like from both sides. I mean, I guess, yeah, if you're Heroic, who are you concerned about the most? Because I would say, you know, you want to make sure you get the jump on this KES first, but obviously with how disruptive the Axe can be, maybe it's actually 33 that they have to be most aware of. I mean, both of these teams, right, it's the Shaker and the Axe that have the potential for setting up that opportunity to just 100 to 0 the enemy cores.
Yeah. I do think Heroic, their lineup was about quite a bit of snowball though, and getting like the ball rolling and keeping a good lead. I think this is going to stagnate them a lot now in these next few moments. Unless they somehow get a really nice coordinated fight when Tundra's not ready, I think this is when Tundra's draft starts to hit its stride. It starts to get very, very strong in these later stages. Because every time that they look for a fight, they're going to have that Cataclysm. They're likely to have a smoke and information from Ari, who has stolen, well, who has the gem now too. So Heroic picking and choosing their battles now is a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and they've got to be ready for this as well, because this could be pretty spooky. Smoke coming in. King Jungles will disrupt it, so if the Enchantress is the only one to go, they'll take it. In fact, he's healing up. He might not even die himself. The Sonic Wave's going to push back Whitemon. King Jungles will still end up going down to the damage of Pure.
Rip.
Now the grip's there onto Device. Schofield trying to make his way over towards the Bane to put a stop to it. We'll be able to get the Yules off. Gives Device the chance to put the BKB and run. Cool's going to be off the mark from 33, but Tundra, they'll keep the chase going. Jump forward, gets the Battle Hunger down onto Device. Pure comes in with the Echo Slash. David Echo Slam, though, in response into the Fissure, will hold down Pure and Ari for now, but Whisper, he's got nothing left in the tank. Yuma also in trouble as the sleep's there. Yuma will pop the BKB, finish off Whitemon, but he can't go for anything else. Has to go for the TP up, but Pure closes the gap. Not enough damage to quite finish off Yuma, so Yuma will survive, but the fight's not over. Schofield chased down by RE33 and BZM. Another team fight win for Tundra, and as you say, it certainly feels like, well, he'll get something here at the end. Well, maybe not. 33, he's going to be fine. Yuma was trying to finish him, but he's not going to be able to keep chasing this. Now Yuma, if anything, he's got to be careful himself. His BKB's still on cooldown, obviously, after that last team fight. He should be all right, but yeah, these team fights now are looking so tough for Heroic after they're having such a fantastic time in that early to mid game. But Tundra turning it around, coming out with these plays and these smoke moves that they're hitting Heroic with, seemingly a bit too much. Like that move there, it felt like Heroic might have had a chance to kind of get out of it with not too much of a loss rate, because it was King Jungles who sort of disrupted the smoke move.
Yeah, but they just, you're seeing that lack of damage now really come into play too. The pipe pickup there from 33 it's blocking so much. It's blocking like all the Shaker and the Quap damage in particular. And yeah, the fact that they have this Aegis, it just lets Pure play so much more confidently and just kind of charge into the fights as well. And when they win the fight, you see that gold lead. It's the tracks. Like, but besides just being kind of this even level, you get 4 or 5 track kills, skyrockets that gold.
King Jungles. BZM's hot in the chase. So these two want to try and drop spells for the Enchantress. Definitely being a little careful, because obviously it's not the easiest support to kill, and backup could be there for King Jungles. So they won't overstay their welcome, Tundra.
Heroic looking for an angle to get this fight. Schofield's in.
They're in with the jump, but why not quite able to get in on top of them.
33 is healing his mana up. He's almost got the Lincolns now finished too, so he can protect his allies versus the Doom. And Whisper... Okay, he buys a lens. I was going to say he needs some type of mana, because he actually ran out of mana in the last fight to do the full combo. So he does buy a lens on the Shaker.
Well, BZM.
Strange, but
nice little angle to set things up. And it's close to the tier 2 though. Even with the amplified damage rune, don't want to go overly aggressive. Tundra, of course, rather happy with the state of the game right now. No need to make
Heroic
sort of crazy play.
Heroic kind of just needs Tundra to make a mistake and clump somehow, and they need to get this massive wombo combo. That feels like their only way back in it now if Tundra continues to play like this. The Tundra.
Pressure. Back on cooldown for Whisper.
Yeah. Lincoln's all being picked up here. Very close if not having his in a moment here too. They're also picking up these greater healing lotuses to be able to throw onto each other. I'm seeing a couple of them picked up. And I think you can see with the way that Heroic is kind of moving as well too, they probably feel similar. They're like, uh-oh, it's much harder for us to make any moves out. In case you want to
sort of see, like what is the next big item pickup for Heroic that's going to allow them to have a chance of changing the outcomes in these team fights?
Probably the Refresher Quap, 25 and Refresher Quap, because the damage becomes ridiculous. It's just 2k plus pure damage, so. But they still have to try to make moves. I think you can't just like sit back and wait for that. You just have to hope that they make a mistake and clump. You have to find that opportunity to get that double Echo Slam. Did he get the Zune? Shaker got Timeless Whispers, so more damage.
That's pretty good.
Let's see if he can get the connection.
They're ready for this. The call is going to be onto Schofield. They catch the clock out to the side. The slam's going to come out from Whisper, but the BKB's already out from Pure. Whisper's just dead. Doesn't get to really do a whole lot at all. He's going to come in with the buyback. Whitemon's got the grip onto Divide. Divide's gone as well. Schofield caught in the trees. They just can't fight this anymore, Heroic. Tundra are too strong. They're scaling that much more. And Heroic running out of ways to take these fights. Yuma and Whisper, they're watching from the side. There's the immediate Hex. They catch Yuma. He's still got the BKB ready to press if he wants to try and push on forward, and they're putting everything into this fight with these two more buybacks coming out from them.
Whisper.
33, he gets the grab on a Whisper. He's in again with a call. BKB pops, he's just pushing the Shaker out of the fight. Yuma will put the BKB, trying to turn, but the bash comes in. Cataclysm coming down as well. That's a death on Yuma, out for 80 seconds. Pure's just going to be able to clean up even more as Divide gets bashed, critted down by the Kez. This game, Fog, looks to be over.
Feels over, yeah. I think there's three or four fights in a row. They catch Whisper, right? Immediately. I think he's the first one gone on. And yeah, there we see the GG call. Tundra waiting for this timing.
Yep.
All it takes is 33 getting that call bottom to start things, start that snowball. And it catapults forward from there. In just a few moments up to a 27K gold lead. Took him some time. Heroic were crushing in this early game, but then when they were able to find Whisper in those crucial fights, he didn't get to do much of anything in that later stage.
Not at all, not at all. Yeah, Tundra had all the means necessary to take those later fights. And yeah, Heroic, they did indeed put up a great fight. But Tundra's moves at the end, very well coordinated, and Pure getting to turn up and do that insane amount of damage here with that Kez, ending up with a very impressive 11-4-11. And of course, you say shout out to 33, very much coming in with that turnaround play with the Berserker's call as Tundra will take this game against Heroic.
Yeah, it was a great win for them, holding on strong there, because there was, you know, a lot of moments there where it felt like Heroic were just in control. There wasn't really going to be that window left for them to be able to come into it. But Tundra, they were able to weather through that storm. They were able to take some team fights in that later half of the game and able to close it out.
Yeah, like when you think of the two lineups, right? You got Tundra, where you got like the physical damage scaling of the Kez, and then for Heroic, it's a mix of, you know, magic, skirmish damage, where you want to try and overwhelm your opponent in the early to mid game, and then you get objectives, get Roshan, and just keep compounding that to a big net worth lead. It didn't really transpire that way, and Tundra, yeah, they were able to get Pure into the game at the right place at the right time. Some clutch moments, of course, from the Axe or the Invoker Bane, etc. But yeah, I think for Heroic, they just had to be a bit more disciplined in that mid game. You can't slip up and allow Kez to enter the game like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think Heroic, I admire the style which they play Dota quite a bit, but it's very risky. And I think you can see that in the amount of games that they throw. Like, they were up a pretty significant amount this game, but I think if you're going to play this super aggressive style, then you need to be confident and clutch enough and in the moment enough that you can execute and you can play out these games and not like fall behind and not mess up these fights. And then suddenly, okay, you have no physical damage heroes and you just like lose, because your draft is meant to play fast and your draft is meant to outplay people. You can see it here, and they get a little overzealous. Yuma's like, I'll get this kill, and then you don't get the kill, and then suddenly you feed a huge core kill to Kez, and it's like, okay, you have no physical damage, and the game is like, you can tell. Like, he knows this really matters. You can see it in his face that he
knows it's bad.
This is really bad.
Yeah, and when you've been... It should not be that bad, right? Because you've been owning the game for so long, you can't afford to die once, or like Dota would have like a problem with it balanced. But now it's like they're so all in, as you're saying, that he knows that he can't even afford that little mistake. I mean, little mistake, given the whole state of the game. I think to me, like, this is a team that they have a lot of resources. Like, they're really good at what they do, but they're missing the next step. I think they're not thinking ahead enough, because you can tell with how they itemize, for instance. It's like this co-op goes for the Ags, and Shaker is just going to do Shaker things, and Doom is just mainly, you know, magic damage and pure, but like it's a limited amount. And then they have Ancient Clock, and all of a sudden they run into damage issues. You're playing versus 33. He's going to buy pipe if it's a good pipe game. He does it every time, you know, Glimmer on the Bane. And honestly, they're not supposed to be at that position. Like, they need to start thinking. I mean, they're owning the game. Maybe they're too focused on, you know, short term, what they're doing next, which kind of move. I would love for them to like balance it out a little bit and knowing what's happening in 5, in 10 minutes, because they're very much in control. And if they have that going, they might just stomp their way till the game ends, basically.
So you think they're a little too short-sighted right now, and that's where they're falling short?
I wouldn't be
in
able
that
to
game?
tell. It's just a little bit of the vibe I'm getting from how they itemize and how stressed they are about certain sequences. You know, I could also just be completely off. That's my two
Less
2K
likely.
analysis.
It's less likely that
I'll use
option.
two of my Ks to 2K analysis.
It's more like even outside of the short-sightedness, it could be a matter of they're so confident in this concept that they want to itemize in this way because they so passionately believe that they shouldn't be dying in those positions. They should be winning those fights. And it's like, maybe it's not, like, they are thinking 10 minutes ahead, but it's the fact they're going to execute better, right? So there are, you know, multiple ways to look at it, but it just didn't work out for them.
Yeah, I do want to very quickly before we move on. Kez, do you feel like you understand it a little bit more now, Quinn? Do you like it on Pure? Is it now a Pure hero?
I mean, he looked pretty confident on the hero. They giga slapped the lane. Now I think he's still got some games that he clearly doesn't know his limits like exactly. You can see it's not some super pristine, polished thing, but he is a very skilled player and he's the kind of player who can play heroes like this. He likes mobile heroes he can play aggressive on. He likes winning lanes and being able to be sort of like this crazy player. He has sort of this Anton Duraccio sort of quality to him where like when he's ahead, he's very oppressive. When he's behind, he can chain feed a little bit. So I think like you want, like, Kez makes sense for him in that he can win the lane and now he can play aggressive and maybe he dies a couple times here or there, but he'll have high impact in the process.
Yeah, and these are like bold players. Like they're very instinctive. They're very like sharp, and you know when they punch really hard. I think these are typically players that can be set. You have to set them up for success. Like they need to be in a safe space, in their own comfort. They also kind of know that because sometimes we're mentioning that off stage that they're asking for their own heroes and whatever they feel like they want to play. They're very feeling based. So it is. And I'm also looking at Tundra. They seem to be vibing. Neta's smiling at the end of every game. It's been a while since I've seen this kind of smile. Usually he's like just looking down at the keyboard and is like, another game of that. Yeah. He's at
his knees are up in his face as well.
He's just smiling and vibing whenever the game ends, and that's somebody you want like that. So looking good.
Yeah, we're going to move on though, right? Because with the best of ones, it's a very quick schedule. We just got so much action to bring you guys. And our next series is going to be Spirit up against Na'Vi.
And now they keep going. Collapse doesn't want to give up this mid tower. Oh, nice initiation though from Laurel. Baits into two supports, hits them both with a crush. Both spotted. Both will die at this. Now the arena lands and they can go for the cores. It's destruction in the mid lane.
This time round they'll succeed. They are able to take down sides, but they did have to commit with pretty much the triple BKBs. They're trying to take down the Golem. They'll at least be able to make that one come to an end. At least get a support kill. It cost them so much, 2200 damage crit, but he's more than likely still very dead as Niku cuts him down with the godlike. Got the juice getting the ultra.
Yeah, Na'Vi, the former Na'Vi junior roster, then moved up to Na'Vi, got to play at TI-14, a team that people, you're not really familiar with a lot of the players, but now this time around, someone that we are very familiar with, Quinn, is their coach, CY, joining them.
Yeah, I think this is a great addition. I think honestly one of the smartest roster moves of the shuffle that they like. Okay, CY is missing. Maybe we swap our coach out. We get that experience. They decided we want to stick together as the players, but we want this extra piece. And I think it was a really smart decision. And I think CY will be a big help to them because I think he has a lot of information and knowledge from working with us. He's also a drafter, and he's also just I think an intelligent and he's an sort of more mature, like adult in a team of very much children. He is an adult and someone who I think gets along very well in those environments. And I think he will, like, cohesion-wise, I think can help them a lot.
But that's the type of thing where with Zayats, you have in-game maturity, right? When the Na'Vi Junior picked him up to add that kind of strength to the roster, you kind of see that strategically they still needed that outside assistance. So yeah, I think adding CY out of game, having maturity both in through Zayats and out of game through CY, like it is just a recipe for success.
You've been in that role before, Seb, where you're coaching essentially a squad of young players. So do you feel like there needs to be that person on the outside? Like that really is maybe the last element they were missing to be that tier 1 team?
I mean, maybe there's not always the need, but it definitely is like a big upside for sure. I think it brings like a nice balance. Like it's not only in the game, the structure, the discipline, it's also like outside of the game because it kind of translates. It kind of goes hand in hand, and the experience in facing certain situations, approaching conflicts, approaching, pressure, tournaments, you name it. So I think it's usually a good recipe. I think in most of the very successful team, it's kind of what you see. I think, in Spirit is that, Falcons is that, I mean, Liquid is that to a certain extent. Like, a lot of the teams have, like, this nice balance of, basically experience and just, like,
I like the conflict
Fire.
resolution. That's something that a lot of us overlook. It's just like, it's not always good.
Dota is not so conflictual, is it though? Like
Yeah, not at all.
nobody seems to agree, but I think the conflict resolution is a big skill to have in Dota. One of my best assets, I would say.
I would think
Why is
so too.
everybody
I would
laughing all of a
definitely
sudden?
think
That in your
so.
hair.
Why is everybody laughing? But no, it is super important, and I think Na'Vi is the kind of team that nobody really underrates now anymore. I think they really made a name for themselves, and I don't really know when you're supposed to kind of stamp the tier 1 team on them, but I think they're really close to it. Like a lot of teams, they can defeat anyone here, honestly. That's how good they are. Yeah.
And back to the coach thing, I feel like the idea of a player in game being able to talk to someone out of game, you need to have that trust and that conversation. Because sometimes a roster, you have incredible players, but out of game, there's not that one person to have that healthy conversation about things that go wrong, go right. And that's kind of what obviously the coach has to do. And I feel like Zayats maybe was missing that in the previous rosters, where he couldn't lean on someone to talk about draft and like intricate things, because like the junior players, they're relying on Zayats and they're looking at him like, can we do this? And he's like, yes. But if he then doesn't have someone to then lean on as well, all that pressure's on him. So taking that pressure off him out of game will help a lot, because like you can't expect one person in game to do the out of game draft, the replay review, all of the stuff. Like you have to divide the resources. So yeah, I think logically it is a step in the right direction.
I mean, try to talk drafting with someone that's just browsing TikTok endlessly. It's just tough, and like tough days now. Like it's
Great new Medusa build. Yeah.
it's
No, I
just
mean,
tough, blasting music, and
I talked to CY about like how it's going, you know, and he said that him and Nico are watching like every scrim they play, they're watching like the first 10 minutes, like looking at the early game in great detail. You know, I talked to CY a lot about laning in early game and stuff throughout the years I worked with them, and so I think they're really hungry. He said they're very passionate and very like fiery. Like these guys are all young and they really want to win. Like Dota is the only thing they're doing. You know, they don't have this and that and the other. They're not buying houses. I don't know why they'd be doing that. They're just playing Dota.
They have to win.
And I think you will be able to see that. I hope so throughout the year, because I look forward to these guys like improving and getting that top 6 and looking more like that tier 1 team.
Do you think CY is a coach that like he's more likely to be adapting to them, or he's going to be coming in with more of a rigid idea of what he enjoyed with you guys as a team, and is going to make Na'Vi form to that? Because there's a lot of coaches where we go, yeah, this is a person, teams like players bend to them, but is he a coach that's going to bend to the players more?
I mean, I don't think he's like an Immortal Fate style, like you bend to me or we're breaking. But I think he, like, for instance, when on the last team, on my team, I think he would be way more like, he would adapt to us because he was new to the team and we had stronger ideas, etc. Whereas I think he's joining a newer team like this, especially with the success we had, I think he probably has more strong opinions, and maybe they're bending slightly. I don't know what the percentage is, but I think it's more around the middle than it would be if he were joining like a Spirit or something like that, where it's like you just do what they do, you know?
Oh, well, that's great that you bring up Spirit, because that's exactly who Na'Vi are going to be going up against.
he's a professional. There's no coincidence here.
There's no coincidence there, of course. But Spirit, we got to see them yesterday on the mainstream here, so we've had a little bit of a chat about them. They did lose their game to Execration, but they were able to bounce back. They were able to go 1-1 for themselves yesterday, and so it's just in that middle right now, Seb, where you're like, yeah, we're not disappointed, but we're also not like super excited with that result.
Panto is in the middle. Is that what you asked? You just talked about the middle.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was going to be the...
No, I mean, Spirit is... I don't know. Like yesterday, the first map was, you know, very underwhelming, and then the second map looked pretty strong, pretty solid, I would say. So, you know, with Spirit, it's like you just can't count them out. Like we've done that mistake way too many times, so it's just like kind of... I'm just shutting up and watching, you know, with them. Obviously, their ceiling is very, very high. And, you know, yesterday we talked a lot about how much adaptation Panto has to do. And so hopefully, you know, this is a team that if they didn't find their groove in the beginning of the group stage, they will find it eventually. And once they find it, they're going to be, it might have happened already, by the way, but once that happens, they're going to be one of the top contenders, as they always have been. And they probably have a point to prove, because TI was probably very rough for them. I think they got humbled at TI, let's put it this way. So, you know, I'm thinking of the Yotoros and the collapses. We all know what they're capable of, and now, you know, they were not even part of the conversation at TI. They were just like some of the worst team there in terms of performance. So I'm sure that they're seeking revenge. They wanted to get it. They want to get it right. So,
I mean, they're going to be on a good path to that, right? So I think the game 2 yesterday was good enough to show that obviously they have that depth to them still. Like I think the whole Panto thing isn't like, it's still a kind of downgrade to Maposhka, but you know, best in the world versus Panto, it's like you can't really argue. That volatility though, I'm expecting it to very be easily ironed out, right? The fact that, you know, all the points that Seb made, I could pick easily any one of them and go, yeah, probably overnight they're going to fix those problems, and today's going to be another day. So yeah, Spirit, don't count them out. Very strong team. I'm excited to see where Panto lies, and even after one game, he's in a very good direction.
No, well, you're right. It's a brand new day. So much can be brought to the table here, and these teams, they're going to have to bring it quick because our draft is ready for this best of one. It's going to be a pleasure. Our first time getting to see Na'Vi at Blast Slam on the main stream here. So we get to analyze a little bit more about what exactly they're bringing to the table, how this edition of CY as a coach is going to change them not only as players, but also when it comes to drafting style. Do you feel like there has been any significant change when it comes to the drafting style? Because they've done 3 qualifiers right now. There is still some amount of, what's the word I'm looking for, evidence.
I think they're pretty much doing the same thing for now. I don't think there's been like a big change. Probably, you know, kind of hidden things like in between the lines on when to select certain heroes, or maybe improve, you know, the banning phase, which are things that pretty much go under the radar when we watch drafts, but teams discuss this pretty heavily. Like, bans are very detrimental. Like, they can make or break a draft. So I'm sure he must be helping them with the draft a lot, and it must be like an ongoing process. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, and Spirit, they go back for the Mars that they had, of course, yesterday in an opening draft, and they protect it already with a couple bans like Timber, Chen. They don't want to, you know, force the Mars to have to react too early on. So I think protecting Mars, opening up the draft. We saw how good Mars was throughout the previous TI, and of course, Collapse, a specialty.
Dazzle is a little bit surprising, I would say. I mean,
think it's very strange.
It's an eco hero, it's a PMA hero, and it's a Redis hero.
It's a Redis hero, yeah.
So they all play it. But Dazzle into Mars, very counterintuitive. Like, usually Mars is like considered like a counter to Dazzle because of the facet. But
yeah, I also think like even if it's like, say, I mean, a lot of people take the healing facet. I can't remember what it's called now. They don't take Bloodsport that much anymore. But even still, I don't like 9 is a pick that's a very powerful pick because you have a ban afterward, and then you have this 13 pick sort of to like block/steal afterwards as well. And so I feel like you generally want something there with a little bit more oomph. And Dazzle is not an oomph hero. It's just a guy. He has like some spells. He can heal. He can do some stuff. He's fine. You
maybe
know?
There's like some core Dazzle tech that we're yet to see, or something they have like crafted that's like very powerful in the core role. Because if it is played core, then I could understand it better. Because you have ultimate last pick. You keep it open, and it's a hero that's a really strong laner. That's so that you can't afford to pick quite early.
But maybe it's more for Riddies, he's trying to think, okay, what supports can I go for that activate's got the juice to always get online, and I don't force my character to have to pick a specific hero. Like, if in their eyes, Dazzle is the lane dominator in, let's say, 80% of the lanes, it could be comfortable enough that it kind of opens up other options down the line.
I think it may also have something to do with the fact that they're playing in Spirit, and because, you know, we talked about it yesterday, Spirit has this thing where the first hero you pick, man, this guy's gonna have a rough game, and so they've learned from this. I mean, that was an idea we had last year against Spirit, that like when we're playing in Spirit, we hold off on picking cores a little bit. Maybe we pick a soup here or there, and I think that may be also a potential adaptation. There's a bat, right? What is this bat? Is this bat a core? Is it a soup?
They play it mid, they play it offlane too.
Yeah.
I think he's actually played it offlane yesterday, and obviously it's viable on both supports. So these are like very open heroes. They're not really revealing anything yet.
Yeah, which conceptually is good against Spirit style of we want to counter what you have, but like what do they have?
Yeah.
Like it's just some guys with some spells. It's not as easy to find a way to specifically have a draft advantage on a grander scale.
Yeah, and Spirit like very much relies on like kind of scaling into the game, and that usually comes through 2 things. It's like your carry matchup, or you know, the heroes, like the late game heroes, the heroes that are gonna scale in the late game, and your team fight condition. So these are things that you want to hold on as much as you can against Spirit, as you mentioned. Kind of kick them out of their comfort, because their comfort is we are controlling the game, you throw scaling, we're just cruising.
Yeah, I mean, the Disruptor is pretty classic counter to Batrider. Pretty much everything you have against him is good. If he runs in, you press the Q on him and he's slowed and blobs around, and then if he tries to run out, you just glimpse it back and he dies. Like, it's a pretty obnoxious matchup for Batrider. But I do think Disruptor Mars are not the highest energy heroes. It's like both sort of mid to low range damage heroes that are both catchy bears. And so now you're playing against a Dazzle who can heal people, and you're playing against core counter picks coming up. So you could potentially end up in a world where Na'Vi has sort of a brick wall lineup, and Spirit can have damage issues.
But that aside, it's like if they have damage issues, let's say they fix that in the draft, now they have ways to play multiple team fights and not feel the pressure, right? It's not one arena or one Static Storm. You can arena the Dazzle on one side, Static Storm another guy, and then you're able to utilize the, let's say, the repositioning of a mid or a carry to find the kill. So I feel like, yes, there could be damage issues, but also there could be beautiful ways that team fights look really favored to Spirit.
It's very like, for now it's a little bit one-dimensional, like the Spirit lineup and team fight, like, you know, I'm just thinking of like heroes like, you know, Abaddon or like Nyx and like these heroes that are just in the front, like, because the damage is like not so scary yet. There's a Dazzle to heal you, and these heroes are just gonna break Spirit's formation. Like, it's not bad by any means. It's pretty solid, but the last two picks are gonna have to do a, I mean, and there comes the Jugger. Like, this is typically the kind of heroes I was thinking about. It's like, you know, he has like this built-in kind of BKB or magic immunity thing. And these three heroes are not going to enjoy like looking at him, especially with the threat of a Grave, of the Dazzle heals. There's a lot of weight on the last two picks from Spirit.
But for Na'Vi, they're going to have to show something as well, right? Like now they have to lock in their off lane or their mid, and then that's where Spirit can start doing the counter pick, start doing that punishment that we often see in the draft.
If they find some versatility, like if they pick a 4 that keeps them guessing, for instance, like it could still be like a lot of different routes possible.
What if Na'Vi just go for like a Bristle offlane or something, just more overwhelming stuff where you got healing wards and then Dazzle heals, Bristle running to the middle of the fight, soaking the arena, Static Storms. Sure, their lockdown is very limited and Niku will have to pick it up with the last pick, but does Na'Vi need lockdown when their draft can just ball up so nicely together?
I personally think they should not commit yet, and for the beginning of the draft to make sense, I think they should try to keep that like that versatility. And try to reveal as less as possible, but that's a good option. Like, I like that. This could be 3, this could be mid, so now you have to kind of think, is Dazzle going mid, is Bat going mid, is Pango going mid? Like, what am I dealing with? So it makes this 18 pick really tricky for, because these are very punishing heroes. Like, you can't just ignore the fact that Bat might go mid. Like, you can't just pick anything.
Is Queen of Pain available?
Yeah, she's not bad.
You can...
Sounds like a decent option.
You can play into most of those lanes.
It's not bad, certainly.
Yeah.
I think it's an interesting situation that Na'Vi ended up in. I think in some ways they're in a position that Spirit would like to be in, where Spirit picks this Mars, this Disruptor, this Hoodwink, all these like magic damage heroes that are good against non-slippery heroes, heroes without BKBs, etc. And then they respond with Rolling Thunder and Jug Spin. Like, these heroes are very nice against what Spirit has, and that they can just press their BKB spells, and they won't die to this random nuke garbage.
You said earlier about damage problems to Spirit. I feel like they're still somewhat apparent, because in levels, they have spells to kill, but then there's that moment where after ultimates, they still need items to fix it, right? Like Puck needs items, Mars needs items, like everyone needs economy to actually convert on their control that they have.
Yeah, Puck is also not a counter to Pango in the early game at all. I think a good Pangolier will, at minimum, draw this lane, and I think it's actually a Pango-favored lane, maybe 60-40, something along these lines. Puck will certainly not have tempo. Also with maybe lower damage, slightly soups, you have a Dazzle to heal there on the runes. Like, I don't think there's any crazy discrepancy on runes from Spirit's side, and they also have the potential to counter pick mid potentially. So you've got either offlane counter pick, and Pango is totally free to go mid if he wants to.
Yeah, what do you make of the mid matchup? Like, you're very known on these two heroes, Pango and Puck. Are these like, are they happy to match against each other? Is this not an option for either one?
I think both teams, like, I think if it's Pango against Puck, I think both teams can play Dota, but I think it's nice for Na'Vi in that they're okay. Like, Spirit responds, right? They counterpick this Pangolier with Puck, and Na'Vi can still just put the Pango mid, and it's full fine. Pango can even win this lane. Like, there's some room there, you know, and then Na'Vi can last pick an offlane.
I think Niku is a Huskard.
Half been banned, yeah. Oh. What if it's like a monkey, right? So you still put Pango offlane, and you find like another hero that can take the fight to the Puck, then you activate both the side lanes where Jug can go aggressive. Like, do you think that mid lane aggression brings a lot more life to Na'Vi by shutting down Puck, and then a lot more emphasis is on the correct arena usage?
That's definitely possible. I think there is some risk with Monkey King with these heroes. I think you can Monkey King Jug. I just don't like this core duo that much. I think with Jug, you tend to want like either spells or something more turdy. I think otherwise you can end up with very melee damage, especially with Pangolier too. Like, all 3 cores then become full physical damage, point blank damage dealers. And I think that can cause some weird things, especially against like good kiting spells like Arena. Puck is very kitey, Hoodwinks in the trees, Disruptors glimpsing you back and forth. Like, Spirit can space you maybe, and it becomes like I'm not sure I don't necessarily have a better pick off the top of my head, but I do think that the triple right click bros is like you can regret it at some point.
I would. I'm kind of liking the Pango mid for them because I see a lot of really good offlane picks. I think like Aura buyers also are amazing for Navi this game because like I think Spirit is already like on the edge of just not having enough damage. Like you have to go through Healing Ward, you have to go through Dazzle, you have to think of the Healing Ward talent too now, which like makes it. I think it's 3 hits to get rid of it. So nobody from Spirit is gonna be able to hit it later in the game. Like I don't think this Puck's gonna be able to stand there and hit it 3 times in a row. Which means these heroes are going to stay alive at a point, and they're going to start saving each other's. So if you add auras on top of it, like a pipe buyer, for instance, I think it's going to start becoming really difficult for Spirit, especially because the high damage healers are being taken out.
I am going for an unconventional carry option of Lycan for Spirit.
Oh, wow, okay.
Keep the waves pushed out, you scout out the backline. Unlucky. They go for Terrorblade instead. But I think critically, the reason why I was leaning Lycan was more the macro gameplay, right? When you know there's a lot of pressure from Na'Vi's ball, I want to see heroes that can push the waves, give information, open up someone to make a jump. So I was opting for Lycan. Instead, they go Terrorblade.
With TB.
Exactly, quite similar, but Terrorblade is obviously a lot more reliable. Gives you that scaling of the late game. It's not so much of like a mid-game kind of tempo hero.
I would love to see like an Underlord or something like that.
I could also see Darkseer.
Yeah, Darkseer is also very good.
That's what I locked in on my thingy. Like I think it gives them, like, I think they want this magic damage, like you talked about the pipe or these auras or whatever, to further that like damage mitigation against maybe low damage from Spirit side. Like I think it's also very good with Pangolier and Jug. Like they're great Surge bros and Ion Shell bros.
It's quite good against Mars too also. Of course the Surge doesn't work as well, but just Mars, as you said, is like a low damage hero. So as soon as you start getting the auras, this Mars is just like a stun bot.
I think Spirit's put themselves in that position where this is the Spirit where the reason why they make so many comebacks is the fact that they often concede early game to find those moments, the brilliance of the macro gameplay, and it's the same thing again. Like Spirit has to put on a masterclass on how to play it.
Underlord.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the same logic. They're gonna run into some big damage issues eventually. Like once this Underlord gets pipe, Pango's gonna start becoming really hard to kill. He's gonna be able to play like a maniac, which is going to enable the dazzle, good lassos to happen. I like Navi's item.
What's the preferred itemization for Underlord, like the item progression?
I better see an Axe in like the 2nd to 3rd slot. I think like one aura.
I was gonna say, surely you're not gonna say Russian.
Like, I'm talking like early pipe to deal with the magic damage into thinking Axe, Crimson Guard. Like obviously pipe Crimson's the easy answer, but I think utilizing Axe early on to get that instant catch is an exceptional toolkit on the hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think Navi has made very smart choices by looking at Spirit's lineup in its entirety. I think drafting against the scaling and having good like identity and matchups as the game progresses is the best way to deal with Spirit. And I think Navi was conscious of that, and they made smart decisions around that. And so I think if they can execute, if they can play well, then I think they put themselves in a good spot.
I mean, they have to show discipline though, right? Like the late game for Spirit, when you're playing into Axe, Static Storm, the Coil, Terrorblade, always shoving waves and giving critical information. Like Na'Vi, their lineup is about good lanes, early map, to taking the Roshan, taking the Tormentors. Like they have to be so objectively focused early on.
Yeah, the only thing that Spirit has going for them, in my opinion, is the TB versus Jugger matchup, which used to be TB favor. I don't know how it's changed. I haven't seen it in a while myself, so we'll have to see how much juice God the Juice has on the Jugger.
Yeah, well, we will be seeing that, right? Because you guys are favoring Navi's draft right now. An early game looking good for them, but Spirit, they definitely thrive in the late game. We'll see if they can get that in this best of one.
We go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to get into the action here of our next best of one of the day, Spirit versus Na'Vi. And yeah, Fog, what do you make of this? Do you think indeed that Got the Juice has got it in him to be able to carry this as the Jug against that Yatoro Terrorblade?
They looked good on it yesterday,
did,
and their draft definitely has a lot of synergy in terms of playing versus the Mars, being able to get in, out of the arena, etc. I'm getting distracted, Owen. Disruptor has electromagnetic repulsion. He has the transference. This is the first time I've seen anyone ever take transference.
Okay. Well,
so he can cast it on allies.
Yeah.
You can cast it on allies. I've never seen anyone use it on allies. People end up usually using it on themselves, and it actually ends up just being a worse version of itself because it puts it on a 26-second cooldown rather than like a 5-second cooldown. So we'll see what he can do with it. I'm going to get a little distracted by this, but I think there's some funny things that maybe he can do with it about pushing heroes away and, I don't know, maybe disrupting a Batrider. I don't know. Either way, let's see what he's going to be able to do with it. But overall, looking at the draft, Spirit with a very Spirit-esque draft of looking to scale, get to that later stages. Na'Vi looking to set tempo, get those auras, and just control that tempo. Let's see what we get.
Smoke up. Collapse. Have his eyes on Got the Juice. Got the Juice has got a lot of backup here. Na'Vi not afraid of a fight. Spirit, they know that. They're not going to walk into this.
And they really like their... Other thing we do have to talk about, right, is I didn't actually look at all the games, but I think Na'Vi's the only ones picking this Dazzle, right? Maybe we did have another one on some of the games that we didn't see, but this is, I think, the third game that I see really playing it. Maybe even like the fifth in terms of like recently, but definitely showing that he really likes to play this hero, even as a first pick. When he sees a physical lineup, or I guess when he sees pretty much anything, he just likes to play it. He's going to be playing versus Bloodsport this time. Sure, we've seen most of these Mars take the victory feast lately, so we'll see if that comes into effect in terms of Graves and saving people, but yeah, he just likes to play it.
I'll see how the lane goes bottom, because, I mean, Yatura on the TB downer against CEST on the bat, PMA on the Underlord. Now, how tough of a time is he going to have on the early levels, or is he going to be able to get through this okay?
It's a good spam lane versus a Terrorblade. Disruptor is good at halting things normally, in terms of like pressuring a Batrider, but I just don't know what the difference is going to be because his Thunderstrike is weaker. Not in terms of damage, but in terms of trading because you don't get the extra slow. So I'm just curious to see how much Panto is going to be able to secure this lane and if he's going to actually do anything with this repulsion. Right now, pretty solid versus CEST, pushing him completely away there. Let's see how these matchups end up going. I'm looking a lot at mid lane. I know bottom is a pretty exciting one because it's going to be a lot of trading back and forth between them, but this is a very skill matchup between the Pango and the Puck, you know, dodging the shield crashes with the phase shift and whatnot.
They'll get that first buff with the chase down. Yeah, able to manage to close in with the sort of damage and slow the Thunderstrike and the reflection. They get that first blood against PMA.
That's a big deal. And Panto's just hitting them. Being able to zone CEST on the left side there actually was a very big deal because then they're just in a 2v1 versus that Underlord.
Well, it's not easy still to get the CS, but Yatura is going to have this wave coming in on him, and he's got the level 2. The meta's up now.
Yep. Just has to be careful because they will have kill threat at constant times in this bottom lane with the Underlord bat. It's very good that he gets this kill to start things off though, because then if he can get these boots early, he can distance himself a little bit more, and they have this potential repulsion to push away a Batrider. Could be kind of cool. Could be some things that lets him be safer in terms of farming.
Top. Real collapse. I mean, these two, do you see them having the opportunity to get kills up here? Or should
Collapse and Rue?
Got the Juice safe enough.
Juice should in theory be fine with Riddies, but sometimes you can get caught in a position where you get like, you know, double stunned and double acorn pounced. Could see the supports die here though. Either one of them. And mid, very close. Just both of them exchanging pretty nicely. Niku, maybe with a very, very slight edge, but it's too close to really tell.
Bottom. CEST and PMA, we'll see if they're able to find any chance during this downtime in between the Metamorphosis to get aggressive onto Yatura, but
no.
Yatura seems to be doing just fine. He's got plenty of
level
charges as well. He's got the creeps in a good position as on top of that.
That level 1 play makes a really big difference in terms of being able to secure this TB's lane. Because if they didn't get CEST zoned on the side there, his CS could be a bit worse. He's now starting to get this, not complete free farm, but he's getting the majority of the last hits. Juice actually is struggling, at least a little bit here in terms of last hitting. Every time he steps up, he's getting rebuked back. Even though he's getting healed and sustained, he's having some struggles in terms of CSing.
Have to back up in 30, but it feels like on this bottom lane, they might actually have the chance to go aggressive again once that's back up on your turret.
Mm-hmm. Panto's holding the skill point.
Yeah, they've got to be careful down here. Especially since Yatura's got that, he's going to have the treads coming out as well. So sort of with the treads and with that level 2 Metamorphosis,
Very scary.
That's a PMA. Have to be cautious down on the bottom lane.
Definitely have to be quite scary because CEST is also committed for the 2 points in sticky, so it's not going to be a Firefly build-up. He's going to need those stacks to do damage.
They get a glimpse onto Zayat's. Meta's up, and they'll find the kill. Zayat's gone. PMA's trying to battle against Yatura, but Yatura's perfectly fine. Plenty of one charges that he's still sitting on. Just a bit of a risky lane now down on air with the way that Yatura is starting to get this going in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, really, really well done between the two of them there. Panto doing kind of God's work on this Disruptor, being able to get those constant trades and hits. He's put CEST in perhaps a bit of an uncomfortable position, right? He's actually not been able to do what he wants to in terms of being able to pressure. And now PMA, there's another rotation.
See what they can do when they get the glimpse in. PMA, he's gone. More glory here for Yatura, and in fact,
and a stun.
Connection there with the bushwhack onto Zayat. Zayat will be fine. Panto himself falling very low. Zayat, can he get the kill in return? He can. So a little bit of something there for Na'Vi on that bottom lane, but all in all, Yatura getting involved in quite a bit of positive action on the safe lane.
It's huge. Playing versus 2 magic damage spammers, he's able to get a pretty fantastic start in the lane in comparison. Jug, like you said, getting slowed down a little bit here. We're seeing movements already coming out. Both supports, both sides moving around to look for the power rune. Mid lane, 6s are hit.
The glimpse back. Not wanting to go with the coil quite now though. Riddies is around, so they knew that the save would be ready.
He's gonna just take that haste rune. So always will prevent that from Laurel to get the fill up. And yeah, mid is as even as it could be, Owen, by the way. 34-6, 34-6. So, you know, Kun was saying, very skill-based matchup, the two of them, dead even.
They're bringing both supports down towards the bottom lane, Na'Vi. Again, just this early time that they have to be working around 30 seconds until Meta's back up on Yatura. So if they want to make a move, they've got to do it soon.
Bringing Nico, he's low on mana, but he's got to roll. He's got enough.
Yeah, Yatura, he'll fall there. So Na'Vi do exactly what's necessary. They're striking in between those meta timings. They get the kill.
Can they pressure the tower here? Because they did bring 4 heroes. Is that going to be the choice? Doesn't look like they can. They want to go back for their Shrine of Wisdom. Zayat will be able to pick that one up. Nico's trying though. So okay, they are going to continue to beat on this tower here. They drag the wave to the neutrals. This is nice pressure onto the tower. Spirit will respond.
They're ready to go. They're going to look towards Niku first. He's in a lot of trouble. Shallow Grave will only buy him a little bit of safety, but the coil locks him down. There's nowhere for him to run.
I'm surprised how they stuck for that. Like, just hitting the tower with 0 creeps as well. I know they really wanted to pressure it, but didn't see the puck. They set themselves up for that coil.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, because they must have been aware, right, that the meta was going to be up and that Spirit were likely to try and set something back up in their favor for Yatura down there. But getting caught out and losing the life of the Pango.
Maybe just pushed the issue a little too far. Maybe he thought he had an extra second or two and just, didn't get the timing right on it there. But either way, gets caught by the coil. Laurel. We'll get them another kill for Yatoro. 3 on him now.
Root. Not back by the flame break. Scurrying into the trees. He makes it away, Root.
He's all right. Jug now got the juice, is getting that time to be able to just chill, hit the creeps. As we said, 900 behind Yatoro though, because of those kills that the Terrorblade was able to get inside the laning phase. And Collapse has been given a ton of space top also. You know, he's been left completely alone, nearly level 7 on the Mars. Always going to be ways to bypass that ulti though, so we're going to have to just keep track of that with, you know, Blade Flurry, Pango Roll, even a Fiend's Gate. You know, they do have a lot of ways to either get vision inside of the arena or to just appear inside of it, right? So
Panto just trying to pick up the 6 in the mid. Very close to having that Static Storm online. Let's continue to get these stacks going in the triangle.
Yeah, both teams maximizing as much as possible. Zayat, he'll farm his stack. That should be his 6. He's got the Cobalt Cup as well with movement speed too, so when he's got this lasso, he actually has crazy movement speed to potentially go for a catch. He'll leave it for Nico to finish it off though. What a support player. 6 hit on him first.
Still a bit away from the diffuser, just about 700 gold short. Now around the mid. Couple more creeps and Panto will have the static storm. Top lane, Na'Vi continue to maintain this focus on just ensuring they've got the juice. Very safe up here. Super difficult for Spirit to make a play into the jug right now.
Yeah, maybe a bit hesitant to make most moves too, because there's the potential Fiend's Gate play, right? Like if you make a move, they could just bring all the numbers there. And I see PMA, he's holding the skill point this entire time, so he is waiting if that move does happen. Panto, though, does have that ult. He probably wants to use it, but...
Sort of safe has got the juices up on this top lane. Same to be said if a collapse. Quite difficult for these two to try and run him down, even if they get the chance to fully focus him with the Omni Slash. Backup's going to be there as well. Spirit, they want to try and set something up top. We'll see how
they gotta bring numbers.
He is.
So they do have 3 up here. Because remember, PMA, he can just arrive, so there can be 4 almost immediately from the side of Na'Vi. So they might, I mean, Yatoro might go through Portal to join them to pressure tower. Let's see what they want to do. Yeah, Yatoro is considering it right now. He's coming through the gate. So twin gating up top, so they're going to be having 4 now. Spirit.
They're able to open with the stun into the silence. Backup's there. Static Storm's going to get dropped down as well. They really wanted to try and burst through the jug. They couldn't quite. Got the juice is going to be fine. The arena's dropped down. Only catches onto Zayat. As the heals start to be pumped out from Na'Vi with the healing ward, and the heals coming in from Riddies. He'll grave himself for now, but as the ult comes to an end as well as the grave, he will fall. So Spirit, they're able to find the 2 support kills. Not quite able to get the cause of Na'Vi, but still pushing Na'Vi away from this. And now with Yatoro in position, they should at least be able to take this tier 1 tower on top of the support kills.
They're showing the ease of execution, at least at the moment, for their lineup of just being able to drop an ulti and essentially getting a kill. The Disruptor ult doesn't get the jug, but it zones him away for them to get the other catches. Even though Na'Vi, they had the Fiend's Gate play to bring the numbers, we saw Spirit, they were prepared. They brought absolutely everybody, Yatoro through Portal, and the rest arriving in sync. So on top of things with their shot calling here. 6-2, 2K lead, in a comfortable position right now for Yatoro.
Should be able to get the tier 1 in return down bottom.
It's definitely a pretty big deal that we're seeing that Spirit... like, it's 2K gold lead, but the fact that Na'Vi having difficulty entering the fights with a spin plus a Rolling Thunder versus the Mars is saying a bit here right now. The Collapse is going to be able to finish up Blink Dagger before he even potentially gets killed once. So that ease of jump and catch will definitely continue until Na'Vi gets some type of way to start fights a little easier, perhaps. Or until the auras, I guess. It's probably going to be when PMA gets piped that it starts to be a lot easier for Na'Vi, but...
Radiant are scanning.
We'll see down bottom. It's a setup here with the glimpse onto PMA. And they're going to have the damage by the looks of it. Big burst coming in. Sharpshooter from Rue. Not a chance for PMA still at this point. Even with that kind of cloak picked up on his way towards the pipe. Not enough to survive through this effort from Spirit.
He picked up the cloak right after.
Oh, okay.
He was waiting. Yeah, he was saving gold.
Maybe
he
would have lived a little longer with it, but yeah, it was a lot of damage.
But yeah, I mean, he was holding the gold. Maybe deciding if he did want to go for the pipe. But yeah, it's absolutely a pipe game. It feels like he's going to need it, and when they have it, they're going to have to try to take that fight. Because it does feel like Spirit's getting a bit too much space at the moment. Top.
Look at it. It's a good Omni Slash onto Collapse. And they should have him here. We'll try and push him back with the spear, but the Blade Fury's out. So Na'Vi able to find that chance to get Collapse on his own.
He did finish the blink right beforehand, but at the least they do get a nice kill and got the juice, gets the last hit. And it is around the 14-minute shrine, so might go over there to steal it. Should be able to get that one. Big stack time. Juice. Yatoro working on a double, but Juice working, I believe, on a, what is this, a 3 or 4 stack that he's got. So we'll get pumped up in terms of net worth, pretty close to that Terrorblade after this.
Everyone continues to get poked here by Lal. Na'Vi not, by the looks of it, going to be able to put together any sort of defense. And probably smartly so, because Spirit's going to be coming for them with this smoke play, with that blink reveal ready on Collapse.
Ults all ready. And Collapse, he's got the reach, so he can jump to the back line, he can find the dazzle. Pretty much pick and choose which target he wants to go for here, and the pipe's still not finished. It still is about 600 gold away.
He'll sell for Riddies. Gets the catch on towards the dazzle.
Laurel takes the last hit. Will help him get that blink dagger. Laurel also having a shield rune for the potential upcoming fight. It's very likely he's not going to die. And so far, Laurel having a very good game. 4-0-1. And we didn't mention it early. I was waiting till this point, but there is definitely some, stuns missing.
Bottom
for that
Collapse.
puck is bottom.
He's able to line up another kill. Swings over towards the bottom lane. Gets the jump on Zayat. Starting to make these moves now as the Mars. And in the mid, Lal.
Just getting more out of the map.
Dream coil, see if they've got enough, but Niku able to get the roll up in time. Helps him break away from the follow-up coming in from Root. So we'll survive that effort there, Niku.
I like that we see him pick it up. I think I've seen a lot of Pango players want to hesitate on buying it, but when you're playing versus puck, you need it. It's so good versus the coil to be able to counter it. Uses a roll up, doesn't matter. So is going to be able to survive with that one there. Panto is going for, this is a pretty clever style build. He's just going for the Blink Rush on the Disruptor. I know this is something you always want on Disruptor, but the fact he's doing it completely naked is pretty cool, because then he's got the follow-up either for the Puck or for the Mars, always to cover for that blanket to potentially get the Jug or get the Pango, because those are the hard ones for them to kill with the lockdown if they don't have the silence. Na'Vi. This feels like they're in a... this is their timing if they do want to look for a fight. They have the pipe, but Zayas gets caught first.
Yeah, instantly. As soon as he shows, Panto just drops the Static Storm onto him. Got the juices, got to try and chase them down. Panto should be the one to fall here. The glimpse will momentarily send PMA back up towards the top. He'll end up just sticking up there as the fight's over. Doesn't want to go back down. Ends up just being the support for support trade. Up top, Yatoro. They're going to look to make the move on towards him. He's trying to run, but the slows are coming in as well as the rolling thunder. Yatoro, can he get the chance to find a target for a Sunder? He should be fine. They're going to settle for Lal instead as Lal's pushing back Riddies. Collapses in with the jump. He's got the Reen at the ready. He's able to lock down the two of them. I mean, Niku's trying to roll out, but the roll comes to an end. PMA gets burst through, and now Niku's in trouble. The bushwhacks there. They catch the Pango. A Grave will come out from Riddies, but Niku has no mana left to escape and collapse. He'll continue to chase down Riddies at the same time. Spear was off the mark. He's going to have Soul Ring and God's Rebuke in a second, but doesn't want to dive the tower for it. So Riddies actually gets away, surviving there with that Spear from Collapse missing towards the end of it. Still, overall, though, these fights starting to get a bit tough. PMA and Niku getting caught out and getting overwhelmed in these team fights.
And even that's with their pipe showing up, they bring the fight. They try to catch Yatoro, but it quickly gets turned around. Yatoro is not fragile. The Brawny Brigand's Blade, Manta, Falcons, he's actually an 1800 HP Terror Blade. Weren't able to bring him down. And I think the Collapse... Oh, actually bottom. They find Zayats again here. Collapse, his ult was perfect times. The Rolling Thunder actually ended inside of it. So Niku couldn't even get outside of that Mars ult. Really clean plays from Spirit. This is, I mean, one of the better early games I think I've seen from them in some time. 18 minutes in, 14-4. Yatoro at the top.
Got the juice. Looking for a solo Omni opportunity, but the blink's there in time. Collapse will get out. If we got the juices able to make that jump on him.
He almost tumbled him.
A large Dream Coil back up.
Arcane
Rune.
Rune
The juice is still down here.
Well, they see him.
Yeah, they might try and set something up.
Panto's got the Blink Static Storm.
Can he catch him before the Blade Fury TP? That's the question. He might just be able to. There's the jump. Panto gets the setup onto Got the Juice. The power there with the Blink Dagger Disruptor. And PMA's tried to help out, but Got the Juice is dead. He's trying to get back through the rift. But the Bushwhacks, they're still pretty tanky. If they've got anything else to stop him from going through the portal, they don't.
No.
So PMA will be able to get back out as soon as he gets in. But Got the Juice taken out here, and that gap will only continue to grow with him being off the map between him on the Jug and Yatoro on his Terrorblade.
And you definitely, honestly, this tip, I love this from Collapse. You know, making your teammate feel good, but the choice of being able to save for Blink Dagger gets you this kill. It's super good there from the Disruptor. Riddies now also
Another one here for Team Spirit. Yatura in particular getting the chance to pick that one up. He's had a very active early game. 5-1 and 5 already, pre-20 minutes on the Terrorblade. He's getting a lot done.
He is. We've seen Na'Vi do some pretty miraculous stuff yesterday in terms of comebacks. This one is feeling pretty hard for them to come back in with how the Pango and the Underlord are doing. Limited catch too for the Puck, having such a good game, and Yotaro just starting to get a bit too big here. They need to get a fight with some cohesion on the side of Na'Vi, because so far it's been pretty disjointed in a lot of these situations. One hero getting picked up on one side and them starting a 4v5, or getting baited, as we saw up top when they went for Yotaro. Tormentor time.
They're getting pretty low to this.
Okay, jeez. Essence Ring, I think Rue would have died without it.
They're all good. Rue will get the shard.
That's really nice. Rue got it for free, huh? That's the dream on a Hoodwink. You get the Boomerang. Very good with his team with the Disruptor and the Puck.
Oh, Na'Vi's going to look for the fight here down bottom. They're in with the smoke.
They've got the double blinks now, right? They've got Zayat blink and they've got Niku blink, so they want to try to start a fight themselves.
Dire are scanning.
So Lotus Orb finished on the Mars too, so a Collapse, he could counteract a lot of their damage. He can stop a Lasso and an Omni.
They burst Yatura. There's the Lasso. They've got the opening into the Rolling Thunder. A little bit awkward, but it still gets the job done.
Nice play. Can they find more? They have 40 seconds.
He's looking for it. He's with the chase down, but of course, Spirit, they still have the safety of this tier 1 tower still being up in the top lane, so difficult for Na'Vi to dive for more. And Na'Vi get that big kill. Let's see what they can do off the back of it.
Looks like maybe just a kill into reset. Maybe they get a tier 1 out of it. But there are heroes in the area. Spirit might look to react to him. They've got the Static Storm.
Does Panther want to make that jump? Certainly looking at it. They'll get the jump towards the backlines instead. Larsen with the silence on towards Riddies. They get the Dream Core Spear push back. That's Riddies gone. Of course, got the juice. He'll be able to get out.
He Manta dodged it, right? Did I see that right? Because the glimpse was coming through. I think he Manta'd it on the Jug.
Yeah, you're right, because the Playthrough comes to he had to use that initially to TP out. So he was ready for that one, got the juice.
Panto definitely on top of
3K
things
gold.
here with these glimpses. But yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a pretty good sequence for the side of Na'Vi in terms of getting themselves back into some stability. They've got the Crimson now also for the Underlord. But Spirit, this could be potentially that Roche fight that they force. And there was quite a bit expended there from Na'Vi. 10 seconds actually until Rolling Thunder. Let's see.
Quick move down bottom, Zayat. He was ready though. Blinks out before anyone's able to catch him. See if anyone does step forward for the defense of the tier 1.
Radiant are scanning.
Spirit. Ready to go with the ults. Na'Vi holding that high ground. Yutura's going to try and scout things out here with the smoked up illusion. See what awaits on that high ground. Na'Vi very prepared for this though. Keeping their distance. Not allowing Spirit to get this jump on them.
Omni, 10 seconds. This is, if he's able to get this next big item on the Jug, this is the big one that we've seen from most of them when they get this build. The Manta plus the Butterfly plus the 20 talent. It's the timing that we've seen so many times. This Healing Ward talent is very difficult to deal with too. Although they do have some heroes that can't hit it. You know, they have the Hoodwink with the range. They have the Puck, who, as we've seen, Laurel, very elusive. Potentially could just go for doing quite a bit inside of these fights also inside the fray.
Hello? Gonna drop the coil for this effort onto Zayat. Spirit ready to follow up. Na'Vi are watching this to consider if they want to try and fight back. Zayat gets caught by the glimpse. The back goes down. He'll actually get the lasso off. Doesn't matter. Gets put to an end. Arena dropped down onto 2 of them. Maniko was able to get the Rolling Thunder off in time. He's straight up towards the 2 of them. Collapse gets caught. They'll look towards Yutaro. Yutaro is able to get the Sunder off back to full HP. See if he can continue to push forward. They get the glimpse back. He's going to be able to dodge that there, Niku. Doesn't get dragged back this time. Jump forward from Panto. And the strike on a Riddies. Yutaro trying to push forward. He's got the Grave here to buy him a little bit of time, Riddies, but Lau jumps forward once more. Riddy's grave comes to an end. The bushwhack to clip on towards him. Spirit are able to push forward and take the 2 kills. Lyle continues to try and fish for more here behind the tier 2 tower, but Na'Vi should be able to remain safe with the rest of them.
I need to see a replay of the fight. I think the Omni Slash just stopped. I don't know if there's a Manta that disjointed it or something, but the Omni hit once and stopped. It was outside the arena as well. I don't know if we can get that one.
That could have been pretty big. Because, you know, we saw Na'Vi with the positioning there. They did have the high ground. They were looking to try and get that angle to get back in. Of course, it was the butterfly on Got the Juice. He's going to have that next for the next fight. But yeah, it's proven to be a bit too much in that team fight there. They couldn't really touch him. And back in action, just a constant poke and play here from Root.
Let me see.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Again, as you say, what the Omni Slash gone wrong.
I didn't see if it was the Manta that disjointed or something. It was something about the arena again, because we've talked about that one that sometimes has some things. But watch this moment here from the Jug. Ready? Watch Juice. Where'd it go? It was one bounce and stopped, right? You saw that? Am I high or something?
Let's go again. Can we rewind on? Can we get the replay? Because there was obviously a Lotus, but the Lotus came to an end, right? And he did the first slash. So the Lotus had
ended. I think it looked like it didn't end, but he got the first slash, so that means that it didn't reflect, because we would have seen the brother reflect,
right? They both
right?
disappear. Yeah, and they didn't. We'll see.
Yeah, look at Lotus effect. It ends.
Lotus is gone.
Omni
slash.
And that's not even in the arena. Yesterday we had the Omni work through the arena, but not versus this past.
Omni slash. Are we missing something?
I'm checking if there was a glimpse.
I mean, maybe it's still, like, as you said, the issue with the arena, even though he wasn't in the arena, just the fact that arena's in the game, and apparently when arena's in the game, sometimes it just means that Omni Slash ain't going to do no Omni Slashing. Anyway, back in action. He's dead. Got the Juice caught out top. It's starting to get pretty messy for Na'Vi, as that Zayat's not going to be saved here by the heels of Riddy. Lal ready to continue the chase. A third pickup here as Spirit are able to push forward on this top lane, and in fact just swing over towards the mid. They're not done with the killing. They're looking for PMA. They get the glimpse back onto the Underlord. Niku trying to rectify things here with the Rolling Thunder.
They don't have their jog.
Damage right now. It's decent control onto Yatoro, but not enough to allow him to finish the kill. Yatoro could turn, take out PMA, and now Niku low on the mana. Sunder down low, an aggressive Sunder there from Yatoro sets him up for him to be dragged back. It's a team-wide Fogged. Na'Vi, they are going to have to do some crazy stuff to regain control of this game, as it's slipping away from them completely.
Yeah, and the items are going to make the fights even easier for Spirit. Aghanims is soon on the horizon for Panto. Their team fighting and spellcasting is on point today. Yesterday, they were a little wishy-washy with stuff that I saw. Today, it's looking very different. They are on their absolute, like, dream comfort heroes on the side of Spirit, of course, but they're connecting these spells perfectly. That top play where they bait the Jug to move, and then they glimpse and reset him and get the silence, that's exactly how you have to execute it. Perfectly done.
Dude.
Yo.
I might be making stuff up, but is there any chance it was like some, like, could the electromagnetic repulsion push you out of Omni Slash? Would that be a thing? Was that cast in that fight? With the transference? Or not? You know what I mean? Is there a chance
I don't think so.
There's some sort of tech where that pushes you out of the slashes?
I'm pretty sure. I'm like 99% sure it should not, but I don't know. Either way, it's probably something to do with this arena thing or something, but that was painful. 10k lead now. Laurel, yet to die.
I mean, all eyes on the next Omni Splash. Ready for, like, nowadays there's a Jug, there's sort of RNG involved in using your ult. More so than you'd expect, really, with the bounces. Sometimes you just don't bounce at all.
Like yesterday, it bounced both times, or all 3 times that we saw,
we had
and out of the arena.
Mars game, and the Omni.
It bounced.
We're fine then.
It even had like that insane one where it bounced in the arena and then out of the arena completely too. So it's like, yeah. Oh well. Butterfly for Yatoro.
Yep.
He's super comfortable now, as he has been most of this game. These kills that he got early definitely were very important for him to get to this point. But Spirit. This next fight feels so hard for Na'Vi, especially if Panto is able to get the Ags before it. Niku?
He's gonna look for the steal, and I tell you,
he got it.
All right, rolls in, TP's out. That's a good job there from the Pango. Niku, he'll take that one. Aegis in the back for him. All right.
That could be one of the clips that we get. You know, we get the nice animation, the VFX. You get a nice little Pango in a car scooping in.
They weren't ready for that at all there, Spirit. Suddenly this Pango turns up, takes their ages. Perfectly timed there from Niku. You could not ask for that to come in at a better time.
It is going to prevent them from potentially going for these tier 2 pushes and could give time to let Juice get that next item or two. So, could be huge. Ag's also done for Niku.
Yep.
Oh, collapse. Okay, so do see sometimes some changes in builds, of course. But he is going for the E-Blade. So further ways to protect versus that Omni Slash. He can Lotus, he can E-Blade. Has a lot of different things that he can do to protect.
Dire are scanning.
Sure. I mean, it's just a fair bit of physicals all out. Even if he's able to make that clutch play to give Yatura the chance to get like a Sunder off.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty, it's a pretty clever build if he does want to do this. If he doesn't want to go normal, you know.
Sure.
Bottom PMA. Does show himself for a second there with the Firestorm. They're very aware of his positioning. Panto goes for the glimpse.
And they've got the arena. PML pop the auras. He's pretty beefy, but not beefy enough to survive a Terrorblade. Beating into him, taking out the tier 1. Same time, Na'Vi trying to poke at the tier 2 themselves in the mid. Should be able to find the trade here. Got the juices. He's able to finish off the tower. TPs are now coming back in. Lal.
Spirit can look for the push and for the fight here. I think Yatoro can keep pushing bottom, and they can look to catch heroes.
Science. Go for the lasso TP. It's not going to be long enough to get him out. Still gets caught at the end.
And a little E-Blade reveal. Coming there for collapse just for the fun of it all. And they do get the bottom tower with that pick off, a huge one that they're able to find on PMA when he shows himself. They still have Aegis for 2 minutes, but they're not able to really make too much use of it. They did get at least a mid tier 2. Then maybe they were kind of bluffing with the Jug positioning there, but so far doesn't put them into a very powerhouse position in terms of fighting versus Spirit, it feels. As collapse again.
Yeah, he's got eyes on Got the Juice. Can they set something up here? I mean, Niku's ready to help out, though, and Got the Juice.
Lotus.
To lead in himself, but the Lotus is up. Can't commit here with the Omni Slash. Jump forward now, they get the opening onto Niku, but the roll-up's there. And so. And the glimpse, they're still being very cautious about how they commit from, obviously, with this Aegis on Niku. They'll try with the burst. Wouldn't have been enough anyway. They had the Grave and the heals prepared for Niku. So still a chance to make a play with this Aegis. They've got it left for a minute and a half, and Na'Vi want to do exactly that. Smoke up from the squad. They're ready to try and find this fight.
Oh, if they actually knew that the Tormentor was on, they maybe could have positioned themselves up here, but looks like maybe they'll try to catch on the retreat afterwards. See if Spirit's prepared for the move here. As you said, Blink and Ags is on the Disruptor, so it's a very hard fight for the side of Na'Vi. They need to get like a godly initiation somehow. And even then could run into damage, and yes, Spirit seemed to have some awareness. They were considering going through that portal, but stopped.
Radiant are scanning.
So who's going to back off first? Na'Vi ready to push the bottom. Spirit working their way through the top. Let's take the tier 2 out.
I feel like Spirit can force them a little bit better on the side of Na'Vi. Yatoro can pop that meta and start to wail on the tower here. Na'Vi has to react.
I mean, the Aegis is coming to an end for Niku. He's got 20 seconds still to try and make use of it. The meta's up from Yatoro.
He's got all the protection. Lincoln's, E-Blade, Lotus. See if Na'Vi can get the execution.
A lot of damage on this tier 3 Zeiss. Tries for the jump, but the Lincoln's is there. No lasso for him today. The Zeiss will have to back off. There's at least the Aegis gone on Niku. And Spirit, they push on. Take the range racks. Still back off for now. Respecting the fact that Na'Vi are fully in position. They'll swing over towards the mid.
Meta's wearing down. They forced everybody back. Lasso was used. They got what they came for. 16k lead now for them. Na'Vi's going to look to resmoke. They did use BKB Lasso. But they know that Meta's on cooldown, so they are going to try to take advantage of that and potentially look for a fight, maybe. But they are at this deficit, so still a very hard fight.
And just, yeah, can they set up the fight in a way that allows Got the Juice to get in with the Omni Slash? It's not easy.
No. And it could just stop also, remember.
It could. We're going to keep our eyes on those Omnis. The Juice.
Niku. They're in.
Roll in. Opening onto the supports. They get the jump forward as well. They're able to burst through Panther. That's one of them. They now turn their efforts over towards Rue. At least Niku will continue to control him with the Rolling Thunder. Rue. Into the tree line. Jumps down to the low ground with the sharpshooter. But Niku is able to chase forward with the blink.
The headband.
Back. I mean, Rue might just be able to make it unless the swashbuckle hits. Is he going to get him?
Oh.
Rue's out.
The headband play. That was sick. She survives because of it. Nicely done. The ward, I mean, that's the reason they can jump for this play. On the side of Na'Vi, they have this deep ward that's been there for some time. They see the disruptor, they kill him, but they have to disengage afterwards. They know they committed quite a bit to get that disruptor kill. And I think Spirit's pretty okay with just hemorrhaging a disruptor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Got the Juice. In position on the high ground. Silence there on towards sides, but immediately with the blink to get away from Yatoro and his Orchid.
Got the Juice. Be able to step away.
And Na'Vi's got to be careful here. Spirit pretty hungry for this fight.
Laurel, coil in 10.
Got the Juice. He's going to be able to go for the Blade Fury TP. Nothing to stop that. Meridi's, on the other hand, he will be found.
Nothing to stop that for now. Laurel, of course, getting, not quite yet, but getting closer and closer towards 25, which is also another thing that's going to be very difficult for Jug and Pango to deal with if they do get to that point. There's a Basher now done for the Jug. If he can actually stand his ground and hit, of course, he's going to be strong, but just not the case that he can do in this game. Spirit just has way too much to control inside these fights.
It's just been super difficult for him to get involved. You know, sure, he's a few thousand gold behind that of Yatoro's farm, but just the KDA, the involvement from the carries, it's just a massive difference, right? 3-2-1
it really
on
is.
Got the Juice, whereas Yatoro is 6-2-12 on this Terrorblade.
It's also like the off lanes have this big PMA struggling from the beginning of this game, so he's 0-6 while Collapse 5-2-14 able to make plays constantly. So it does, you know, reflect a bit of how much help that Yatoro's been able to get from his teams in comparison. This poor Jug is, he's got the healing behind him at all times, but doesn't have any like control to really let him hit targets properly. They've got the Force Staff now on Zayat, so they have a way to break the Lincolns. Can he catch Laurel? Can he finally get a good lasso here? He's the one caught.
Coil. He could be up from Zayats though. Gonna try and turn. Collapses in with the jump against the Arena Spirit out of the two of them. He'll catch both Got the Juice and Rid. He's Got the Juice getting caught by the follow-up. Bushwhack is getting locked down. He'll finally get the Omni Slash off. Good bashes as well. Allows him to bring down Lar. He'll now turn his attention over towards Yatoro. Blade Fury here as he stands his ground against the Terrorblade. Now looks to try and chase down Rue, but Rue too speedy. He's able to scurry off to the distance. And Niku, he'll die during the silence there from the Orchid of Yatoro. Got the Juice. He's got to be cautious. He's on the retreat, but Yatoro and Rue, they're looking for the chase down. He'll try and stand his ground against Rue, but the E-Blade's there. Rue able to stay alive. He has top for the Blade Fury TP out, so Got the Juice at least able to bail out at the end of that. The rest of his team, though, not quite as fortunate as everyone else on Na'Vi goes down.
They at least finally get Laurel. They got the lasso connection. I think the Jug got maybe an RNG bash during the Omni Slash onto him there, which a little lucky, but either way, it's a good kill. But Yatoro and Collapse showing the difference between them and their, you know, counterparts. Just great plays between the two of them there. And Rue, really clutch little plays. Again, the headband, pushing the Jug away, getting the extra control, ends up surviving.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, Rue's still yet to die this game.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a game.
He is being such a nuisance on the hoodwink, just dancing around the edge of the fights. And Na'Vi, even in that team fight, you know, a fair bit of time was spent by Got the Juice at the end trying to get rid of this hoodwink. He just couldn't. Rue was just playing with him.
Yeah, power of the hoodwink for sure. Love that he's gone for, I mean, his items are very naturally building forward here. You know, it's great to have this, but we're going to see this replay again. You know, the lasso comes out, they get this Omni Slash, but it's Yatoro and Collapse who just are able to stand this ground. And what a spear. It didn't even look like it should have latched on both, but That was gorgeous.
I mean, it looked like it was going to be not even an opportunity for Got the Juice to get a kill out of this with the way they managed to get the lockdown onto him. So just a little bit of something that he was able to get the chance to get the Omni Slash off and get a kill. Of course, outside of that, that's still a very rough fight for Na'Vi. Spirit, this time around, they have no fear of anyone interrupting and stealing the Aegis away from them. They'll be able to secure that Roshan and get the Aegis onto Yatoro. Now, level 25, ready to start looking towards that Silver Edge next. Now, this push that's likely going to be coming in pretty soon, it's going to be a tough one for Na'Vi to stop.
Absolutely. And Bloodthorn is finished as well. As you see the Sunder cooldown, so those fights, the longer the fight is, it can be very good for Terrorblade even with this one. Interesting that he goes for this instead of meta duration. Maybe just feeling like it is going to be a long enough fight that he can potentially get multi-Sunders off. But always curious. Yatoro is one of the more interesting players, I feel like, in terms of items and some of his choices sometimes, so I do like to point that out. And damage on Laurel. 23, still not 25, but as that approaches, gets scarier and scarier for the Jug and the Pango. The Hex on Collapse now too, so he has a lot of control.
That's the jump. Static Storm Marina, they'll drop it for Zayats, and they'll get him. Riddy's not able to pull off the grave to provide him any sort of safety. They will commit and return on towards Collapse. He'll try and back up with another fire and the Rolling Thunder come into play. The bashes from Got the Juice. But now they've got to be careful of Yatoro. He's turned up to the front of the fight. Lal jumping in onto Riddy's. They will lose Rue, but Rue he does have buyback available if they want to try and commit for this fight. Na'Vi themselves, they have the buyback coming out for Zayats. Looks like Team Spirit will hold back for now.
Look how much Niku got for that kill. 1,200 for Rue. Actually, an insane amount of gold for the Pango. And I mean, this is how he has to do these fights, right? I feel like Niku, he's tried in a bunch of them, but just has to get to this backline. Get rid of the Disruptor, get rid of the Hoodwink. That's always the nuisance as support player.
And they want to try and fight because they've still got the Omni Slash. Got the Juice heads up, but Yatoro is waiting for him. And Got the Juice pretty much immediately loses 2/3 of his HP. Walking up into that high ground, so they've got to fall back, Na'Vi.
Fresh Daedalus picked up.
He really wants to heal up. They really want to try and fight whilst they have the numbers advantage against Spirit. And Spirit, they're just not going to let them have that. Starting to fall back themselves and not leaving themselves open for Na'Vi to be able to get that jump on them.
I mean, Navi's trying when there are these small cooldowns and things, right? When they have 2 hero kills, meta on cooldown or anything, they're trying to find these opportunities. Honestly, I'm pretty impressed with how they're doing at a 16k deficit in this game, being able to hang on like this and even get some type of extra pickoffs. Of course, still an incredibly difficult game and a super uphill battle, but the fact that they're able to actually get these type of kills and still only have lost 1 rack so far, let's say quite a lot. Jug now has hit almost critical mass. He's got the MKB finished.
Now the Omni Slashes will hit hard. If Got the Juice can get in there.
And if they don't, just stop. But yeah. How are these levels looking? Okay, yeah, Laurel, 25 is online. Now it's time for things to become very hard for Jug and Pango. They can actually just focus fire them now. In the past before, they actually couldn't just go for the 100-0 kill onto the Jug. Now they can do it. You can go for that catch at the coil, follow up with these hexes and spears. A full refresher, so Niku making the most out of the gold that he got from Rue. He's 25 as well. They're gonna smoke. See if they can get that big connection.
Can Na'Vi get the jump? They've got multiple ways of being able to do it.
Gotta see the backline though. You have to see this Hoodwink and Disruptor. They've been so pesky.
It's a good angle. Rue, he's starting to scurry away though. They're looking for him in the trees. They won't find him, and already Lyle's jumping over, pushing back the Dazzle, separating Riddies from the rest of the team. Lyle will drop the coil down, locking Nico in position for now. The physical damage flying through Yatoro. They'll get the grave off, but the Spear Arena catching onto the both of them. Riddies is gone. Got the Juice trying to step up. See what he's able to do now in the rest of this fight. The Omni Slash there. Enough to cut down Rue. Taking down, collapsing Yatoro seems a pretty impossible task. He's considering turning back and will actually be able to get the pick up on the Illusion Rune. Now turns attention over to Real Yatoro. Gets the bash of Yatoro. He's down the once. That's the Aegis gone. Can he take him out a second time? I don't think so. Collapse. He'll get the setup here. with the Hex, allowing for the drag back of the Glimpse. Yatoro back up to full HP, got the juice, trying to stand his ground against Yatoro, but Yatoro's got all the backup necessary to ensure that he's able to win the brawl, take down the Jug there with the help of Lyle. Spirit, they can get back on with the push, and Na'Vi, they don't have crucial buybacks now. No buyback available on PMA, all got the juice.
Man, it looked like such a good angle to start things too, right? But then this Disruptor and Hoodwink, they're so elusive. They completely disengage, and then it's actually the information given to Laurel to get the jump. He actually gets this coil and ruins Niku. It doesn't kill him, but it completely zones him out of the fight and got the juice completely isolated.
Gonna try. Hold them back here, but look at the damage. Niku, a Grave comes in. He'll try and use those last moments to roll away. The heal's there as well. Niku will live, but unable to push Spirit off this bottom final set of barracks as the Mega Creeps are out. Na'Vi, will they get one final fight? It's looking pretty grim. 20 seconds till PMA, 40 seconds until got the juice. The tier 4's falling. Spirit ready to close this game up. Fortification buys them a little bit of time. Static Storm drops here as well to make sure that Na'Vi don't get the chance to throw anything down onto Lyle and collapse. He's just into the fountain, spears them out, drops the arena, catches Riddies and Niku. He'll get Lasso deep into the fountain. E-Blade's there, giving him safety, and of course at the same time, Yatoro's closing the game up. GG is called. Spirit to take the win here.
Insanely well played from Spirit. The team fight coordination was top-notch, honestly. Spellcasting was super good this game. Loved the itemization, too. The blink on the Disruptor getting this catch. Na'Vi struggling quite a bit in this game. I think PMA, in particular, having one of the harder games. But this off-lane duo definitely struggling. Ends up 2-13 on the Bat, 0-8 on the Underlord. And this is the picks that they kind of wanted to try to shut down this TB, but didn't end up working at all. Even though they got this aura, the pipe timing, it didn't end up kind of fixing the problem of these team fights at all for the team.
Absolutely not. Yeah, Yatoro's Terrorblade as scary as ever with the backup of these boys around him. Yeah, just the elusiveness of some of these heroes. Lal and Rue in particular. Na'Vi just could not catch them. They were jumping all over the spot. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Team Spirit taking the win here against Na'Vi.
Yeah, there was a bit of a question mark around Team Spirit. How are they going to perform today after their performance yesterday? And, well, I feel like that one's been put to rest, right? Panther definitely slotting in nicely. The draft coming together for them. Lane's going strong as well because we thought, Quinn, that was going to be the advantage of Na'Vi. Maybe having strong lanes, maybe being able to snowball and come out of those lanes ahead.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted for it. I think, to be honest, they just got outplayed. Like, there's a reason these guys have 2 rings and arguably are the best players of all time. I think we can talk about Maposhka being swapped for Panto and all this. I think Panto played a great game. But I think when you talk about Spirit, you always have to talk about they have Yatoro and Collapse, and these guys are just generationally, unbelievably gifted, talented, skilled players.
But not even that, when you think about Lau, the last 2 games he's played, 15-1-18 on a Slada, 14-1-16 on the puck, right? Like, the side lanes go well, but then the way that Lau's like opening up these mid games, they are doing very well these last 2 games that they played.
And these are like first pick Marses, right? It's like just collapse, like, you know, line them up, bring the next one. Like, these guys are not good enough, not good enough. Who's next? You know, first pick Mars, try to counter me.
Look at his inventory too.
All I see is just people getting speared, you know, and collapse just terrifying everybody. And it's a first pick Mars, you know, it's like, this is Dazzle Jog, not good enough. You know, this is what was it yesterday and what is it going to be next? So it is impressive, honestly, because, yeah, you know what to expect from the guy. He just first picks it and he still rolls on you. Like,
there's always that impact or that conversation around the impact of the first pick and also the last pick that you're picking up for yourself in a draft. And whilst we are hyping up the Mars and how good that was for Spirit, the other side that we have to think about for Na'Vi is they opened with Dazzle, and we were already kind of question marking that being your opener. Now we see it's not really working out, but how would you guys rate this hero as a whole, what it added to this, and if they should maybe try and put to rest the idea of opening with the Dazzle?
I mean, what's maybe not really fair to the Dazzle is that he really relied on the Underlord having a better game, because Dazzle really needs frontline, and it's not really this Jugger until much later in the game. Neither it's not going to be Pango either, because these are pretty low HP heroes. You need Underlord to have a good game, and as the casters mentioned, he had maybe the worst game out of all the 3 cores. Really rough laning phase, so just and Underlord is a timing based hero. Like, if you're playing from behind and if you're not getting the auras, you're pretty much useless. So I don't know how fair it was to the Dazzle. I don't think we've seen its true strength, but it did look very underwhelming this game.
It's also here that they've utilized in qualifiers to win 3-4 qualifiers in a row to then come to, you know, the tier 1 like land kind of stage, it's a very different ballpark, right? Maybe they've got a lot of confidence online from it, and then when they get to play up against, you know, the best teams, not the qualifier teams, they might get a slight reality check that it's a good hero, but it can't be open like this potentially.
I think the hero is dog water. I think it just doesn't really offer you very much. It has very mediocre spells. It's not a great skirmisher. And if you're not even winning lane with it, which they didn't, they're just straight up losing lane with double counterpick, then I'm like, what you saw, it was first pick Mars and you lost the lane to him. Like, it can't be that good if you lost the lane and all your spells are bad. To me, I think the priority they're putting on the hero makes no sense.
Okay. All right. I like that, you know, you're very set in how you feel about Dazzle. You're like, I think there's still room for it, depending on how the rest of the team could have gone. But either way, Spirit, yeah, they get the win here. They're looking really strong for it. And now, T, do you kind of feel, okay, Spirit are back in that form where people have to be looking at them because it was only just one player that they changed, and feels like it's warmed up very quickly for them.
I mean, best of ones, it's very easy to be reactionary, right? After a good game, you hype them up. After a bad game,
from you.
I don't think they're back at the, oh my god, ethereal level of Spirit, but they're on the correct path, and I think they are easily good enough to be able to make playoffs based on their performances. I think that's good enough. When you make such a critical roster swap, the fact that I can look at this team and go, they are meant to be at the top 6, getting to Singapore, I think that's perfectly fine. That's a realistic assumption for a team that makes such a critical change.
Yeah, one team that is on the path right now to be securing a spot to Singapore is the team that we're going to be seeing up next. It's going to be Falcons up against Heroic.
Options there, and the grip's out towards Amari's in trouble. The Snowball won't be able to save him. That's a mark on. He'll buy back immediately. Mari jumps over towards the back line. Save. Healing up here with the Essence Ring. Double kill for Kiritich. The RP comes
RP at 3.
3 of them. As they got enough damage, they have to bring down GPK. Second chain, Satan's got a hurricane pipe forward. Look at the lasso. Magpie's coming down as well. He's in trouble there, Palace. Can they bail him out? At this one, they can. He's able to get the time lapse off. And now he's ready to turn. Whisper wants the BKB, but Palace brings in the right click. Jump forward, divides it with
Palos.
you get the lift up. That's Palos dead. Palos dead as the carry for 90 seconds. No buyback.
Heroic, unfortunately, starting their day off with a loss a couple of series ago. That one wasn't great for them, but there were a lot of moments where it looked good for them. They just weren't able to close it out. So I feel like that's something that you really have to kind of bring into this. Okay, what was working for us in that earlier part, Seb, and how do we emulate that again, but this time close it out?
Yeah, I think strategy, you know, planning ahead. To me, that's the name of the game for Heroic. It's like what they do, they're really good at, and I feel like they're overplaying their hand. I'd like them to like diversify a little bit, you know, look more at what's lacking right now. Because sometimes it feels, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, how do you treat your losses? You just look at it as a big L and that's all you can remember? Or can you just like, you know, kind of be true with what actually happened? It's like you're dominating the game for 20 minutes and then you end up losing. Come on, it's not that bad. There's like just fine-tuning to be found and you're just going to be on the winning side of things.
But the question then is, for Heroic, I think they're drafting very true to themselves. And during a best-of-1 group stage, or even any group stage, do you think that the changes should be more on how they approach the draft to try and be more dynamic to other teams? Or is it focusing more on the gameplay, trying to fix up some of the in-game stuff, but keep the same draft? Like, do you think his draft or gameplay is the bigger change required?
It's gonna sound like an easy answer, but like it has to be a mix of both. I think.
Oh,
I mean, it is a
Whenever
mix
you
of
ask
both.
those questions, it's always going to be fun.
I thought he'd be here on the. That's like a player interview question, you know.
No, you need to
You're
make a
not a
player
player
change.
anymore.
You need to kick somebody. Like,
Okay, yeah, sure.
Only fix. If you lose a game, you kick a player. This is a very simple.
How about the
equation.
coach?
That's fine. Yeah.
It could be the coach. Just but a player too.
Just someone.
Kick
needs
both
to
of
go.
them and just keep doing that until the end of times, basically.
Okay, so kick a player, noted. Back to you.
Yeah, right. Definitely not a little bit of mix of both. All right. Back to me. It's going to go straight to Quinn, though, because the playstyle of Heroic, it's very explosive. It's out there. It's aggressive. That's what was able to garner them wins in the past against teams like Tundra, not so much earlier today. Whereas Falcons is very methodical. It feels very straightforward, and it is something that is still hard to be able to break.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting clash of styles because Heroic will go gung-ho. They will run at you. Like that is the only way they'll play. Whereas I think Falcons is more versatile in that they can play aggressive, they can play fast. But like you said, I think at their core, Falcons is structure, right? You have Aoi 2000 as your coach. That is Aoi teams. Aoi teams are structured. They understand the mechanics of the game and they play for economy. And I think they're very good at turning around these aggressive plays. We saw them playing earlier against Maus, and they're running at Malrine, the slipperiest of all mid players to ever play the game. Bro is just covered in oil every game. You cannot touch him. And I think like this is no exception. I think for Heroic, it will be interesting to see if they can actually like stick to him or the people they're ganking in general, because Falcons is very, like, I've played against Falcons so many times, and if you ever step past the mid-hill, crit insta-TP, and they're on you, and you're dead. And it's like, please, someone stop this man's TP. And I think Heroic will have to reckon with that if they want to clip the bird's wings.
You're basically saying they need to be decisive. They can't like half-ass a play, right? If they're making a move, it needs to be the move that they believe in. And if in the middle of a move they kind of second guess themselves, that's where I think Falcons thrive and they kind of overwhelm you. There you go.
Yeah, I think bringing the numbers as well, like Falcons as a team, because of that economy, I think, you know, for instance, like they want to stay in some lanes here or there, they want to farm these stacks or make the stacks, things like this. And so I think if you're bringing numbers, like I think Yuma had some great moves earlier in the game against Tundra. He was honestly playing super well. I think maybe they could back off the Queen a little bit. The first pick Queen has not been looking that hot, to be honest, for them, and no one else is doing it. I think they could probably look to tweak that a little bit. I think because the Falcons will certainly abuse it. That Huskar is coming or something else along these lines. I think they should be a little careful, but I think they have the capability to push the aggression early.
I do want to quickly make a note and update everyone at home that is watching. When you saw the team roster there come up, that graphic, well, you would have noticed Skeeter at the front. And if you weren't watching yesterday, it's probably not really that big of a shock, right? We know that their roster has stayed together, but Skeeter fractured his elbow a couple of days ago, and so they had Satanic standing in, but he's deemed himself able to play with one hand, and so we compiled a nice list of Skeeter heroes that he could be playing today.
There's a critical information here, right? I believe he has fractured the arm in which he puts on his keyboard, so
yes.
Maybe not the mouse arm that's moving around, but if we have to think about one-handed...
Left elbow.
Yeah, one-handed heroes, of course, iconic, known for his Medusa, his Abaddons, he's dabbled with Tidehunters. Like, if he has to play potentially with only one hand, he does have the heroes to be able to do it. And
it's time to try the +1 Veno. I think it's a great, opportunity to try +1 Veno. I think one hand is totally fine for Veno. Like, you're just chilling,
Or you have to click the snake so many times. You're really clicking the E.
Or
like
you just skill stats. You don't actually have to.
I respect that. That's kind of based.
But you don't actually have to.
Bristle can auto-cast the quills now, right? So technically, you could auto-cast Bristle, get into the middle of the fight, you know? There's also some draft depth there with Amar. Like, there are options to deal with the old fractured lad.
I'm just very worried for Heroic because Falcons is an all-chat team. If you're losing to a one-arm guy, it's gonna hurt.
You're right. It's actually coming. Amar has already cooked up some all-chat.
If you lose your lane to a guy that's playing with one arm,
he's got the notepad already open just to like copy-paste it straight into the all-chat.
That guy better not lose his lane. I'm telling you. Like.
The problem is we don't use banners anymore, right? Like I feel like the concept of banners in the pictures, like this is the perfect time, right? You get some Skidder picture with the arm, and every time you kill someone, that you just drop the Skidder pictures, like that's what you're losing to. But no one uses banners. No one uses that mind game potential.
That's because sprays.
Is it
so much
still in
better.
the game? The banners?
Yeah, banners definitely are. Yeah,
you have to obviously be in the guild, but like just no one uses it.
It's because sprays are just so much more impactful. Either way, though, we can talk about the mental warfare, but all of these games they start off with a draft. Falcons are up against Heroic here. The biggest thing, that we need to make note of that we did just then is, of course, Skeeter coming in, playing again for Falcons, and Snake King having lunch, apparently. Dinner, what time is it?
He could be eating.
Yeah, he's also going for the one hand. Maybe the no hands. He's like, Skeeter can play with one hand, I'll play with no hand. I'll go through this
He's
draft.
gonna like press the keys with his tongue, like a little lizard.
Have you ever tried that before? No,
I am notoriously bad at eating and playing at the same time.
Yeah, I see. I think it's just,
That's why I have such high MMR, because I'm eating and playing at the same time. We can play a little bit of game here about trying to predict what either Falcons or Heroic are going to draft. We already saw Heroic earlier today. We had 3 games of Falcons yesterday. You guys should have enough of a resource pool to know what is going to be some of the opening picks here. What is the preference for either Heroic or Falcons?
Well, this is the first time we're seeing Falcons on second pick. The 3 games they played so far have been first pick, where they've been opening with the Prophet or the Sand King, the Chen. I think the only, not the confusing one, but the interesting one was the Nature's Prophet opening, but that might have been due to Satanic's presence on the team, and that could fade slightly with Skidder returning.
So which one do you leave if you're Heroic? Like, do you leave the Prophet? Do you leave the Sand King? Do you leave the Chen? It's also in the pool.
At the moment, they're leaving Sand King or Chen.
Sand King or Chen.
And they leave both, and they ban Monkey King instead.
And they decide to go... They pick the Sand King themselves. Like, that's...
Chen?
No,
Chen's available, yeah.
I wonder... I guess Chen is pretty good against Sand King.
It is, yeah. I'm going to lock that in as a... I don't know if I'm doing it for this team, but I've done it. Chen response?
Very possible. I mean, Chen versus... Yeah, I'd say generally Chen is probably good against tanking. You buy the auras and stuff, you mitigate the slow over team damage. It makes sense. I think there is some flip side. Yeah, it's Chen, yeah. I think there's maybe some element there of Chen is not a hero that's very good at contesting the stacks, I think. He kind of just plays on the lane. He's not like some super good, like, I don't know, like skirmish river fighter. So Sanking will farm his stacks. He will be fat. Like, it's just, you can't stop it. He will be fat. And so maybe there's a window before Chen gets the 6 online, before the mech, that you can start getting these moves going, and then Chen's like, help me! You know, so there's something there.
Like, the trade is that like Sanking really relies on killing the target he jumps with the epi stun, and Chen might be able to stop it. Like, so in a sense, like, it's a pretty decent hero to stop how Sanking wants to approach team fights. So they're kind of both gonna play their game and meet kind of later on.
All right, so you already got one prediction correct. Very impressive with the Chen there. But what are you thinking for the opening for Falcons in the second phase?
It's kind of just counterplay, right? When you're already picking Chen for the auras that we've mentioned, I want them to double down, right? Where Tusk is already banned by themselves, but the Ringmaster have multiple ways where if Sanking initiates, he feels that has to be the perfect initiation. Otherwise, there'll be a combo break in play to then kind of put him in that bad position. Like a lot of heroes like TA, Sanking, once they blink in, they need to commit to the fight, and disengaging, sure they can do it, but it doesn't feel good, right? You want to make sure you stamp your authority. So yeah, I think opening the next phase with another support, Shadow Demon, Ringmaster, either of these heroes could be quite a good option.
I could see a DK also. I think DK is a pretty good hero here. It's also good against Sanking in my opinion. Like
one-handed hero as well.
A decent one, yeah. It's open actually for the 3 players, but I think DK offlane has completely fallen off. Could be a decent hero. I mean, the DK, the Pangos.
I could definitely see the Pango.
Yeah, Pango could be pretty good here too. I just wonder how the Pango versus Sanking mid like interaction. I guess they kind of ignore each other's, but Pango is just low HP, which maybe is a little bit scary against Sanking. But maybe you don't care, honestly.
I mean, it's fine. I think if you pick Pango, the mid matchup is very placeholder, which you're just using as the flex for later on in the draft. Like, nothing will really crush, except for some maybe really weird stuff will crush Sanking, so it's kind of just placeholder. Yeah.
Into Sanking though, how many heroes do you want to be able to stand their ground, right? To kind of open up that fight? Because like, do you really want to have just one hero that walks up and then the Sanking can go past him? Like with Pango, who's chaotic, do you want like one more hero that can kind of cushion that initiation from a Sanking?
I mean, to be honest, I think a lot of what's good against Sanking is abusing the fact that the hero's quite bad at rotating early. He is very much like stack farm gameplay, and so I think you're looking to play like if you can't contest his stacks reliably, then I think you're looking to play away from him and abuse the fact that the 4 is playing for stacks, and maybe you can attack the safe lane more because they don't have that TV potential. You can do something like this.
That's an early gyro pick. I need to see anti-Chen heroes. Like I want to see the ETs, I want to see the Phoenixes, the Grimstrokes. Like you need to bring like more damage to the equation. I think like Chen needs to be respected on heroic side. I hope they do. Else it's just going to be another Chen, like Falcons Chen, we're just going to run them over.
But this is like the simplistic style of drafting that Devi often sometimes brings to the teams he's on. Because when he was on D2 Hustlers, it would often be you want to early pick Gyrocopter, you're protecting yourself from still getting, you know, Enigmas and these type of heroes on the 18 pick. And they're still respecting Falcons, maybe just keeping the draft alive with like a generic, I pick Gyro, it's a Skidder hero, we keep last pick elsewhere. So I think it's like there's a double layering of respecting Skidder, but also they really want to ensure that Devi has freedom on 18 pick, where he's not forced to have to go on a specific hero due to, you know, Falcons picking up.
Where's Phoenix, man? I just miss seeing Phoenix in these games. I feel like there's so many games where it's really, really good and it's just completely ignored. They go for the snap. It's a good hero versus Chen, like until a certain point, but in the early game, it's definitely amazing. It's gonna be hard for Chen to play the early game here, because like between Gyro, Snap, and Sanking, there's like an immense amount of damage that's coming until you start getting the auras, getting the levels, you know, getting maybe the shard and the ancients. Like you're just gonna struggle to tank up. So strong early game pace on the side of Heroic once again.
Do you feel it's enough then for you to be like, okay, that Chen is kind of dealt with, or you're like, there will still be a timing where Chen will be impactful. There still is a timing where Falcons can run away with the Chen pick?
No, I don't think it's enough. I think they need more on top of it, for sure. Like right now, it has a ceiling. It's going to stop scaling at some point. And the Chen will take over. It even got worse with the Abaddon, which kind of stops this, like, you know, stun into lock the Pango down or whoever you know, prioritize killing. So, yeah, a lot of weight on the last picks, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think like I can see the reasons why they would pick this gyro, but when I look at this game, I'm very worried for Gyrocopter. I think gyro against Chen can be a very, like if you're not ahead, then gyro is all split low damage. Sanking is a similar thing of being very split, even damage, magic damage. You're playing against Chen, you're playing against a Baden who is going to clap you, and I think also don't think gyro is good against Pangolier in lane. I think Pango Hoodwink is quite a fearsome lane, and gyro is like, he's just some guy. Like, you can't barrage these guys. If you run in, they're going to do too much damage to you. You will not beat them in lane with these heroes.
And Abaddon is the perfect one-handed hero too that we said earlier.
That's right. It's on the list.
It's not that one-handed, I would say, because you actually
pretty
rely
chill.
on picking your items also, like with the facets. So I'll give him some credit. Like,
Okay, all right.
you do want to
He's
get the
tested himself a
Manta,
little
the
bit.
Orchid. You know, come on, you do want to get some button clicking abilities on Abaddon players. It has changed.
Heroic, though, are quite a team that like to cook, though. The gyro could just go to support if they really wanted to and do some like crazy stuff like that, but
I like that. I think that's a really good pick. Like, this is the kind of overwhelming amount of damage I need to get. Scaling is also a very good lane. Like he's completely free versus Chen. But we've seen what Snaking does. Like, when he plays versus counter on lanes, they switch lanes and they might play Hoodwink in the safe lane to deal with the Primal Beast, you know, trying to cut waves, trying to kind of run around, and the Chen will just lane on the other side of the map. But I like this pick. I think this is starting to look a little bit better for Heroic and their ability to scale into the game.
I mean, they had to deal with the problem that gyro still needs to farm to get into the game, and then you don't want Sanking to be the one who's blind jumping every time, right? So Primal will provide that information. He'll give time for everyone to understand the fight, and then they get to choose who they want to go on based on Primal naturally going in. So I'm assuming it is going to be Devi on the offlane Primal, but he needs to have a good lane, get to, I'm assuming, like phase BKB or phase Blink, and kind of just lead the team throughout the early to mid game.
Yeah, I mean, I do worry for Heroic because they don't have last pick here on mid. And Maureen, while being a slippery little fish in lane, is also like extremely good at counterpicking. And if I'm Heroic, I think their heroes are just like they struggle greatly against the damage mitigation for Falcons if they're not ahead. And like, I think this Terrorblade ban is great. I actually think they should have picked TB on 18 because I think they need this super high damage against this run-in from Falcons.
But where would the gyro? Oh, you would
some super gyro to the 5, right? Yeah, exactly.
Somewhere.
Yeah.
Because I feel like this gyro carry, if the lanes don't go immaculately and Heroic doesn't have the super pace, if they have that, then maybe. But without that, I think this gyro will have a abysmal time against these heroes.
I could think of like ET or Phoenix like on a support if you're keeping the gyro core to kind of fix that.
ET's cute. I like ET.
They can bring enough damage. Like, if you just add one ET to this mix, all of a sudden, like, there's no such thing as tanking up versus ET. Like, even Chen can't fix that. So maybe you have solutions if you want to, you know, keep the gyro on one.
What's your thoughts on Falcons, depending on Heroic's pick, going for like a Beastmaster in the mid lane? You then get that lockdown the gyro if he is the core. You get that just way to progress the game, and you enable everyone through also kind of leading the charge for your own team.
It's good. It's very good. It works very well. I think like another option they might have, because like Heroic's lineup is very much based on like, you know, at some point this gyro is going to have to carry a lot of weight, which is also why we're also kind of second guessing, can he even do it? There's a classic counter which is Doom. Wait, or is it banned? I think.
No, it's not. But are you guys not like intrigued by the fact that it was a TB Ursa ban by Falcons? Like, they're still banning out carry.
They are expecting the gyro to be support because they feel like it doesn't cut it, which, you know, I mean, it makes sense.
Right, okay.
It could be. I think it doesn't sound like something too crazy. Schofield plays Quap.
Sure, I mean, when it comes to Heroic, it's not too crazy, but it's still like...
But it's what they do, right? It's like you offer up an early gyro, there has to be some logic behind it. You can't just always put it carry. Then I feel like it's weak drafting, right? Like, there needs to be a layer inside, and no one would have probably talked about Omni Knight.
What the hell is this?
Did Omni carry?
Omni 5, I think.
Oh, I guess. I mean, I don't like this.
No.
I think like Heroic
But as a 5 or just in general, you don't like Omni?
I think as a core it can work sometimes, but I think in this instance, Heroic needed something to bolster their damage and to let them like, to make this gyro Superman enough to cut through their stuff. Whereas I think giving gyro more defensive tools doesn't help him because he doesn't have the damage to kill them. So he can live all he wants, but like he still can't kill anyone. So eventually GA and Repel are wearing out and you're going to get obliterated.
It's like theoretically Omni works well with gyro, it works well with Primal, it works well with Sanking. It's not a bad pick, but yeah, we're just unsure. It's a Pudge mid, okay. Yeah.
So there's the Sanking counter we talked about.
Yeah.
Talked
Even
about yesterday.
more like Pudge plus Chen plus Abba, like there's a lot to cut through, and do they have enough is hard to say, given the Abba shields also on top of it.
Everything I look at for Heroic is about Devi or the Primal Beast. Like, if he can create this chaos, activate the Sand King, bring life to Omni Knight, give him purpose, because without the Primal, Omni's just watching the game, basically, right? He's just hoping that gyro gets online. So it's like, if Primal can do some stuff, sure, he might be able to run through this kind of early game. But yeah, Falcons, they have this inevitable tankiness that you guys have been mentioning that is so scary. Like, it doesn't matter if you have survivability yourself, Falcons can brush off pretty much any damage source from Heroic.
And it's a pretty good Primal core game, I would say. Like, these supports are pretty bad against Primal Beast. Like, he should have a good time. So it's gonna come down to execution, because he has the angle to, like, I don't want to say take over the game, but cause a lot of issues for Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say this is also the first time they've played the Pudge mid in an official. He played it a bunch in pubs, and they probably tried it in scrims too. But they haven't played an official before, so maybe there's some room for, I don't know, Maureen got a little too big for his bridges. He's like, oh, it's the Pudge game, pick me Pudge, and then they get overconfident, and there's something there. Because this Pudge hero is super volatile. I think it's quite a good mid Pudge game.
But,
but if you mess up, you die one time, holy crap, this hero falls off a cliff.
But the build is still like Aghanims, BKB, Shroud somewhere in the mix, right? Like there's no other kind of variation on the build?
I don't think so.
Okay.
He puts the ward on the back camps and just spam hooks the big camp and just plays economy.
So do you think Heroic will already know about the Pudge mid technology and do an early smoke, try and block some of those camps, kind of prevent the efficiencies, or is it kind of, are we thinking too far ahead?
Any Dota player should know about Pudge mid. That's like, that's literally your introduction to the game, you know? So it's like, of course you have to go far back, but it's in your veins, you know? You've got this.
Okay.
You see visions of Dendy flashing through
Everyone knows, come on, Pudge mid, SF mid. These things are like immortal.
Yeah, it feels like it sticks with you no matter what. And I like it. You guys have put out everything on the table. We know exactly what way Heroic are going to be able to get into this game. The biggest question, though, is Falcons going to be down with Skeeter playing with one arm? Are they going to be at similar full power here? Either way, Heroic are looking good to be able to take this. Let's get on into our best of one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to get into the action of Heroic versus Team Falcons. And Fogged, we're getting some last pick, Maureen Pudge. What do you make of this?
Hell yeah. I mean, I'm so happy. The whole everything at the end of this there was just great. I have, you know, Sab, a man after my own heart, talking about ET the whole time, and then we get a Pudge at the end. Like, I don't know, this is just the dream. And we got an Omni Knight. I mean, this one maybe not the dream, but untapped potential, maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure if this hero is even any good right now, but let's see what KJ is going to be able to do with it.
That's a pushback onto Yuma. Running with the shield crash from Amar. He's looking for the body blocks as well, but Yuma should be fine here, buffed up by the repel.
He gained 13 strength from that repel. So quite a bit there. Ends up tanking him up. Something I'm looking at, it's quite a bit of melee on the side of Heroic, so I'm wondering how they're going to approach these fights at times. Devi, I think what they were talking about him having the potential of this game just to do the most is probably pretty important. But yeah, I'm just worried because of their angles of approaching fights. Well, I feel like Shield Crash is going to end up getting like 4 or 5-man Shield Crashes in a lot of situations. It's a lot of melee running into the fight.
I want to try and brawl there for the bounty rune. It's going to be 2 for 2 on the bounties.
Hook is up.
Seems they can chase for a kill. Indeed, Maori might be able to chase and get the lockdown or get the hook back onto King Jungles. And King Jungles, he's going to have the movement speed to get away from this. They'll turn their attention over towards Schofield instead. Branch laid down, sets up for the bushwhack. They'll get the first blood, surely. Schofield will buy some time with the stick. He does also have the fairy fire. He won't pop it, accepts his fate as Maureen's able to take him down, get that first blood.
Made sure that he got the first blood too. He's hesitant on getting that attack. And yeah, let's see how this mid goes. As they said, this is a counter pick matchup that he's done in the pubs. I've watched a couple of the games on it. He's a very snowball-y kind of hero that he likes to play with too. But definitely a bit of a different one, because I feel like usually when we see Malrine, you see that Grandmaster tier on all of his heroes. This one it's Silver tier. What the?
Silver?
Because how many Grandmasters does he have?
He's got
he has
so
like
many
20.
Grandmasters, yeah.
So
he's trying to get his Pudge levels up, you know.
True.
Yeah,
let's see how this lane ends up going.
Do lobby games count for the Dota Plus? They don't, do they? They contribute to the Dota Plus level? I don't think so, right?
No. Well, he's playing in pubs, so.
Yeah, he'll get there eventually.
Yep, and we definitely we have to talk not just about the Pudge, of course, but the fact that it's Malrine playing the Pudge versus the Sand King, and the Sand King is his specialist hero, so that's why we're going to probably put a pretty big emphasis on when that ends up going down in the mid lane in terms of how they can counteract each other and see how Malrine does. Like Quinn said, does he get too big for his britches? That, yes, it worked really well in pubs, but in pro game it can be a little different. We'll have to see.
Because yeah, this is the thing, right? If this mid Pudge from Maureen does do crazy good against the mid Sand King, you know, maybe Maureen's been kind of holding this back because he doesn't want other people know to know that the way to beat his mid Sand King is to pick the Pudge against it.
Yeah, I mean, definitely possible. And we can talk about the Pudge too in terms of not just the Sand King also in this game. When you do look at his game, Meat Shield is very good this game. Versus low damage of Gyrocopter early, blocking out the small instances of Barrage, versus some of the damage of Snapfire too. Meat Shield can be very relevant versus some of the slower damage. And of course the Sand King, that's the big one, right? So yeah, we'll have to see. I'm really curious to see how well he does, because it does look like the dream for Malrine.
Still hooked there. Going to get the sentry as well. A lot of damage in return though from Whisper.
Yep. Even though it is a melee versus, melee versus melee match with the caustics building up, Malrine's still fairly ahead on the CS, 18 right now. And they did do this lane switch up that Seb was talking about on the panel too, is when they see a bit of a difficult lane for the Chen, they just move it. Falcons has done this time and time again. They're fine with switching the 4 and the 5 position just for the lanes. And these lanes, seeing the result of at least the bottom lane, Amari is getting pretty much free farm. 16 and 8, getting a lot of denies too. And this is definitely a hero that I've seen Amar take over games on. He loves to do this like 4-4 skill build, play super farm and aggressive rather than going for the Rolling Thunder.
Marine tries to push for the kill there. But with the turn, nearly gets him back. I mean, Marine was living on the edge on that one. He saw an opportunity to maybe try and go for the rundown with the Rot, but falls back at just the right moment.
I'm watching Whisper. He does have a stun available. Malrine. See if a salve coming out? He does. All right. He's going to probably back up, hook a big creep, get that salve going, and he should... Yeah, Bounty Rune's going to spawn in about 10 seconds, so should be able to get healthy again on the side of Malrine. But Whisper will catch up in CS completely with that pressure play.
Radiant are scanning.
Check around the runes. Schofield comes in, makes sure that both water runes go to Whisper. No refuel from Malrine.
Like yep, very nice move there from Schofield. He knows his Primal's is dragging waves anyway with boots, so just has to stack some caps, make sure that that rune doesn't get claimed. Yuma's still getting last hits, but he's not really healthy and he's not getting any extra denies. Mid, again.
Whisper.
Malrine.
It's going to be the wraparound from Crit. Whisper could be in trouble here. Crit lays down the bushwhack, and indeed the rotation from Crit punishes Whisper as he continues to get tempted by how low Marine continues to sit and fight back. Ends up losing his life there, Fog.
They love to do these little plays, just baiting. Crit sees the opportunity to move, gets that catch. Malrine is just going to shove the wave in. That's his level 6 finished up and his phase boots. He's very strong now at this point. And I just keep looking at this bottom lane. Amar he's kind of 2v1ing. Omni Knight doesn't really contribute too much in terms of harassment or much of anything in terms of 5 position, so Amar is doing excellent in this bottom lane versus this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they can barely touch him.
Yep.
So, I mean, at least keeping Yuma safe and healed up, but difficult.
No mana
to do anything about the farm of the Pango. We'll see Marine reset back to base, get himself back up to full HP, and we'll see where he looks to go on the map if he does want to just continue to sit mid, because yeah, with the ult now,
he can kill bottom.
Pretty safe.
I was going to say, he can kill this Gyro with absolute ease.
Well, let's have a look if he can hit those hooks. Yuma. Marine's here. And the body blocks are coming in. Marine's just going to be able to slowly close in on towards the Gyro. The body blocks from him are continuing. As there's the bite. Locks him down. King Jungles, he's got a purification ready to throw out. But it's not enough to save Yuma, as Marine able to chase him down and finish off the job.
And in the meanwhile, he takes 0 damage too during it. He has a low mana Gyro, but the barrage just gets completely blocked there from the meat shield like we were mentioning earlier. And they maximize. Snaking, he's going to take the mid lane, but Whisper, he's taking the stack. He actually took the quad stack. He throws the epi down.
That's a lot. We'll see if we can get away from this though. Marine, can he hit the hook? Because he's got the range for it. Probably not quite. Whisper, nope. Just far enough away to get away with that.
But he did expend epi for the camp. And it looked like it was almost dead as well. He just was trying to rush things, so won't have epi to look for a potential play for 100 seconds. He does have his stacks to go back and farm and finish that blink and probably have the epi back up for that, but it does mean some moments where Falcons can look to continue pressuring and maybe they look to invade.
Radiant's middle tower is
And
under
they feel
attack.
super strong around Maureen. Level 7 on the Pudge.
Abaddon is... I mean, Skeeter is going for the Shrine also. So Heroic has problems on multiple fronts right now.
Mosquito's got a point, of course, ready to drop onto the borrowed time if necessary. Looks like he doesn't want to try and force it here against the three of them. He'll back away.
They had to make that call. Bring 3 heroes to secure that Shrine. All 3 cores farming very well on the side of Falcons. Just a good amount ahead of their counterparts completely, and even the supports are getting a good chunk as we see Snaking. He's starting to do his jungle thing.
Very hard,
Whisper,
but
is he gonna finish all this?
huge amount for him. Crit's starting to make his way back over.
Even just sapping
Some of
HP.
this.
Yeah, that's
Getting very
big.
low to clearing the stack, so definitely has to be a bit cautious. Of course, has King Jungles by his side. Meanwhile, over in the mid, Maureen able to get the bite off onto Schofield. Another kill here for the Pudge. 3-0-1 so far, Maureen.
Crit has gotten, I mean, look at how much experience he just got. What, more than half a level on the Hoodwink, just sapping from that Sanking. So they get the kill on the mid lane, plus sap all that XP, and they get the power rune. You got your stack at least cleared on the side of Heroic, but Falcons got quite a bit out of it and a hook.
Very nicely done there. Waits for King Jungles to clean up the creep. Gets the hook through after it falls. Pretty tanky, King Jungles. And with Whisper turning up, I mean, he'll get the curry up. If Maureen can hit the hook in a second, we'll still get the kill, but he's now in a bit of a tough spot.
He's getting cut off.
Human leaning in, but Snaking is there by Maureen's side.
He's fine.
He's going to have to dismember back up in a few seconds as well. So Maureen, if he gets a hook, he might actually still be able to go aggressive. Going to get the connection.
That was close. Attempts there. Checks to see if there's a ward just in case, but not going to be the case. Maureen speedy. He had that ice armor too. So we're talking about how tanky the lineup from Falcons can be just individually on their cores. They also are going to have these Chen auras pretty early on. If Snae's able to pick them up, it's going to be really problematic for a lot of just the magic damage, right? For the side of Heroic. Early game is all magic.
Heroic, yeah, they really want to do something on the top, but it's so difficult into Skeeter. I mean, sure, there's still this... Yeah, about 15 seconds until the borrowed time's back up, but Skeeter's playing careful. They won't be able to punish that window.
Have you been checking up top? How's Skeeter looking, by the way? How's the one-hand gaming looking?
He's chilling.
He's
so
chilling,
far, the
right.
farm's pretty good, bro. Not a lot of pressure upon him, and it's yeah, it's a good hero to play if you're not at 100%.
Yep.
Your limbs, and he's gonna have that radiance probably good timing because it doesn't look like anyone's going up there.
Not at 100% with your limbs. I like that.
He damaged his elbow, didn't he? It's he's probably at like 90% at the moment.
That's fair.
Well, maybe not even. It depends how much pain he's in. But I assume not.
Just
I
the
hope
way you
he's
were.
not in any. Maybe he's playing and like screaming in agony. I'll assume he's not.
This is the way you worded it. I don't know. It's very funny to me. Maureen finishes off the Ancient stack in the meantime. 2 components of Aghanims are going to be finished, so very tanky. Bottom, Whisper setting up. No blink.
Gonna clear the wave. Doesn't want to commit with the Appy for that. Maureen. It's the hook. The bite. He'll instantly be able to get off the ult in return. Won't matter though. Bites there at the end of it. Kill for
Pudge is
Skeeter.
looking good. Pudge is definitely looking really strong right now, and he's got the 3 points in meat shield now already too, so as we said, it's going to block a hell of a lot of damage. In Whisper's game, there's still no blink. He did finish up that instant stack, but hasn't been able to find a big connection yet. And when he blink ults, he has to, I mean, I say has to, but he ideally, of course, wants to try to find some type of kill. Ulting most of these cores might not net him a kill unless they have some backup, especially not the Pudge.
Yeah, they've got ways to save themselves. It's kind of difficult.
And there's... Yep. Diffusal done for Amar. Hand to God from the Chen. Falcons, they do like to play these, especially in the past, their tanky lineups. This definitely feels like it can get to one of those insanely tanky levels very quick when they're throwing auras on top too. And this Gyro, usually you pick this hero to win most lanes. This is not a game where the Gyro is able to just be at the top of the net worth after the laning phase. He's actually at the bottom of the course. And it's the Pango is at the top to take the tower very early.
Very few opportunities for them to make a move, Heroic. Falcons are just not giving them any chance to get that jump. To just return to trying to put on the pressure here in the mid.
And Amar, he's actually looking for Yuma.
We might find something here. Won't want to go for it for now.
Baits TPs. Second he makes the play, sinking TPs, and he's already out. Good awareness from Amar. Sticking around even.
He feels super strong. This defusal timing.
Yeah, he's getting so much info.
Thunder at the ready. They're getting that jump on him. It's going to have to come down to sort of the move from Whisper. And
Okay, he
Whisper
shows.
might find it. Whisper's in. Gets the opening. Swashbuckle into the shield crash into the rolling thunder. The heal
No way.
as well, Amar.
No way.
He's away. He's out
He lives
of
it
there.
all.
They couldn't burst him. They get very close, but not close enough to finish off the job. And Marion, Whisper's got to be careful. Marion was waiting for him. Blinks away, but Crit's also there. Whisper will be able to break away with the Burrow Strike. Crit trying to see if he can maybe get that bushwhack off of the hook setup, but Whisper just far enough away to survive. But as we see, it's just a struggle for Heroic as they try and make something happen. They just can't. Maybe they can get something here. Whisper finally able to find Heroic a kill on the board. Does get the chance to jump Crit in the mid. It's
And they can get a support. That's it, though, right? Like, they committed both ults for the Pango, and he's able... Yes, they had to pop 2 ults to save him, but either way, that's all the aggression halted. In the push now top. Skeeter starting to pressure. His Relic is done. The Chen army is there. Will they look to clear it out with Devi? They will. And his Blink is done. So now they do have multiple ways to start fights in terms of... Yeah, and just in terms of just starting them, but... Will they have damage, right? That's what we're going to have to say, since we did see just a Hand of God coming into the mix of things so far, and it was enough to just save. That's without even Falcons being grouped up. Hook. A little early.
A nice one here. Amplified damage rune at the top. If you can
Whisper's
get
got
that
Blink.
little bit, indeed, Whisper. And be able to grab that instead, and we'll have the Epicenter ready to go again in 25 seconds. So almost certainly we'll try and look to make a play with this. So
Yeah,
they
and
need to try
KJ and
look to use whatever they have here, Heroic, to try and take away some of this early lead the Falcons are getting against them.
Yep, and KJ did steal the Shrine, so they were able to at least deny that one away. So slowing things down, getting a fair bit. Almost even now in terms of experience after taking that. But there's that Ags, the Pudge. He's got it finished, level 12. Malrine is terrifying. This is something they're going to have to figure out an answer for. They're going to have to bring probably just numbers. They're going to have the number game if Malrine turns up.
Top, Mosquito's just, he's getting that timing. Relic done, very close to having the full Radiance on top of it. They'll make the jump on him, TPs are coming in, and of course he's got the borrowed time at the ready, Skeeter. Here's the backup, Amar ready with the Rolling Thunder. Jumps across over towards Devi and to Whisper, holding back the Sand King. The kisses are coming through from Schofield, but Amar's able to swing across, put a stop to those as well. Hook lands in on towards Devi. They've got the bite. The save will come out from King Jungles with the Guardian Angel, but it's not going to be enough to keep Devi alive as he falls. It's just too hard to fight into Falcons right now. They were so ready for this.
And Whisper.
Sharpshooter's going to connect. We'll get the Sandstorm off. Oh my goodness, that hook. That tickled his tail, that did.
I looked like it was going to hit, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
that was insanely close.
As close as it gets. So Whisper lucky to live. But I mean, we see sort of one of those desperation plays, right? They're going on and about and
feels like it.
Near the tier 1. He's got the borrowed time. It's going to be a tough fight to ever make work, and it does not for Heroic.
Yeah. Yuma doesn't even join, right? That says a lot. He stays farming the entire time, doesn't even TP to the tier 1 to help
Look
out
at
his
this hook
team.
again. Oh, it goes halfway through him.
Malrine fighting for straight.
Back in the river. They're going all in on the Pudge, but the Pudge, he's got friends. Amar comes in with the swashbuckle, takes Yuma down. Sure, Malrine will fall. I mean, if Devi can get away with this, they'll kind of be okay with that one. Sure, I
Whisper?
guess they carry, but when you're behind, you're killing the Pudge. It's a big kill. Amar.
Whisper? Whisper? He blinked in for the courier.
I mean, he got it. Did he not? Answer me that. But did he not get that courier? Got to take away these little victories for them.
I mean, that was a...
Devi's dead. I mean, I thought he was out of here, but somehow...
They all died.
Apart, folks. It's falling apart. What's the backup plan for Heroic? They need a backup to the backup plan.
They actually all died. Like it was four heroes. It was 4 heroes jumping Maureen, and he just stood his ground with the meat shield and tanked pretty much everything. And then afterwards, yeah, it looked like they were actually going to disengage, maybe, to not lose 3 heroes.
Did right. Yeah, because Whisper
all
was all the way up top, and Devi was all the way down on the other side of the map running away. But somehow they both end up dead at the end of it.
And then Whisper blinks in to go for a courier kill, and the Baton's just there. So Skeeter gets handed a very big solo kill on the mid lane.
Yeah, he is chilling. 2-0 for Skeeter. He is evidently as ready as ever to return and play here today. He is having a fantastic time here on the Abaddon.
I don't really know where Heroic goes from this, I gotta be honest with you, because I feel like for their draft, it's a very snowball draft when they go for this type of like gyro play, and they kind of lost in at least 2 of the lanes pretty significantly, and now it's just been snowball control of team from Falcons. 8K lead this early.
Whisper's got to be careful up there.
Mars in.
Whisper will be able to burrow strike down to the low ground. Indeed, at the same time, Amar getting the setup onto King Jungles. I mean, Whisper's still in the river. They're swinging back over towards him. Should be fine, though. Has the haste rune in the bottle as well, even if they do get the catch on him. Whisper will be fine. Falcons, they're happy with the space that they've made to be able to turn up into the Roshan.
Yep.
Can Heroic do anything about it? Oh, he tried to get the jump with the bow strike, but the blink out was already there from Amar. So no catch there from Whisper. I mean, Heroic, they probably feel like they have to try and make a play around this Roshan.
How do you commit into this, though? Snay, he's got mech, he's got the creeps already prepared. The auras are online.
And look at Maureen just sitting in the trees, ready to block off any effort from Heroic. Hooks in, he's going to be able to grab him! Gets the grab onto Schofield. Schofield will jump away with the cookie. He's trying to run. At the same time, Amar already on the high ground. Gets the shield crash onto the 2 of them. Whisper turns towards him with the epicenter, but the roll-ups there from Amar. Burrow strike, it's a good one. Comes in onto the both of them. Amar will fall, but Skeeter's got the borrowed time ready to go. Whisper has to run with the remainder of the haste room. Will get healed up and saved by King Jungles. So Heroic, they poke and get the kill. They get the one of them. They don't lose anything themselves, but they're not able to stop Falcons getting this Roche and getting the Aegis.
It's good that they're at least able to disengage the haste room for Whisper, coming in clutch for him, but either way, Falcons happy with what they've attained. That was every ulti used from Heroic, and they only got the 1 kill, so. Whisper. Whisper.
Uh-oh. Oh, he's able to break out of the bushwhack just in time with the burrow strike. Blinks there as well at the high ground. Marin, he's going to go for the blind hook. It's close. Close
that
enough.
burrow strike timing, perfect, so we'll be able to not really disjoint, but stop the stun, right? Breaks the stun when he gets that timing there, so good on him there.
Now having to deal with this 4 minutes or so of Aegis on Maureen. Very close to having the BKB as well on the Pudge.
Yuma needs a lot more time.
Bottom. Schofield's been found. Another one here for Falcons.
Give him the strength. Oh, no.
You got Skeeter coming in from the sideline as well with his invisible. Oh, it might actually help them set up more. Looks like he doesn't want to go for it. The rest of the team are indeed swinging over for the objective. They'll go back for the Twin Gate. Claim the Tormentor here, Falcons. They'll get the shard in for Skeeter.
Good shard to get for free, to be honest with you. It's a pretty nice one, that extra absorb.
Top extra damage, sorry. He continues to sort of dance around with them, and Amar's going to be hot in the chase for Whisper. Whisper needs help. He's going to get a bit of help here from Schofield. First strikes away, but he's just going to get slowly run down by Skeeter, and he's dead. Whisper gone. Yeah. They can start diving the tier 2s here now as well, Falcons. Jump forward from Amar. He's in with the diffusible blade slow onto King Jungles. Schofield should live, but King Jungles not a chance here, surrounded by Falcons.
Well, I'm glad to see Omni once, but I don't want to see it again. I don't know, this year doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it was rough.
His abilities feel
really
super
felt
weak
like,
right now.
And just what the laning, right? They weren't able to do anything about Amar. Amar got a very free start as the Pango.
Oh, what a hook.
There from Maureen.
Yeah. This one just feels almost unplayable. They can get like these little individual kills, but it just, there's nothing they really are getting out of the map. And this Rax is dead. And this is before Pipe's even done for Snake too. Imagine when a Pipe comes online too after this mech and all the sustain. The Falcons very coordinated draft, very prepared with what they had this time versus Heroic. Pause. What happened?
What's going on?
Oh, sorry.
Sound.
He's got a full BKB on Maureen. Honestly, I don't think they need to. They do not need to leave the base. I mean, they don't need to stay in the base either because there's not going to be racks anymore in a second. But yeah, these.
Yeah, but who cares
lanes
about the
went
racks?
well.
There's a fountain that needs to be done.
It's true.
It's, you know, this is the perfect setup. You still got tier 2s in the other lanes. That's great. The creeps aren't going to end the game. You can fountain farm to your heart's content. What we put to stop there. Here's the backup with the Rolling Thunder. Marion's going to be able to reset. Of course, still has this Aegis. Get the hook back in. That's Whisper dead. No buyback available on the Sand King. That's the top set.
I'm surprised he's gone. I'm surprised he's stunned like that. He's stunned in a way that he would actually still be standing on top of the Pudge.
Oh!
Hooks him out.
Safety. Maureen with the save.
Well, Maureen's practice has absolutely worked on the Pudge as we're seeing it. The pubs.
Oh, we're going to be getting more Pudge. And as I said, it would be interesting to see now if other mids are like, hey, let's try playing the Pudge then against Maureen's Sand King. Because as we've
they're going to lose, right?
Today, I mean, they're probably, you know, it's not easy to do on
That's
Maureen.
the problem.
He is definitely making this look easier than it is. Looking very good on the Pudge this game. 6-1 and 6.
And he is, you know, the specialist on the Sand King. He does all the little tricks in order to make sure that he doesn't really lose any lanes either, too. But yeah, I don't know. Pudge, we saw it yesterday, too, from CEST, right? It looked very good. We've seen it a couple times in tournaments. It's a flex hero, so absolutely see it get picked up more.
Trying for the wraparound here. They get the jump onto Crit, but the Aphotic Shield comes in from Skeeter. Crit's going to get healed up as well from the Hand of God. They can't get hoodwinked. And Maureen's in with the grab onto Yuma. They've got the hook in onto Schofield to try and cook it away, but the BKB's up from Maureen. Schofield gone. Heroic, they tried for some sort of wraparound play here, but now they're scrambling back towards the high ground. King Jungle's going to get caught outside of the base. Hook will miss, but it won't matter. Falcons can continue to push on for more. As the mid-wave's coming in. And Whisper, he'll get the jump onto Amar. Have they got enough? They do not. He's able to get the Rolling Thunder off. We'll get grabbed out of it for now by Devi, who starts trampling on top of him. They'll clean up Amar. It's something, but Maureen gets his hands onto Yuma. Yuma's gone. Maureen, he'll fall the once. Happy to lose the Aegis. Doesn't mind being prepared for round 2, especially if he gets a hook. He's got the hook back up in a second. He's going to try for it. Going to grab this time. Whisper's watching.
They're bypassing. Bypassing towers, Owen. They still have tier 2s and they're inside the tier 3 in the base just looking for the fight. That's how strong they feel.
They're cruising through this one, Falcons.
Yep.
It's 24 minutes in and already on the verge of potentially taking a second set of barracks and maybe even just a straight up game away from Heroic.
And just giving very little space on the map. Look, too, immediately they TP to the shrine as well. They see, I think it was Whisper, showed on the ward for a second, and they just constrict the map again. Schofield, nice tree cut.
Cut down the tree. Setup therefore won't come through for allowing Maureen's hook to connect.
What has Gyro got? All right, well, that's his Demon Edge killed.
Oh, that's rough. Maybe with the Daedalus, there would have been a hope here for Heroic, but yeah, that Demon Edge is gone for 2 minutes.
It's only 25. It's just 25 minutes, and it really they can't get out. Like, yeah, they can't get out of their base. It feels like already. Whisper is having to play all the way up here. He does have the Ags finished up, as we did see, but there's just so much damage mitigation. Snay, Pipe is done now, so Mech plus Pipe plus his Hand of God plus all this damage. Yeah, just everything that they have in combination is so good versus what Heroic's draft does. Fishing for hooks, Devi. We'll be okay. Let's see if Devi can also, I mean, if he can, right, just stop these Rolling Thunders also can be pretty cool because he does have the BKB. So he does have opportunity to at least limit some of the Falcons team fight, but damage is just an issue. KJ?
Maureen, can you get this hook? Well, no. Tries for it. Around the tree.
Very close.
Dire's courier has been killed.
He'll get him next time.
He'll get him next time. It's not why you land a haste hook anyway, so not his fault.
Dire's
All right, base push. They are prepared. Lanes are coming in. Mid's ready. They have a wave bottom.
40 seconds, and he'll have the Daedalus. Yuma. We'll get the wisdom.
Let's see if they have damage. I'm just looking at all these. I mean, just look at the buff bars, right? This is what we always talk about. Chen, Skeeter. This isn't in with all the creeps around him just yet. He's got the armor. He's got the cloak aura, the two important ones. Heroic trying to put apart any small items they can to look for maybe the next fight. They've got a Vlad's even on the Snapfire, trying to amp up some of that damage from Yuma.
Oh, there's a hook. Malrine. Bushwhack to follow. Divide getting burst, so we'll get the BKB off just in time to get back to the safety at the fountain.
I think this is a rapier purchase coming out from Yuma. I don't think you complete the Daedalus. I think you buy the rapier and you YOLO.
Yes. Sell your Falcon Blade? You got it right,
disassemble.
Right?
You disassemble cells so you get the money. Yeah, let's see. He's better be close to it.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, and now he can go back to get the rapier. Let's see.
He's got it. Okay, here we go. Rapier online, boys and girls.
It's desperate times, but...
I mean, it's not bad, right? It's not a lineup that has any blade mails online. So that's good news for the Gyro with this rapier.
Yeah, but he could just die so fast is the problem.
Just don't die.
Just don't die.
That's all it takes. Let's have a look. Rapier Gyro. Yuma. Smoked up and ready to surprise them. They might not expect it.
All eyes on him.
The hook whispers in with the jump. Kiss is coming in as well. Yuma ready to try and move in a position. The borrowed time's out from Skeeter. Devi will be able to charge away. Whisper falling low, but he'll survive here in the sandstorm with the BKB. Yuma steps up.
Here we go.
Let's have a look. The rapier, the flak isn't going to do enough to kill anyone. Maurine's getting pretty low here, in fact. Maurine, he's getting away with his invis, but they've got eyes on him now. Is he actually going to be able to run? The Devi's going to be there to close him off. Maurine will get trampled over, but the hook, they get it.
He's dead. There we go.
The Dream is alive here for Heroic. As Yuma
Step one.
picks up the double kill with his rapier.
And he played it nice. He waited very long.
He was so
Abaddon ult goes off. The Pudge BKB goes off. He's waiting, drops the call down, then joins in. So they do get some two nice cleanup kills and now can progress towards some lifesteal potentially. So, as we said, desperate times call for desperate measures, but this is step one of many.
I mean, how many ways do they sort of have to keep the Gyro safe? Like, what's it looking like? Can this hero, can this team bail out Yuma if he is getting gone?
I mean, they've got Omni Knight, right? They've got the Repel, so he's got a built-in BKB kind of there, plus that Guardian Angel. I'm just wondering if they do queue up maybe that Blade Mail, right? Like, if Abaddon wants to, he can.
There's a fair bit of damage. They want to try and get this Roshan finished in time. Still 10 seconds until Marine's back up. Yuma, can he finish this off and get himself the Aegis? He's getting bashed up by the Rosh. Skeeter's going to make the jump in. Who's going to be able to pick up the Aegis? They're both trying to force for it. Yuma's able to get the pickup. Aegis in and out of Gyro. Skeeter, his borrowed time soon to be coming to an end. They close him off, get the stun, into the grab. Yuma ready to dish out the damage, but the Rolling Thunder comes in from Amar. Yuma backing up, but inside the pit, Skeeter, he's cornered off and killed off. Heroic, get the Roshan, they get the Aegis, and they get that big kill. Hook.
Yuma gets hooked.
It connects. But Yuma, he might not matter about this at all. He's got the backup. Whisper comes in with a burst strike onto the two of them. The heals coming through as well, keeping Yuma alive on this first life. They will take him out the one, so that's the Aegis gone. BKB soon to be coming to an end for Maurine as he has to back off. Burrow strike from Whisper catches him. The kiss is coming in onto Maurine. He's dead. Yuma claims another. Heroic ready to run it down the mid.
Oh, and they are absolutely doing it. That was step one to get the Rapier, win the fight. Step two was get Rose. Step 3 and 4.
He's going to get another kills. Closes in onto Crit. Whispers in with a follow-up Burrow strike. Crit getting trampled to bits by Devi. He's attempted to scurry away, but he takes a rock straight to the face from the Primal.
Oh my god. The 2 Raxes may be down, but the Gyro Rapier, and he gets the Aegis secured. And now, does he have... He's pretty close to having Satanic, too.
He is.
So might actually be able to hold his ground now with that extra lifesteal, too.
About 1,100 gold away here for Yuma to get that one online.
We're seeing some adaptation, some pivots being made by Falcons now in terms of itemization. Amar, he switched his build 3 times. He bought a plate mail, was looking for AC. Now he's got Yules, looking for the answers to deal with this Rapier.
All coming down to those moments before the Rapier purchase where Yuma was just able to force that that bottom lane and find that part of the map just to be able to get that final kind of couple of thousand gold that he needed.
Yeah.
To be able to go for this sort of pickup.
And honestly, maybe heads up, like, this is also crazy, but like maybe heads up that the Demon Edge got killed earlier. He is gyrocopter, so he could have done the disassemble play,
that, but
right?
yeah,
but at the same time, right, you know, it still is, it is these little things that maybe gave him the idea also to maybe want to go for that rapier too. So very good on him to have that. Now he's got the Satanic, so he's got potentially 2/3 lives with that, plus the Repel, plus GA.
Still down.
Got a game on it.
Gold. But indeed, we're seeing the potential here of Yuma on his gyro with the backup that he has from Heroic.
Yeah, and Schofield, right? Even these small things we said, any small purchase that they can do are important there. Buying the Vlads, now he's got a Solar Crest, just buff up Yuma. It's Yuma versus the world. Falcons backing up. You can see with their positioning how they're feeling that pressure of that gyrocopter rapier. Standard itemization looks like for Skeeter, so not really pivoting in any way. Heroic won't find anything with that smoke. Blink looks like it'll be next for Yuma. Devi, Shiva's was finished up right after that last fight too, so they'll be able to stop a lot of that healing that we were talking about also now. So these items trickling in, every single one, very important.
I mean, because how do you play on from this point as Heroic if you want to give yourself the best chance of getting this comeback to continue?
I mean,
are you waiting for them? Are you going out on the map?
Yeah, I think you still wait for them a bit until you feel like maybe when you have Yuma on, with a Blink Dagger, then maybe you can do the aggressive play because he can jump past the front tanky bruisers. But we'll have to see which build he does want to go because he's been kind of changing it up a little. He had Blink, then BKB. Looks like he's committing for the BKB.
I think that the BKB over the Blink sounds safe. Like, the Blink does feel nice, but having the BKB
it could
and
put him
then
into
the
a
repel in
death
between the BKBs as well, it should be enough to... Like, it just stops so much of the damage from Falcons, right? Like, killing this gyro through, like, a BKB, especially when he's got the Satanic popped and he's healing up, it's going to be very, very tough.
I was just thinking because the only reason I said that Blink is because he has the Omni with the Blink, and they have, like, 4 Blink Daggers. So if they do, like, a full synergy jump, that was the one thing I was thinking of. But BKB is probably just more sensible anyway, so especially with the Rapier, so.
Falcons is closing in on their next set of items before they try and progress this game. Very close to having the Bloodthorn on Skeeter.
Yeah, what did they pick up? They've got Solar Crest, I think, finished up on Crit. Snay finished Greaves, something small. They picked up some neutral items earlier, too. They have a bunch of Gale Guards. And then, of course, that Yule's for Amar that we saw that he did pick up. So maybe looking to get some extra control and prevent Yuma. Because the one thing we do have to point out is Yuma does not have BKB. Yes, he's got Repel. But if he pops Satanic and he just gets Yules in the air, you know, there could be some big difficulties for him still, too.
I mean, they would like to get this sort of next round of the neutral items. Would be very nice for Yuma.
Yeah.
Trying to help him safely clear these camps so he can get that online. The tier 4.
He's got a pretty good one right now, to be honest, but...
That's true, actually. Yeah, highly likely that might even want to keep that.
Yeah, could be possible.
Going into the next,
we're
just
seeing
change up the enchantment.
Falcons also farming up these neutrals, looking perhaps for that next one. Skeeter has... Still, I mean, he also has one of the better neutrals as well for himself, so we'll see if he even decides to change it too, since he has the serrated Shiv with lifesteal.
Radiant are scanning.
This game, at 25 minutes, it looked like it was pretty much over, and they've done fantastic time now. At 10 minutes, it's been stalled out here. And you can feel that threat. You know, Yuma, BKB is about to be finished up now, too.
Just a minute and a half, and we'll see the Roshan back up. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, unlikely that Heroic are going to get the chance to reach the river and check for that power in, but Falcons definitely likely that they'll have that one ready for the next. Indeed, they've got the vision on it, so they can get that pick up. Maybe look to make a play around it. As I say, it's coming up at this crucial timing, coming up the potential Roche respawn.
Oh, and did we point this out, by the way? They don't need to buy blade mails. Skeeter got the Pyrrhic. So
as well.
They are going to have at least one of those.
What do you think? He's just going to blink in, pretty much Pyrrhic cloak the gyro?
At least to force the BKB, perhaps, right? You can just do some type of fun little back and forth with it. He can dispel it as well, right, with the Satanic. So he has a couple different ways to remove that Pyrrhic cloak off himself. So we'll have to see which one. So he has Repel, he has BKB, he has Satanic.
I mean, you probably want to take the Pyrrhic cloak as well then on the Pudge, right? So you just have a second one to sort of throw down as well.
Did he get the option for it?
He's got it, yeah. So now they have
absolutely.
a couple that, as I said, the BKB is going to help you against the most of them, but outside of BKB, just being able to take off one of them if they use smartly. So, yeah, definitely something to bear in mind for Yuma, these Pyrrhic cloaks coming into play.
And let's see, what did Amar get? Amar didn't get it, but he's got Gale Guard. So they got what? Double Gale Guard, 1 Magnifying Monocle, plus the 2 Pyrrhics. And on the other side...
Yeah, Yuma kept the gunpowder and taking the attack range to the attack speed. So it was very nice on the Jara.
Divide did get Dazun, so it does have potential for some really nice control inside these team fights if he wants to go that route. So he will take that. Okay, so some pretty big tier 4s that have been picked up from both sides. Both teams just smoking, looking for that jump. Both teams now do have that absurd damage just to be able to kill anybody with Yuma this big. Top of net worth for what feels like the first time in this game. I think it is the first time that he has claimed that top net worth spot. Oh, he might catch something here, Amar.
Catch indeed, Amar.
They're a bit split up on the side of Falcons.
Now has Lotus Shules and roll up. And he's out with the blink straight away. Crit though in the river will get caught. Skeeter, he's going to try and battle this. Look at a Whisper. Whisper has Divide by his side. See if they can pop the borrowed time. They can. That's the borrowed time out. They're using the Burrow Strike, trying to hold him in position. We'll have to buy that come out from Crit. Pull down from Yuma. Bushwhack will connect on towards Yuma. Momentarily locking down the gyro, but still you can see how careful Falcons are.
They're too scared. Especially when they don't see the Omni, right? He hadn't used any spells. They can't really commit for Yuma. He has BKB Satanic. He's got the potential Repel plus GA. They're going to re-smoke because they see that the creeps are in the base. So looking to catch somebody on the retreat. They have a ward. They see Whisper. Scan comes out, though. They'll be able to disengage. This game is tense.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, we've had quite some matches so far in the group stages today and yesterday. Again, just another absolute treat here between Heroic and Falcons. Hook. Not to grab them.
Was a buyback earlier used from Falcons?
Yeah, it was from Crit.
Can't find themselves a fight. It's always hard to approach when you are playing versus this Gyro Rapier when he does have, a hero like Omni. I was kind of hating on the Omni before, but now it's actually gotten to a point where it has its job kind of built in for itself when you have this front carry.
Yeah, and just the fact that he doesn't need that much to be able to get the job done right. Just having this Blink Dagger, that's all he needs. As long as King Jones is able to sit back and just throw himself in there to drop all his protective spells onto the gyro, that's a job well done.
Yeah, he just cannot get caught.
Gonna turn over towards Device. A good hook, but Device able to get the BKB off and the grab. Whisper jumps forward with the Burrow Strike and the Epicenter. Bursting Marine down super low. Here comes Yuma with the flag cannon. Shoots down the Pudge. The Kiss is coming in on the snaking. Rocks as well, getting thrown away the channel. Trying to heal up the Hand of God, but he's dead as well. Amar surrounded by the rest of Heroic. His BKB soon to come to an end as the Burrow Strike clips him. 3 dead on Falcons. They cannot deal with the damage coming out from Heroic now as a team.
They can't deal with Yuma. He just blinks into the Pango. Actually just rips him to shreds in seconds. And same thing for the Pudge, Maureen. He's got 30-something armor. It doesn't matter. He died super fast versus this Gyrocopter. Look what Yuma's able to do. The fights look... honestly, they look almost impossible now for Falcons. Like, that one looked like a pretty decent approach, but Heroic just barrels right through them.
He just
Now a
knew
refresher. Wild
Nice.
stuff. Like, what a turnaround.
What's the plan here? Looks like he's selling up the Crystallis, or at least part of it, to make sure he has money for the upgraded bots.
Yep. So he'll get upgraded bots. He'll maybe eat the eggs, buy Daedalus. But I mean, he's still got a decent amount of growth potential. What a comeback. A Heroic. This game looked, like you said, very difficult. 25 minutes, losing potentially all the base, and then look at that. Holy moly, one of the biggest comebacks I think we've seen. And with a Rapier, too. I feel like we don't get Rapier comebacks like this too often anymore.
Oh, this is a good old-fashioned Rapier comeback.
Yep. And when you looked at his inventory, too, it looked so funny, right? Because he had, what? Ags, Treads, Crit, and a Rapier.
Yep.
It just looks really funny, but the fact that he had the Omni actually helps so much with that type of build.
It really is. Maybe this was the plan all along. You know, King Jungles was like, hey, you know what? We might suffer in the lane. We might suffer in the early game. But the Rapier comeback potential is going to absolutely be enabled by the fact that I'm on an Omni Knight. And so far, it's definitely seemed to be the case. As they just can't deal with this Gyro. They can't kill him. The saves are too strong.
And I'm thinking I'm trying to think of for Falcons what the approach is now. Because I saw Amar, he did buy Midas, by the way. How they're going to somehow restabilize things to catch this backline, prevent Yuma from doing what he's been doing. Because, yeah, how do you stop him? How do you kill him, too? You don't really have that hard physical damage in comparison now. You're bad in... He's gone for standard build, but he's not the same as a Gyrocopter who's gotten this big now. Can't just stand toe-to-toe versus him like a Ursa or Lifestealer or Sven or anything like that. It's a lot slower paced damage from a Mabba. Amar.
Heroic are going to be very tempted to start poking at that high ground.
I'm starting to think what they could be looking at for Falcons. Is it going to be some type of potential, like, oh, kill the Lincolns, but might get caught out of it? We see Divide chasing.
Come on. We'll be able to go for the TP out at the end of that Rolling Thunder, so he'll live.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if Falcons, I guess they might look to just delay, right? Look to stall things, try to get refreshers, plus level 25s out, plus do the split push with snaking, because I'm seeing him. He is whittling down the tower. It's down to 220. They do have the other two lanes that are constantly going to be pushing in, so maybe they're going to try to go for that potential attempted scaling. But now it doesn't feel easy for them to get that scaling, since this Gyrocopter does have the luxury of still quite a bit of growth. A Hex even now for Schofield.
Crit. Going to be able to sneak away just in time there. They were hunting for him.
Okay. Yeah, look, so just avoid fights, play economy game. That looks like it is the case here right now, especially versus this Aegis. Still 1 minute left on it for Falcons. Skeeter is near level 25. Let's see, do they look for the fight when it is going to be expiring?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Just feels hard for them to approach that fight. Amar. He's getting close to his Ags. Right? He bought the Midas. He's giving him extra farm during this slow period. They're setting up for him here.
Is he going to get tempted by the wave? He is. Off the mark with the grab.
Got another.
They've got the refresher. We'll be able to put a stop to the TP. They're still getting the chance to roll away. And he might just be fine.
He grabbed a creep, huh? I'm pretty sure Divide grabbed the creep with that first one, and then the second one they had the counterplay.
It happens, you know. Sometimes you're pressing all the buttons and the buttons don't go in the right direction. Anyway, fight continues. He's going to put the BKB, has to run because Yuma's turned up, ready to bring in the physical damage. Get his way out of the cooldown just in time, but the rock from Divide does connect. The missile as well landing on towards Maureen will get removed by the Photic Shield, but Whisper in with the jump forward. This time the grapple hit. Divine able to lock down Maureen. Yuma
Whisper's
in
dead.
on top of them, ready to start kicking off the damage. The save coming out from King Jungles as he pops the Guardian Angel. Keeps Yuma pretty much full HP. Maureen to fall. Divine leads on forward. They get the Hex down onto Skeeter. Skeeter's borrowed time on cooldown. He has to run. He'll get back just in time. The buyback comes in from Maureen. Maureen, can he get the hook? No.
Cannot.
He cannot. And we'll get Schofield. Schofield to be left behind. So they get the two of them there, Falcons, but they do have to expend that buyback from Maureen. And they just don't get anywhere close to getting the big kill. Yuma in these fights, they just can't touch him.
He took 0 damage, I think. I actually was just sitting at, I think he popped the Satanic at the end of it to dispel something, but he was literally taking nothing. He was just standing in the midst of them there. I think it was the propel and all things in combination, but Whisper does die, and now they do have a little bit of a window of a 5v3 that they are looking to capitalize on.
Yeah, you probably do have to try and force this if you're Falcons, right? You got to take whatever you can get at this point, with as tough as a position that this game is in for them right now.
Yuma's BKB is on cooldown as well, too. For 30 seconds. He does, of course, have this Omni-Net behind him, but might be hesitant to show for a moment.
Radiant are scanning.
They pinged the creeps. I think they saw one of Snae's auras on it, so they were definitely aware. It was one of the abilities showed on the wave there, so they were aware that they're positioned bottom around it.
Whisper stepping out.
They're potentially going for this here.
I mean, they're going to get the jump here with the Abyssal. They get the catch on him. Whisper's dead.
That was so aggressive. After they were just pinging bottom, like saying, it looked like they were saying, hey guys, they're down here, be careful. Whisper just goes a little too far forward, 70 seconds.
Another addition to the damage output for Yuma as the Daedalus complete. And does have that money, or at least 300 gold away from having the luxury of buyback. Of course, will be limited on how effective it is, down to the fact that he is playing with that rapier.
What does Amar have now? Amar, a full Octarine and a full Aghanim is now picked up also from him. So he's actually gotten like 10,000. I don't know how he got all that.
He got quite a bit from that Midas, yeah. That Midas.
Yeah, definitely. The game slowed down a little bit after they did give up those kills, so. He sells the, that's interesting too. Sells his Lotus for it. Keeps the Midas. He wants the Octarine Midas. That's why.
I mean, it's hard to part ways with the Octarine Midas. It's basically printing money.
A man after your own heart.
Yeah, next you got to get the refresher and just pop it as soon as you pick it up. Get those second 2 charges, bonus payment.
I mean, Amar has the refresher queued up in his quick buy. You can't see it, but
I know he's got the link. He's got the link.
That's in his. No, that. Oh, sorry. In his sticky buy is the refresher. My bad. Right?
Oh yeah. You're right.
He used to at least.
Yeah, he did have that one locked in on there.
Okay, so Maureen, 25 is hit. He's got refresher.
Yeah.
So he could potentially double bite through the repel plus BKB.
He could.
It's hard.
I mean, he has to go for that play, right? It's just a question of whether that's actually going to give them enough time to do enough damage to this Gyro, because this Gyro is still going to be very hard to kill, even if they're locking it down.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. We'll have to see if it does end up working out for him, because you can see that Falcons, after that, you know, the big comeback from mode, they're trying to reestablish and think about how they can approach the fights next. You're seeing Skitter goes for Nullifier, Snaking's queuing up an AC of his own, so they're starting to get these little bit of change-ups to try to answer this Gyrocopter Rapier.
I mean, and also potentially the second Rapier. You know, Yuma's ready to be dual-wielding.
That's true.
He's got that second one queued up, and I think that's absolutely the way to go, right? If he's got the money, eat that Ags, pick up the second Rapier. You don't want to be holding one Rapier and buyback. You take 2 Rapiers, no buyback any day out of those.
Or he can leave one at the base and then buy back and grab the Rapier.
No, ain't nobody. You don't want to be doing that. You got to go all in.
All right, sure, whatever.
Get those 2 Rapiers out on you.
All right, smoke up again. Yuma does have the potential for the buyback and rejoining into the fights, so is holding on to some gold here. Schofield leading in the front there with a Hex. They can get that instant catch onto somebody. Amar has shown himself. Does he get caught?
There's the jump.
He does.
They get the catch. He's gone. 100 seconds. No Amar. Doesn't have the money, Fog.
Oh, Roche. It's a quick respawn. Falcons instantly check to see if they could go for the quick little move there, but it's actually not up just yet.
Yuma for now will rebuy the upgraded bots after disassembling and selling the bits earlier, I think, to get his other items done. So goes
Yeah,
back,
he's been doing that.
Back in on that.
He's been doing that quite a bit, actually. A lot of little disassemble plays. Crit has yet to show which build he wants. It probably is just this E-Blade, because then he can actually protect versus the burst of the gyro, but... Crit!
Look at this damage.
Shredded. Snake trying to acquire an army. Actually, Granite Golem survives. He's got some pretty strong creeps here. He's got the Riverborn, he's got the stuns, he's got the Cloak Aura. But they do die in seconds versus this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, they're going to be ready to get this Roshan. And Falcons not going to be able to interrupt this one.
No.
This will be another one for Yuma to grab.
Devi is about to hit the really fun part of everyone that knows the Pango, or the Primal Beast. He's level 25, he has Refresher. So the AoE on this Ferocity becomes absolutely ludicrous inside these team fights.
We got Aegis. Yuma. Refresher shot.
Oh, they want to give? Do you give it to Devi before he buys it? I was thinking they might actually save the Refresher shard and put on something like KJ, because he's going to buy one already on Devi, but either way, I guess not the case. Because it could just be something that makes it like you're never killing the gyro, but maybe he doesn't feel like he needs it.
Yeah, and I guess they like to just allow Devi to continue to hold his buyback gold.
Yeah.
We'll still be able to play with the threat of the Refresher for the next fight.
Yep. Yeah, it just continues to feel like hard for Falcons how they approach the fight. Since the whole turnaround just continues to be the same case of them lacking damage to kill the Gyrocopter, and Heroic they do keep getting stronger. You know, it's not just the gyro who's getting stronger, as we keep mentioning. You know, Devi has got this crazy amount of net worth, level 25 is hit, so he's got insane lockdown in areas. And Whisper's about to hit Refresher too.
Tier 2 taken. I mean, with this 4 minutes of Aegis, are you going high ground as a Heroic?
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Do you need to? I mean, eventually, of course, you want to, but that gives you the opportunity of getting hooked in.
Sure, you think you'd rather just sit back, wait until Falcons try something and get the team fight win outside of the base rather than trying to dive in and take them all on the high ground?
I think, yeah, how many of them have bots too, right? I think I saw at least 2, so they can look to just catch someone on the side of the map, and it's 3 heroes immediately on top of it. And then maybe they can look to go for the push play. If they can catch them outside the base, they'll take a fight. But it just, yeah, sometimes just running straight into high ground, even when you have Rapier versus Pudge.
I mean, they want to try and get the setup here top, Falcons.
Okay. Trying to catch them off guard when they're split. They're not really that split, remember. Bots too. Is Schofield going to buy bots too as well? He could. And then they actually have triple bots too, so it's just 5 heroes pretty much anywhere that they go. We'll see if he does want to commit for it.
I feel like bots as well would eventually be very good for King Jungles, right? Just so that if he dies, he can go for the buyback bots play to still be able to help out the team if they do manage to
it's definitely possible.
First.
Absolutely possible. I think that's why he's holding gold, just in case of anything too. Sure, he wants BKB maybe eventually, but...
Yeah, if you can hold the money to buy back and then buy bots.
Bots and jump, yeah. He hasn't really been falling into the issue of getting jumped at all, though. They can't reach him. After the whole game turned around completely, he has not been gone on. He's just chilling in the back lines.
Yuma, I think it's time to buy that second Rapier. Oh, he's going to get the block of cheese. Savory shield is up for the gyro. Not going to buy the second Rapier, though. Not quite yet. He's happy with just the one for now.
Swift Blink. So Skeeter will be able to get a little something more. Amar. He did sell the Midas, by the way. Lincoln's picked up. Trying to get the Nullifier to have something versus the Omni. Amar.
Looking for Whisper, but the burrow's there.
Yuma's connecting. Falcons have to back up to the base. I was wondering what I keep seeing flying across the map. It's the Aghanims from the gyrocopter. It actually has a thing.
Yeah, it's the little
Like
bot.
on the like on the mini map, it has a little bot as well. I didn't never notice that actually. Whatever.
Whoop. Well, that's the Omni gone. They get the jump in onto King Jungles.
That's pretty big.
Going to try and fight on without him. Skeeter has the borrowed time. Yuma's dropping pretty quick. That's the Aegis gone. Marine will get shot down in response, and he's out for 2 minutes on the Pudge. Round 2 here from Heroic. Yuma is ready to make the blink in over the wards. Snaking, getting taken out by a 1600 crit. No buyback. Buyback's going to be back up now. Just got the money for it on Marine.
They got the Omni kill, but he wasn't even needed actually to get the save. Yuma just stands his ground.
Let's see if they're going to force out the buyback from Marine. Yuma takes out the mid. Straight over towards the bottom as well.
Yeah, Mar wants to cut waves.
Be?
But there's a banner. The creeps are just continuing to push. Yuma's here.
And the base is just getting destroyed here by this gyro. Yuma takes a second set of barracks. He's ready to swing across towards the top, eyeing up the mega creeps. How do Falcons want to try and defend here? To say Marine has got the buyback ready. Third and final set of barracks. Under fire, they get the jump. There's the buyback from Marine. They're trying to throw everything onto Yuma. King Jungle's able to come in with a repel. Keeps him safe. Divides him with the grab on a snaking. Burrow Strike comes in from Wisp, but that's snaking out for nearly 2 minutes. No buyback. Marine will get the hook onto Divide. Skeeter will be able to allow them to take out the Primal in return, but the Mega Creeps are out. Falcons, they need to punish this more if they want to try and hope on, but Yuma turns, shoots down Amar. Skeeter trying to commit to finish off Wisp, but the hook is going to miss, but the bushwhack will land. Buyback comes in from Amar. The buyback is available as well from Skeeter, but Yuma's going for round 2, takes him out with the triple as they take out both Marine and Crit. Skeeter with the borrowed time is in on top of Yuma, has the Abyssal, but King Jungle's able to just freely throw out the repels, keep Yuma safe, allow Yuma to get the BKB off. Yuma will live, turns, gets the Ultra, give him the Rampage. There it is, Yuma! Closing up this Rapier comeback game with a Rampage. Heroic will take the victory.
Wow. Yep, just there you go. That's what we need to see right there. Yeah, Heroic just up on the screen right there. What a play. What a call to get the Rapier. 2 racks is down. It's so early in the game that they're 2 racks down that it feels like there's almost no potential for comeback, but a Rapier, desperate times call for desperate measures, and it works. An unbelievable comeback. One of the first Rapier comebacks I've seen in, I think, over a year at least for me.
Yeah, that was an absolutely beautiful one there from Yuma and the boys on Heroic, getting that sort of comeback with the Rapier gyro. Some decent old school fantastic stuff from them, and a tough one for Falcons. They nearly had this one, but the comeback too strong from Heroic as Heroic takes the win.
A gyro, rapier, and a high ground defense. That's all it really takes for Heroic to be able to get the game back in control. Obviously, it's not as simple as that step, but that definitely was the key part here of them being able to turn this one back into a win.
Yeah, I mean, I think taking risks in Dota, you know, and manning up, like, it really pays off sometimes. Like, this is really what happened. I think if Yuma played this any different, they would have lost 100%. It was kind of risky, honestly. It was a little bit scary, maybe also, but it paid off big time. And I think, yeah, it kind of leaves you thinking maybe this Rapier deserves a little bit more priority on Gyro in general, because, yeah, sure, they were back against the wall and it was like the last resort, but does it really have to get there for that, like, kind of item to hero combination to be valid? Probably not. It's probably just good most of the time, especially when you have the Omni to back it up. So, great presence of mind from Heroic. I think this is the kind of game or point that's going to do a lot of difference in the group stage moving forward. You know, you take a game from Falcons, you're gonna love that when it comes to the later stage of the group stage.
It also shows this game is like the mentality of Heroic. There's a lot of teams, right? When you have like 4 kills to your name, you've got an Omni who's 0-4-1, you've lost 2 racks, like there's nothing going well for your team. And then to win it, it's like that is what can inspire you, like what Seb's mentioning, to kind of take strategies and even evolve them further. I think we need to be critical of Heroic. The way that they have drafted today, yesterday, they are putting themselves in a position of weakness, at least in the early to mid game. It has been an epic comeback this game, but like you cannot rely on the epic comeback to happen reliably. So there's still room for improvement for Heroic, but again, so much praise to Yuma to be able to identify when they had Christus, Ags, then a Rapier. It's like if you don't win that one fight, GG, congratulations, you got stomped, right? It's like one choice and you made it.
Yeah, the thing is though, if you don't go Hail Mary, right? Because we're talking about how good this rapier is and why people normally wait until the last minute to pick it up. It's that middle ground of like, if you pick it up and it doesn't work, the game ends. But if you don't pick it up, the game's also gonna end. So it's just like one of those things that, yeah, any moment could change for them. And it was fantastic on the side of Heroic here, Quinn, but a lot to be left to be desired for Falcons, where it's like, yeah, this was your game to lose and you guys did.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the kind of game that annoys Falcons, especially because they pride themselves so much on being consistent and being structured. And you take one Rax and you go back and you take Roche, and you take one Rax and you go back and you take Roche. And they kind of broke that this game. They're getting a little frisky. They're like, we're winning, it's fine. And they're getting a little spicy and they go in a little too deep and they feed some. And that's the kind of game where the game finishes. And Aoi shows in the replay is like, hey guys, you're being morons. Stop diving the base and go back and take Roche and farm a gold lead and do this properly. And I think for them, it's probably just a good reminder that, hey, guys, we're a great team because we do things by the book and we have a good structure and we're very patient and methodical. Like, we play a very different style from Heroic. And I think this is a good reminder to, hey, guys, please sit down and don't throw the game like this.
And it's a good reminder for, you know, if you want to, like, collect the TI wins, it's like you win because of what you do and not because of who you are. So, yeah, they have to keep doing what they do, what brought them to be who they are in Dota, right? It's not because they're Falcons that they're supposed to win these games. They have to do what Falcons have been doing to win these games. So I think that's like a very important mental point you're bringing there.
But I feel like they were doing what they were meant to be doing, because on the disengage, right, when they see the rapier rule, they're trying to get away, but it's like the Sanking, the Primal, they step up to kind of keep them contained in that area. It's like, if they don't identify the aggression that Yuma's going to bring, like the communication from Heroic, they easily could have walked away from that bot Rax, not actually been punished by the rapier, understand it's in play, and then reset and take the fight differently. The fact is that Heroic took that moment beautifully, because it's like, we have the rapier, we catch you, we bait you in. Like, they did all the right things to ensure the rapier had instant value. Like, if you show the rapier, I'm pretty sure the next fight, Falcons will go, you know what? Let's just choke them out. Let's just keep them in their base. We'll just push the waves in like they do with Falcons, get 20, 30k gold lead, not allow the rapier to do anything. But the fact is, like, that moment of surprise, Heroic had to execute perfectly on the surprise factor, and that's what they did.
I do want to then ask, was there anything Falcons could have done in that later part for us to see a different result? I know Owen and Fog, they were talking about it, like this back and forth, all of these hypotheticals, but was there really anything that you guys saw?
Honestly, it's not easy because the game took such a drastic turn. Because like this gyro is like completely useless. He's like dead weight to becoming the issue. And had they seen that coming, they would have itemized for it. You know, if he had a really strong lane and he's kind of leading in goal and stuff, and then you start understanding, like, okay, we have a gyro problem, so we need to, you know, buy this and that item. This is also why we saw Amar like kind of sell the Lotus, go back for Octarine, like kind of switching gear completely. But it just happened too fast. It's like you just materially, like, you don't have the time to get the gold, get the XP to kind of transition into different item builds and problem solve, because it just, in the span of a minute, this gyro goes from like 0 to 100. And it's not only the gyro. I think props to the other players on Heroic, because they just like added on top of it, right? Like the Snapfire is going Vlad's first item.
Yeah.
There's a Lotus Orb on Sanking, on Whisper. Like these are pretty unconventional items, but you know, it says a lot about how much you can build synergy between like timings in Dota, and how all of a sudden this gyro's just like X 100 and you can't deal with them.
Now, unkillable, pumping out all the damage there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's also like for Falcons to jump on a gyrocopter, like BKB piercing, you have Pudge only. Everything else is kind of damage over time. Like Pango rolls through the fight, Abaddon wants to use borrowed time. So it's kind of an awkward situation where the Omni last pick, it was useless for the entire game, up until the point where Rapier came into play. Then he had purpose. He's like, I'm actually repelling a hero that's going to do something in the fight. And then Falcons, none of their draft can actually counter the repel. Like, there's a nullifier, but like, that doesn't matter. Repel doesn't care about it. Like,
which connects also to what we were saying when we were watching the draft. It's like they need like a crazy amount of damage, and it's not going to come from the gyro. Obviously, I don't think we thought of the Rapier coming, because Rapier will fix any damage issue you have. And then the whole draft, you know, makes a lot of sense. And now you're just fixing the Falcons' kind of cheesy aspect of their draft, which is you can't kill any one of us. And now it works.
I just wish, like, based on what Seb said earlier, like, I wish we saw a timeline where Heroic had done better in the lanes. Because what happens if the Omni is repelling a early Aegis on Gyrocopter with the earlier Rapier? Like Parker, when he played on Secret, his philosophy for Gyrocopter was, I want to get Ags, and I want to go Roshan, Aegis, Rapier, and I win the game at 25 minutes. Because I don't care about anything else, I am the damage. I don't think I've seen a player on Gyro do that. And you were saying as well, like, the whole idea of, like, comeback rapiers exist, but not forward-thinking rapiers. Like the item's kind of non-existent nowadays on carries. It's always like on the back foot. But Heroic easily with this logic, if they just were better in the early game, they could have easily snowballed and amplified Yuma, but they didn't do it. They had to do it in a very different style.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you said about the draft is very, like, they turned the gyro into eventually this high DPS hero that they needed, that we're talking about the entire draft, right? And I think it exposes what Falcons heroes in their draft, they're gearing them towards the fact that Radiant is very low damage, they're spread damage. Like, what they're bad against is super high piercing damage. This Pudge, there's a bad in this Pangolier. Like, they're all super bad against turrets. And Gyro is not really a turret until suddenly a Rapier. Okay, now he's a turret. Now all of this tank, this damage spread we've been, building for and picking for the entire game is like, it's all kind of a moot point. And basically, you've got a Terrorblade or a Drow Ranger now or something, which claps all of Falcon's cheeks. Like, it turns into suddenly you're very countered by this hero.
Well, with this fantastic win for Heroic, not only is their morale up, but their standings in the groups as well. Because this win for themselves, well, it is going to put them there in third. Looking great. Falcons still having a very good placement for themselves, 3-1. Tundra also up there with 3 wins for themselves, which I don't know if there's anyone else that's sort of surprising you there at all, Seb, when you look at the standings.
I'm just looking at Tundra with 0 losses and it all makes sense,
It's not the 3 wins, it's the 0 losses that you're enjoying.
Yeah, I mean, both of it. Like, the 3 is going to turn into 4, turns into 5. I mean, we're doing the after the alphabet, we're working on the numbers.
The
5, we didn't get there yet. Like, that's for tomorrow. I think we're happy with 5 today. I think we put in a lot of work. But, no, I mean, nothing very surprising. I think, like, Spirit bouncing back. I mean, I'm just also looking for Liquid. And see how they're going to be able to like evolve throughout the group stage. It's still very early phase. It's like 11 best of ones is a big number.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Liquid, you're looking for their bounce back. That's happening over on the B stream if you guys want to be seeing them play. But right now, we're going to be seeing Tundra up against BB Team.
Looking to try and stay on top of got the juice. And he continue to chase for this. The swipes.
Ursa Wolf.
PMA trying to run with the BKB, but cleaning it up big time. He's ready to just go straight in. He makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Spender.
Oh my god! What?
He just gets torn apart.
They start running back. Damage on Liquid is looking a little lacking. They might be able to show. Back in from GPK, and the global silence comes just a tad bit late. Epicenter, Blink, Burrow striking. The vacuum wall on 3 looks good, but the Epicenter looks so much better.
These orgs have a lot of history between themselves, but so do some of the players. We're seeing Pure now on Tundra going up against ex-teammates who have picked up Kiritich and put him in the carry player. How exactly would you compare the two, Pure and Kiritich, and which one would you favorite here, Quinn?
I mean, I think it's interesting because Pure's played for both teams, and I think stylistically, what BetBoom wants from a carry player and what Tundra wants from a carry player are very different. Because Tundra is a Neta team. Neta teams, the carry needs to be more sacrificial. He needs to go do stuff because Neta will farm. Neta will not make moves. He will sit in his lane and he will get gold and he will be high net worth. And so whether it's Pure or Duraccio or whoever, Crystallis, you need to be making moves and doing more stuff. I think you can see that from Pure already. He's playing this Kez and he's running around a lot more. He's not buying Battlefield. He's not AFK farming. He's doing stuff because that's what needs to be done. Whereas Pure on BetBoom is way more AFK farming. He's ricing it up, which I think is what Kiritich does more naturally as a carry player. So in some ways, I think both of them are in more natural habitats than where they were prior.
I think it's also important in the series for Pure just to kind of get rid of the shackles of BB. The idea that the amount of pressure he had during TI, the fact that like he felt defeated even when he was winning. Like again, in the hotel when I see him going back, they just progressed through the playoffs. They're getting closer to lifting the Aegis, and he looked like he'd been eliminated. So I feel like for this series, if he wins, he can just go, you know what, I'm on a new team. I don't have to think about this old team anymore. Like if he loses to them, then sure, it might compound to some more negativity, right? But the fact is, I think it's very important for Pure success just to deal with this little thing now, and then the rest of the year is going to probably look very good for him.
Yeah, well, look, familiarity between the two teams, the players here, but let's see what is going to be key when it comes to draft. Well, Pure going up against 4 of his ex-teammates, coming back onto a roster with a couple of familiar faces for himself there too. Have you guys enjoyed Pure's progression over just the few games we've had, seeing him laning again back with Whitemon?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, honestly, I really think this guy got a lot of flack for what happened at TI, but he's gonna prove the haters wrong. I have a
I'm right here,
I
by
have
the
a
way.
hater
I'm
to
still
my
here.
left right now. Yeah. So he's about to be proven wrong, and it's gonna hurt. But you know, it is what it is.
I can hate a guy for not doing well, and I can then like the guy for doing better. You know?
I think this is like, I mean,
Shoe fits.
I'm looking also for the pure kind of body language. I want to see. I think he's gonna be, you know, locked in, ready to kind of teach his former teammates a lesson and prove them wrong. So that's always scary in a player. I think, especially in a player that has the resources to follow it up with some great Dota.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I mean, he's also laning now with maybe the most glazed player in the world in Whitemon for good reason.
Yeah.
He's like a Krispy Kreme donut. He is so
Not sponsored.
good, not sponsored. But I mean, he's just insanely good. Every game, the guy is just owning. He's on fire. And so I think, you know, we talk about Pure, we talked about the laning issues ad infinitum, dying a billion times in lane, and now you're laning with the GOAT. So it's like maybe some of that's mitigated, and Whitemon, the fact that he's such a solid, strong player, can deal with some of those issues, and they can now have that aggression and that put the foot on the gas while Neta gets the gold.
And now we're picking Axe as an instant reaction to the Chen. They only have one ban. So it's like we're going to really see into the eyes of, or the minds of Tundra, sorry. Like, what do they value as like the ban when you pick up this hero?
And I also want to see teams like just, you know, take a page out of Falcons' book. Like, they are the best Chen team, and they just refuse to play these Chens versus like Axes and Primal Beast, and the Chen just goes on the other side of the map and bullies the enemy safe lane. Like, I don't know if teams are just like, you know, refusing to do so, but it could very well be the case here. I would like to see this Chen not lane against Axe.
And regards to the bans, well, this is the first time I believe a team banned Timbersaw in the first phase against Tundra so far in the tournament. Beast and Lycan have kind of fluctuated in and out of the bans, but yeah, Timbersaw getting promoted to a first phase ban for this series.
It makes a little bit of sense with the first pick Chen, right? It could have been a ban into pick, so that's definitely a hero they would have considered against the Chen. It's not only the lane is good, but also, you know, the pure damage ignores the Chen Divine Favor armor buff, so it's just a good matchup for Timber.
I think the Axe is interesting though. Like, it's, I mean, it's fine, I'm sure, but the hero fell out of favor quite a bit throughout TI, because there was a period where the hero was being first picked like constantly. Everyone was spam picking this hero, and then there was sort of this rise of Dirge and some other things that are very good against Axe, and the hero fell off a bit. So now, like, the thing is, the hero didn't change at all, which leads me to believe that there still should be counters and stuff to prevent this hero from being first picked. It's just that people can remember, right? Dota is cyclical, and so you need to remember the counters and be able to integrate that into your draft, like, in a short period of time.
And the reason why Axe is good against Chen is because you have the option of cutting wave at some point. I think you also are really good at dealing with the creep. Like, it's not easy to mana burn the Axe, because if he gets one battle hunger on the creep's just gonna die. And it's pretty high cooldown, like, obviously with the help of the 4 running it down. So, you know, you have ways to just have a pretty decent lane against Chen. You're, you know, stack clear, and often position 4s don't want to like keep bumping their head into this Chen on the lane. They'd rather just go around, play for stacks, play for like, you know, some economy efficiency, rather than just playing the 2v2, which is what Chen really excels at. You just can't win the lane straight up against him.
But also, 33 is not itemized like the traditional axes. Like, he's not always going for Blade Mail, the Blink. Like, he's going for like Auras and Blink, Helmut Dom as well. Like, he's thinking, you know what? I don't need to execute one hero. I can use my farming tools that you just mentioned to provide other utility elsewhere. Like, he's thinking a little bit creatively. And for Tundra, they take the Abaddon. So they didn't have enough bans. Like I said, they have one ban to protect the Axe. So they ban the Ursa, a lane counter, and then they take the Abaddon, which also would have complicated the game for the Axe. So their way to protect this pick is by block picking one and banning the other.
That's a really early Abba pick. I think it's very unconventional, very surprising also. And I don't think they had a reason to show the Abba that early. So, I mean, at least it's not standard. They're gonna reveal these reasons most likely. That's a really good pick. And save SD is very Monka. Like, he's probably the best SD out there.
But it's good there because, of course, the Axe initiation, you have Disrupt to save. You also just stop the Abaddon shield ever feeling like it's in play, because you can dispel it with the ultimate. You have a later break.
Yeah, you can also disrupt the Abaddon during ulti. It's also a cool way to not deal with, you know, the whole healing bullshit.
And the blink bullshit as well, where you can just jump around with borrowed time. So yeah, I think, yeah, SD, very good pick, can counter both of these heroes immaculately.
Very good pick, very good pick. I just wonder if could there be a flex pick between Axe or Abba, like, or are these just two cores straight up?
There was a brief period where Axe was like a POS 5 support.
I would go with the Abba. I feel like that one was more recent.
Yeah, Whitemon.
Abba being, flex to a 5.
It's just support Abaddon against Shadow Demon is, I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be because the heal. You can play off Miscoil with Holy Locket potentially. It's possible that that's a more feasible option. Like I can see it because I think it's very strange to have both of these heroes as cores. There should I'm racking my brain trying to think, but I feel like there should be some 18 carry hero that abuses both of these heroes like very hard. There's some overlap in the way they work. They're both very bad against dispels, and they're also very like lack of burst. You're playing against Chen is an SD save too. Like I think a hyper carry can be serious problems for Axe plus Abaddon.
I mean, they're also having issues where there's like a potential puck problem as well for Tundra, right? You've got Axe, you've got Abaddon. If you don't have good lockdown in your support duo that you pick up here, not only is there a good carry position, but the way that BB is drafted, it's Chen, SD, Centaur. Like, you know exactly what's coming, a carry and a mid, but they're so, like, the foundation of their draft is very good. And Tundra, they go back for the bounty that we saw in the previous series. Getting that.
And it's a very good hero against Chen. Like obviously, like he doesn't need to lane against the Chen. He can manipulate creep waves. He can just decide to bully other lanes. Chen is a really bad reactive hero. Like you can't just fix issues you have on the map. Like the way you play is like you create issues, you create pressure, and you want them to look at you. Like you don't counter gank on Chen. You don't, you know, run around everywhere, contest stacks. So Bounty is like, in that sense, he forces Chen to play a game he doesn't want to play. And on top of that, you have the spell amp from the track, which is Chen's like toolkit, making people really hard to kill. With Bounty, I don't think they have enough yet when I look at these three heroes, but it's on the way of getting there.
But do they have the playmaking that you're talking about, and they just go straight Lifestealer?
I mean, I think this makes sense. I was thinking about if they wanted a Terra Blade or like a Draw Range or some carry type of hero, but I think you can't have this with Chen. I think it's too weak for your early game. Like you mentioned, the wave cutting thing. I think you need some carrier that has the potential to stop this Axe in the wave cutting and can play aggressive, and that you have some pressure here. Because I think you don't want to give this Axe a full free game, but you still want the good game matchups. I think something like a Lifestealer or maybe a Chaos Knight, something along these lines that allows you to play aggressive, have that hero that gets in there. I think is very important. And I mean, Natus is good against all four of these heroes.
My concern though is Seb's mentioning the idea of Bounty trying to be like making map moves that don't forcing Chen to react. Who on his team wants to follow the Bounty and make these chaotic moves, right? It's very stationary here. Like Axe wants to play his side of the map, farm. Abaddon wants to stay on his side of the map, farm a Radiance. Like the two side lanes are very static. Like if BZM is not on a massive active playmaking hero, then we're just anticipating like when's the farm gonna connect? When's their time to actually play as a team? Whilst BB, they also thrive on this. Whereas like Lifestealer will happily farm up his lane. Like I'm leaning more towards the BB lineup on the fact that 20 minutes into the game, on paper, it feels like they have way more tools to bring to a fight.
This is typically a game where you leave this Axe on an island. Like, you don't need to play through Axe. Like, it's Axe versus SD, Chen, and Nyx. Like, this Axe is just a bait. You leave him on an island, you play through safe lane, you're gonna have the counter pick mid also on Tundra, so the Bounty's gonna be able to, you know, play through BZM, play through his safe lane, maybe get double wisdom, snowball the game, you know, just let Axe do his thing. Like, forget about him. Let him be and just, you know, hope for the best. Like, my only issue is that they kind of have given up on the carry matchup also, and it's just this Abba pick is so early that I hope he's gonna have the impact he's required to have, or they need some big BZM, you know, kind of last pick, seal the deal kind of thing. But what's even there? And there are also bans, you know, that BetBoom are targeting. Like, obviously the Invoker was the obvious one, it's already out. They're gonna remove a second one, and can you find a third?
Yeah, I mean, I think also when you talk about like mid being the last pick, I think BetBoom is a team that is especially good at preventing mid from getting screwed over. Because number one, GPK is an incredibly solid laner, but also they pick for this. They never like put themselves in a position where GPK picked this hero, it's gonna get pulverized by this other hero. They don't do that. Yeah, they know the matchups and they draft accordingly, and they pick them something that, okay, they can pick one of these three options, but they'll all be fine. And BetBoom supports are also like notorious for mid camping like crazy. They play the rune sequences like AI. They stand in the right spots. You can never go on them. They're always full HP. It's like you're playing against a supercomputer. It's
I have something a little bit crazy, which probably we're not gonna see, but I'll take a second to talk about it. Like, is TA mid ever a thing?
It's like, really bad.
Okay, well, I tried. I know you're a TA player. I know BZM is a TA player. I'm just thinking like these kind of heroes that can take over the game and also scale through the game. You know, I'm looking for, these are not good, but you know, the Arc, Invoker, TA, like these semi-carry from mid is what they need. And depending on, you know, now it's also a co-op, so you have to fit that in. Invoker's out. What else did they ban?
Ember?
Yeah, they ban Ember. I think Ember would have been a little bit whatever. Yeah, you also need to deal with this SD, because I think right now he reigns supreme. Disruption is crazy good, ulti is great, his shard is also amazing. He's gonna remove basically every single spell.
Is Tinker
from
banned?
Tundra.
Tinker. Oh,
Yeah, we need these kind of heroes. Like Tundra needs these kind of heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Tinker is a good one, for sure.
It needs to be chaotic in the fact that you're never just gonna pick a mid hero that's perfect to outlane the co-op and beat the life stealer. Like how cohesive their lineup is, like there's no single pick to fix everything. So they have to find one aspect of the game and then try and take that pick.
They just have the SD shard against the Matrix. But I get Tinker is still Tinker. It's not just only about that, like the SD ulti, but
I mean, I think like you mentioned some range damage dealers, and they need something like this, right? You have Bounty Hunter, you have this like Skirmish and Kite, you have some frontline blobs on your other cores. Like you want some range. Huskar, yeah, okay. So I didn't know if BZM would play it.
Yeah.
This is not as free as the other Huskar games.
Yeah.
Huskar is super bad against Shadow Demon. Like as time passes, like it's a hard counter when you get to Ags. Like you straight up auto lose the game.
Quite decent.
Yes.
And Shen can also be okay because he brings a lot of tankiness to the mix. And BZM is not the biggest Huskar fan. He really isn't.
He's not a Giga Huskar wizard.
Because he's just getting flamed by Mulreen and Amar. You know, the whole creep wave gang. Every time he puts his hand on Huskar, they don't give him the time to improve. They're just laughing at him. He feels super bad. And he's like, moving on, you know? So they're watching with a smile now.
But they needed something to play through, right? When you said about ignoring the axe, the mid laner had to have some purpose, right? So now they can play through the axe, connect to the safe lane that you've mentioned already. But yeah, I am really scared for Tundra that if things start going slightly wrong, just the scaling will be so good. Like Stampede, we've not even mentioned it once, but there's an ice path and there's a call. Outside of those two things, you're just running away. Sure, there's a Huskar Ags and stuff like that down the line, but it's like the big team fight, the big picture, it feels like it's favoring the side of BB.
I do want to go back and ask you, Quinn, as our Huskar enjoyer here, is it exponential in how bad Huskar gets in the game against these heroes, or do you feel like there is a very strong window in which they can dominate the game and potentially even close it?
No, I mean, they definitely have the ability to snowball this game very hard and take Roche and trample them some, but as time ticks on, you get the Shadow Demon Ags, Huskar is worthless.
All right, well, let's see if this Huskar game is able to get them a win on the side of Tundra, if BZM has improved finally getting his hands on it, or if the BB team draft and players are going to be too much as we get on into this best of one.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting ready to get into the action here of another exciting best of one here in the Blast Time 4 group stage. We've got the two of them ready to go, Tundra and BetBoom. And indeed, folks, the Huskar coming through from BZM. I think some of this right here we already had. I think there was an early old chat from GPK, just a simply a BZM Huskar. Let's see what he can do on it. And is it one of those games where if you're BetBoom, you kind of look at the Huskar and you go, uh-oh.
I don't know. I feel like they got tools as long as they don't get run over.
Okay.
Right? The draft looks quite strong from the side of BetBoom. We did see them having an impeccable early game yesterday. They ended up losing the game. They ended up, I think it was a pretty big comeback from Falcons, when we casted. So if they can play the early game like they did yesterday, they should have a pretty good shot. But Tundra, absolutely potential for snowball. Very strong draft as well. So let's see whose idea is going to work better. And let's see if they can deal with the save Shadow Demon. I think that's the big one that we're all mentioning when they're talking about on the panel. How much he can get done if he can get to the point later on. If he gets the Aghanims, the game is probably almost just done. It's just a hard counter for, Huskar and Abaddon. It's pretty brutal.
See them get the 3 bounties here, BetBoom. Tundra.
Tommy.
I'm going to try and chase for the first blood. Battle Hunger and Blood Grenade drop down onto Kataomi, and that will allow them to get it. So they lose out on the bounties, but they do get that first blood secured for 33's axe.
Was both blood grenades, I believe, right? Yeah, they did throw the 2 to ensure that they could get the kill. Doesn't mean they won't have it for the lane pressure, but at least they do get that kill, and it is going to go to 33 to give him a nice start versus this Chen, which, I mean, on paper, he should have a pretty good time up here anyway, as this axe just kind of do whatever he wants, as long as he doesn't actually play the lane too much.
How long do you get duo midded as the Huskar here? How long?
Oh, God.
He's just hanging around mid, ready to make
the
first waves at least go well for GPK. And indeed, with that setup, they're going to have him. So getting a dual-laned mid there, BZM and the Huskar. It's tough to feel sorry for him, though, because he is a Huskar, Fogged.
Yeah, very true. They got the lane in a position bottom where Miro actually got XP, and he's got a double wave pushing in. So Pure, he's going to have to control the wave to make sure that the Centaur doesn't get too much. He's just sitting mid.
Just dual lane mid?
Oh, this is disgusting.
I mean,
Quinn
what's
is probably
more
sitting
disgusting,
back.
the Huskar or the dual laning mid? You know,
The dual laning
that
mid.
would be... Really?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But it's a Huskar.
Yeah, but this is dirty. This doesn't happen in Pro Dota anymore, Owen. This is really dirty. See if it works. I mean, so far, 8-3 on GPK. Definitely working. And the Centaur, Miro, is dragging the waves. If he's able to survive while doing this, it's absolutely beneficial for him to do this on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah, this is big, right? Just getting this wave is going to give him the level 2, Miro.
I'm on trying to maybe go for the kill.
I mean, it's time to hit the jungle for BZM.
Okay.
He doesn't want to go against this dual lane mid.
No. Okay, well, now where save. Let's see what you want to do. Do you want to follow the Huskar? Do you look to play with the Centaur now? He might look to just play with the Centaur, and now the Queen of Pink can just play in a free lane versus nobody. And Huskar, if he comes back, will just get level 2 daggered. He'll have Cauterize, of course, to be able to protect himself a little bit, but yeah. Very strong move coming out from Save here to start things off. And
Top, they're going for the kill, and they're going to get it. 33 goes down. Ari, oh, he'll get the kill in return. So they'll find a trade.
They're straight up just playing the lane. I thought they were going to do some type of creep cutting or anything like, no, they're just fighting it. Does end up giving the kill, of course, to that Lifestealer first, but there is a trade that comes into play. Wild start to things. Miro.
Time for Miro. They'll get
dead. So we have to mention this, of course. Jakiro getting some pretty massive buffs in this recent patch. This Liquid Frost early on is pretty insane in laning phase. And it's Whitemon Jakiro, so we do have to mention that too. He is probably the best Jakiro. So having a very good time, at least to secure Pure, some nice farm, and slow down Miro, who was in a position just alone down here.
BZM.
Save.
And both mids were starting to push it to the limit there, GPK and BZM.
The Berserker Blood cooldown is pretty long, so it is 40 seconds. The next dagger won't have the Dispel. And now 33 is going to just start cutting waves, so played the lane only for some small time, maybe because of just the positioning of it all, but now he's going to start looking to maximize and pull as much as possible. So we'll see what Ari wants to do with all this, and what Katomi's going to look to do, because it does open up map for supports to kind of look to make these moves around, and Katomi's making the move bottom through the portal.
Onto Pure. Katomi joining the mix as they look to take out the Abad, and they'll find the kill. Ice Path from Whitemon. Will trip up the 3 of them, allows them to get save. Chase of Ari. They will find the 2 of them in return.
Big money, BZM throwing out the tip toward the other way, because BZM's actually starting to get some decent CS, at least reestablish a little bit here in terms of trading versus GPK. Save. We've talked about his Shadow Demon so much. He just uses the Shadow Poison there onto Pure. No way to dispel that. Sure, you got your shields, but they are undispellable. So it gets to that 4 stacks.
They're going to keep the 3 of them down at bottom for now. Tundra by the looks of it. Ari and Whitemon ready to keep Pure safe if he gets gone upon again. They've got 3 themselves here, BetBoom.
Oh, and this is up. I was talking about we haven't seen dual mid in a long time. We have a tri-lane as well now, too. What the hell is going on in this Dota? Both teams just adapting to each other, trying to find answers. But he's 33 into a free farm, and BZM is winning now. He's catching completely up in the mid lane.
He is. I mean, but all of these waves, pretty much since he returned to this mid matchup, he's just been able to deal with the dagger spam, as you say, and GPK at this point just doesn't have the burst to finish the Huskar off. So, yeah, BZM, he's going to be super happy with how this has ended up. Did, of course, just die that once early on due to the duo lane. But outside of that, he knew when to back off to the jungle. He knew when it was safe to return. And he's pretty much back where he'd hoped to be as the Huskar.
He's exact same levels. He's exact same XP because of the split that happened with the SD there. And GPK gets silenced up. He's got the blink, so he should be just fine. But now he's getting bullied away. It is a 400 gold difference between the 2 of them there. So even though the CS looks a little better, it does have those extra. But
Stacks burning up again onto Pure. It's just going to be enough to pop him safe. Causing issues for Pure once again on this bottom lane.
It's annoying to play any of these heroes with strong passives versus Shadow Demon. I mean, Shadow Demon overall, just a super strong hero if you're comfortable with it. And Save, absolutely one of the most comfortable, if not the best Shadow Demon. just working that passive against him. You know, even the Withering, right? The Withering Mist, you're reducing Restoration, you're Curse of Avernusing him. It is very annoying. On top of that Poison, of course, too, that just goes right through. I believe that's the Dominator done. Oh, he's going to farm a lot. He is level 6 now, too. See how much he wants to do with this. How much he's going to look to just max farm, or if he's going to look to actually pressure at all with it. Looks like he might want to pressure.
Kiritich. He's going to need some help up top. Doesn't look like he's getting it. Maybe he's just able to run on his own with these phase boosts, but Ari's looking to cut him off. The battle hunter onto him. Into the ice pipe. He's going to have Rage again in a second. The last right click from Ari comes in. They take him out. It looks like
very heads up.
They just didn't have really the resources to get over and assist him there.
No, they didn't want to leave their Shrine of Wisdom. They had the 2 supports down there and didn't feel like they could probably help. Very heads up play. The second he uses Rage, you see how quickly they relentlessly run at him there. Good little connection there in 33. And he's going to have a very, very good timing on his items here. Top of net worth by a full 1,000 gold. And Kiritich, how close was he to the 6, right? He was about, what, 100 XP, right? So if he had that, he would have lived.
Yeah, they chose exactly the right time to go for that dive.
Yeah.
Tundra.
They're poking him. I mean, Whitemon, he's annoying him.
Taking a lot of damage here, Kiritich, holding the Rage.
There's no camp.
Creep to jump into. Stampede comes out with the ice path there, and there's the done. Kiritich. Didn't matter this time round that he was even able to hit the 6 because there was nothing to jump safely into and get away with.
I outplayed by a sentry. I think that was still blocking the camp, right? The camp just wasn't up, and the Whitemon poke, it absolutely works. Level 3 Liquid Fire, even whittling down the tower, too. That's impressive. That's 3 deaths on the Lifestealer so far already. In a lane that, I mean, he was versus the Axe first pick. Impressive stuff coming out from Tundra in this early game, at least in that top lane. This is one of the biggest Axe I think I've seen at 8 minutes. He's got almost 5,000 net worth at 830. Look at that GPM. That is crazy levels of farm.
Maybe this game the temptation will be there to go for the phylactery build.
No. I think that's just Tino, right? That's just his build.
I
would be cool to
he's
see.
He's a trendsetter, you know. Maybe it will catch on with the other offlane Axe players. You never know.
First Lifestealer, that sounds pretty bad though, right? Like, I don't know.
That's fair.
And then he's gonna queue it up, right? Now, he's got the phase boots. He's just gonna probably go more long standard. We'll see how long he delays the blink right now. BetBoom. A bit more of passive style, getting that farm up. Dominator, Miro, does have his finished, has Mud Golem Pure.
Has he got any way out of this?
He's kind of, is he stuck? He was almost stuck, it looked like.
Should be all right, has the borrowed time.
Poison, oh my God, that's so close.
Yeah, that nearly burst him around it. He's still gonna get burst out near the end of it though. GPK, Sonic Wave comes in as the borrowed time does finish.
The safe laners are struggling, Owen, in this game. 1 and 3 on Pure, 0-3 on Kiritich. They're both getting pressured quite hard here. See the Abaddon's having 400 gold difference above the other one, but yeah, both are getting pressured a lot here.
33's doing it. He's doing it.
Is he? Okay,
he's got that much money. He's like, you know what? Let's do the Tino. Get that phylactery on the Axe. There we go.
All right. It does make you insanely tanky, right? Your HP and your mana pool is like ridiculously high, but I didn't think 33 would do it. Cool. He did used to love Phylactery. I did say that the other day. His Medusa, right? He used to play that, so. But I still didn't think that he would do it. Cool. See if it's gonna actually have any use. Pure.
Yep.
Again.
Getting gone on again here with the Demonic Purge. The hard time is back up in 20. He's not going to be soon enough. The shield is there. They're going to be able to keep him alive. He gets out. 33's in with a cool on to save. Pure will live. Save will end up going down.
No way.
They really wanted to try and make that play happen whilst the broad time was still on cooldown. They couldn't quite do it. The backup was there.
I can't believe it looked like he was dead for sure. I think like did a creep die and replenish the cooldown of his shield or something? It looked like he was dead, but ends up surviving. That was insane. Okay. This time turns it against them, gets the kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
33. 400 gold off what's going to be a very, very quick phylactery from this
He's
game.
going to be durable. He's going to be very, very tanky. And Lifestealer's game has been shut down pretty hard that it's going to be a very, very slow timing on this Radiance too. I can't believe we're actually seeing this as much. I mean, it's cool. Tino had... I actually went back and checked after yesterday. Tino has had a lot of success with it, so makes sense why he is doing it. Yeah, he's got it done.
Well, looking for the 12-minute power in GPK.
Radiant's
Not going to
middle tower
get
is
lucky,
under
though.
attack.
BZM.
Scanning.
He'll grab that shield rune top.
That's that phylactery reveal. Look at his stats. Look at that HP and mana pool. 1900 and 815. Like, that is... Yeah, nothing to laugh at is Kiritich. Doesn't have the rage, but he's got Infest.
Look at the call onto the creep. And the Stampede will have to come out here to keep Kiritich safe. Also to allow the rest of BetBoom to maybe get into a position of fight back, saving Katomi, holding the high ground.
They try, but instantly Ari's there. Gets the scout, so he doesn't know that they're in position here to look for a move, maybe.
Kiritich.
And I don't know if they have damage. Like, I don't think they have damage for 33 with this build either. I think if they even commit almost everything onto him, he survives up here if he has backup. They are rotating everything. Yeah, if he's alone, definitely can get brought down. And they'll just stack for him. So looking to continue to min-max up here.
Race towards the Radiance continue for both of the carries.
Yep. Both teams
Pretty
kind of
similar
looking
pace.
at... Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking too. Just the Axe having this advantage, of course, over the Centaur in particular. That's the net worth difference between the two games. But both teams kind of do the same thing.
BZM, he's definitely going to be quite the threat. You know, again, that he was just able to have as clean a game as he has, despite the fact they did duo lane in mid. He's going to have the Sandge on top of the armlet. He's close to hitting the level 12 as well, so continues to have pretty much that full level advantage against GPK on the Quap.
That's huge.
He's in a good spot, BZM.
Yeah, they're 15. When they've got this Radiance too, like they've got a really strong team to fight as a 5-man with the Abandoned shields plus the Axe. Plus just the tankiness of the Huskar, they definitely can look to start fighting versus BetBoom when they do get that pickup. I mean, right now they're content though, right? Content with hitting the creeps. GPK does have an amp damage for the potential move that comes out here, but as you said, not really any moves happening just yet. Just creep versus creep action. That's a nice shuriken. There you go, Ari. Takes the creeps away.
It was very difficult to get the jump onto Kiritich. Yep. At least just trying to do their best to push him off the waves. Limit how much you can get from the lane itself as the live stealer.
Tundra's never, you know, I feel like I say this always about Tundra, but I feel like they're never mad when they're able to just sit back and hit creeps. There's a team that definitely likes to get that farm, so getting this itemization. And BZM, he's queuing up a heart next, so maybe feeling like if he gets to a tanky enough point early game, they can just completely take over. Kiritich, looking to try from again, but he now has the Purge creep behind him, so now he doesn't have to use range.
And they're in with the Stampede. GPK has got the amplified damage rune going. They'll get the call off 33, doesn't matter. They surround him, burst through the Axe, and they'll be able to push him out of this top side of the map for now.
Isolated, didn't have backup of anybody either there to try to bail him out, so it does get caught. It's a big rotation though. A lot of heroes being moved over, and I was mentioning they have this Satyr Banisher now to purge off the Battle Hungers as well, so he can save his rage in some situations. How are these Radiances?
It's very close on Pure, just 200 gold off. Just that little bit closer than Kiritich, but it is close.
Oh, if they could set up for Kiritich, that would have been pretty close, or pretty good, right? If they can get the kill and slow down that timing, that's where you can see the differential between the two really start to grow between Pure and Kiritich.
Ari's going to have eyes on him.
They're going to try for it.
Is there any way for Kiritich to play his way out of this? There is not.
Got him.
Straight in there, BZM. With that silence.
The early game of the Huskar versus Lifestealer, definitely very strong. Of course, once it gets late stages, that's where Lifestealer is good. But right now, Tundra does feel like these next few moments are going to be very strong for them. And it looks like it's going to be a pipe build for 33, similar to what he did before. They're looking to join together since they have the Radiance. They have this timing a bit earlier than the side of BetBoom.
Yeah, they certainly do. Yeah, just having the Radiance and just having that extra ability between, as you mentioned, the auras on 33 and even just the ability of Pure to just be able to throw out some of these shields on towards BZM. You know, they've got so many ways of keeping one another alive very early on in this game. And on top of that, maybe having the Aegis. They move into the pit.
Yeah.
It's been hit by a scan. But can BetBoom actually do anything about this? Because Roche, it's going down quickly.
They've got Blink on Miro, so if he can find an angle, it's dropping too fast. The bash?
BZM's still going to be able to finish off the job. Gets the pickup, gets the Aegis. GPK walks up, he's going to get caught in the call. The follow-up silence is there. Put the flame out, turn towards BZM, but Pure BZM are ready to dive straight towards him. He'll be able to blink out in time. Miro jumps forward. He's able to take the Aegis out of the hands of BZM. Kiritich has got to start backing off now with the rage coming to an end. Save will throw his life away in the river. Give at least a bit of space for the rest of BetBoom to retreat.
If he actually doesn't have this phylactery and all this on the axe, he dies to the right clicks of the Lifestealer. It's the fact that he's tanky enough keeps him alive inside of there with the Lifestealer just beating on him the whole time. Like we say, all the little things absolutely mattering. Kiritich not having the Radiance, that getting delayed as well too, absolutely having an effect. Tundra, this is what their draft wants to do, is get a bit of that snowball going. They've got the Roche now. It's a big step forward.
To Ari. Nero. We'll be able to catch the bounty. Ari's got a bit of backup though. See if there's enough to save him. BZM looking for the deny, and him and a right one, they'll be able to get it. Able to deny Ari away from BetBoom.
I think he got Lotused, and then they're like, wait, whoopsie. Do get that deny at least. Radiance is going to be finished, but as we said, it's been delayed. So 1,500 difference between him and Pure. And as we're seeing, there's definitely some things that can trip up Kiritich still. Silences, a lot, like stuns and controls, and just the call from the axe still. Got the mech on the Chen. Saving Miro. Looking for something here, but can't quite. He's gonna have heart, Owen. He's getting pretty close. An item that's a bit weird, let's just say, because not too many people purchase it, but it's an item that can definitely, like, the way I would put it is it's like an item to like close game out, right? That you don't want to get to this later stage potentially. That's cool.
Sure, well, you're sort of just imagining getting this heart and then just going straight for the push, tanking towers, standing on the high ground, just being that front line.
I feel like that could be the case because he's got the Abaddon shields behind him and they have good team fight.
Yeah.
They still do. It's not like they're like, I wouldn't say that they're super in a rush because of the advantage that they have right now. And Tundra does like to play for scaling, but it could be a point where it's just like, oh god, do they have the damage for him, right? Like he could just tank everything, and with the pipe also, like, yeah, it's gonna be a lot to get through. See how the next fights go down.
And another Tundra's coming at them here. Question is if BetBoom want to run or if they want to fight. Gets in with the jump.
Instantly dispelled.
From Miro, get the two-man hoof stop. They look to try and burst through the support. Sonic Wave there as well, but the pipes up, doesn't matter. Ari and White Ones should still fall. The Aphotic Shield will not save the Jakiro.
Beautiful
First success there from BetBoom.
Alright, Miro. What more could you ask for? You catch the two supports at the start of a fight. That's the dream. Just delete them immediately, and it's right in front of Tormentor.
They'll be able to quickly pick this one up. See which way the shark goes. It's going to be into the hands of Katsuomi.
Oh, both the two support ones are S tier this game. The Shadow Demon one is amazing to dispel all the different things that they do have, of course, but then the Chen one is just always good. There's never a game where it's going to be bad. Getting all those extra auras. We did see there, so for BetBoom, initiating fights, it's easier, right? Especially if they ever see an opportunity like that from Miro, for Tundra, they have to just walk into fights. Until 33 has Blink Dagger, they have to just kind of waltz and hope that they can catch people in a wrong position pretty much. So a little bit of easier access to jump in the fights at the start here for BetBoom right now. That's the heart done. See how much it can do.
BetBoom. Now with the armlet done on HEROIC.CEST, maybe they'll look to try and get more involved in the action.
Whenever they have their ults, right? Whenever they have Sonic Whip plus Stamp Weave,
yeah,
it feels like they can look to take these fights, absolutely.
Yeah, they've got good ways to back out if things do start going rough in the efforts when it comes to them trying to start the team fights.
Yeah, because the catch for Tundra is definitely a little lacking, especially pre-Blink Dagger on the Axe, as we're seeing. You know, they have the Ice Path follow-up, and that's pretty much it. So definitely a Stampede disengage could be
BZM.
Problematic.
Gonna see if he can go for Miro on his own. And then Miro's gonna be fine. Has the micro there, the tendrils of the Croaker holding back BZM. So Miro won't even have to expend the Stampede. Can walk it off. Bottom lane.
Miro's gonna have a pipe of his own pretty soon.
I mean, BetBoom's looking for the setup. Yeah, and Ari turned back over to ward save. Get the call off on towards the Shadow Demon. The Sonic Wave comes in, pushing back the three of them. Save getting healed up. The Stampede's there. Save's going to be fine. Tundra, they have to bail out. They'll drive the demon, but Miro again. The Whoostone catches 33, catches Pure. Pure will fall. 33 still actually gets the call and the dunk off from the high ground. So all things said and done, this is actually working out for Tundra.
He got two.
He ends up getting another dunk. He's like, all right, you want to stop my TP? I'll chop your heads off. Tundra, they'll take the fight.
I wonder if Miro even knows, like, he was trying to stun the Pure, right? He was trying to stop Pure getting out, and 33 actually gets double kill because of this, the double dunk. Okay, that's insane. Looks like BetBoom, but they were in a pretty okay spot for that fight, too, until that point there with the Axe call plus the dunk.
Ended up going very nice of them. I mean, as you say, right, he wasn't going for it, but he got that TP cancel and ends up not going too hard for them at the end of that one. It looks to be a solid start, right? They poke out this borrowed time pretty early, and there's the stomp. Puts a stop to the escape for Pure. But then at this point, they get the vision on action, and we see the daggers going up for GPK. And he's getting low 33, but they can't kill him, and he just starts getting these perfect dunks off.
It is insane. I don't think you could replicate this scenario in a billion games or something. Like, the fact that he gets Sonic Wave pushed on a cliff, and then that's cliff, like, he gets his TP canceled because he was going to TP out the fight, and the fact that his TP gets canceled, he gets 2 kills because of it, like... Actually, so crazy.
Yeah, and that's a blink on 33s, but very close to having the shard as well. Aura still coming out, though, from BetBoom. They've got the full Greaves on Katomi, ready for the next play. And,
and the pipe from Miro.
I'll find the bounty.
Keeping it close there.
BetBoom just 2k gold behind that of Tundra. It's a close match.
That is a very exciting one so far here. As we said, though, Tundra. The Aghanim is on the Shadow Demon. Sure, he hasn't even started building it, right? But we have to still keep alluding to it, the potential of it, if it gets to these like super later stages. So, do feel like they are in a bit of a timer, I would say, for Tundra, although they do like to farm and they like to scale. I don't know how much they want to play versus that.
That was a good scan there from BetBoom. As Tundra were trying to set up for HEROIC.CEST, but they actually hit the scan, catches Tundra up on that high ground by the Twin Gate, so HEROIC.CEST knows to back up.
This is a cool move. This might catch them off completely. Let's see if they do guess the right positioning here with the 3, because a lot of damage between these 3.
He's got the Simbas. There is Sentry down at the moment. He's actually just going to back off. Yeah, they know that with Tundra being off the map, it's kind of spooky for BetBoom. So
yeah, they know
playing as cautious as possible. Yeah, they'll get away. So Tundra not finding the jump. And now the question is if BetBoom themselves want to actually fight back on this. GPK. We're going to BZM. Tundra, both teams showing that they're not afraid of a fight. Miro The Hoostum on a BZM, jump forward for GPK, but BZM's ready to turn and jump back over towards him. Defensive disruption comes out for the save, keeping him safe. The call's there on the way out. GPK, though, he heals up. He's able to jump away, gets the dagger spam out, as well as the Sonic Wave to push back Tundra. Miro, he's back in once more into BZM, but BZM's super beefy here with his heart and armlet, and he goes flying straight back out of the ice path, catching onto the 3, and then there's the call. 33 has to follow dunk on to save, takes out Katsuomi. Miro's got to run with the Battle Hunger stacking up. He'll put the Stampede and retreat. They'll turn looking at BZM, but BZM's able to get the heal off. He'll survive. Disruption will buy a little bit of safety here for Kiritich, as he's had to come in with a buyback save to try and help out, but he ends up going down a second time. Dieback on him. Kiritich trying to talk his way out of this, has to attempt to turn and fight with the rage and the lifesteal, but he cannot survive through it all. Tundra will take the team fight.
What a fight. Owen, I do have to be honest. It's the heart. I actually think it's the heart. Like, he's so tanky. He's so durable. He heals for so much. Yeah, like the cauterize, his healing that he's getting actually from this item, from the constant spam. He took, I actually wish I could see how much damage he took. I want to say it's like 15,000 or something. The amount of damage this Huskar took is absolutely insane.
And look at this white mon. You talk about Shakiro. Beautiful ice path. Makes it easy peasy for 33 to get him with that 3-man call.
I bet Seb in the background also screaming right now. 33!
Beautiful stuff.
That was nice. Yeah, really, really impressive. Great spell coordination. But yeah, you know, as I said, hard can be a bit of a weird item sometimes, but I'm absolutely seeing it. Like, I'm seeing it to the timing of when he got it and this mid game, how much he's able to tank and frontline for his team, because he just kind of walked in and started the fight with his body. That's impressive. A lot of cool plays too. Like we saw BetBoom, the way that they engage, disengage, right? GPK blinks in, gets the scream, gets disrupted, then afterwards he gets infested to potentially save him too. Like BetBoom, they did the right spell combinations. They just got caught by that 3-man path and just, they didn't have the damage to go through this Tundra draft right now.
And on the other side of things, the next fight round, Whitemon, he's going to have his Aghanims done. So if they get caught grouped up like that again, they're just going to melt. Like, Tundra's going to have so much overwhelming damage to throw out. And as you say, on the other side of things, BetBoom, they're struggling to find the damage to deal with some of these individual cores.
Yeah, Tundra's, it feels like it's go time, right? Just continue to keep pressuring. You know how strong you are. You know that overall BetBoom, they'd probably want to wait for later timings to get that, you know, we keep saying the Ags for the SD and these other timings for the Lifestealer, but they're not giving them the space. They're accelerating things a lot. Now going for the Roche again.
BetBoom, they have to try and interrupt this Roche attempt. It feels like they're going to do that here with the smoke play, but it's so hard.
Such a dangerous area to fight too.
And
the ice path can catch so many.
Call from 33 to get the jump on the Miro. Same time, Pure, he's going to be able to get on the back lines. He's found Safe. The Stampede will come out in time for Miro to give Save a chance to run. He's able to turn the disruption off. BZM being focused. The Sonic Wave comes in with the Aphotic Shields there. BZM's going to be perfectly fine. Heals up. GPK tries to jump in to finish him off, but they can just turn, jump straight over towards him. Instead, the ice path flips on towards him. GPK's gone for a minute. Miro tries to help. He's going to opt for the TP out, but the call into the dunks there from 33. They just cannot take these fights right now, BetBoom.
Again, BZM, he's sitting at 500 HP, pops the Cauterize, the Berserker Blood heals for 1500 or something, back up to full. Ari will be the sacrifice, unfortunately. Does tank a couple of those screams. But in the end of the day, Tundra, another incredibly successful fight. Super prepared for it. And this is the BZM who got dual laned. Who's laughing now?
Absolutely. He literally just died the once this game. And that was, as you say, when he was getting dual lane. So, BZM Huskar indeed looking very nice. And just the way that he knew how to play this game. Like, he didn't make any mistakes.
And they were mentioning on panel how, you know, we can talk about like the creep wave kind of thing where they kind of, because these guys are all Huskar players on creep wave and they make fun of each other and they make fun of BZM. Like, BZM has proven himself on the Huskar this time, for sure. Ags soon on the horizon, too.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
17,000 lead now. Conda picked up her 33. They are so powerful now at this point. Even the Bounty Hunter getting close to being the same net worth as a Lifestealer. Kiritich damage. This might be one of the weaker Lifestealers I think I've seen overall in a lot of games. Sometimes you see like 500 HP bonus at the 30-minute mark or 400 something. It's got 244, 1 and 6. tough lane.
That's Isu gone.
Might just keep going. I mean, this is a pretty tremendous lead.
Definitely feels like he can kind of just sit on the high ground. At the moment, the rest of the team split from him, so BZM's sort of baiting here, showing on the high ground, making BetBoom assume that maybe there's backup behind him, but the reality of it is that the rest of Tundra, they're out on this smoke move, so BetBoom might not expect this.
And he's got bots, so he can join the team. You know, he's got them at a pretty early pace for this Huskar. He's TPing over.
Yeah, BetBoom's starting to back off now. Like, TP out, they will not get caught out on the map. I expect such a play.
Are they hunting the creep? Someone's hunting the creep. Maybe expecting a hero to be down here, but it is just that Dominator creep. BZM will work on the Tormentor. So they force poor BetBoom away from it. And yeah, full Ags finished up for him now too, so game continues to get harder and harder actually for HEROIC after these last fights just to go so tremendous for Tundra. Just definitely seeing the lack of damage versus this tanky front line now. And save. He went Blink, he went Voidstone, but I think he's realized I can't go lands, I can't go anything. I need the Aghanims, and I need it now. Otherwise, we're not going to get to the late points of the game that we want to, because they need to keep trying to get to that later stage. Okay, he bought the Shard. All right. So. Maybe feeling like the Dispel is going to be pretty helpful here for himself, I guess, versus the Orchid, because he is getting jumped by Pure. Let's see if they can handle that pressure from Tundra that's definitely coming.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Still 2 minutes on the Aegis for BZM. Tundra ready to continue to push the issue. A full Blood Thorn on Pure, so even more of a nightmare for whoever he's able to blink on top of.
Save has to be super careful with his positioning. Can't just die instantly to that silence. Has to precast the Demonic Cleanse if he wants to show himself near Pure. Okay, they're smoked up. They're looking to try for something here at this deficit, looking for backlines.
Can they find the jump? You know, even with
Ari
the
has
rough team
beaten.
fights, I mean, Mira's been some pretty good hoof stomps. He's going to try for it this time round. It's not so good. Doesn't get a catch on anyone. And now they're going to get the catch on him. 33's in with the call. We'll see Ari make the move over towards Save. BZM comes flying forward. Save has to use the disruption to just protect himself. Will not survive as it comes to an end. BetBoom have to run. Pure blinks across. Closes in onto Kataomi. Kataomi to fall. Double kill for BZM. As BetBoom just can't find the angle to get the jump. And even if they do, at this point, 20k down, it's so hard for them to get a kill. Miro, they'll try with the burst onto 33, but their auras come out. 33 to be saved. To BZM, he's ready to start diving up to the tier 4s.
Kiritich
fires down. Kiritich just burning to the damage there of the Aghanims. Jakiro, they get the control onto GPK. We'll see how much BetBoom want to endure, but this game does indeed look to be over. As Tundra, they're ready to start bullying BetBoom back to the fountain.
BZM is literally at the fountain, toying with them here, looking for the tier 4s. The Glyph actually gets popped before they kill the Rack, so they're just going to commit for the throne. They drop the banner as well to keep the creeps alive. They're going to stick around for one more fight.
BZM is going to see the opportunity to get on top of Save. There's the backup, though. They have got the lockdown onto him, but he's still got the Sage. 10 more seconds until that Aegis wears off. There's no Kiritich, no carry available here for BetBoom. Save's gone. BZM, he'll lose the Aegis now. But can they actually do anything? Can they even bring him down the once?
Nope.
Doesn't look to be. I mean, Save's coming with the buyback. We're still at 15 seconds without Kiritich. BZM still sticking around, finishing off the mid barracks.
They can stick around. Tundra does not need to go back. Looks like they will. They're going to pick up. They can pick up these shrines, but a 30k lead doesn't feel like they need to stop being oppressive at all. I BetBoom, they have no damage. Even the support's able to survive. We see the Blink Dagger follow-ups coming up from both the Jakiro and the Bounty Hunter.
Impressive stuff from the supports this game in particular on Tundra. I mean, just looking at kind of Ari's KDA, right? 7-4-17. He's been in 24 of these 26 kills.
Very impressed. And it's a lot of it, I would say, like this top lane in particular, them able to get this type of trade kills, catching Kiritich, it is a lot of him doing that. So it's definitely a big deal. His bounty hunter, things that people are gonna, I mean, something that people are gonna have to look at because it's one of his best and one of the heroes he's spamming in pubs right now. And Chen is really popular, so bounty is gonna be popular.
Kiritich. Gonna try for the TP out, but the Aghanims, it's there, of course, for Huskar. Drags him back in with the taunt. He's able to pop into the creep just in time.
He gets stunned right away.
So he will still manage to run.
I actually didn't full chase it. Oh, just kidding.
Lymon's trying. He's got the Macroplier down onto him. And indeed with BZM TPing over, another jump forward with the life break, dragging Kiritich back over towards the Macroplier. They'll pop the Stampede. Everything possible to try and save this lifestealer. BZM's going to continue to run him down. Is he able to get up onto the high ground, BZM? Not quite. So Kiritich will be saved, but taking a lot here from BetBoom just to keep him alive.
Yeah, literally saving Private Kiritich. Barely even gets out of it there. Boots of Travel 2, as we see picked up from BZM. He is speedy to run him down. Has kept the Kobold Cup the entire time, by the way. Kind of cool. Pretty cool item on Huskar since it's 0 mana, right? I was like looking at him just keeping it the whole time. It's actually pretty relevant that it's just 0 mana cost for 10% movement speed.
Ready to approach the high ground here, Tundra.
Yeah, they're huge. 30k lead.
And they've got so many ways of just flying in to the high ground. Right, BZM's ready to jump in with the life break. Blink Dagger, of course, on Pure and 33. It's just so hard to try and formulate defense from the high ground for BetBoom.
Yeah, and BZM just literally gives all information, right? Because he's just in, so you see all 5 heroes whenever he does go, so you pick and choose how you want to cast your spells. 33, even getting himself a little Centaur Courser, so they've got the magic resistance, so 14% extra for the team.
Yep. Making the jump here. BZM. On the tier 3. BetBoom, can they do anything to push him off? There's the pickup. Kiritich, he's got it.
Oh, wow.
33. Get the call off. Can this Rapier Lifestealer do enough?
It's not a Gyro Rapier by any means. That single target, of course, nowhere near as effective as we saw earlier with the flak cannon coming into play. But let's say it's desperate times. But this one is truly as desperate as it comes, because he even gets rid of the talisman.
Yeah, I had to go for the disassemble on the Radiance to make this happen.
And yeah, it's not a Gyro. Not a Gyro one. Gyro Rapier is very different than, I think Gyro and Dusa, maybe. I don't even know if you include Dusa in that one, but Gyro is like the end-all be-all Rapier carrier. They're going to look for a play with it. Trying to catch Tundra off guard.
I mean, if they can catch someone solo.
Oh, Tundra pinged the mid-wave that there was pipe on it, by the way. So they know that they're smoking out.
Ari, he's also able to scout it out. Moves in, blinks off as soon as he has eyes on them. So they know what BetBoom's trying for here. Off to the side. BZM's going to make the move forward. Ice Path holds back Kiritich and Miro. They'll lay down the Macroplier. Miro starting to burn low. Has to stampede out of this one. But BZM ready to chase. Flies in with the life break. They'll get the Sonic Wave to push back BZM. But they cannot finish off the Huskar. BZM survives. Jump over now towards GPK here. Will die for that one. Closing in on the Blade Mail Quap. But he sets up for Tundra as a team to find the 3rd kill and potentially more. Pure jumping in onto the high ground. The buyback will come out from Miro. But there's no buyback available on GPK. Pure turns ready to focus down Miro here off the back of the buyback on center. A dieback for Miro. This game's over. GG is called. Tundra taking the game here against BetBoom.
They kind of own this one, right? After like that 20 minutes, BZM definitely deserves as many tips as possible.
No, he does.
I don't know if I'll give it the credit to the heart. Honestly, I feel like it was massive. The fact that he picks this up, how much it was healing in the fights, and he just stands and tanks everything at the crucial moments, and they get such a tremendous lead because of those fights that he's able to just tank forward for himself. But besides that, the lanes too, right? This top lane, 33 did excellent. So some cool stuff from Tundra here.
Absolutely. Yeah, you see on the stats, yeah, damage received 80k. He tanked so much there. effort that fight BZM. Well, what a performance. You can dual aim in mid, but you're not going to get the win against him. BZM Huskar stands strong, and Tundra will take the win.
Yeah, I feel like that is a very key piece of what happened here for Tundra, is revolving around this Huskar, both good and bad, right? We were always wondering, if this last pick Huskar comes out, how are you able to deal with it? Is it even really that good of a game for a BZM Huskar? And, well, the early game there, Quinn, it was tough for him. I feel like that's the easiest way to talk about being dual laned at literally minute 1.
Yeah, I mean, I've gotten the BetBoom dual lane treatment before. They always do this against, I mean, not always, but they do it a lot against Huskar, and they know how to execute it very well. It's a good adjustment. But to be honest, it didn't really matter. He got to just farm on Huskar because his top lane went so horrendously that this Axe and Bounty Hunter are creating so much pressure that Huskar kind of just farmed woods for like 15 minutes, and he gets to Armlet, and he gets to Hard eventually, and at some point he becomes so tanky, they just, like, it was a nice build adjustment for him to get those SY Heart build. Just max HP and just sort of waddle around and make them waste time on you. It was very cute.
But when you think about it, like, tactically, it was really smart, and it kind of worked because the Huskar was like the counter pick, right? And they shut it down completely. Nake's was the counter pick to the Axe, and he got destroyed on lane, which is the bigger issue because, like, in theory, top lane should go bad for Tundra, should go really well for BetBoom, and now the Huskar shut down, and this could have looked completely different. So it came down to, I think, really good theory from BetBoom, also really smart ideas, maybe like bad execution. I don't think they want this top lane to go this way.
I mean, on top of that, just the heroes from the group stage so far, both Jakiro and Huskar are undefeated heroes, right? You got Huskar with 5 games, and Jakiro now hitting 7 games. Like, these are the heroes that we didn't really see too much of at TI, but, you know, they're coming through, they're shining at the moment, and the way that Tundra have kind of set up their mid game, it's really hard to counter. And 33, like you said, the laning, that was the most farmed Axe of any Axe on 7.39, by like 250 gold or something like that. Like, it was that good of a game from him that like no one even comes close to how dominant he has been. Like, that is, you don't get those Axe games every day. So yeah, incredible stuff from 33.
Jakiro players out of their caves, you know, coming, sitting in the trees, clicking you with the eyes. Oh my god, I can't. They're just there. You know, like, oh, he might be gating. He might. Of course, he's not doing anything. He's just in the trees, waiting for us poor offlaners walking up to the creep wave and just spitting on us with their spells, and that's all they do. And then they. Sorry, that's just. I just had to let it.
I feel like we might have hit a sore spot here for some. Maybe something personal against.
It's years of getting burnt by Jakiro. You know, like it's my
level
time to burn you a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's refreshing for, you know, as a 5 player. I enjoy playing Jakiro.
We've missed it. We've missed it.
Yeah, it's great.
Welcome back.
The sarcasm dripping out of Seb's words right there. I do want to then look away a little bit from that Jakiro and maybe talk about a bit more for BetBoom team. We did talk about, that lifestyle had a rough one, but I do wonder, was there some more space that could have been created, because none of their cores were really doing much. It felt like every team fight felt a bit lackluster. See?
There's the curse of BB. Whoever's in that carry role clearly can't lane at the moment, because Kiritich, he rocked up the lane, he struggled, he TP back into lane, he died again. Like, they just...
It's time to look at your 5. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just bashing on the
When in doubt?
When in doubt?
Okay.
I'll stop.
Okay, anyway, so like Seb said, he hates Katomi. He thinks that he's probably going to get...
Of course not. Mad respect.
It's all position 5.
Much love.
Much love. Only love here.
Actual respect.
No, but in this game, it's like your lifestealer, he's chilling, and then there's a bit of pressure, and when the pressure's there, he thinks that he can go back in. But he's level 5, he doesn't have ult. Like, maybe he has Infest, and like he's calling his Queen of Pain to TP in, like bait the dive and counterplay it. It's okay, but he kind of broke his own lane so quickly that everyone else was able to play through the Axe, you know, within a matter of minutes. So it was, the lifestealer performance just was not that good in the early game.
Yeah, we were talking about matter of minutes. It's only a matter of minutes before we get into our next series, which is going to be Yakult up against Aureus.
Abyssal Blade on the Ursa and the Hex on the Invoker. The lockdown there's the lockdown.
With the Ravages, 2 out here. 2 out instantly. Whisper and Schofield. Now Yuma half HP, no HP. Fly rips him a new one. Yakult brothers will wipe them and very likely end the game.
With the pick me up. Silence from Yopad.
Sticky. It's too much sticky.
Silence there from Yopad. And the Nico just right-clicking them down here with the sticky stacks. Brought into the front lines there by Timsy. Drags him forward. Just kiting them out. There's this Bat Rider rampage for Nico on the bat. It is over.
That is what their day yesterday was looking like, but it could be a whole new ball game for these teams coming into day number 2. For Yakult brothers, is it like, we're really excited to see them, or are you still wondering where they're falling after what happened at TI?
What if I just answer no to that question? We're really excited. No, we're not. No, of course we are. I mean, these are big names that we've missed on the tier 1 scene and on the the front line of Dota, like Boboka, Emo. Like these are players that you expect to be in these big events. So no, I'm always looking forward to what you called. And I think the last game we've seen from them was very strong, very convincing. So I'm just hyped to see how much more they can bring today.
Yeah, that Zeal Tidehunter was phenomenal. That was the last game that we saw from him, and it just felt like he, as a sole player, was dictating so much of what was happening, not only for his team, but just in the game.
No, for sure. I think Zeal is like a player that a lot of people have been looked at as being like a very strong up-and-coming. I don't think you can even keep calling him, like, until when do you have to stop calling him up-and-coming? Like,
yeah,
he's definitely there. I think he's just maybe had not the best team setups and whatnot. So I'm just happy to see that he's now in an environment in which he can like strive, because he's a player that has a lot to offer. And it's the same can be said for the 5 players. So this is definitely a team that nobody should sleep on. Like it's just a matter of like, do they find their pace and their form or not?
Yeah, and the same questions could be positioned for Aureus, the team that they're going to be coming up against here, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I think they actually have some decent momentum. They beat Aurora earlier today, and so I think they're coming off of the back of that. The Tino, the offlane player, was doing the Axe build with the Neta did this game, the Dom into 5 actors. So clearly they're up on the meta. They're playing a lot of pubs. They're aware of what's good and what's not. I didn't even know about this build, and he did it before Neta did in the game. Well, yeah, exactly. So my brain just turned to mush, absolute soup. But I think like that is always a trait that C teams have, is they play a lot of pubs. They love the game. You can hear it in like the way they speak about the game and the way they play pubs and stuff like this. So I think, you always hope that C teams can transition that passion into winning and to doing well at tournaments. I think the biggest stopping block for them is always the drafts. And so it's just, can they figure that out?
Yeah, well, are they going to be able to be consistent? Are they going to be able to get another win for themselves? Either way, let's see just how that draft is going to unravel. Our draft is already well and truly underway. The first phase bans and the 2 first picks already having come out. Yakult brothers opening up with a puck, and Aureus going to be responding with that Dragon Knight. Definitely an opener that we've seen before already in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, puck has been a very comfortable heroes for certain teams just to open with. I feel like it is moving towards needing to be a later pick in the draft because teams are very happy to go for DK. Even Aurora earlier in this tournament have picked Night Stalker, who are in the offlane. Like one of the cool things about this team is when you look at their last 3 drafts, every draft has a slightly different identity. You got like Death Prophets in the offlane, you got Night Stalkers, and then you got Pangoliers. Like it's very chaotic from that role. So I think the early pick from Yakult with the puck, sure, it's their comfort, but potentially exploitable.
Chen is open, right? So I think it's either going to get banned or it should get picked. I think it's like really good, especially, I mean, it's very good with DK, good against Puck. It's good for both teams actually. So that's like a hero that's going to be contested if it's left open. I think, yeah, there's very strong Chen players.
There's a lot of interesting first phase bans coming out from Aureus in my eyes. Like the Lycan, that one's not that interesting. Disruptor,
Zeal,
but
yeah.
It's the Slark and the Invoker as well, where it's just like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that those were the heroes that were important enough to ban out against this team right now.
Yeah.
Has Boboka been playing for Slark?
Possibly. I mean, it sounds like a Boboka thing to do, right?
It
like
does
he's like
sound
a monkey.
like a Boboka thing to
He was
do.
playing monkey before it was cool. He's playing Outpost 4. It's like you would just expect that he's just, he has Jerax in his signature name. I'm sure he's a 9-class fan. These boss 4s, like they're all the same breed. Like Boboka, Jerax, 9-class. They find some crazy stuff and they create a lot of problems for the enemy team.
An interesting thing with Slark is they have played it in a couple of their qualifiers, but it's not been first phase banned by other teams. Even though they've won 2 of the games with it, it's like they respect, Slark exists, but no one's instantly reacted to it. It's a kind
That's what I mean.
Yeah, so this is the first time that a team's actively gone, you know what, we respect it enough, then don't want to deal with it. But it could just be Aurora's maybe they know that their map play just isn't strong enough to deal with a Slark. So they're already protecting themselves because maybe they already know that strategically they're just not ready to deal with it.
Yeah, and despite not necessarily being the same region, there is a lot of overlap between China and SEA when it comes to scrims. They're just so close to each other. It feels like they always create their own different game of Dota when we do see those 2 regions clash.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just surprised that Chen went through. I think it was like very kind of straightforward pick. Yeah, I think it's amazing against Puck. Obviously, it doesn't like directly counter him, but it counters what Puck wants to do, which is like chip damage. I'm, you know, picking my word pretty wisely. Chip damage. Do you copy, Nat?
I do. I'll give you a chip with that prediction
Okay, good.
There we go.
after that, right? I promise you. That's a +1 for you 100%.
Nice.
Ooh.
Now we're talking. I think like I'm finally seeing like some sort of like, you know, answer to Chen, at least an attempt. I don't know if that's the best one. It's definitely not a bad one. But I think you see Chen, you need to deal with it. You can't just ignore Chen. A is a very good answer, and now it's turning the Puck into a threat. Because A plus Puck is fine against Chen, whereas Puck alone is atrocious.
It helps though that AA has issues when he has to play with one hero only, right? The fact that you have Axe and Puck at any minute, if Puck shows on a wave, you still have that second guessing for Aurora. So it's like, wait, hold on a second, is Axe still hunting maybe with the A? Like, it's not as simple. But
there used to be a meta, I think it's the Chinese, which Chinese team was it that was playing, like, I think it was Planet that was playing A plus 4.
Yeah, XG was playing at 4.
Yeah, and they made it look pretty decent, so... Oh, they pick Abaddon into A. Okay, that is interesting. I mean, it kind of goes both ways, because, you know, you can, like, maybe live a little bit through the Ice Blast, you can also remove the whatever it's called, the cold feet.
You can also barrier the heroes, so to help kind of keep heroes alive. So if Abba isn't the one getting ultied, he can walk over and actually save people.
That's going really fast. Like, this
what a draft.
Pretty fast draft.
I mean, I think the Abaddon is just like, it's like one of the best heroes against Axe. Like his Axe's best spell is his W. Like even the build that people are doing right now, right? They're not skilling Call, they're not buying Blade Mail, they're playing off Battle Hunger, and Battle Hunger is completely worthless against Abaddon. You can never use it in the entire early game. It doesn't do anything.
And this AM, like they've played it a lot. Like I was looking through the Yakult drafts, and there's been a lot of AM, and they had a lot of success with it. And now on top of it, it's a pretty good AM game.
It is.
So yeah, a little bit scary. I mean, this is very unconventional. We're seeing from Yakult, like obviously besides the Puck, but the AA, the AM, I think it also makes their lane pretty trash. I think AM A is probably one of the worst safe lane I can think of. So hopefully they can, you know, figure that out, and maybe it could be an AA4, for instance, and pick a better 5 for AM, but yeah.
They're banning Tidehunter on Auroras.
Yeah.
They're banning offlaners.
Okay. So
I could see them play support Axe. That's something Waboka would do.
Yeah? Okay.
And then they counterpick this Abaddon. I could see that. There's a world where that happens.
It would be pretty decent. It would be pretty decent for sure.
I mean, I actually don't use this word too often to describe drafts, but I think Yakult draft is like what I would think of as greedy. It's 3 cores that none of them really make moves. They're all quite stagnant and they do their thing. And while it is a very good anti-mage game, like if he gets fat, he beats these heroes. He just will beat them. But their heroes are very stagnant, very slow. A is also a very slow hero that needs level 6. And you're playing against Dragon Knight, Chen, Abaddon, and Hoodwink, heroes that can push the tempo quite a bit. There is some potential you get completely steamrolled early and lose all your towers.
For sure. What could fix that?
For Yakult?
Yeah. Like, I think if you put Axe on 4 and bring another 3, is that something you're happy with? Like, I'm thinking some Timber kind of hero.
Timber could be quite good for them.
Just like pull waves, stack camps on Axe, maybe play through to safe lane, and then you have this Timber to like bring the damage you're lacking in the early game and just like kind of repel them.
Why not? If you want more repellent, just have a Mars. It might not bring damage, but it just means when you defend an objective, it simplifies the fight even further. But again, the damage might be a problem, right?
Yeah, I think the damage is a problem because like I don't think this AM is gonna look at it only if it looks good, and it's not really going to look good enough.
I like the Bounty Hunter actually.
Yeah.
Taking a page out of Tundra's book.
Yeah, it's good.
You can go and just play through this pretty good at killing in lane. And you need to get this Ice Cream Cone involved in kill somehow so you can like get his levels going. So if you're not going to be playing into the Abaddon's lane, which I think you're probably not, even if you pick Timber Saw, like I don't think you're pressuring this lane.
Honestly, like A Puck Bounty is a decent amount of damage. Like it starts ramping up now. Like with the Spell Amp, the Magic Spell Amp from the AA plus the Bounty and the Puck on top of it, it could work.
So they do this.
Okay, they go for the Timber, which I believe. I mean, it's a really good pick. I think it works well against what they're dealing with. It's gonna enable the Axe plus 4, and hopefully it's gonna buy enough time for AM to come online.
What enables the Axe position for them? Like not only just as in the Timber toolkit, but if people are looking to want to play an Axe position for.
I think it's more of draft advantage of the fact that they pick Abba, you flex the Axe away from the counter of Abba, and then you just get a better hero. And then Baboka's happy just to play the hero and sacrifice himself.
Oh, okay.
And you run around the map and just, you know, body for position and information.
Right.
I just I worry because to me this doesn't fix like what I view as their biggest issue is greed, and I don't think Timber fixes that really. Timber wants to farm like stack the Ancients and farm it up. You're playing against Templar. Is that, I guess it's TA mid or something crazy.
But you say greed though for Yakult, isn't there a shit ton of greed in Aureus? Like they got a DK, they have Abba, they have TA and Abba.
There is now
hella static heroes. Sure, again they're TA. Even pre-TA, like DK needs to farm a Blink, maybe even go Orchid to try and play into the puck, the anti-mage be super aggressive, but I'm worried that like they also in two of their bans, they banned a Slug that no other team really banned. They banned a Venomancer, which again, it is a niche hero. They banned two niche heroes that Yakult haven't been rushing towards, so maybe they've wasted a couple of bans and put themselves in this position.
I will point a question towards you guys though.
Wait, hold up. Sorry, pause a second. It's my guy Baboka picked the Timber Saw.
It's 4 Timber Song?
It is, yes.
4 Timber.
Let's just...
so does that increase your...
Honestly, it could have changed because of the TA pick. I think they might have like put the Axe back on 3 because he's not laning versus Abaddon. And now he's just happy to play Axe against the TA, which is actually okay.
It's going back and
fair.
Timber 4 though, are you happy with that result?
No, he kind of just has to figure out how he's going to impact the game or play the game as Timber 4. I've seen it happen, like when
it does good damage, right? It's
like
just,
a poor +3 is forced to play support. He's like, I'm still going to play my Timber, you know? I'm just going to go around and like queue people. It's not that bad, honestly. Like, you just need to be laning against the right hero, like that actually care about the Q spam. It's bad. It's just not that bad, you know? I mean, the guy's been playing Brute boss fight. Like, it can be worse. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like,
just wait until you see it, you know? Like, it's either going to be the best thing ever and everyone's doing it, or you're getting reported never again.
Well, look, you know, I don't want to take away from any of this. We couldn't really predict where the heroes was going. Maybe the hero that was picked up. I know that you really liked that one, Seb, that being on the Timber Saw. But yeah, the end result, though, is who do you think is going to be coming out on top of this Clown Fiesta, Quinn? You love the drafts. You love what Chaos could ensure. But where is the Chaos going to be directed?
I hope Anti-Mage wins, because I think this hero is fun, and I like when he blinks around and gets a lot of gold. So I hope he wins.
Set the Huskar player.
Yeah, that's true. I'm starting to realize I don't actually value the opinion of Quinn's predictions. It's just which hero does he think he likes.
Which one's fun?
Okay, but the heroes I like are winning a lot.
Okay, that's also
Huskar
very
hasn't lost.
valid. It has not lost. Either way, though, I would love to see just how this best of one is going to unfurl in front of us here. So let's get on into it with Yakult and Aureus.
It's game time, ladies and gentlemen, here between Team Aureus and Yakult. I mean, Fogged, we're getting this Timber Saw in the fort. It's Baboka. He loves to do the crazy stuff. Is this a bit too crazy, or can it work?
I've tried this a bunch, I gotta be honest with you, and I like support Timber, and that's usually a bad thing for these pros if I'm playing this stupid stuff. But it has situations like Seb pretty much was saying, you know, it's a guy who just wants to play a Timber. But I think it is literally in this game because of what they were talking about, right? The Abaddon is moved to off lane. They have a different lane that they're playing into. The X can actually play the lane. And Baboka just has to do what he can with the hero that they picked in that position. We'll see what he can build. He's always going to provide damage. It's just the problem is you can't do what Timbers usually want to do, is where they absorb a lot. You're just a damage provider rather than really a damage soaker. Unless somehow you get like 15 kills or something as a support. So let's see what Baboka's going to do, because their draft... I don't know, their draft looks really wonky, Owen.
It's going to be a fun one. And because we're getting some heroes that we don't get to see too much, we're getting some anti-mage action, we're getting the AA coming in, a hero that's ignored by a lot of teams.
I feel like they might just get stomped, but I'm hoping to be wrong. I'm hoping to be wrong, honestly. I haven't seen AA in a couple, in like some days either, so...
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to see like what he's going to be able to do with it, but I see Chen, DKTA, I see a potential Roche early, Auras. The silence from the traps are going to come out for the puck later and for the AM. Honestly, for everybody, it's really... Like, it just feels like they have a normal draft while the other side has a very difficult to execute draft that looks to be going toward late stages with limited stuns.
No, for sure. Yeah, this is a very meta lineup from Aureus. Well, let's see. Yakult, what can they do?
Well, we will have to see. This is our first Yakult one. I actually need to look up a little bit about Yakult in terms of like how they were doing here so far, because I didn't get to catch, I think, almost any of the games. I caught a little bit of one of them. Emo going crazy in one of the games as Invoker, but that was it.
We get the 3 bouncy runes here to start things off on Aureus.
Let's see.
And Fly at least able to burn a little bit of mana from Nico as they'll turn up to the lane. On this top lane, how easy is the life going to be for the anti-mage early on? You know, is the support of the AA in the lane going to be able to do enough to keep him safe against this Abaddon Chen, or is it tough times?
Might be actually kind of okay, perhaps, maybe. Like AM, if he's able to get some good harassment off with this AA, can burn the man, and that burn that he did on Nico at the start can be pretty decent, so I think Fly can be pretty okay up here. And what does a Chen provide? He's just going to auto-attack you. Abba doesn't really want to trade with you because he gets his mana burn, so it does feel pretty good for the AM. Mid lane, we're seeing what we're seeing a lot of Chens do. The creep is there. On top of having a difficult matchup already on the puck versus this DK. There is going to be that mana burn constantly. As I said, it's gotten better for the puck over times, but yeah, it's still not an easy one. If you do get hit by Breathe Fire almost ever, it's just like a 30 base damage advantage.
Yeah, we'll see how much Patch is able to out-CS Emo in the mid lane. Good damage there, getting a few tower hits as well onto Emo.
Emo walked up to do the little tower trick and got stunned right away, so have to be a little careful next time.
He's got to be careful as well. Anytime that Yopaj walks up, he's going to have to Dragon Tail back up in a second, so Emo has to really play this cautiously. Could end up eating a lot of damage.
Having to play in a pretty weird spot, but is going to be able to get that phase shift off. And
he's not getting the CS though.
No, he's not. 9 and 6 as we anticipated. Yopaj's playing this beautifully. Emo's just healing, but not getting CS.
He got one there. There you go. Got a second one as well. It's not looking to be an easy lane for Emo on the puck against the Yopaj DK, that is for sure.
Fly, he's got these tangos, of course, to eat. Polis and Bart 6 to the start. The poking is annoying, and he actually did get the Harpy creep. So that's actually kind of brutal. Now that changes things. He does have extra regen, but this Harpy creep is super annoying to deal with.
Yeah, they can start playing pretty aggressive here. Already on this top lane, Aureus.
I don't know. I'm just trying to like wrap my head around what is, because I keep looking at this bottom lane and I'm just like, I don't know what they're gonna really accomplish. I feel like Natsumi's just got absolute free farm on a TA, and it looks like a pretty good TA game.
I mean, when do you start getting fearful of the Timbersaw support?
You don't.
Okay.
No, you don't really.
Not great
unless
news
he gets
there.
early. It's unless he gets early kills or.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say if it was a Timber versus like a strength in the lane, like a strength melee, something like that, like then it can be much more effective with the Whirling Death. It just versus these agilities, it just doesn't do anything. The Whirling Death is very ineffective. I guess he can be annoying to Tims. I guess that's one thing. Can you get the kill?
It's gonna be close.
Not quite.
Quite enough damage. Of course, at the same time, Natsumi continues to just get the CS deep behind the tower.
I mean, but Boca. Natsumi might connect over with the boots. Nah, not gonna try for it. And now with these double creeps, Fly is struggling. He's trading. He's trying to go for Nico. Fairy Fire is popped. The Harpy, he reflected it. Oh my God.
Oh my. That would have had him, right?
It would absolutely have had him.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, this lane's actually putting more pressure than I anticipated because Skem finding that creep. It's actually doing quite a lot. Nico's being kept low, but look at the CS now and look at the regen that they've got. They've gone through every tango. Fly is out of regen, so is Polison. They got the healing Lotus, so Nico can get restored up here, and all three lanes already looking pretty dominant.
I mean, what
this is going to be an interesting one.
Because you're gonna pretty much have. I feel like at least both the side lanes, the anti-mage and Axe having to fall back to the jungle pretty early this game.
And then who makes the plays is the problem, because you have an AA, a Timber.CEST support that are probably the most level-dependent supports possible, right? AA needs the 6. He wants to get involved in kills early to get that 6 early, and Timber support, I mean, yeah, you need 6 to that'd be too much.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. Like,
And it's just,
they have no stuns on supports.
No,
they have
lockdown is it's Dream Coil and Berserker's Cool. Really,
yeah, I don't know. This is
from the lineup.
I gotta like go back and see how they ended up with this draft. I don't know. I'm looking at some of their past drafts as well too, and they do have some that are a little similar to this. So they do just like to play the AM on Fly. I will see. We'll see if it ends up like somehow coming back together. But right now, it is looking quite grim. And the reason it's grim is because of the fact that, you know, it's a tempo-based draft too for the side of. I think my mic just cut out. Hello?
No, Fly's got to be careful. No, we got you loud and clear. At least I have. Hopefully
I heard a huge.
Well.
I heard a huge static pop. So just making sure it wasn't just me.
Bottom. I mean, sorry, top. The rotations come in from Baboka. Looking for Nico. They'll throw down the blood grenade. Timber chain in. They're gonna have.
He got him.
Firefly blinks in, gets that first blood. They're off the back of the Timber Saw rotation.
All right. Baboka has to make some crazy stuff happen. Does find a nice kill. And Fly, I mean, there you go. That's the helm. Being kept so low on HP, but able to get that first blood somehow.
Definitely getting through the tougher stages of the lane.
Oh, his helm. Oh, no. Oh, he got it. Okay. Almost lost the courier.
I'll be able to TP out of this. And yeah, I mean, if he didn't manage to get the pickup on that, things would have looked very rough for Fly. But he does. Gets the delivery.
I mean, it still looks awkward. Let's be honest here. Look at the positioning of this lane. He just missed 2 full waves.
Oh, good shield there as well.
Fly.
Careful.
My God. He's really pushing the limits.
You gotta be careful of these shields. Of course he's gonna put it on the creep that's getting hit by the tower. You gotta be careful, Mr. Fly. He's dead.
All right, well, they get a kill on Tim's, at least. Emo. We'll be able to find that one when he's invading, but I don't know. Oh, and he's still at 14 CS. He got the first blood, but he got first blood like a minute and a half ago, and he hasn't gotten a last hit. Okay, well, that was a big mistake there from Fly. 2K lead. Yopash now pressuring the mid lane. Puck 22 CS to the 40.
Oh.
You usually don't see lanes go this convincingly for one side, but...
Yeah. I mean, Yopaj is going to be ready to start getting some damage onto that tier 1. In the mid.
Emo. He's not 6 yet. Tim's is here.
Looking at Nico. Not really able to make a move on him, and again, Fly's got to be careful.
Not easy to go for the play now, since he's got this health restoration creep too. It actually heals quite a lot. You see him just constantly get pumped back up to full HP. Wisdom coming up in about 10 seconds. Looks like they should be able to claim that one. Who's gonna take the one on Aureus' side? Someone will TP back over and get it.
They want to try and make this play top for Baboka. Coming in from the side. Not gonna happen though, Nico. He's fine.
Yeah. Sorry, on Yakult's side. My bad. Yeah, Yakult, they're gonna back up, be able to get that. Looks like we'll just go to Zeal, I guess. Gonna be a high-level axe.
I mean, they need something high level. Yeah, at least Zeal might be the one that can get that first time online and try and slow things down in the river. To jump onto Yopaj, but he quick with the Dragon Tail to stop Baboka from being able to Timber Chain in aggressively. Emo's in pretty deep for this one. Has to jump out with the Waning Rift. He's got all back up in a second, so we'll be fine.
This is awkward. The coil, and there's no follow-up yet. Of course, they're not 6 on the support, so they don't really have any good spells to throw in there, but... Yopash wants this mid tower.
Still got a good amount of duration left here with the Elder Dragon form.
Find himself a shield rune too, so look, can maybe just force it there. Polison's still not quite 6, just hits the 5, so no blast to be able to go for any type of kill threat onto anybody. right, top, Nico. Not quite 6 yet. Looks like Baboka's going to try for the move again.
I mean, he's got Tim's with him.
Cut the tree.
Fight's not going to connect. With the tree gone. Mid lane tower. Can Emo get the deny? He's going to try, but just off the mark with the timing. So Yopaj still able to get the last hit on that one, taking this tier 1 nice and early, 8 minutes in.
It's going to be an early blink for him and a very good game for it, especially when you're playing versus something like AM too. They have the secondary catch with the blink.
Talking about the AM. He's just lost
no.
his courier that had the helm of the Dom on, folks.
Fly. No. He's actually like kind of recovering in a way too, like somehow in the
maybe
lane.
he could kill Scam. He's got Baboka with him. Good little body blocks there on the Simba. Orbs coming across as well. The Bushwhack's a 3-man. Bushwhack holds him back. Doesn't matter. Still the final touch there. The chilling touch coming in from Polison. Will get them the kill. Takes Scam down.
And Fly's getting involved. He's doing the best out of all the cores so far, but yeah, losing his courier again. We'll lose him quite a bit of farm. I mean, he's going to lose a full, almost 2 usages of that Dominator, right? I believe it is, so. Fly.
Takes so much damage from these two. He's trying to stand his ground against Nico, but ends up hurting so hard here on the anti-mage.
Baboka, he's coming again.
See if we can get
trying to cause chaos.
Another Bushwhack!
Done.
Fly. He'll be able to blink out in time. Moving aggressively over towards Tim's. The cold feet not going to proc. Tim's able to scurry away.
The 0 stuns is just, it's blowing my mind. Like, they're just walking at each other. Bottom tower, Yopaj, he's just doing it natural, right? They're doing what the DK Chen lineup wants to do. Take these towers early, get an advantage, Natsumi. Dragonlance, queuing up that Deso next. And Zeal's just going farming build, so.
Infinite space on this TA.
This is such wild Dota. Like double Dominator, your AM and your Axe have Dominator, and your Puck is struggling also. So you actually just have 3 heroes. Everyone wants to farm.
Coming through the twin gate here. On towards the top lane.
Baboka.
Soon going to be rather difficult to hold on to this tier 1 with Scam turning up. Him and Nico may just be able to finish this one off.
Hey, Yopaj might turn up soon too. He has Blink, he has Dragon Form up. I think if he wants to, I don't know if he's needed, can just go up there and look for the setup. Fly, that's the Dominator. Does get grabbed up, so the first usage will help him protect that tower at least a little bit here. Tims.
The opening Bushwhack. Patch will pop the Dragon Form here just to continue to farm. Here over on the triangle.
Okay, I mean,
it's gone.
He's got a stack, and they don't need him for the tower anyway, so yeah, just maximizing. Sure. Bottom, Zeal, cutting waves.
I mean, the catch. Green call onto Natsumi. Ice Blast as well. Battle Hunger comes in. Natsumi's getting back up, but he's gone.
Good catch.
They're able to kill him off during the Ice Blast. The question is, can they get out? Yopaj makes the jump, focuses the easier kill first, gets the Dragon Tail in onto Polison. Polison will be able to turn with the cold feet. Yopaj able to break away from it and burn down the AA with the Breed Fire. Gets the kill, and Emo has to jump away. Blink's going to be back up in a second from Yopaj. That was close. He is. He's going to have to chill there for 10 seconds. Very close to him actually finding Emo there in the trees. Emo gets
that was a nice move, though. With the AA6, they do still have kill threat. Whenever they have Coil plus AA Blast, they can look to shut these heroes down, and they find probably the best target they could. They find Natsumi. Getting themselves on the board, making some space for the AM. Fly, treads are done.
He's recovering, slowly but surely. Still obviously quite the gap between him and Natsumi for this early game.
Yep, Fly, and Nico going toe-to-toe. Nico still holding that borrowed time.
Still getting away with what will be quite a nice relic into Radiance timing on the Abaddon.
Getting to do it from the offlane too, so getting to go down that greed route.
Always the Ice Blast. Oh my goodness, it doesn't get closer than that. Nico survives. A connection there and he would have been dead.
Yep. Still holding on to that ult skill point. If he does see them go for him again. Baboka, level 5 is hit. Still not quite 6. But still just looking to play in this area. He has yet to die on the Timber, actually. And he's been, honestly, doing a pretty okay job in terms of trying to make space for Fly. He did get him the first blood, so.
Gonna see if he can maybe get away with this 14-minute wisdom rune coming up in 30 seconds, Baboka. He's thinking about it.
If anyone walks in over there, if the TA does, he has to just immediately bail out. But if he's able to just snatch the steal, it could definitely be a possibility. Yopaj, Tim's set up.
He's backing off.
Okay.
I'll see if these two can find with the smoke. I've got the heavy burst, the setup with the dragon tail into the sharpshooter. That's an illusion.
Illusion.
They'll find
nice
out
play
now.
from Emo. Great play. Anyone they find is dead if they do get the actual stun on them. Even the AM will get burst from that sharpshooter secondary stun. So nice play there from Emo. Good awareness. AA Blast is back at the ready. Same thing for Coil. See if they can find that dream target again. Natsumi in a bit of a safer spot now. Deso is soon to be finished, so those objectives definitely going to be the target next.
Yeah, looks like they might end up just finding Scam.
He sees him.
They'll still drop the Coil, and they'll drop the two of them. There's under, of course, the Arcane of Emo at least, so the Coil will be back up relatively soon.
Can they kill the creeps too? They'll find an Alpha Wolf. Finding themselves some decent kills here, just with the two of them, not having to bring any extra people. Zeal, he's copying. Everyone's going to do it now, Owen. Dominator Phylactery.
Yeah, as we said, we saw Tino do it. We saw 33 bring it out. And they're having great games with it. So, yeah, Phylactery across the board for the Axes nowadays.
It's just interesting. Very, very interesting. And there's that Deso. So, as we said, objectives, the next thing's on the horizon. Yopaj getting closer and closer toward his Orchid, but that's now is when Roshan and the Tormentor soon in the next 5 minutes are going to start being something that you have to think about on the side of Yakult.
Oh, here they come. Aureus.
Zeal.
Yopaj. He's got his eyes on Baboka. And they'll catch him. Dragon Tail to interrupt the Timber Chain away.
They walked right past Zeal, though. So, I mean, they could have maybe got the Axe, so you take that.
To try and make a turn onto Nico. But Ice Blast off the mark, and again, would have had the borrowed time at the ready. At least buy him time if he does get connected upon by that.
Getting farm on the 3 cores, though. Seeing AM, Axe, Puck, they're getting to hit some creeps here. Although all 3 tier 1s have been taken, they've gotten a tower of their own.
And it's just that this Natsumi timing, this Blink Dagger on top of the Deso and Dragon Lance is going to come at such a fast time for this carry team.
Top. Is it enough? Not quite. Yeah, I mean, they're getting farm on the 3 cores on the side of Yakult. It's just, are they going to be able to fight around those big objectives timings now that they're getting all the timings on Aureus? Just Orchid's going to be done. They're going to have Radiance. They're going to have all 3 of these timings to look for that Roche or for that Tormentor in the next few moments. Yeah, there's that Orchid.
Yakult. Have to be super careful across the map and just do everything they can to ensure that Fly has the space to continue to recover.
They have good information on the map right now, but Boca actually placing a super deep ward. Instantly dewarded. So now they don't have that great information anymore.
You try and go for the chase onto Zeal. Natsumi and Yopaj bringing in the damage here with a heavy physical burst.
How's Emo? Emo has the blink, has the Witchblade, has an amp damage, has to be very careful. That blink, that Orchid, it's ready for Yopaj going through the portal. Polosin's here with Ice Blast. Oh!
He's gonna try and make his way back out, but the Dream Core's in.
He's gone.
Fly cleans up with the Mana Void.
Great read. Honestly, these moves, the Puck and the AA are making the difference right now. Polosin and Emo are keeping this game in a relatively stable position. It's only a 3k lead right now for the side of Aureus.
Emo.
The jump, Emo.
He's gonna be able to find Tims. Gets the jump and the shield will come out and try and save Tims, but the Chakram comes in, cuts him down. Scam will turn up. Nico's got the borrowed time. From the side, Natsumi ready to try and look for the squishies. Turns towards Polosin. Last hit won't quite do it. As the Sister Shroud comes in, keeps him safe, but now Natsumi is putting himself in a dangerous spot trying to get that kill. He
Sister Shroud.
To look for the easy kill, but indeed the Sister Shroud, the bane of core players all around the world, comes in clutch, saves the AA, and sets up for them to just turn and take the team fight themselves, Yakult.
This is crazy. I mean, they're all playing them all over the place. That was insane moves. The TA jumps in, super farmed. 2 misses on the AA, dies. DK also topped, goes in, dies earlier through the portal by himself. They're getting outmaneuvered by this wonky draft, and maybe not expecting it, but it is actually working. AM now in a great spot. They've got a Atos somehow on Baboka too. Wow, impressive stuff.
Yeah, quite the shake-up there.
And that's the timings was Aureus was them. That was them hitting their timings and getting smashed in the fight because of just how awkward it all kind of went down. Yopaj dying before the fight, then the 1-by-1 sequence from the TA and the ABBA.
Radiant are scanning.
That was massive. Emo has a full Yules out of that. He literally had just picked up Blink before that fight. So now he has the Dispel versus the Orchid. Yopaj hasn't even gotten to use it. That's actually crazy.
Fly pretty much just caught up all the way to Natsumi's farm on the TA. He had that one slip up in the lane, but outside of that, they weren't able to catch him again. He's getting the space. He's able to farm up quite the treat, of course, with this Helmet Dom into Battle Fury build. He's going to be a problem.
Yep, he shows himself here. They're hunting for him. Yopaj wants to find him with this Orchid. But another kill that Emo's the one finding the kills all over. He's 4-0-6, 10 of the 11 kills. Yopaj had a great lane, but just 3-1-0 after that whole sequence that just went down. Looks like they're trying to force the Tormentor, but the wards are on top of it. AA Blast is at the ready.
And they're coming for the Twin Gate. Baboka is going to get immediately caught by the stun. They have the silence as well. Emo's going to come through as well, but that's Baboka dead. If they can set up anything in return, flies over on towards Yopaj. Zeal looking to run him down as well. Gets the call off onto the 2 of them. Ice Blast comes in as well on towards Yopaj. The DK in trouble as Yopaj. He'll get dunked by Zeal. They can turn over the ward scan, pick up a second. Maybe even get more. Okay, Natsumi turns up to the fight, looking towards Zeal. But Zeal, he's tanky enough to keep his distance.
They're kiting him.
It's going to kick in. They're ready to step back up, get back on top of the
my God.
Take Natsumi down. Battle Hunger onto Nico. We get held back here by the Bushwhack into the Sharpshooter. So at least Tim's for Aureus is able to find something at the end of that. But all in all, Yakult continues to get that little bit more out of these team fights.
How many times? What is this? Like two times that the Natsumi's jumped in and just got stunned by the cold feet and then gets brought down from all that control. Barely getting any extra attacks off. This is, Yakult. They're making this lineup look actually kind of decent with the way that they're dancing, and a really cool play from Baboka. He goes through the portal first and tanks the Orchid. He tanks every spell, which lets Emo get everything off afterwards. Sure, he dies, but at the end of the day, the damage is done. He gets so much out of this fight again. Very cool stuff. Very unexpected stuff, too, with this unorthodox draft.
That's looking very impressive here with those last few moments from Yakult, and they're ready to keep it going. Smoke up.
I think for Aureus, you can't really deviate your game plan, though. You have to keep looking to play for objectives, but...
They get the jump. Ice Blast coming in. And all this space for Fly. Getting very close to having the Manta online. He's getting to play his game as the AM.
Yeah, this is very impressive. Natsumi. They've got, a Glimmer picked up now, and I believe the crit on Natsumi. But as we've seen, Sister Shroud has been the bane of his existence a couple fights in a row now. Let's see if they can get the connection this time.
There we go, smoke up. They want to try and fight, but it is 4 versus 5. It's going to be around that time that they're trying for the Tormentor, but they take it down pretty easily. Yakult. Tim's
Bushwhack off the mark.
Bushwhack. Nico's trying to head in. Zeal's going to be able to get the jump on towards Tim's. Natsumi tries to turn towards the axe, jumps into towards the high ground, but that's going to be Tim's gone. He'll finish off Baboka there with the last hit, so this time around Natsumi able to find the positioning to get away with the kills and not be pressured himself.
Immediately bypassing the front line, jumping the AA, so there's no Ice Blast. Important that they can get onto him there. Bit of an awkward start, though, with Tim's missing the Bushwhack, but they do get themselves 2 support kills at the least. But no core kill. Yakult able to disengage after getting the Tormentor. The fact that they're able to steal that Tormentor away is massive, too, right? Because like we're mentioning, it's a tempo-based draft that Aureus has gone for, and them not getting the Tormentor is a big deal.
He went pretty deep for that one. He tried to poke around the TA and the DK, and they ended up poking him straight to the grave.
That was a very emo death after having such a pretty flawless game so far, too. He's got the shield rune, he's got a Yules, but gets caught.
Fly. Feeling very safe now that he's got that Manta done. Top the Essence Ring, very difficult for them to really kill him off unless they get him in the perfect kind of Dragon Tail, Bushwhack, follow-up lockdown.
Especially before TA Trap or any of that. So we don't see Natsumi building it. He feels like he does need that BKB, and I would agree. After we saw those last couple fights of just him getting ice blasted, just getting full focused, and honestly just getting stunned and slowed. The Witchblade slow, even the Cold Feet and Vortex.
No, for sure. Yeah, the Cold Feet's just so annoying, especially for the TA, right? A hero that, you know, you want to be able to be very particular with your position in the fight so you can get these side blades off. If you're having to worry about this whole area that you can't stick and stand in because of the Cold Feet, you're just not going to get the chance to find those angles.
Yeah, and I swear nobody ever takes this refraction dispels thing, but there's games that I swear it feels pretty good because it's like everyone wants damage, right? But we'll have to see. Some other good things that he can dispel, of course, too, as bottom. Tims.
Quickly turn towards Zeal. Zeal on the retreat. Will get caught by the trap slow. Jump forward from Yopaj, able to make it over the Chakrams. They'll turn towards the Axe. Burst through Zeal. BKB popped by Yopaj as they're ready to try and continue to commit for this fight, Aureus. Yakult on the retreat. And they catch more here, but Bokup will be found. Dragon Tail comes in, stops him from chaining away. Aureus getting the setup, getting these kills here around that high physical damage that the TA and the DK can kick out together.
Yeah, they're absolutely showing that those fights, you know, they have a good draft overall. Their coordination was all over the place, and now Emo
tries to jump in for Scammy. He'll get the phase shift off just in time. Blink as well. Living on the edge there, Emo. He got tempted jumping back in to try and mess around with Scam, but didn't account for the fact that Tims and Natsumi were still around. Either way, he gets away with it. Emo will live this time.
I swear, Emo. Just toying with our emotions always. Never know what he's going to do. Nico? Should be just fine. Fly just trying to pressure him a little bit there.
It's going to be super hard to deal with. And he's going to be going straight for the butterfly next. I mean, that evasion going to be a massive issue for all three cores. You know, none of them wanting to get anything like an MKB or a Bloodthorn online anytime soon. That's going to take quite a bit of time. I'm sure they've got the Orchids at least coming up as well on Nico. But yeah, being able to fight for an early butterfly on an anti-mage, it's going to be difficult.
Absolutely. The TA is, you can already see, Natsumi doesn't have like the slots really to even go for it, the MKB, because of the way that he's built, right? Blink, Dragonlance, Deso, BKB, Crystallis, he'll have to sell or replace in a way, which could be an opportunity. Could be something that he wants to do. Roche, gonna be what they start looking for on Aureus. They are all positioned around. DK form is at the ready.
Do you think Yakult just let this happen, or are we gonna have go down?
They can at least spam it.
Away from the pit.
Maybe spam it just to get some information, throw some ice vortexes, maybe an orb. But I don't know about full contesting. It does feel like it could be a little hard if they're all already set up on the side of Aureus.
Looks like they'll get away with this. Aureus.
Oh my god, that orb was so close to getting the last hit.
It was very close to getting the last hit. But not to be. As Aureus will find the kill and the Roche Aegis.
Emo.
He's being cheeky.
They know he's going to be cheeky too. They have a ward on him. Uh-oh.
They do. They're coming straight for him. A Dragon Tail into a Bushwhack. And actually not even needed. Have the silence. Obviously there's follow-up from Yopaj as well to make sure they have the burst to kill him.
Back to business. Aureus getting a lot of kills in a row now. It feels like for the last 5-6 minutes, it's been all them getting pretty much everything. Tier 2 now to fall as well. Bottom.
Gonna try for the dive onto Nika. Force out the borrowed time. Mass TP's coming in from the rest of Aureus. Baboka, he's gonna get jumped by Yopaj. Dragon Tail into the Orchid, gets the kill. Same time, Natsumi was able to chase down and finish off Seal in the river.
All right, back to business. They say a free kill for Natsumi. 800 gold. He got an absolutely insane amount out of that kill. The Daedalus is done now.
Yeah, super early. Still, obviously, Fly very close behind you, continuing to match the progression of the TA. So,
Fly. Oh, Jesus.
Can't quite battle him. Yeah, he's close to being able to because of how close he is to this butterfly.
Has to be careful the crits.
Damage, but I tell you what. Yeah, he'll back off out of that one, Fly, and knows that the illusions alone will finish off that Aegis. So Definitely a win there for Fly being able to take the Aegis out of Natsumi's hands pretty soon after Natsumi picked it up.
They've been pushing the limits a lot in this game on the side of Yakult. They did a really good job in the early game. Now they've hemorrhaged quite a bit of kills in these last few moments. See them really trying to push the issue with just last-second jump outs from both Emo and from Fly. Aureus, though, they've regained their footing completely in this game.
Oh, they have. Having that lead and being able to be the ones to pressure these tier 2s. Yakult, they want to try and slow this down again.
The push is coming, though.
Move here. Yeah, I mean, they've smoked up and moving into the jungle of Aureus, but Aureus, they're at Yakult space.
Going for the big wrap around Yopaj. In position to at least break it, he does. Repositioning themselves.
Emo, gonna drop the Dream Call onto the two of them. Catches Yopaj and Skem. Ice Blast gonna be flying over towards the Chen, but Skem is able to back off there. Get the call onto Yopaj, but Yopaj did get the PK off before, so there's not a lot of follow-up damage onto this DK. Yopaj pretty much full HP as he just turns and beats down Zeal. Zeal's gone. They try and come in from the angle here to catch them by surprise, but Aureus were pretty ready for that one, Fogged, and they can get straight back on with the push.
Hey, this coil also just, it's on, there's so many BKB targets now at this point. He can't actually just jump and coil and go for the kills that they did quite so long ago, right? 15 minutes ago as Aureus, quick, easy racks. This is looking like what their draft was meant to be doing, not to be falling behind in that early game. The butterfly's finished for Fly. Yeah, but he can't fight 5v5, that's the problem.
Does he want to go for Nico? Nico's got the shield. We'll still have to blink in the borrowed time, and nice little outplay there of Fly. Fly blinks down to low ground. Nico blinks just right back past him. Fly really wants to at least try and get the borrowed time out of Nico, but it's not happening. Unless he wants to continue this chase, but it's getting a bit spooky now, and indeed Fly has to hold back.
Truly trying to push the limits to get something out of this here, because I think they are feeling this pressure now with the way that Aureus has just been able to set up and group up. They're trying to break the map. I think that's the important thing that Yakult can try to do, is not let them get set up. Because once this lineup gets grouped up and it gets that 5-man kind of death ball going, it can be very difficult to just run into it. So, yeah, split push game, right? Look to kind of catch them off guard before they can form that ball. Double Bloodthorns. So they've got the answer for that butterfly. They're both going to be picking it up.
That did sort of, really mean that decent butterfly timing, not a lot was able to be done with it before those counters came into play. At least not as much as I thought you might have been able to get done.
Yeah. I thought it could have been, honestly, I thought he might go Scotty Basher this game instead, just because he is playing versus like these ranged heroes that rely on some healing, but wanted to have that evasion. But now, yeah, the answers are there. We'll see if is going to help him in terms of the actual 5v5 fight, because the group up, they're starting to get it together again on Aureus.
Starting to swing back down towards the bottom with this smoke, Natsumi and Tims.
Zeal?
They're going to get a catch onto him. Zeal's caught in the jungle. Very easy kill for these two.
A clever pickup there from Tims, too, to ensure that the stun latches. He has a blink dagger on the Hoodwink, so point blank blinks and bushwhacks rather than shooting it from distance.
Yakult.
Tormentor.
What's the plan? Fly's pretty much going to have that basher on top of the butterfly, but as you say, even if he blinks in, they can turn and focus him down if there's not going to be enough save. And this is one thing, obviously, with the support lineup that Yakult had. They don't really have any direct ways to save a core that gets jumped.
No, it's a very greedy lineup. Everybody building for themselves. Amp damage up top, Natsumi. Level 25 hit, has the meld bash that he's gone for in this game versus the AM. Could just kill him very quickly in one or two of them there.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Lead's starting to get pretty big. 12k lead now. Everyone's starting to get quite farmed, even the supports, as we see. The Boca, the Chen, the Hoodwink starting to catch up to some of these cores.
course, they know Fly farming down there with the trap set up from Natsumi, but not quite able to get close enough to do anything about it.
Yakult grouping up. That's Zio with the BKB. See if he can get the big catch. Because he is that answer versus the BKBs in particular that they do need, since they do have a couple of them now finished up.
See what they're finding. I mean, as it is, Aureus seem pretty set up for this.
It's a very hard 5v5 for the side of Yakult.
They're going to try and make the jump onto Nico. They'll get the borrowed time off, and Yopaj, he'll make the jump back onto them. They get the bushwhack as well. Emo will buy some time here up in the air with the Yules. He'll be able to jump out also with the orb, so at least Emo gets away. But Fly, he commits for the fight. He'll get killed off through the silence into the follow-up Dragon Tail stun, and he's out for 90 seconds. Yopaj ready to dive on for more as they move under the tier 2 tower, take out a third kill. It's just seeming to be a little bit too much for Yakult in these fights, and that was your anti-mage dying pretty easily, Fogged.
Yeah, it dies in seconds. They just are able to kind of brute force through the fight.
Is he actually able to play his way out of this one?
Got the blink. They've got follow.
They do. Silence into the stun. Emo dead as well. No buyback on him. They had their moments with this draft, Yakult, but not enough moments to really kind of get this game under their wing, as this is Aureus with Natsumi leading the charge onto the tier 4s, getting very close to being able to shut this game down.
I mean, it felt like they had moments when they had no realms to be having the moments too. That's the wild thing about this game. They did such a good job in that early game to try to slow down Aureus' timings, but Aureus, they still got these timings, and now we see the power of this group up lineup.
Yeah, they're going for the game here. They're going for some kills as well up towards the fountain, ready to do a little bit of the old dive for Reno. They'll get Polison. The tier 4's gone, as there won't be a chance for Fly and Emo to get to play again here in this match, as this one's over. GG is called. Aureus will take the game. And the innovation not quite working out in this one from
no, and it's like
Yakult. But maybe it had a moment.
It had a couple moments. It had like 2 or 3 moments for sure. But imagine, like, my one thing is, like, if they're able to do this with this type of draft, when it's like, you know, you can see the difficulties about in the early game. Imagine they had something that's just easier to execute in a way in the early game. But it is their style that they did end up going for, so they'll have to reap what they sow. But overall, Aureus, a very strong snowball-y draft that it took a moment, had some hiccups, but you could see the power once they did get the timings together.
Yeah, absolutely. Just rolling across the map, objective to objective, and being very good with these plays to trip up some of the attempts from Emo and Fly to commit for the fights. Well played there from Team Aureus as they take the victory.
That is one of my favorite things about watching SEA, especially up against China, is you just never know what to expect. At any point, a game can change. You know, it just takes one fight. It feels like that puck just a little bit out of position. The anti-mage just getting a little bit too overconfident there, Quinn, and then all of a sudden, they're not looking in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, their heroes are just very strange. They're all very independent. I think when you look at some of the best drafts, or teams from the best drafts and the best teams, there's a lot of cohesion. All the heroes help each other. They're, you know, what one hero lacks, another hero makes up for. I look at Dire's heroes, and it's like they closed their eyes and drew them out of a bag. I don't think any of them help each other really at all. It's just sort of 5 guys. It's like maybe
it's all-pick. It's an all-pick ranked game where everyone's kind of entered the draft, and you got to make it work now.
I think it's more like single draft, low priority. It's like,
okay.
It's very like.
Are they 5-stacking, helping a friend get out of low prio?
No, I think it's like solo queuers, and they're saying words that we can't say on stream.
I saw the lineup. I tried to play the game. I thought it was one of my pubs. You know, like I'm like, oh, wait, no, I'm watching that game. I don't have to play actually. You know, there is definitely a big lack of synergy. I mean, maybe it didn't come together. That's what I thought. But honestly, I think they kind of got where they were hoping to get. Like the AM got his items, the puck, and then you just saw how lackluster it was. Because I think it could have looked even worse, I would say. I think they kind of weathered the storm in the early game, and they did a really good job at it. And once the goals started kicking in and they hit their timings, it felt like they were not actual real timings.
But also I want to critique Aureus, because even though they won the game, I felt like they were very empty in the early game, where like you've got Chen dominating the anti-mage lane with the lane swap, you've got then the DK on the mid going for the Blink Orchid, but they felt like there was no progression. It felt like they were accepting the, you know what, let anti-mage catch back up, let them come back into play.
Yeah.
So if Aureus did this against a better team, I feel like the anti-mage would have taken over the game, calculated which fight to enter, and maybe even lost. So it's like, yes, they won, But against a better team, I think they just lost this game. But of how quiet they were, so I think both teams should be quite upset with this result.
Yeah, there could have just been so much more explosion coming out of that Aureus lineup there. But either way, it's a win. You know, that's going to help you one step closer to making it to Singapore, putting yourself in a good position. And two teams, well, they're on the opposite end of our standings, but they're going to be coming up against each other. It's Falcons up against Liquid.
This is a bold fight attempt.
The reflection kisses. They get the information inside. Oh, the steals. Did not grab fast enough on Pure. Still had a branch covering up a slot. And now
what a shards.
Time has been casted. While the shards are blocking him in. The Cookie's going to stop the TP out. Pure is dead.
Rupture's there, and the grip's out on towards Amari's in trouble. The Snowball won't be able to save him. That's a mark on. He'll buy back immediately. Mari jumps over towards the back line. Save. Healing up here with the Essence Ring. Double kill for Kiritich. The RP comes
RP at
down
3.
with the 3 of them. Have they got enough damage? They have to bring down GPK. Change Satan is going to hurricane pipe forward to chase him down, though.
We're having so much fun already discussing what could potentially happen here for Falcons and Liquid. Liquid getting their first win right now on day number 2. That was just previous when they came up against Execration. It was a spicy one. It was very interesting to watch. And it kind of ended in similar fashions of Falcons' previous game as well, up against HEROIC, where Falcons had that dominating lead. HEROIC were able to come back. They lose it. Same thing for Liquid. They were actually losing, and then they ended up being able to bring it back there. So now I do wonder who's going to be having that momentum coming into here, because that is key for best of ones. Everything's so quick and rapid fire, Seb, that you just need to be on the ball at every moment.
For sure. But I think, to me, the clear favorites are obviously Falcons. I think they looked much more dominant, and in the game that they lost, they were actually looking extra dominant also. It just came down to, you know, a few things, and honestly, like, big credits to HEROIC for just, you know, pulling that one kind of out of nowhere. As for Liquid, they have yet to prove a lot. I did not happen to watch the game versus Execration, so I'm just like trusting you on that one.
Okay.
Obviously,
it's very good analysis from me, so you should definitely trust me.
No, but it's like, obviously this is a team that everybody expects to do better, so I'm not counting them out whatsoever, but they come as heavy underdogs.
But also the thing with Falcons as well, it's like they throughout TI, they lose game 1 to P-Vision or BB, even in the finals to XG, like they know how to fix after one game loss. So I'm not expecting them to be the team that kind of crumbles. Like all they would say, as always, what about the fundamentals, blah, 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 all this stuff that you hear in every Falcons interview. They just run that back and then they're back in form. So, yeah.
Sure, and that's the difficult thing about best of ones. You don't really get to have that time, that redemption against those specific opponents. You just kind of have to look at going next. For Liquid, though, something that they're not really progressing on a lot is when it comes to Ace's hero pool here, T. We saw them yesterday. They doubled down on doing the Darkseer twice. It didn't get them a good result. The one in Execration, against Execration, the win that they got, they changed it up. They went for a Timbersaw and Ace, and it felt like he just had so much more in him.
Yeah, critically, the draft priority changed where in the first 2 games, they were kind of final phasing the Darkseer, where they see information, they pick Darkseer. Yeah. Now they threw Timbersaw right early into the mix, right? It was, I think, just having just enough information to give Ace's hero, and then enabling Mickey or Nisha to then find a hero could be an option. But with all things, with a new team, you need to know where your cores are comfortable, because some teams, you could thrive with Ace getting last pick. In other teams, Ace might need to be an earlier pick, and that's where maybe Liquid still hasn't found the perfect recipe. And at least from yesterday to today, they've fully changed up the logic of their draft, and we'll see if they continue that coming into this game.
I think especially for Liquid, that formula of when they pick heroes and who is like their early game rock is very important. I think they base a lot of their drafting style on that. With Neta, it's like, all right, we have Neta, we first pick his hero, you know, Mickey is mid-range, and then Nisha's last pick, right? And I think having that is helpful for them, giving them some consistency, because I think they are very feel players. They're very aggressive. Like, we can play whatever players. Like, I think all of them have that identity. To some extent, they're willing to be sacrificial. And so I think you need some rock, so there's a foundation there, so that there's not too much randomness, because I feel like that's what I'm getting from their drafts is like, oh, there's this hero now and that hero and the other, and it's like, it's hard to have consistent results when your heroes are like bouncing all over the walls.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it yesterday. I think also like the side lanes, these are 2 completely new side lanes with players that used to be very, very comfortable with their duo, like Ace and Tofu, you know, Mickey and Insania. They have to kind of rebuild all of this, like, with them, and it might seem like it's not that big of a deal because like, they're kind of playing together but on different sides of the map, but actually you have to go through every fundamental together, like how, because teams have very different philosophies on how to approach these kind of sequences of Dota. So it takes a while. I think like you physically cannot make it happen in the span of a couple of weeks. So I think every game is going to be like a new step that they take together as a group, and it's just a matter of like how far can they get.
Yeah. So are we a little bit concerned then when it's going to come to this laning phase, Liquid just having growth in that roster change and Falcons being so disciplined, so structured, especially in their side lanes, especially in their personal off lane?
I think there's definitely some risk there. I think in a vacuum, I think Liquid are all very good laners and have the potential to do well in lanes. I think it's not like a guarantee they'll get blown out the water or something, but I do think there is a risk there. And if I'm on Falcon's side, I don't know if there's so much of a risk that I'm going to get stomped in lanes here. I think it's a pretty unlikely scenario. I think Liquid's best chance, they come out of lanes even with a nice draft and they can get this, like, I think Liquid is very good at getting this aggression around 10 to 15 minutes. Suddenly the game is somewhat even, then bam, they make a couple moves and the game blows wide open, and now you have this Nisha and Mickey factor where they're just incredibly dominant, skilled players and they can just take the game to the finish line.
I mean, it sounds simple, but Liquid need to make sure their draft can't be volatile. Like, everything that we've been seeing so far in both the online tournament and here, it's like they're finding themselves in draft and play. They have to simplify the draft so much that they can allow the players to shine, and then they can fix problems later. Like, whilst trying to manage both at the same time, you are going to have so many variables. And yeah, I think simplified drafts, keep it just stable, solid, and then you're going to see Tofu, Boxy, etc. All of them just shine together.
All right, let's see that stability.
You got this. Come on.
No, you can do it. Stability. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's see if it comes through in draft for Team Liquid. T, you're supposed to help me out here, not throw me under the bus.
I was going
right?
to say stability for you, but then you kind of took it yourself and showed that self-improvement like we want to see from these teams throughout the group stage, improving every single day.
Well, the biggest change-up here is going to be... It's not really that much of a change-up. I feel like no one at all is surprised by the fact that Liquid picked Nature's Prophet when it was in the pool. The surprise is more the fact that it was left in the pool from Falcons, and their return pick is going to be a Timbersaw.
What was that third ban from Liquid?
Well, I can read you all of Liquid's. They got
Pango
Shen,
Deer.
Sand King, and Pengo, yes. And then on the side of Falcons, it was Marcy, Lycan, Puck, and Nagasiren.
Yeah, I mean, the Pango ban is somewhat reasonable, but I think you also have to consider this Timbersaw. Like, I hope they weighed the options and they were like, okay, yeah, Timbersaw is fine. There's a 4 or a 5 we can pick that will deal with this, that we can lane this, because that matchup can get out of hand, and you do not want the Amar-Malrine duo to have Timbersaw getting out of hand. That's just, that's a recipe for disaster. And so this is, it's a classic counter pick. And so I hope, like, there's things you can consider, like there's like Clockworks, or I don't know, maybe some ogres, some melee guy that helps like space the lane. I don't actually know what the specific matchups are, but I think you need some melee guy like that can like stabilize the lane. You might even need a potential TP at some point to get a kill in this Timbersaw, because you can't let Furian's like space get overrun, or it can get very sus very fast.
What do you make of the, I mean, I'm thinking of the snap also for Falcons. Like, it's probably a good follow-up. Like, we've seen it against Prophet. I think it's a pretty decent answer to the Prophet. Lanes well with Timber, keeps the versatility. I think you just want, like, because I see the Hoodwinks being banned, and I think Crit Hero matters like immensely for Falcons' recipe, especially in the early game. It has to synergize pretty well with Amar and Marine. That's okay. Snaking Ench.
Interesting.
Also, I mean, potentially protecting a bit, but just setting up the strong lanes, right? Maybe the whole logic of not picking the 4 here is they want more information to ensure that Crit will bring the most value to that lane. If you look in the Snapfire, then it is going to be most likely that you know the lane, right? There's more things to manipulate from Liquid's side.
Yeah, I mean, I think Snaking, it's very rare that he provides catch in lineups. That's just not something his hero typically does. He's almost always strong lane, or auras, or like guy who gets rich early and buys Solar Crest or drums, something like this.
He
so
is
I think
the best Essence Ring Brawny player in the world.
Essence Ring Brawny.
Is that what the combination he always goes?
I just thought about it on the spot, but
okay.
I always see him take those 2 items.
I thought you had like done some crazy stat about
but it is
yeah,
real. No, but it is real.
I believed you.
Think about it. The way that Snaking plays, right? You get the Solar Crest, the Glimmer. He's in the middle of the fight. Boom! You got an Essence Ring, some Brawny. You got all this HP. You're feeling good. My guy's the king.
I like this Ench against Prophet. Like, it's good for many reasons. I think, like, one way to play against Prophet is to collapse on him. Like, is to just attack his lane. It's like probably the best way to deal with him. Ench is great at doing so, like gating behind a, like a position 1 Prophet, or attacking a Prophet mid really early in the game with a creep, taking his towers. And it's also hard for Prophet to collapse on an Ench. Like, that's just like holding a tower with heal, and like able to like drag waves with enchant. So it's a pretty good pick. Obviously, Snaking notoriously known for his Ench.
This the Pugna pick is quite cute. It's very good against Timbersaw. I think it's one of the best ones against it in lane. You can spam him with the Q, and also the Netherwood makes it to where you just really do not want to cast your spells in fights or in lane. It's quite annoying for Timbersaw.
But a problem that we saw from Liquid earlier in the group stage is their draft after 3 picks feels like they're still missing like the frontline guy, the team fight. They're very skirmish heavy, and already it's the same thing again, right? You got Pugna for good lane, Batrider potentially for good lane, Prophet for the the safety of Liquid's comfort heroes, right? Like, but they're still not the glue to bring the draft together.
And Mars is Mars available, or?
Yeah.
I feel like this is probably a hero that Mark could be looking at. I just don't know how, if like Timber is like a Marine hero where he can just have it early and just tank any matchup. It's probably not the case. There's also Huskar to be thought about, so maybe not pickable. But there's a lot of really cool Falcon picks here, in my opinion. It's just a matter of protecting it. Maybe you just need to pick Skitter, honestly.
Gyrocopter +1 then.
Yeah.
Gyrocopter plus support, then you progress yourself to the next phase. Like Gyro Tusk, then you have a very well balanced lineup. You can flex the Timbersaw if you want to.
Okay. But they go for the Primal, which this is going to be mid Primal, which is quite exposed, honestly. But maybe he doesn't really care with the lane manipulation he does, because this Primal is going to get punished.
He's one of the few heroes that can always wave skip. Like, having a plan B on a mid hero is always quite nice, and often that plan B is go jungle. For Primal, it's just go behind the tier 2, grab a wave, behind the tier 1, like you don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes, for the way Falcons likes to play and they like to structure their drafts, I think it makes sense to pick Primal hero. Because if they pick Skitter, say something bad, and some hero that doesn't have a stun, then going into last pick, they are going to pick Mallory in a stun. And then some of those are going to get banned. He's not going to get Primal last pick. Sand King's already gone. His pool is going to be pretty shrunk, and he's going to be playing like a D tier stun hero instead of, his S-lister in Primal. I think it makes sense to just take it here. Like, you can pick Monkey, you can pick Ember, you can pick Huskar, whatever you want.
Sure.
He's got some new tech you've never seen before to drag some wave. Storm versus Primal, he's gonna do fine. He'll chill. He'll lose a little bit. Like, this is a Storm favored lane, obviously, but he'll drag some waves and do some stupid shenanigans, and he will be okay.
Yeah, I like the Storm pick just to deal with the SD, because I feel like SD had so much value in this game. Like the ulti versus the Pugna save, like the Crepify, the disruption on the lasso. I love SD with beefy cores like Timber and Primal, because you just click disseminate on top of them, and they just go and rampage the fight. Great stacking hero, SD, one of the best probably in the game from position 4. Obviously Primal and Timber are gonna love these stacks. So also a hero that's like not very XP dependent, honestly. Like, I think SD is really happy to give space to Amar on Timber, get an early 6, and apply pressure as soon as possible.
Does Liquid ban Anti-Mage here, right? Into Batrider, Pugna, Storm? Like, Skitter does sometimes play it.
Skitter AM, is that a thing? I don't think I've seen it a lot.
He dabbles when
not a lot,
required.
but he'll play it, I think, whenever it's good for the lane. He will not play the comeback anti-mage, but say, like, there was a period where he was picking it against Visage.
But he's 24 pick, that's why. He's ultimate last pick in the draft. That's why I'm like thinking now,
it's
like,
possible. It's certainly
he sees
possible.
everything.
I mean, I think compared to some of the prior drafts that we've seen of Liquid, I actually like this one a decent amount more. I think it fits their style. I think it's this sort of Liquid balance of they don't have like an insane amount of draft integrity, and that, like, you look at this, it's obviously not a Spirit lineup, but I think it has ways to start fights, it has ways to scale, it has heroes that can buy good items, it has some comfort. Like, I think this is the lineup that Liquid's very comfortable playing, and I think if I were them, I'm relatively happy with how this turned out, and I do like the Storm pick as well. Like, I think it makes sense, and it's good against all 4 heroes.
Yeah, it's a very good Storm pick for sure. Also, I mean, not as good as it used to be with Pugna, but still kind of decent. I think it's very high tempo. Prophet's going to connect, scales pretty well, and deals with what they're bringing to the table. It's a good one. Like, Ace has, like, I think a lot of freedom in what he wants to play. I mean, obviously he needs to be like a team fight heavy kind of hero, probably looking at a melee hero, but I think he has a couple options. There's not as much pressure on him as there used to be in the other drafts.
I mean, with the Tide and the Centaur ban, very, very nice bans to be able to rally behind. I mean, we've already mentioned Mars. I'm just trying to think, what's the team fighting frontliney hero that's going to bring more life to Liquid's lineup to kind of enable Storm to follow up or the Prophet to TP in. Like, you need that initiating off lane.
Is Dawnbreaker banned?
Nope. It's
Dawnbreaker
available.
would be very good.
I think they'll definitely be considering Dawnbreaker. They already have bad and storm jumps, so I think if I know Ace, he probably feels like they have enough jump. He doesn't need to be another one. And I think having the save with Furion, someone to turn it around, say Primal goes on, you drop the hammer, now you can save the Furion, he can reset. And also some follow-up for Storm globally.
Is Brewmaster an option? I know we don't see it too often, but again, the supports, the lockdown, you only have a Primal Beast to stop a Storm, then to prevent the split. You
Is that a Weaver ban?
Yep.
It was a Weaver ban.
They're picking Brew.
Are they picking? Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're gonna pick.
Brew is good. Like, what I like about Brew against their lineup is you just like lift up the Primal or the Timber. You kind of deal with them later. It's one way to address these cores because they're gonna get to the point where they're too tanky to be dealt with, but they don't really want to buy the kit.
I was right.
So.
Well, you then swapped to Brew.
You hyped me. I was so excited. I was like, the Weaver ban?
No, Dawn is good. It's a very good pick.
It is.
I love it. I think Dawn Storm is super scary to go up against. Also, this Storm is just so threatening when he just goes around the map. And are we gonna see like the classic Skitter Sven or something like that? Like, I feel like, I don't know, he can't just go for something simple. He definitely needs stuns. I think like Timber, they just lack control right now.
Is Dragonite banned?
It is, yeah.
DK is good. Like, I would just want to see Skitter on a stun, honestly. Like, I don't know if it's going to be the CK or the Sven. Maybe the Sven is like the most comfort.
We've been seeing some Alchemist throughout the group stage. Why not a bit of that? You farm nicely. You don't really care too much about the Dawn. You then have pacing. You can jump in, force a Solar Guardian, walk away, then reinitiate again.
It's pretty cool. It's harder to pressure with Prophet Storm. I think Alk that gets it, you know, early timing on 6 and decent start to the lane is kind of hard to kick.
I'm throwing another hero into the mix. Also Troll. Ags to dispel Pugna stuff.
I think I like it a little bit less.
Yeah, but
go for the comfort.
I'm just throwing a ton of options into the mix for the fun of it, just to throw heroes around.
Go for the you know, the classic Skitter Sven. Probably one of the best, if not the best, or at least the most successful Sven by far. And to my liking, the best Sven out there. Like, this guy knows the heroes, like, and the timings, you know, in and out.
What about playing him with one hand though? Because we do have to remember he is slightly injured here. Would you still rate his Sven up there? With the injury?
Yeah.
Clicking blink.
He got this. He's gonna blink. He might not stun after the blink, but you know, at least like it's gonna be one or the other.
Okay, all right, I like it. What about some of your thoughts here, Quinn?
I think this is actually a relatively even draft. There's a lot of room for play, which I think is what Liquid wants. I think there was potential here for them to mess some things up and end up in a sticky situation where I think this is comfort. This is a type of thing that I could see work for them on a longer term scale, this type of draft, this functionality. So I actually like Liquid's chances. I think compared to going into the series, you think Falcons pretty heavy favorites. I think Liquid has decent chances.
The thing with Liquid's lineup is if they make mistakes in the mid game, they are going to have damage problems where they're chasing another item on the Prophet. They're hoping for Storm to get to his next item as well. But if they can control the pace of the game, set their own initiations, then they're going to look good. Like, their lanes are meant to be good on paper. So it's about continuing that. Have good lanes, control the mid game. If the game slips into Falcons control, then like I said, they might be too hard to kill until you get that like 4th, 5th item come back into play.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Falcons outdraft people like pretty heavily. This is not one of these outdraft situations. I think the drafts are pretty even. I like what Liquid have going. Falcons also is very solid. You know, they're in their comfort zone. So it's going to be an honest and fair matchup between these two teams.
Wow, that might be the first time anyone's ever used those words in the same sentence as Falcons, honest and fair here. But it is going to be interesting then that our analysts are finally claiming that we're seeing an even draft between two teams in a best of one. So where exactly is this one going to fall? Who knows? Let's jump on into it. It's Falcons up against Liquid.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's game time between Falcons and Liquid. And yeah, I've got to agree with the panel really on that. I think we're going to get a very, very well-matched game coming out here. I mean, just looking at pretty much how the draft started, we get Mickey getting one of his best, if not his best, the Nature's Prophet carry. And then it ends on the other side, Falcons, they're getting Skeeter as Sven. You know, it feels evenly matched across the board here, Fog.
A lot of comfort, an insane amount. Falcons with their triple tanky strength cores, with their pesky little enchantress that's hard to kill with the save backing it up, and Liquid just with stable, strong heroes that they like to play, right? Nisha, Storm, Classic. Mickey, probably one of the few players I actually still trust on Nature's Prophet carry, because I don't like this hero as carry right now. I think he's much more suited for like mid and playmaking, but Mickey, let's see what he can do with it, because he is playing versus a lot of counters, right? The Primal Beast has traditionally been one of those, and we have to say, look at the map, look at Primal Beast right now. So I think they're going to be doing some of this weird Falcons thing where he's going to cut the wave with the blood grenade, with the boots, kill it with trample. They're going to give maybe the Timber the mid lane at the start, and then maybe switch things. So we'll see how they pivot and adapt. I've seen people do this a lot with the blood grenade plus boots with the Primal Beast, so.
All right. Wait, why does the Timber have to get anything? Can't Malrine just take the bottom and the mid? You know, who cares about the Timber? It's all about the mid lane as well.
He might. He actually might.
Or is that actually...
He might just be stealing the wave. All right, we'll see. All right, let's see, Malrine.
Yep. So we get the wave.
Yep. Blood grenade. Make sure he doesn't get any denied. Uh-oh. He didn't do it right.
Oh no.
Oh, no. He loses loses troops and he might die.
Oh, dear. It's Grandmaster tier Primal fogged.
1
Can't
HP.
make these sort of mistakes. Oh, my goodness. If he died there as well without TP. Uh-oh.
He lived with 1. Literal 1. The stout block saved him from
was it
Tofu's
actually
right
1?
click. It was 1. It was legitimately 1, Owen.
Oh, my goodness.
But he lost the wave. He messed... Okay. I'll have actually a funny story about this immediately.
Yeah, be careful.
Okay,
Again, this man is Malrine. He's a Grandmaster tier Primal. If we're going to fault him, we got to do it carefully. What did he do wrong?
I've seen Lacoste do this 3 times in the exact same way and mess it up in the exact same way. So I don't know what he did wrong, but this is exactly what happened to Lacoste too. 2 creeps ran through with health, and I had to actually kill them, and it screwed our entire lane. But we tried this multiple times in our games as well too, and we had the same problem actually happen.
Wow.
Alrighty.
Hey, we got the replay again. As you said,
Telling you it was 1, look.
the HP. Was it legit?
One more hit. Ready?
Oh my goodness. I mean, honestly though, would he rather have died there and TP'd to the mid lane on the respawn? Would that have actually worked out a bit better? Or nah, you don't want to give up that first blood? Because you can make an argument for that, couldn't you?
Yeah, but...
You know what I mean?
I don't know, Owen. Who even knows at this he doesn't want to get first blood, right? So at least he didn't get first blood. He's in the lane. He has to play this sad lane as well now with boots. And he's going to have to do his Malrine, right? He's going to have to just cut waves, try his best to manipulate and get as much as he can out of it here. So, okay. Well, that happened. I actually need to message Lacoste immediately and tell him to watch the game.
Wow. Yeah, we'll see how the recovery is. Because, yeah, Nisha, he's going to be all smiles. Obviously, with the sort of start, free lane for him in the mid. 11 and 4. Perfect here, pretty much on this Storm Spirit. I'll see what sort of recovery Malrine can make. We know he can do it. He's done it many times before, making that recovery.
I just still can't believe that actually happened. Like, okay, so our consensus was that we don't want to do it in that position anymore because you have too short of a range to trample properly. So we were trying to do it in between the other towers. But yeah, whatever. I just can't believe we actually saw Malrine. It happened to him. I wouldn't expect it to happen to him.
He's in trouble, fogged. Nikkei's coming across. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. That's first blood for Nikkei. That's Malrine dead. Wow.
Nope.
Wow.
They can go right back to the lane, you know, Mikkei.
Yep.
You can just
that's
be back over. Well, Amar will take the space, and now,
Okay.
I mean, like, it's been 3 minutes. Let's see what's going on in the other lanes, right? Top lane, I'm seeing Sven have very little last hit, so Skeeter struggling in these first few moments. And it's not even Flame Break either. I was like, okay, maybe he got Flame Break pushed back. No, it's Sticky plus Firefly from Boxy too. So just having some difficulties, I guess, with a couple of the CS at the start here. Back up to 10-4 though.
Yeah, Malrine trying to get what he can from the wave now in the mid. No, did still get those levels, and he was still able to find those CS, obviously, with the way that he was grabbing the creeps behind the tower.
He was.
Despite
He's
that,
got his Calling Blade for the next one too, so he'll be able to cut himself at least out of the Sprout. He probably didn't expect that rotation to come this early, but you're giving an absolute free game to Nisha, right? So now this Storm, it's had a bit of a tough... Actually, I can't say overall, but the games that we got to see, it looked really pretty weak on the Storm. So looking forward to see what a Storm that has a really good start is going to be able to do as well. Because overall, yes, there's some stuns for him, but a game that can definitely do a lot because he's got the save always. He's got the Pugna being able to decap protect him, and he's got the Dawnbreaker that can come in for protection too. So Nisha could do some pretty big stuff, and I'm waiting for these well, not waiting, but these heroes that can just pierce backline versus these saves. So having the Storm versus the Shadow Demon is always going to be relevant.
Malrine good to go.
Okay. I need to like reset my entire self after that. Lacoste is dying. I was messaging. Mickey.
Gonna TP across to cut off Crit's escape. It's gonna be another one for Mickey, maybe. I mean, Crit's gonna try for the deny to Roche, but Mickey's got the damage coming in. Second kill here already for the safe lane, Nature's Prophet.
And Liquid, this time, just really making sure that these lanes look fantastic. The way that they drafted to set them up, with the NP plus the Pugna safe lane, and top also a very strong lane. It's just across the board, 3 very strong lanes that they've set themselves up for. And of course, this start, giving them a bit of even better one, of course, since Maori's struggling.
Skeeter, of course, will always be able to speed things up in the jungle.
Yep.
Regardless of how slow the other game is for him in the lane.
Tremendous amount of stacks likely to be made this game. They've Shadow Demon Enchantress, 2 phenomenal ones to be able to do that. Mick is being left alone now in a 1v1. So his level 6 is going to come out early. Amar's also will, but Amar's is about just pressuring the lane that he's in. Mickey's can pressure much harder global when you get the early Wrath of Nature.
On top, they're going to try and make the move for snaking. Heal's a bit too strong, though.
Hard.
Don't have enough damage right now between Boxy and Ace. Same time over in the river. Maureen on the retreat. He'll be able to charge away. And Mickey, well, he's actually able to TP and gets the Sprout and the Urn charge down onto Maureen. Shouldn't be enough to kill him. Maureen will have to make the walk back to the base, though. Bullied out of the lane once more.
Liquid playing very fast, just even with these small movements, just looking to really put that pressure on.
Yeah, doesn't get the chance to kill off Maureen, but swings over towards the bottom to finish off Crit. Gets himself a kill on the board. On top lane, the pressures continue to add on as they try and poke a Skeeter underneath the tower.
He's starting to get that full free farm now. Snaking, the heals are online. He's got the creeps, so Skeeter's farm is looking very solid. Hard for them to ever get aggressive with Dawnbreaker versus the stun in the lane. And yeah, that spam. See that Harpy coming into play. Snake now has level 2 enchant, so he can pick up the bigger creep too. He's got the Warpine. And Maureen actually... Okay, swinging over here. Maybe this is to catch them off guard, since he did see the Dawn was slightly low HP. Was spotted, though, by this ward, so not going to be able to find anything.
A little too early to make the play for the Wisdom.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Still looking at this, maybe just with Snaking getting the wraparound, but they've got backup Liquid. Tofu ready to join this top fight as well if it kicks off.
Okay, Mika is actually not going to get that 6 at that early time. Top Skeeter, they're going for the play.
See if he gets any sort of help in time. I mean, Mickey's coming in, of course, to back up Liquid. Skeeter blocked off by the Sprout. He's dead. There's no help for him.
They're going for the Wisdom. They're going for the steal instead of helping him. Snaking, attempting for it.
Can he pick it up in time? I don't think so. Yeah, Tofu's going to be here to ensure that Snaking's not going to get the chance to steal this. Snaking has to TP away. Liquid, they keep their Shrine of Wisdom safe, get the pickup on Tofu. And just continuing to make these early moves where Mickey, he's getting involved.
And Crit having a very slow and quiet early game. Yes, he's gotten some stacks up that we see, but only he was just level 2. Even, I mean, still level 2 after picking up the Shrine. That is something you don't see very often. Usually it's like level 3 or level 4 at the least. And Amar, though, he has hit the 6 before Mickey did, so he actually was able to bully the NP out of the lane. So now Mickey has to be elsewhere. He can't actually just park himself bottom. Potentially look for some tower pressure here.
And overall, so how unkillable can a Timber be this game against Liquid's lineup?
They have kill. They'll be able to... They absolutely can. They have a ton of damage. Bad Rider always gives you an insane amount of damage versus him.
Good pressure onto the tier 1 mid here from Liquid. Falcons not really with any means to slow this down.
Tower's dropping.
At least be able to find the trade down bottom. Maureen with the pressure, so they'll get the tier 1 bottom, but should end up losing this mid tower.
Crit cannot let the Ancients get stolen. As I mentioned before, he's level 2. So he's just literally all about stacking. He's going to have that recovery of levels through those stacks, plus whatever he can absorb. But if he shows his face, could just die.
I don't think I've seen
I don't think I've seen a level 2 hero at 8 minutes in a long time.
I feel like there was... What was that game that we watched where there was some hero roaming around the map that stayed really low level?
Was it Monkey King or something? Or Slark, potentially? Then, like, old days?
Oh, yeah, it was the Slark. It was that Slark that was running around killing couriers. Yeah, it was the 9-class Slark, right? He had a game where he was, like, level 2 or maybe even level 1 for a super long time.
I think you might be right, yeah. That does sound familiar. But as a Shadow Demon?
Yeah, we had one
I don't think so.
Yeah, this is definitely a little bit more unusual.
Yeah. Stacks, they were spotted, so Nisha does have the information if they want to look to contest, and they do have Solar Guardian plus Wrath of Nature. Falcons, they're going to have to clear the stack right now.
I mean, with that, you know, Mar is going to be pretty large. Certainly getting the most out of this early game for Falcons.
And that's going to give Crit those levels that he desperately did need. He's almost 4.5. Yeah, 4.5, close to 5. Disrupt.
Looking at Boxy, but he has the Firefly at the ready. Nisha is going to try and get the jump onto Snaking. The heals are coming out. Have they got enough burst to kill him? They do.
They do. The Remnant actually hits him.
But they get him this time. I mean, Maori's watching from the side, but difficult really to jump back in onto Nisha because Nisha's still got mana to play with.
Yeah, he doesn't have follow-up either. Doesn't have any buddies with him. I was like, oh man, we've seen this before. When it looked like Snake was potentially going to get just out of range for it, but does end up going down. 5-0, Liquid's early game continues to be pretty clean. It's only a 1K lead at the moment.
Yeah, Skid is still keeping up quite nicely on the top, getting a fair bit of space now as this Sven in the safe lane with the movements from Liquid elsewhere, so on track to still have a very solid game here from the safe lane as the Sven. Liquid, they're going to swing over towards the top with the 4 of them, maybe so they can at least take away Skeeter's tier 1.
I think Falcons is pretty content. You know, of course, things didn't go perfect by any means, but probably expecting things to be a little difficult with the way that Liquid had these lanes set up. It is very strong lanes that they did draft for themselves, so tower top likely to fall.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Falcons not interested in turning up for the fight right now. Let Liquid take these objectives.
They don't want to fall into the trap of committing for a fight, and then the Dawn ult comes in and a Pugna life drain. They can get counteracted pretty heavily if they do look for an aggressive move.
And over to the mid. Eyes on Snaking. They're able to take him out last time with the burst. See if they can still do so. They're going to get the extra backup at mid-gate. They once again do have the burst to kill this Enchantress. Not too difficult.
And the Vessel has been picked up. Mickey. Standard itemization we've seen from these MPs. Not going to go the Blade Mail that we've seen from the mids. He's going to go the Maelstrom carry route. Do find themselves another pickoff on a support.
They might want to try for Maori. Nisha's got a fair bit of mana to roll with.
Foxy's queuing up the mid lane build. The mid Batrider build that I've seen people do. The Dagon. If he does want to commit for that, that's an interesting one.
All right. I mean, I guess with the extra burst, that's how you deal with some of these heroes like the Enchantress, right? Just being able to blow up Snaking before he can get these heals off.
And you get 20% spell amp bonus from the stoked facet, so the way that it works, like you're kind of counteracting the damage that you're taking from the stoked hurting you, and you're getting the bonus damage amp to be able to use that. So there's some cool tricks with it. I just haven't really seen it as support. I've seen this used as like a mid lane from BZM in particular. I think he's the one that does it.
And the cause of Falcons still hitting the timings.
Mickey.
Quite the kill. I mean, look at that burst coming in from Amar. Lines it up perfectly on towards him. Mickey doesn't stand a chance.
He's going to die quick anytime they find him like that, especially with the build. Look at Crit, not maxing poison. He's just maxing Disseminate. So, little extra bonus damage on top of this pure. Definitely coming into play. Amar showing off. I do have worries for the Nature's Prophet in this game. He is very countered. There's a Primal, there's a Timber, and a Sven. All three heroes fantastic versus him.
Falcons very much keeping their cool despite Liquid getting the early kills.
Foxy.
Oh, I mean, Amar's ready to continue to just be pretty active on the map now. as farmed as he is as this Timber. Marine is going to be able to gap close. Sets up for Amar to come in with the Chakram. The Solar Guardian heal comes into play, though. Keeps Boxy alive and allows them to turn. Nisha still with mana to try and chase down Amar into the trees, but Amar should be fine.
Can be the issue of sometimes going for those. That's probably what, like we were mentioning from before, that's why they're so hesitant to make a lot of the plays. If they don't almost instantly burst a target, that Donald is going to come in and bail them out in a lot of situations. So Malrine gets slowed down again. His Blink was very close to being online. Back to the bottom of the course.
Skeeter pretty much having that Echo Saber done on top of the Mask of Madness, so maybe more of a chance to look for the moves around the Solar Guardian downtime. Amar, they're going to try and go for him. Mickey TPing over. Nisha looking for the lead in, able to put him out. Timber Chains blocks him off with the Sprout there. The Vessel bringing him low, but not low enough to get the kill. Amar will live. They didn't have quite enough there between the three of them, Liquid. Amar will live.
Beautiful timing on the Vortex there from Nisha, too. Perfect to stop the chain, but still, yeah, just not enough. They even got the Vessel on him almost immediately. Amar. All these little things, just how farmed he is. The Treads, too, coming into play. Top net worth by a decent margin. Boxy looking toward bottom. I mean, it's snaking.
Malrine is going to try and find the solo setup onto Tofu. Put a stop to the heals, but Tofu's got backup. Nisha able to jump across towards Malrine. Malrine, he's not getting away with this, as they just turn and kill him off and continue to keep Malrine held behind this game, as he's starting to slip pretty far behind on the farm. Elsewhere, though, Falcons might get the setup here for Skeeter to find the kill. The stun's in. Amar, he'll take that one with the double.
That
so
is,
whilst Malrine's game is suffering, Amar's and Skeeter's is going pretty well.
Yeah, that was such. They found that was the snaking trap this time. They really committed for him. Boxy's like, hey, we have an easy kill here. We have Vessel. Mickey TP in. They get the kill, but they get counteracted on pretty heavily, and their own aggressive move actually ends up hurting them a lot. Like you said, even though Malrine gets shut down again, the Sven and the Timber are looking to be in a pretty comfortable spot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just with this sort of lead, it really is going to be a question of whether they can kill Amar. You said they do have ways to do it, but when he's this far ahead in this game as a Timber, it becomes very, very difficult. Amar having pretty much free reign across the map to go wherever he wishes.
He has yet to be slowed down in Ace.
Just dishing out so much damage. Look at this Ace. Tries to get away with that swing of the hammer. And he'll survive for now. The poison won't be enough. Amar, he wants to finish off the job. He lands the second Chakram up in a few seconds. He can't, so Ace will survive. Same time, Boxy able to finish off the job as they catch snaking once again. So the smoke coming out from Falcons. They're ready to try and sweep up towards the top. They want to keep playing aggressive here because of how strong Amar is. They do have this Blink and Amplified Damage rune in the bottle for Malrine to give him the chance of getting the jump here. This could get a bit scary for Liquid up top. We'll see how they react to this one. Falcons ready.
Hey, they want Nisha. They want to slow down his momentum.
Malrine, he's in. Gonna get the grab off. Solar Guardian heals coming in, though. Defensive disruption there from Crypt buys a bit of safety for Malrine. He'll be able to charge away. Skeeter's got the Ghost Strength ready to go. Turns the stun on Anisha, and the damage is there from Skeeter. Cuts down the Storm Spirit. Liquid, they don't want to be here no more. Mickey TP's out. With Falcons.
Nisha.
Big team plays there, keeping Malrine alive this time around, despite the Solar Guardian coming out in response. And, you know, Skeeter on this Sven, he's hitting pretty hard. He's hitting his timings. He's going to have pretty much the Blink Dagger on top of the Echo Saber. Mask Man is ready for the next fight as well. These fights aren't that necessarily easy for Liquid, despite them getting those early pickoffs.
No, definitely not. They don't really have a tanky frontline, as we're seeing. Yes, the Dawn comes in, but it's after the fights, right? It's the Donald is coming in, and they ignore him. The Storm and the NP absolutely at risk of just getting popped if they can get on top of them. And speaking of which,
this is pretty deep. We'll see if they feel that they can go for it. They do have the Demonic Purge, and that's going to be an easily enough setup for Amar to come in, cut down Mickey. They will lose Crit. Amar, is he going to get punished for this, though? He's still a tough target for Liquid to take down. They're going to try their best here with the four of them. Amar, he's got back up on the way. Malrine ready to jump forth once again. Amar able to Timber Chain out of this one. Malrine He's doing a hell of a lot of damage. Will end up dying, but able to at least bring down Boxy with him. Amar still teasing around with the rest of the three of Liquid with his chakrams. Snake King healed up back up to full HP. They really want Amar dead, but Skeeter, he's in with the stun, lands it onto the two of them, kills off Nisha again, Tofu to fall. It's just too much. They can't kill this Timber. Amar nearly getting Ace as well, as Ace is able to successfully TP out just in time, but yeah, this Timber, it's a problem. And Falcons, they're roaming around the map in response to Liquid. Skeeter's getting involved in the action. Liquid, they're starting to get slowed down.
Starting to get slowed down and starting to hemorrhage a lot. The galvanized stacks are getting cleaned up from Nisha. Mickey he's just dying instantly. He dies in a fraction of a second when they do see him, as we said, that he probably would. And Malreen's just playing the sacrifice. There, Amar was likely to die, but Malreen just jumps in and he's like, focus me. Let my Amar live, and it works. Amar ends up getting cleanup kills. Skeeter connects. This is really good reactions coming out from Falcons and just playing around their two strengths. They're allowing Malreen to be the sacrifice and allowing the Timber and the Sven to be that powerhouse. Is that the pipe finished? I think it might be for Amar.
We'll be able to apply Snake King top. Just moments after he was able to get that D-ward that did spot him out. Oh, yeah, there it is. He's like 20 minutes in. Super quick on Amar. I mean, this is going to make the team fights very difficult for Liquid to get the kills as they wish.
Yeah, they're right.
A lot of beef on Falcons lineup right now.
Yeah, the physical damage is pretty lackluster. Here comes Amar.
Amar turns up. He might be able to interrupt this Tormentor attempt. As Liquid, they'll look to desperately finish it off. They will get it. They get the pick up for the shot on Tofu. Solar Guardian's coming in, but Skeeter's ready to fight with the God Strength. They've got to be careful. Liquid Marion gets the grab on towards Ace, but Mickey and Nisha, they're gone. Ace will try and TP up. The disruptions there from Crit ready to put a stop to it, as Falcons are going to be able to cut down a third Liquid core. They'll take out Boxy on top of it, and they might just get the team wipe. They jump over towards Tofu, buy a bit of time for himself here, hiding with the Shadow Amulet, but as soon as he comes out of the invis, they'll kill him off as well. Falcons, they get the team wipe.
Perfect timing for everything. Amar's pipe comes in, keeps everybody buffed up and protected. Skeeter gets the stun afterwards, but my goodness, Amar is going crazy this game. His Timber, it is back and ready to play. 13-13, but they have now broken the game open, it feels like. This Sven actually feels like a carry, feels incredibly strong, and the Nature's Prophet feels like a support. Mickey cannot turn up. Dies instantly.
Yeah, they're just all falling behind on Liquid.
Yeah.
Skeeter and Amar getting further and further ahead. And I feel like we have seen Malreen do this before in his Primal sometimes, where he gets a slow start, but he is still able to have such an impact despite not having the early game gold.
He is still, it is still fitting the archetype of Falcons, the tanky bruiser, right? He is still absorbing quite a lot. It's 2,000, even though he's shut down, right? He's behind. It's still 2,000 HP they have to get through, an Essence Ring as well. It is still quite a bit that you have to throw onto him. And he's been getting really good grabs. I think every single time he's been able to get a pretty much full duration one to allow his team to follow up with.
Boxy's got eyes on Skeeter. Can he set something up here for the team? Skeeter's going to put the God Strength. They've got the setup, though. Into the Solar Guardian this time round. They catch Skeeter alone. They are able to take him out of the game.
With the kitchen sink as well. All 5 heroes turning up for that play. Let's see what Falcons wants to do with that information, since all 5 were rallied around bottom. They do see, I believe they saw Ace there for a second. Not gonna look to make that play though. And Amar, yeah, keeping himself in a comfortable spot to not die. Pipe, Essence Ring. Aghanim's coming up next. They don't have an easy way to get rid of that Aghanims in this game. I don't see a Yule's being picked up. Nullifier is not going to come maybe almost ever. Very powerful. I thought they could actually slow him down once or twice because of the like the advantage that they did have, but not the case.
Amar just absolutely huge. And the BKB from Malreen, just the fact that he's not going to die, really. He gets him the BKB, especially for the shield rune in the bottle as well. He's going to get the chance to find that full lockdown outside of sort of a Solar Guardian or a Lasso being dropped to try and interrupt.
Yeah, but that means he's forcing them on him, right? That means he's allowing his Sven to not get Lasso, to not get Solar Guardian. So as long as he's absorbing these spells, he's doing his job. So yeah, so far, looking very good. Now double BKBs already. Amar, very close to that Ags that we were mentioning. And the growth overall for Liquid, it's been stagnated so much. Yes, you have the Ags on the Dawnbreaker. You mentioned Nisha was having a pretty good time, but I'm just wondering when Mickey can get involved.
He tries to kill off that creep in the mid, but they end up killing off him.
I feel like he's gonna look like a creep in almost all this game. All 3 cores are so good versus Nature's Prophet.
Yep, they just all can get in the face of the Nature's Prophet, and I mean, one of those games where the Decrepify is just not really as reliable enough of a save. Still a lot of burst to be thrown through it. So outside of the Solar Guardian, Liquid don't really have ways to bail Mickey out if he gets jumped.
No, I mean, the Decrep, it's either going to get purged off, or like you said, they have spells that are just going to go through it. So yeah, it's Falcons identifying exactly what they need to do in this game. It's a 4K lead, but it's starting to feel a bit more substantial than that.
Getting these timings, getting these objectives. No slowdown to the progression of Amar. 7-0-5, level 19 on the Timbersaw. Absolutely massive.
Crazy. The two main cores, level 19. Malrine level 15, but still able to get the job done. For Liquid, how's Nisha's next item looking? He's got a Witchblade, but these don't feel like these aren't like game-changing, right? Like, yes, he's getting a bit stronger, but this isn't like an Aghanim's Timbersaw in particular or anything like that. It's just a little bit more damage for him. Ace already got that next big item. The next one's afterwards for the Dawn. It's BKB and a Refresher, but he's still a bit away from having something like that.
Taking these tier 2s now, Falcons. They get the bottom one. Putting some pressure onto mid at the same time, already having crit set up for maybe a defensive play around the tier 2 top. He's going to start teasing around with Tofu. That's the demonic purge. Tofu's going to go straight for the TP out. We'll make it.
He might have him.
But in fact, you're right. The poison still pops inside of the fountain. Tofu still ends up going down despite the TP out.
Solo kill from Crit, just with a Blink Dagger. It feels like Falcons, they're in complete control of this map. They take tier 2 bottom with ease, take 2 mid, and in the meantime, they're just playing wherever it feels like they want to go right now. Nisha's trying to farm what he can in the top side, but Falcons is going wherever they want.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another tower to be claimed on the top.
And the wards, it's watching everything.
Grip. In with the setup, Malrine wants to go with the follow-up. Ace tries to TP out, but Malrine's got him with the Pulverize. He's looking to Solar Guardian away. Will manage to get it off, so Ace at least living, but having to use the Solar Guardian just to survive.
Might be high. Can they go high ground? It might be high ground time for Falcons. No Solar Guardian. NP still very weak. You've got Aegis. Let's see if that is going to be the option for them. They have God Strength.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Tofu, he's going to show under this ward for a quick second. They might just insta-jump.
They will. Skidder straight on top of him. Tofu's dead. And as you said, the push coming in. No Solar Guardian to concern themselves about. They've got the Pipora. What the Liquid do? Do you just let this set of racks go? Do you try and throw or pull together a team fight and throw something at Falcons? What do you throw at them?
I'm not sure, Owen. I'm really not sure how I think you just drop it. I think they should just play split and drop this rack, but they might just continue on Falcons, and then you actually have to respond.
You might lose a second set if Falcons want to.
He's trying to cut. Okay, Boxy's trying to cut the mid wave, so they are stopping the push here, but might get caught. They're backing up and TPing for him immediately.
Skidder. He's going to find it with a harpoon into the stun. He's up on the high ground, but Malrine's ready to chase on forward with the onslaught into Pulverize. Boxy's dead.
Yeah, the game plan for Liquid it's 10 minutes ago, so it feels like it's all fallen apart completely, and now they just don't know where to go. They don't know how to pressure versus Falcons' super tanky core frontliners. I had the worries for the Nature's Prophet carry. I thought maybe because it's Mickey, we could see a bit of a difference, but I've been seeing this too often when it's not playing as like this mid or this tempo setter. Just falls into some big difficulties.
And I guess in particular, because it was that first pick, right? You know, Falcons, when you look at their lineup, you pretty much say that you feel that you can see a very clear idea of what they wanted to do to ensure that this carry Nature's Prophet wasn't going to have a game.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's probably why Liquid went for the Storm. They wanted this like semi-carry from the mid lane as well, but it just is not working.
Moxie.
Mid, Marine.
Gonna try the setup, see if they've got enough burst to get him. They do. They'll kill Marine off. See if they can get back up the high ground though, because Skeeter's in position with the BKB and the God Strength ready to chase Liquid down. He'll get the Harpoon dragged back onto Tofu. Now on the Sprout for now, Skeeter will get freed by the Chakram of Amar. He's starting to fall pretty low. Does of course still have the Aegis for 30 seconds. Nisha held back by the disruption. So Falcons will be able to reset. So Liquid, they're able to poke, get a kill, and make sure that they don't lose anyone themselves this time.
Yep. Good grab there from Boxy. Actually able to find the lasso this time around into the back line. Finds the Primal before he's ready. Mickey. Back to farming, desperately trying to get to the BKB so that he can at least protect himself a little more. We saw the decrypt actually come into play there. He did not get purged, so was able to get protected inside the base. Is that not going to get dewarded? They actually have a base ward. Falcons has been able to place one inside of the base up north, and it's not been taken away, which is pretty rare in these pro games.
We'll see if that continues to last, but I mean, you're right. If it's already lasted this long, they're probably not going to expect it now.
Yeah. Tofu's got the sentries, but yeah, just maybe thinking about other things at the moment. Skeeter. Top. Mickey. Oh my goodness.
Okay, whoa.
Oh my goodness.
Just outside of that area of vision that they'd have on themselves during the night time, so Mickey will live.
Taking risks. Octarine, Amar. I gotta be honest, I missed watching the Amar Timber Saw too. There's just little things that he does that are so insane compared to other Timber players too. Like he does all the little things. Rarely see him miss any spells either. I see other people miss their chakrams quite a bit. He does not. Smoke in the base, but as we said, I think that base ward clipped it. I think it saw just the edge of it.
Let's see. We'll see how prepared Falcons are. We're coming out on the map.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, Falcons, they're well on their way out of this area.
Yeah, they seem very aware.
Radiant are scanning.
Not going to be
got a
successful
push
with the
commit.
smoke liquid.
It's catapult waves coming in, so they have a catapult bottom that they could look to push with if they want to. It is without a rush.
Maybe they can get Malrine, but he's still got the BKB. He's got regen room pumping as well. They'll get the lasso set up into the Solar Guardian. They drop it all there to kill him off.
It's a lot expended, but at least they do get that kill. Can they get out cleanly?
Let's see if Skeeter can find anyone. He's got Blink again in a second. Both are going for the TP out. Into the trees. Boxy also with the blink. Should be fine. Doesn't have a TP on him though, Boxy, so he's going to have to spend some time hiding in this corner.
All right, they're able to get out with it scot-free. And Roche isn't up. There's no objective, so a kill's a kill. As long as you can get that Dawnbreaker ult back up in time for the fight, which it does look like he will, 40 seconds. Crit. Let's scout him for a moment. Well, they keep getting Malrine. He's probably feeling a bit bullied, but I'm sure his cores are very happy about it, that they're not getting touched with lassos or Solar Guardians.
The other two of them continue to get the next round of items done. Skitter's got the full Daedalus.
So fast.
Ma, very close to being able to just pick up the full BKB.
Then he definitely will die. Snae's also been quietly acquiring a fair bit of wealth. We haven't seen much. I think it was Seb who was talking about this, actually. We've been seeing a bit of a pivot away from most enchantresses in terms of getting to that scaling portion. You just usually end up being this like very tanky, annoying hero. Snae's definitely going to start to get some right-clicking online. It's coming. And I do have to say, Skeeter also has, I think he's looked pretty good. I think his arm is actually not, I don't know. I don't feel like he's like looking quite any different. I don't know if you've noticed anything in particular, but.
No, it's been looking fine. I mean, even in that game earlier that they lost, right? That was kind of like a team effort. You know, the fact that Rapier Gyro comeback occurred against them. You know,
I can't blame Skeeter.
Seems to be doing fine. So
Which is
he
good.
said, he obviously told the team, he's like, I'm recovered, I'm ready to go. I think so far so good from him today. And yeah, this game definitely looking very clean on the Sven.
Yeah. Looking like standard Skeeter, where he's showing up to as many of the fights that he can. And this time definitely being that true carry that his team does need.
Well,
I'm always worried when players
when
play
it
with
comes to
injuries,
true
so.
carry, you know, Amar's doing his best to make an argument for that spot when he's on his timber. You know, he's what do you mean, Skeeter the true? I'm the true carry.
Dang.
You know, here we go, 22k net worth on this.
Amar
Timber saw yet to die.
Amar got his moment. He played Ursa at TI. He can shut up. He got to play carry at TI.
Yeah, wait, I want to see some more Ursa from Amar. You know, if
He was
doing
so
the TI
gassed
Grand
up about
Finals,
it.
He could do it in some of these other games as well. I'm sure. I'm sure we'll get to see some more of it someday.
It was very cool to get to, like, yeah, I getting to chat with them afterwards and everything too. It was very interesting to hear the whole thought process of all of it. So, pretty interesting stuff. 12k lead. As you said, big items being delivered for Falcons. They're going to smoke on it. Malrine has haste. He's got Shiva's level 18. As you said, Skeeter picked up the Daedalus. They're ready to close this one out, it feels like, potentially.
Well, I mean, Liquid at least will hit the scan, so they know that something's coming in from this angle.
Top tower is under attack.
Nisha is going to continue to try and get as much as he can from these creep camps. Yeah, he's going to play it safe now. Knows that there's a chance they would sweep across the bottom angle, bottom line. So he's out in time, won't be caught.
They definitely knew, though. They saw the creeps moving, so they seem to have a good idea of it. Roche does spawn Shield Rune, also bottom. They probably can just go for this here. They have Shadow Demon, so here we go. Good old Shadow Demon put himself under. Watch the Menace stacks. Watch the Disseminate. Look at that damage. Yeah. This makes it so easy to do Roche with any lineup.
It will take 30%, 35% more damage, 40% more damage, 50% more damage with those stacks getting up to nearly 20.
Yep. And he didn't actually, I don't even know if he, I think the Disseminate got blocked maybe, but either way, it makes you just take Roche. It's like Undying of the past, it feels like, when you just would pop Flesh Golem and go into the pit, so. Skeeter will be the one to get that Aegis, so you can swap the BKB in for the secondary life. Nisha.
Oh.
Might get caught here, Tofu.
Jump. He's gonna go for the Glimmer TP. Anywhere to deal with that? Not quite in time. Tofu's out.
And meanwhile, Amar by himself, right in front of the enemy base.
I mean, do they want to even try? They're
gonna try.
They're going to try. Have they got the burst? It's good control. And I tell you what, the BKB. He's gonna go for the TP. They don't have enough.
No way. No way. Absolutely insane.
Oh.
Can't kill him with 5.
Yeah, a couple of cooldowns dropped for that one, the Solar Guardian and the Lasso. If Falcons want to try and push now into the lack of those that Liquid will have.
Dang, absolutely crazy. This is also with, like, just a small thing to point out, right? But he's got the Whispers of the Dread greedy. So it's not like even as a neutral item that's making him strong. It's just how strong he literally is with his items. Insane. Amar the raid boss.
Because it looked like maybe, because they were able to get so much in before he's actually able to get that BKB off. But just not quite enough damage to kill the Amar Timber at this point.
BKB plus pipe blocks it all. And now, with everything used, the Falcons looking to strike.
Liquid, what's the plan? The BKB on Nisha so we can go aggressive, but will they have the damage to take out these beefy cores of Falcons? The mid-tier 3's gone. Malrine looking for the grab. Tofu's able to jump away. Nisha's going to try and get the pull in on towards Malrine, but no follow-up. Foxy, he's got the lasso back up with the disruptions there. Able to come in with the save. Keeps Skeeter forward. Skeeter still ends up underneath the tier 4 towers. Now put the BKB. He will be able to get healed up, so Skeeter's going to be able to back off, kite out the Solar Guardian. Malrine moves it on to Nisha. Nisha, he's got to be careful with these last moments of the BKB. Skeeter jumps in with the cleave damage. He's able to cut down Nisha. Nisha dead for 70 seconds. Spent up to have that BKB here for this final effort at holding Falcons back. It's not successful for Nisha.
Amar,
as he's gone for a minute. Falcons are ready to move on towards the bottom lane. As Amar just teasing Liquid right up towards the fountain.
insane gameplay from Amar.
Boxy, time for the jump in. Skeeter's ready to just drag him back himself. That would be the Aegis popped. But still having to try and hold this defense without Ace, without Nisha. Ace does have the buyback, but of course, no Solar Guardian for 35 seconds.
I think something stopped it earlier too, right? I think he got hit by the pulverized AoE and it stopped the Solar Guardian from dropping, if I'm not mistaken.
We'll see what they can find here. Falcons should be able to clean up at least the Mega Creeps, maybe more. As Maureen looks for the jump, there's the buyback from Ace. Moving forward from Boxy, but he gets caught straight away by the stun. The defensive Decrepify will come into play, but he's still getting burst down low, Boxy. Mickey's got to be careful, off to the side. They make that jump in as Skeeter and Amar get back in on the front lines. Ace to be pulverized by Maureen. This game pretty much looking to be over as Falcons clean up the Mega Creeps or fortification. Nisha, can he find something? He's trying to sort of deal with the creep wave. He's got to be careful. If he gets caught by a stun, he's dead. Amar, he is going to end up in the fountain. Boxy gets the lasso. Amar against the fountain. Is he actually going to live again? He won't. This time they'll kill him, but that space has been made. The damage has been done. The Mega Creeps are out for Falcons.
I thought they were going to kill him in GG instantly. Yeah, Amar, I figured he was going to say something there.
That's some pub level banter there. No, normally I'm in like the Liquid position, doing everything I can to hold on against these Mega Creeps, and sometimes the enemy's not too happy about that if they feel that the game's in the bag.
Yep. This one truly, absolutely in the bag. Just unbelievable plays, really, from Falcons and Amar. Just styling, as he does a lot on this Timber Saw. He was trying to buy Ghost Scepter, by the way. If you saw it, he actually was trying to consume his Ags and buy Ghost Scepter while he was in the fountain.
Oh, yeah.
It's actually close to him doing it.
What sort of stopped him? Did he not quite have enough money? Well, yeah.
I honestly
maybe just not able to find it in the shop in time.
I actually think he may have gotten out of range for a second of this. I don't know. I was looking and I looked away for a quick second because I figured he was dead, but... Yeah, game plan from Falcons. Even though Maureen is going to have to go into a demo lobby and make sure that he does the trample blood grenade thing properly next time. It ends up not mattering too much in the whole thing. Sure, Maureen is sacrificed, but he's still doing his job when he is sacrificed in this game.
Snaking. Boxy will find him. He's tanking. With Mickey turning up with the vessel, they will get themselves the... Surely. There's no way. Ain't no way.
Jesus.
They'll get the kill.
Almost killed Boxy. Actually kind of cool with the Sproink. I saw he built Mage Slayer. With Sproink, he's multi-hitting targets and applying Mage Slayer on them. Kind of cool.
Pressure on Maureen as well now.
Massive. And they have a clear path. I mean, a super clear path to victory for Liquid. The incredibly unclear path. Queue up the rapiers, etc. But even then, I don't think Mickey has been able to attack much in the game. It just feels like that, right? I don't know if we have that damage numbers in particular, but I'm sure if we looked, when we check at the end, it's going to be a lot of Wrath of Nature damage from the NP, but I haven't been able to see him stand and attack really at all.
There's the smoke, Liquid. Can they find the space to actually make a move against the pressure of the Mega Creeps and actually get out on the map?
They're going to try. Boxy plus Nisha plus a Dawnbreaker plus a Solar Guardian. They're going to try with the quad global.
Yeah, if they get the lasso, it's still decent damage from the three of them. Will it be enough?
They're just getting Maureen, though, a bunch of times, right? Like, they're not getting the Sven or the Timber with it.
Hard to make the jump now. Snaking and Crit are around.
Nisha.
Lightning picked up on Amar, so further bit of control from himself.
The one tree, they just both fogged each other. It's actually pretty cute. Nisha, under a ward, though. They might jump him here.
They're trying to close in on him.
They'll find Boxy.
Yeah, Boxy. He's got a 4-star, but won't get him far enough away from the Harpooner Skeeter.
Nope, and Aeon Disc won't save you. There's a Shadow Demon, so quick little purge. Everything just gets insta-dispelled. 80 seconds, no Boxy.
I mean, he was a crucial part, right? He's the one dragging them into the fountain, giving them a chance to punish the aggressive plays. As Amar, he'll throw out the tip there, was able to find Mickey's courier, so Mickey won't have the Daedalus for this defense. As they're ready to finish this. They get the jump on towards Ace. Ace is gone. Nisha trying his best to force Falcons off the tier 4s. Mosquito with the God Strength ready to close it up. Taking the tier 4 towers down. Amar, he'll be soon ready to get into the fountain once more, I'm sure. As he's holding Liquid in position. Looking to try and dive to kill off Mickey. Won't quite get him. As this game's over. The Ancient falls. Liquid. They made some nice moves very early on. But the rest of this game, Falcon, they were kind of just playing with their food, Falcons.
Yeah, pretty much from what, 15 minutes onward, honestly. Maybe 15, we'll give them a little more leeway, like 17 minutes onward or so. Falcons just had complete control, complete reign, and with the backup of the Amar Timber, yeah, I mean, this hero is definitely looking pretty damn good right now. We're seeing a lot of teams picking it. Last pick Timber, though, this one is out of control, and especially when it's Amar as he dominates this one. Mickey really struggling in this one.
Absolutely. They wanted to come in confident and strong with that first pick, Nature's Prophet for Mickey, but it was well and truly dealt with the playstyle of Falcons. Falcons to take the game against Team Liquid.
Falcons were coming into this matchup as the favorites, whilst Liquid had won a game earlier today. It just didn't continue on for them, unfortunately. And there were some good showings. It just wasn't enough, Quinn. You were hoping that there was going to be way more aggression coming out of this Radiant lineup, that Liquid were going to be able to capitalize on what were fantastic lanes for them.
Yeah, I think they were off to honestly a very good start. But I think whenever you end up in these, like they're a new team, right? We've talked about it plenty, and they've got these growing pains, and I think it's very much a situation where you're trying to fix so many things at once that maybe something like this slips. Like, I think all these players are capable of playing the early game better than they did this sort of 8 to 15 minute period where I think they had a lot of potential to up the tempo. But because there's so many other things going on, they're like, okay, we made it out of lanes. Things are like good. Our heroes look good. And then they sort of like forget to play Dota for a little bit and they miss some timings. I think it's very difficult to stay on the ball with all these things whenever you're sort of, I don't know, fixing problems on the back end.
Yeah, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what is slowing Liquid down, because this is definitely a game where they had all the tools to play up to par and up to pace, you know, for what they're known for. Like, it was definitely the plan. Mickey went for Vessel, so, you know, it kind of tells the story of what they talked about and how they viewed, you know, the game developing, but it just didn't happen. Yeah. And yeah, it could be related to communication, it could be related to like misalignment, could be many things, like kind of insider information, but a little bit underwhelming.
I mean, that aside though, it's like you also look towards Falcons and Amar just popping off, you know, again on his Timbersaw. He was top net worth, even when there was moments where maybe with the laning prowess of the Prophet and the Pugner trying to find kills onto the Primal mid, it's like, it was kind of cute, but everything they're doing to shut down Marine on his mid wave skipping is just giving Amar even more freedom into the game, right? He's ending it 11-1 and 7. He's doing like everything you could ever ask for on a Timbersaw, so yeah, it's like there's so many problems I feel like within Liquid's gameplay as if they're kind of frozen in the moment. They're not being as aggressive as they've done before. But yeah, Falcons, you give them some space and they're going to run you over.
It's like I'm writing, you know, notes down and I'm just looking at what I wrote. It's like Timber 3 good, Timber 4 not good.
Can I borrow this?
Like,
Can I borrow this for a second, please?
That's good stuff.
No, there's no notes.
Very good.
I'm a scam.
It's in your brain, you know. You don't need to write it down. It's all inbuilt there. It's
like
just second nature.
The difference of impact, you know, like you know, not to kind of go back on the last years, but that was like a Timber masterclass, and I think people might have forgotten how good Amar is on this hero and how much of a menace he's been. Like Amar Timber first pick, like that's been the case for years, and this is another proof of, you know, why it's been like that.
It is hard because we also see just how easy it was for Liquid to bring numbers to a fight. They get a pick off, and it's just like everyone's there. Quinn, is this an overcommitment? Are they kind of just going all in on one hero rather than playing this mid-max that we've seen of maybe not so much this lineup, but these players previously before, because they're all tier 1 players?
I think there's definitely a little bit of overcommitment. I think a little overzealousness because they're just trying to, they want to get kills, they want to win games, they want things to work, and so you maybe you commit a little too many resources here or there.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's going to be a tough one for Liquid. They're not going to be playing anymore today. It's a tough one to end on a 1-3, but a win is still there for them today. So that is something for all those fans out there. And, you know, maybe you guys just want to keep on watching some Dota. And luckily for you, we have one final game. It's Spirit up against Aureus.
And now they keep going. Collapse doesn't want to give up this mid tower. Oh, nice initiation though from Laurel. Baits into 2 supports, hits them both with a crush. Both spotted. Both will die at this. Now the arena lands and they can go for the cores. It's destruction in the mid lane.
Silence from Yopad.
Sticky.
The four of them.
It's too much sticky.
Four-man silence there from Yopad. And the Nico just right-clicking them down here with the sticky stacks. Brought into the front lines there by Timsy. Drags him forward. Just kiting them out here. There's this Bat Rider rampage for Nico on the bat. It is over.
This is going to be a game that is going to bring a lot of excitement. Both Spirit and Aureus getting a win for themselves earlier today. And now Spirit, it feels like they have just kind of fallen into this natural element. A lot of the players, the four core players that had been on the previous roster, now with Panto joining them, it feels like it's been quite smooth. Yes, they had that one hiccup on day one, but right now, Seb, it's stable. And that is a good showing when you bring in a new player.
The definition of a warm-up game, I think. Like, it kind of happens. You know, sometimes you start slow, you're a bit rusty, you're kind of getting in the groove of things. Definitely not the case anymore. Spirit is, you know, they're looking strong. And Aureus is kind of the same. I think they had the same trajectory for the group stage. They started off, I don't want to say weak, but, you know, you didn't really know what to expect and probably a little bit disappointing for them. And they're looking stronger and stronger. So these are two teams that have like this kind of, you know, momentum going for them. We'll just have to see which one is stronger.
The thing with Aureus is they've beaten Aurora, Execration, and Yakult, which you could argue are like maybe the bottom half seed of the teams, and then they've lost to Mouse. And now I feel like the true tests are on the horizon, right? They're playing Spirit, they still need to play the Tundras, the BBs, the Falcons, etc. So it's like, this is a really good kind of point where it's like, okay, how good are they? They're 3-1, but is this a 3-1 based on who they played yet, or are they actually going to be a real contender for the tournament?
It's also down to what are they going to be drafting for themselves, because we saw them in the previous series up against Yakult. Yes, that win that you just talked about there as well, T. But when you kind of said, like, it felt as if both these teams were drafting with their eyes closed, just kind of picking out of a blind bag there and going, yep, we'll put that here on that position.
Yeah, and I think when you do that against Spirit, you end up in a real serious pickle because their eyes are open and they're looking at their screens and they're picking heroes with intentionality. And so, you know, I hope we get an even draft.
All right, hopefully we get an even draft. Either way, we definitely have a draft for you guys, Spirit, up against Aureus. Our final best of one for today. Spirit having a great showing beforehand. Aureus having a fun showing beforehand. Hopefully we can mash those two together and have a good one. What are you a little bit shocked about that, Seth?
Was that Collapse meditating or sleeping?
Both.
Both. You can
Sometimes
both
if
at
you
the same
meditate
time.
so well, you end up sleeping.
Well, if we were in a team together, I would not take that as an answer. It cannot be both. I want to know if he's griefing or if he's actually getting in the zone. It's like, am I getting the 0% or the 100% collapse?
And he's also got like a towel on his shoulders. I kind of like the aesthetic. It's like, like he just got out the shower. He's like, all right, boys, time to play.
It's just channeling in his, okay, let's, meditation, you know, there's something like maybe incense in the towel, you know, like just like channeling the energy into the game. Okay,
I'll be honest, lads, what the fuck am I listening to?
Yeah.
His chakras are aligned.
Okay, sure. All right, there we go. All right.
Not his fucking chakras,
It was
his
a full moon
chakras.
a couple of weeks ago.
Got scared for a
I mean,
second.
Timber's banned, so yeah, unlucky.
Timber is banned. What about the Mars? Mars is also out, so no collapse Mars this time around.
No, it's a Mars, Lycan, Chen ban along with a Marcy and Timber. Still two more bans left in this first phase there.
Are we back to collapse Magnus, collapse Mars, collapse Tide? Are they gonna keep, you know, following the recipe of like picking his hero early and kind of making the most out of it, or do they just have to switch the draft dynamic? Because so far they did not have to. They just kept the same recipe and it's just been working out for them.
Yeah.
But that recipe was just the Mars at the moment, at least in Blast Slam 4. It was the first pick at Mars and then progress the draft from there. So I kind of agree the idea of going down that route would be quite sensible, but again, you never really know what the opening is going to be. You had so long to prepare for this game.
Okay.
Panther Naga, he's a big Naga fan, like Naga spammer. He's played it a lot. I think even like now Naga obviously is like a tier 1 hero, like it's being super high priority. But before it was the case, this guy was already on the Naga train. So very good.
When you say this guy, who, sorry?
Panto.
The thing with Naga Siren though, it's a very strong hero. It's banned in first phase a lot, but it's not, you know, it's not instant win. Like, you still can play into it. You can maybe try and punish it in the laning phase. You can try and occupy the map early on. You don't have to lock yourself into big team fight that just gets combo break by one song. Like, having skirmish and poke and multiple ways to play out the fight, I think is a good recipe. But again, some teams, when they see Naga Siren, they have kind of like draft paralysis and they feel like they're already in kind of a corner.
Yeah, I mean, the hero is a very difficult 5 hero. It's not a hero you can just like pick up and play. Like I think there are some teams that just don't play this hero. They either ban it every game or they choose to play against it. Sanking is one of the better responses against Naga. You don't really care about these illusions at all. You have great wave clear. And if you're farming some stacks and a Naga illusion runs in, it just instantly dies. Like you'll get your stacks, you'll get your footing, and in the team fights, like you kind of kill all the random crap. Like very quickly. It's not that easy for Naga to like song reset you necessarily.
Yeah, Epi just keeps going also through the sleep, so it's just like the heal versus the damage, and it depending on how the game is looking like and how fat Sanking is, it can just be too much damage for Naga to deal with.
Just naturally itemizing towards BKB also feels very good because you don't care about song at that point. When Sanking initiates, it's like, this is my fight, you're not going to do anything towards me.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what's. I mean, I think Spirit will look for some turret with Naga. It's classic combo. Some Shadow Fiend, some maybe Drow Ranger. I mean, Drow's not that good against Sanking maybe, but they'll look for some guy like that.
SF sounds good. Yutoro SF, like notoriously known, very, very, very comfortable on the hero, and they build lots of strats around it. Usually Spirit's recipe to drafting is when they see the mid hero. I think Lard is one of these players, like he knows exactly what kind of matchup he wants.
Yeah.
Like it's like he sees the mid, he just instantly counter picks and makes space for his side laners. Obviously, you know, we've talked a lot about Collapse and Yutoro and what they can do when they're set up for success, so it could explain why. So yeah, I'm kind of looking for a Lard hero to come pretty quickly into the draft and just answer the Sanking.
But you've already mentioned the Shadow Fiend. Run back the Slardar as well, again, right? You then see you see the Sanking, he can never really go invisible. You then amp up this potential Shadow Fiend that you're mentioning, the combo with the Naga. I feel like there's a very clear draft spirit can go down, and I think Aureus needs to start preparing that these heroes could be coming in the second phase.
Yeah, there's a lot of cool options, honestly, for Lara right now. I wonder how the Slardar versus Sanking in the game is amazing. I don't know about the lane. I guess it's kind of whatever. Like, you have a say on it?
Yeah, it's just vibey. I think you just chill.
Okay. Warlock into Naga. That's interesting. I kind of think Naga's good against Warlock, but
I would generally be inclined to agree. I think it's not fully one-sided. I think there is a dynamic of you want a melee 4 against Warlock and you have Naga 5. So then you have another melee soup, and then you can end up in a situation where your subs you don't have many spells, which is not like Spirit is almost always one melee soup, one ranged, or double ranged. I don't know if I've ever seen them with 2 melee soups.
I've seen Ru play the Naga, so that's like also a possibility to keep in mind. He has done it in the past.
I also like the fact that Warlock players nowadays, they use Golem for map progression. In like the first 15, 16 minutes, it's like they're not really caring about that perfect multi-hero team fight. It's, I walk to a tier 1 tower, I put down the Golem, I take it. And against Naga Siren, I mentioned it already, like you want to progress the map. If you take safe lane and mid tower and you can start making these sweeping map play, like there's ways to punish the kind of the team fight that Naga wants to try and play into.
I like the Slardar SF route, like not now, but like building up to it. I think it'd be a really, really cool way to draft and to answer like a Sanking Warlock teamfight lineup. There's lots of other ways, like you can have like the classic, you know, Embers and Pangos and kind of, you know, give Yutoro like a little bit more space to decide what he wants to play. But that route could already be viable.
And then to throw into the mix, you also can go for like a Ru Dark Willow, like a little bit more team fight as well. So then once you hit that song, you can have some kind of team fight layup with the Naga Siren to then combo with that big damage. Instead, they go for a different comboing hero with the song, with the Disruptor. And a beautifully, classic hero. You song, oh wait, there's just a 3-man Static Storm that's been set up for me. Thank you so much.
I think we're looking at a 4 Naga. Like,
it's definitely very possible, yeah.
And a Disruptor 5. Like, I don't think you have much incentives to throw the Disruptor on the Warlock lane here.
Yeah, I think with that, I think you're probably not looking at Shadow Fiend anymore. I think they will opt for some other carry. I don't know if they'll even pick carry here. This is probably Sanking mid. Maybe they look for the collapse option. They feel like they have something there. Maybe they pick Slaughter and they flex it to mid and off lane or something along these lines. Because if you're like Disruptor, there's a Slaughter.
There's a Slaughter.
They go for the Slaughter. Okay.
I like it.
Yeah, it's good. It's definitely good. It is somewhat open. I think you could have it mid, you could have it off lane also potentially. It's amazing versus Sanking. I don't think Sanking, I mean there's the Ghost Scepter, of course, but Sanking doesn't like to itemize against like minus armor.
Yeah, I mean things have also changed a little bit for the Sanking in that you can't buy BKB and Ghost anymore.
Right.
So
and you definitely want BKB versus like Naga Disruptor.
Yeah, so I think the Slaughter maybe even is a better counter than it used to be because you will get pulverized or you will get full kited.
Yeah. No, it is a very good pick then. That's like much better because I think only the BKB goals was your saving grace against the Slaughter if you want to stay alive after the jump.
Do you think Aureus want to go for an active 4 then to try and play into that mid lane to try and threaten the Slaughter? Don't allow him free access to the game?
They go Grimstroke.
Okay.
Very good combo with the Sanking.
Yep.
Quite good against Slardar in a sense, because if you happen to, you know, hit the ulti on Slardar and somebody else, like the mobility just goes away.
Yeah, I don't mind it. We saw how, I believe it was it BB and Save and GPK, how they synced up really beautifully with Grimstroke plus any initiating mid-hero. Like, it makes sense, right? Inkswell, the 15 talent with additional magic damage on the soulbind targets. Like, Sanking Grimstroke, you are going to be deleting heroes throughout the entire game, but they need to be together to do it.
There's a lot of cool heroes for Yotoro or Collapse, but on carry, on Spirit, I think the SF still works really well, because he's like just gonna stand his ground, doesn't really care about the Grimstroke spells, he's just standing there anyway, and he has the Naga reset. I think the magic immune boys are also pretty good, like whether it's Snakes, Play with Infest, or Jugger. I think Jugger also works this game, it's pretty good. Like, it's a little bit squishy, but you have the Naga Sleep to reset. Works well with Slardar, works well against these heroes. A lot of really cool options for Spirit. I think there's like a lot of incentive in picking Yotoro hero here.
We've not spoke about it a lot, but there's only 9 seconds of reserve time available for Aureus. Like, do you think this is a problem for them? The fact that they're already kind of using all of their resources for like the second phase picks?
Abaddon.
I like this.
Okay. It's a good ABBA game. It's a very good ABBA game. I wonder if you care about the Grim Ags at all, or if it's whatever.
I think it's whatever. You can also amp it, right? So you can kind of just kill it.
You don't buy a lot of stats either, I guess, on this hero.
It's only a Radiance, but
yeah,
it's not as impactful as other Ags.
I mean, I think this DK pick is a bit strange, and I think, like you mentioned, the time pressure. I think they're feeling it. They have these 2 range subs. They have Grimstroke. Like, you want another stunny guy, but I don't think DK is particularly good against any of these things. It's not like you're strongly countering some guy in lane. They have Naga, and I think DK is very bad against Naga. You're too low damage, and you're super bad at killing the illusions. Like, to me, there's not like a super clear purpose other than I am stun man. And so I think there's potential for like this Abaddon pick is quite a problem for them. I think, whether it be in lane or also just the game functionality. So I think there's a world where this DK can feel purposeless if his early game is not like very clean.
And we're assuming it's the offlane ABBA, right? Obviously playing into the Warlock, dispelling the bonds, just chilling, farming.
I kind of hope it's the offlane ABBA. I think it's much better. I have a feeling it's not going to be, but it could be both. Honestly, I just... First of all, he has a pretty good lane, as you mentioned, and I think the carry picks are much more like deadly on Spirit side than the offlane picks. I can't think of offlaners where I'm like, this is like a checkmate situation, whereas I think a bunch of carries actually achieve that.
Well, it does feel like Aureus is seeing what you guys are seeing, and the bans are Medusa and both Shadow Fiend. So out of what you guys are putting out there, it's more going for that magic immune route rather than that turret that just wants to stand there of what's available left in the pool.
I quite like Jugger this game. I think like Jugger is very enabled. Like, we've seen very like what I kind of call like naked Juggers. It's just like Jugger on his own. Now it's a Jugger working with like the protection from sleep, the protection from the ABBA shields, and obviously Yotoro Jugger is a very good one. I think it's gonna allow him. He's the kind of player to really use his teammates also and heroes. Like, he's gonna push the limits according to what he plays with, and he gets the amp from Slardar, which actually might turn Jugger into like a beast hero.
Going on that line of thought, Ursa could do the same thing, right? The access to Roshan with Slardar, you can do it yourself, but now you can do it quicker. You combo break Sanking by yourself, you can go Ags if you really want to. You don't care about the supports. Like, it's another way to get information in the fight, but I think Jugger's a good kit hero. I think Ursa's pretty good as well. Like, just a hero that doesn't care about, you know, magic damage, early items, off you go.
Jugger nakes for me. I think...
oh yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
is a hero too, yeah.
It could still be the ABBA one, but I hope it's not.
I mean, I think the Queen. Okay, interesting.
Okay, so that's...
Hold up, take a step back.
That's a bad and carry and offlane Slardar.
Offlane Slardar.
Okay.
And Leshmit.
Cool.
I mean, I think Lesh pairs very well with their supports. These guys are very control heavy, sort of vision heavy supports. So you want some damage to follow up with that. You also have a Baden shield. So I think you want some nuke damage. Personally, I like having like a mixed damage, and I think when you have Slardar and you go too much in on the physical damage, it can be slightly iffy. This puck pick to me is not all that in a bag of chips. It's okay, but the hero was super bad against Slardar, and you have Song and a Disruptor set up. Like, there are ways to kill this puck. It's not some end-all be-all.
Yeah,
the lane is totally fine for Leshrac.
It's also not the best against Ava, right? Like, he negates a lot of what Puck's trying to do with like Witchblade and like building damage over time. I'm a little bit surprised. I think it's a little bit too cute, like the flexing the Sanking. Maybe they would have been just better off keeping the Sanking where it was supposed to be in the beginning. Yeah, I'm a little bit skeptical on the Lesh last pick, if I'm honest, but I haven't seen Lesh enough. So maybe Lesh is just... I felt like they needed this hero that will just take over the game because they have a lot of setup for it. Maybe it can be Lesh. I mean, you're a Lesh expert. Do you think it can do it this game?
I think they have pretty strong potential to play through side lanes. I think they don't mess around too much with this puck. I think Lesh will have a chill lane. And
Are you worried in the scaling about the scaling at all? Or with Lesh, you don't have to be?
I think it's totally fine. Okay. I think Lesh's scaling is very strong, and I think the mix of damage and like tank, I think this Naga mech and heroes going in for him, I like, if I was Lesh, this game would be quite happy playing this game.
Nice.
Going Kaya Blink, you just jump straight onto the supports, and then they have no team fight contribution, right? Because they're defensively having to deal with the Lesh, whilst also then dealing with the layers of a Slardar jump or maybe Abba running in first for information. Like, if you see Abba and then you reveal yourself, a Slardar or Lesh will follow up within a matter of seconds and delete the supports. It's actually quite scary. If Aureus don't stabilize the game, just a constant wave of aggression from Spirit could just overwhelm them.
I feel like you guys aren't giving me too much hope as an Aureus fan here. So, like, how are they going to stabilize
I can give you some hope.
Yes,
I mean,
please,
honestly,
Here it
it's
is.
like I'm a little bit skeptical on Spirit's draft. Like, I think this Sanking is gonna lane versus double melee with Grim is like an amazing lane for him. I don't think this Slaughter amp is really utilized by Lesh or Abba. DK Grimstroke, that's like some hardcore scaling. Puck on top of it. Honestly, it's like if I didn't see the team logos, I would probably lean on the Radiant lineup. So it is Spirit versus Aureus, so they're heavy favorites.
Hype them up, man. Hype them up. Aurora, Sanking, get the stats, get the blink, kill them, take the fight to Spirit, and maybe they got a shot.
No,
Right.
I believe. I'm a believer.
Okay, I like it. We've transitioned to having them as believers. There are ways for Aureus to be able to stabilize this, but they are coming up against the Goliaths in Team Spirit.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Time to start our final game of the day here for the Blast Slam 4 Group Stage Day 2 here on the main stream. With a pause as we get things sorted and ready to go. Fogged, what do you make of these trials? So we had this puck come through as the last pick. It's Grandmaster tier puck, of course, one of his most comfortable heroes, Joe Padge. And a great hero in this meta, but as the panel said, they kind of had concerns into what it was being picked into this time.
Yeah, I kind of would have similar feels, just because Slardar in particular is very annoying to play against as a puck. Sure, it's not in your lane, you know, anything like that, but you are, 2 armor, very difficult. Sure, you build your Witchblade and all that, but it's just this hard physical damage, and it's 2 different stuns that can actually lock you down if you do get crushed into Bash. They can't just burst you. And then they have follow-up too, right? They have the Disruptor, so I can agree with that it definitely doesn't look like, wow, this is like the god tier puck game, but can see where they wanted it as well too, in terms of being able to keep everybody controlled, allow the supports to get their spells off, allow the Sanking as well too. And it's just puck, right? It's a good hero in most situations.
Yeah, because what do you sort of make of the support duo that we're getting this game from Aureus? Because I feel like, you know, some of these heroes, even on an individual level, some teams aren't touching them. Together as well, a pretty rare duo to see. You know, a duo that, again, other teams wouldn't be running right now.
Definitely a risky one. This is one of the, how can I call it? It's a very insanely potent duo if you're actually able to utilize it properly. If you get double fatal bonds off in a fight, it's absolutely cracked. But that almost never happens in pro games. So they're pretty independent of each other, I would say, in terms of what they're going to be doing. They're just trying to look to play with their independent side laners, right? It's a Sanking plus a Grimstroke, strong duo. It's a Grimstroke plus a DK, strong duo. And on the other side, it's just a Warlock with a carry who can keep pumping up and healing.
Smoke on smoke. Collapse. Hiding behind the tree.
Yeah, let's see if they can deal with Naga, right? Because they do have a ton of AoE to deal with it overall and to be able to stop out some of this healing that's going to come out, but not many people are giving up Naga Siren on.
We'll see if they come to regret that in this game, Aureus.
Yeah. And it is Panto playing it. As the panel said, he is one of the spammers of the Naga Siren, even before it was insanely popular. I mean, I say that, but it feels like it's been 2 years of Naga Siren first ban in the pro scene at the moment here. And yeah, let's see how these lanes go. So Lesh versus the puck can be a bit of a trade one. We'll see who ends up coming out ahead on that one in terms of the skill. And let's see how Sanking does, because this is a choice that they made on the side of Aureus. They put in the off lane. We've not really been seeing that anymore.
And also on the bottom of the right, having the DK in the safe lane. You're still cool with that in this day and age?
Not really, but it's okay. It's fine. I just usually like when they have something else that benefits from it, like some other physical amper or something like a Pango, like something in particular like that. So, not sure. I'll be a little bit hesitant fully on how much I like it right now. He's hard to kill. His lane is going to be good, almost guaranteed, but it's just how much damage he actually ends up kicking off in the mid and late game. And this is a lane choice we do see that Spirit went for here. They put the Disruptor top. So I think it was Sab, the panel was talking about how the Sanking can have a good time if he's versus the double melee. It's not the case. So let's see how Nico does.
Let's see if he can still put loose some pressure onto Yatoro in this lane. So far, first waves have been very good for Yopaj in the mid. Now to shove them in against Lal, getting that lead as the puck.
Yopaj laning, always very strong. Nice try with the stun there, Laurel. Not something you see picked up too often on the Lesh. Usually you do see like some 0-4-4, maybe the 1 point in it, but usually don't see the points of stun picked up early. So trying to trip up Yopaj with maybe some type of fancy play under some stun under tower, but see what type of effect that has for later. Top.
Got the glimpse back, and that will set up for Yatoro to find the first blood. Being able to push aggressively once they hit the 2 and have that glimpse at the ready.
I will say this
out of position.
This feels like a tough lane. This Sanking plus Grim, Disruptor and Abaddon is a very strong lane. And Sanking overall has been, he's been played mid for a reason because he likes to get these levels online very early. Sandstorm is pretty underwhelming at these early levels. And you actually mentioned too, like Grimstroke not really played too much. Can be a difficult hero at times inside the laning phase just to land your spells properly.
Bottom lane.
Interesting lane.
Low. Free fire spam.
I think Collapse was pretty okay with this, right?
Yeah,
Collapse is getting just farm and like XP.
He's going to be able to clean up this wave very easily underneath his tower. Same time in the middle, continuing to keep Yopaj very low on the puck.
Trying to contest every last hit. 12-5 to 13-7, so it is very close in that mid lane. Bottom, scam.
The crushing. He's healing up with the Shadow Word. The blood grenade thrown down upon him. The Lotus there from Natsumi, making sure that Collapse can't get in on top of Scam, so Scam will be fine. Not quite able to find the kill there, Spirit.
Not the easiest lane to kill. They do have double melee, right? They have Slardar plus Naga Siren, not the most potent damage combo, and they are playing versus a very sustained heavy lane. Almost get the kill though. But now Pantho is getting zoned away. You see the Warlock being able to do that damage. And yeah, Natsumi set up for success to free farm down here. So 2 lanes that are definitely going in that free farm as we see Yopaj having just a bit of that edge over Laurel.
Panther look towards the mid to help sort of control the water runes, try and stop Yopaj
Nico
getting the refuel.
Getting chased. Does he get the stun on the glimpse?
Does not. On Lal at the same time in the river. Yopaj jumping in. After the Inkswell stun, and that's enough burst as well with that final orb coming in, so they'll get the kill around the mid lane. Same time up on the top. Yatoro finding the chance once again with the help of Rue to take Nico down. So another kill here for Yatoro in this laning stage.
One side enabling Yatoro, the other side enabling the mid lane. It feels like a very, it's a team decision. One team likes to enable Yopaj as much as possible. The other one likes to enable their carry. So see which one reigns supreme in these next few moments as Yopaj level 5 now. Lash a hero that you don't really want to die too much in the early game either too. You can't fall into some issues of just being burst in a lot of situations if you do fall behind. I'm just watching CSing in the mid lane. I'm entranced by it at the moment.
top. It's definitely getting harder and harder for Aureus to move up the lane. They have to be so aware of these glimpse potential plays that Rue can go for.
Yeah, he keeps trying to disjoint it. Let's see if he can. He does. But immediately he chased again, Yatoro.
Yeah, taking quite the beating there, Nico.
Yeah, it's a tough lane, but they chose to do this, right? They chose to move the Sanking to get the puck. So Yopaj is having the better time, but you're having to sack the Sanking a bit out of it all. And they'll have stacks. So that's the nice thing too, is the Sanking, even though he does get sacked, we do see like double, triple stack on the Ancient, double, triple stack on the hard camp at the moment already prepared for him to get that recovery. Rue? We'll be able to secure that for Laurel.
Do you imagine, is there going to be any way for Spirit to get up and contest these stacks? Because Aureus do have that very juicy amount of them prepared in the triangle.
If they want to, they have to do it as a lot of numbers, but they might just do the thing that we saw Crit do from before, where you just have a support sit there and sap the experience, or have somebody that goes and saps.
Yeah, Rue's checking out the situation.
Yeah, at least just get some info. He could also put a sentry down so that the creeps are aware, you know, so they can hit the Sankin constantly, but we'll see how much they do want to invade it. Laurel with the haste, the thing is that he's not 6 yet, but he can, you know, scurry in and out in order to contest a little bit of it too, but he's not 6, so can't really steal it because he doesn't have the ult.
Yeah. That's got to suck. I mean, as you say, just if they can find any way to sort of get involved around the timing that Aureus want to take it themselves,
yeah,
will be pretty big for Spirit.
Yeah, just keep slowing down the Sanking from getting any growth, because he's slowed down a decent margin right now. Collapse getting closer and closer to that 6. That Corrosive is going to be online at a pretty good timing. His farm isn't the most impressive, but we're getting some good levels. Ooh, they're making the play for the Shrine, so they're going to have to rotate some numbers over here. They do have Nico. Do they get the glimpse play on him?
He's able to time the bar
stun. Very nice.
On to Yatoro. Of course, Yatoro is level 6, so we'll have borrowed time to rely on if he feels threatened. Get another shield off, trying to stand his ground to battle for the wisdom. Now that
he walked out,
but he has backup here from Lar. Nico will be able to claim the Shrine. Gets the Dream Core down onto the 2 of them. Nico's able to break away with the Burrow Strike, gets under the tier 2 tower, back to safety. Team Spirit will try and turn to look towards Yopaj. He'll get the wand off the orb, not able to jump out in time. So whilst he's able to sort of save Nico and give Nico the chance to run, it costs Yopaj his life. And they might not be done yet, Spirit. Diving the tier 1, looking back towards Scam, they'll find the Warlock. They'll have their eyes on Nico as well out of this one, as looks like they'll be a little too low in the mana to try for Nico on top of it. The Spirit, they don't manage to steal the Shrine of Wisdom, but they are able to get 2 kills out of this.
Yatoro with relentless aggression. Literally dives. He's like, I don't care about the Shrine. I'm killing this Warlock, and then we're killing more because Laurel, the fact that he gets that haste rune, is able to join with this team, which is pretty big. Bottom. Or sorry, top will be an amp damage. And yeah, just continue to play in this area. Rue definitely going to look to sap that XP, and Laurel considering if he wants to as well.
He's pretty strong with his amp damage. But
Yatoro's coming.
Nico is finishing this up, but he's super low on the Sanking. They'll start taking them up with the Shadow Word. Yopaj is in position to try and block off Spirit from entering up to the high ground, but Yatoro, he's going to look to try and chase Nico down to the edge of the fight. Nico has to Burrow Strike away. Back in the river, Yopaj will drop the Dream Core solo on towards Rue. Rue gets the Thunder Strike and the Glimpse up, but the final right click from Yopaj will get the job done. Back over towards the mid, Lar was able to reach in and burst through Scam. The Spirit not to go empty-handed there as they find the trade.
All in the meanwhile, the safe lane, well, the bottom lane, no one's moving. Collapse is like, okay, I'm going to hit some creeps. DK also, okay, sure, we're just going to trade farm. We're not going to get involved in whatever's going on over there. So all in the meanwhile, they're both getting some good timings. Collapse up to level 7, Shred Soul Ring, Blink. Not quite finished, of course, but he'll have it at the pace that he's been able to get this farm, he'll have it at a good time. No pressure onto him. Yeah, he's gonna actually have, he's gonna be able to have Tread, Soul Ring, and probably plus the Blink over the Sand King who had a tremendous stacks because of the contest that they've been doing versus him. So a fair bit of an advantage that the side that Spirit has in their offlaners because of all these results of the moves that they've been able to make. Like, Collapse is going to be big.
And as you say, well, it's just one of those games where there's a fair few heroes on the lineup of Aureus that are going to be pretty terrified of a Slaughter getting on top of them.
Yeah, and just a Corrosive Haze in general can be very disruptive in this game. Like the Sanking, right? You can't really play the way that you ideally want to because you're a lot squishier. They see you as well inside your Sandstorm the whole time, so this could be a pretty big deal that Collapse is able to get this much out of the lane with no pressure. Even though, yes, the DK, you know, Natsumi's getting a ton too. He's got Mask of Madness finished. It just collapses. Yeah, he's in the sack position and he's getting an equivalent amount as much as the DK.
Middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, it's Ancient Time, so this is the big one that will get Nico back into a comfortable spot.
Looks like we'll be able to clear it without any interference from Spirit. Nobody in the neighborhood this time round, so we'll get to completely clean that up himself. Over in the mid route, just getting that final bit of XP to get his 6 online. Same to be said for Tim's. Looking to get that ultimate into play. Bottom lane, Collapse. He's got his eyes on Scam. He's ready to dive in for him, and Scam won't be getting any help. Spirit, I get the kill. Keep the pressure onto the tier 1 here.
These supports definitely can feed out of control to a Slardar once he gets the Blink Dagger. He's getting closer and closer to it. They have to be careful. They have to be very careful at the show.
They can set up with the Static Storm into the Glimpse. They've got the control onto Yopaj. Very quick there from Ryu to make that play with Lal as soon as he gets that 6 online.
Very nice plays from the supports. I mean, Panto also, he's got the song, so potential even when this static does come back up that they can do it again. They can always look to set up onto the puck with this, so it's the other thing that we were mentioning, why this puck last pick, there are answers that can absolutely trip up Yopaj a lot in this game. It's a 2K lead from Spirit. Feels like they're getting quite a lot out of this map right now. Even though the DK, you know, as you said, Natsumi's getting a lot of farm. This is a Spirit draft that they absolutely like to play here with this Sabat and getting very good timing on the Relic.
Definitely going to be pressure on Aureus to make constant plays with their ultimate timings. Nico and Tims are ready to get out on the hump with this Blink Dagger reveal on the Sand King.
Scam is just also quite low level. Usually you see the Warlocks have like 3 or 4 Black Remorse charges. He only has 1 and he's level 4, so they don't have Golem if they want to go for the play. Gonna see if they can find
about it here, Epi. It's there. Nico's looking for the jump, but he's not quite able to get the connection with the bow strike, and the glimpse is there onto Nico. He gets taken back out of it. Panto's got the song as well to see who they can find in the trees. They'll surround Tims. That's a Blink Dagger reveal gone wrong there, Fogged.
And an Epi used. Oh, it looks like they knew it was coming as well. Just perfectly positioned for it. And this can happen a lot when you're playing versus Naga. Even if they get the connection, right, in the earlier position, it could just get songed and even maybe could have ended up worse because the rest of them may have gotten baited into the play to protect. So Spirit just very aware of the moves that are happening. They've got these stacks ready too. And Collapse now, as we said, he's been given way too much in this game. He's got the Bash primed, ready for the target.
We'll see how deep they're able to go here, heading out and onto Aureus' side of the map. Nico trying to farm as carefully as possible. They still get the jump on him. Static Storm and the Kinetic Field are down. Nico caught by the second round of the bashes. He's out. Rue +1 pretty much making these constant moves, right? Whether it's with the Slardar, with the Leshrac, he's got the catch and his cores, they can bring in the damage.
And it's all the space. Like, Yatoro is just literally getting to absolutely free farm. 102 last hits. He's got 3 kills to his name, too. So he almost has... I mean, he pretty much has the Radiance done. And even though DK has gone for Mask of Madness farming build, the Abba is actually just ahead. And is going to have that farming item as well, too, to pull further and further ahead. We see Laurel switch the build a little, I want to say. For the Lash, we usually see the Blink rush first, but looks like he did just want the Kaya. Then probably we'll just go standard items. More of a farming build.
What do you do if you're Aureus? Do you have to just keep looking and make these moves? Can you afford to sit back against this lineup? Or do you just have to try to continue to throw yourselves at them and hope that these ultimates kind of gel together and you get these kills.
I think you involve the DK now. I think it's time. There's no way that he can just sit back and farm. If he's gone for the Blink Dagger build, he has to start joining the team to start slowing down the momentum that's coming.
They get the setup on Alarm. They've got enough to finish him off. They do. Nico's in with the Burrow Strike to seal the deal. Lyle's gone.
Nice and easy move for Natsumi. He doesn't even have to move too far from it. He can potentially stay in this area, too. He's got Dragon Form to hit tower.
Still have this Epi back up on Nico.
Static Storm in 5.
Toro has the Radiance online. But he turns the fight. Nico's in. Look at the burst onto the two of them. That's going to be a dead Naga Siren. Panto's out, but look at the speed that Nico falls here. He'll die for his efforts. Yatoro able to hold the tower and push them back. As they have to run the glimpses, they're dragging back Yopaj into the crush of Collapse. I mean, they're desperate to try and make these fights happen, but Spirit, they're ready for them.
They really are, and Rue playing, that was so nice by Rue. The instant Static Storm to cover and blanket his core. Sure, the Naga Siren dies, but a perfect coverage, and then the Glimpse waiting for that phase shift gets the secondary catch onto a core. Couldn't ask for better spellcasting from Rue there. And yeah, the Epi comes out, but it's like, that Yatoro's like, thank you, you just full healed me. You know, he just pops the borrow time.
I mean, it's the big cooldowns as well, not just the Epi, but the chaotic offering, right?
True.
To have a chance of taking these fights, they've got to rely on these spells. Whereas obviously on Team Spirit's side of things, they're pretty much ready to go at all times.
Yeah, I mean, they have great, they have great spell cooldowns that they can wait for as well too on Spirit, but they do not need to wait because of this Slardar, because of this Abaddon, the game that they're having. All 3 cores actually super fast-paced. Yopaj?
Lapse. Better find the crush on a ward, Yopaj. Caught in the ensnare. He'll have to drop down the Dream Core defensively, but he cannot jump away in time.
This is what we were saying, man. Like, this last pick puck. Yes, it's a puck. The hero's great and all, but you're seeing the problems for it.
He's going to find another. Gets the jump. He's able to take down Skem under his own tier 2. Nowhere seemingly safe for Team Aureus right now on the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Spirit looking sharp in this last game of the day. 16 minutes in, 13 kills, a 6K lead, and they're not slowing down. Look at this move. Panto even trying to swing around, maybe find Tim's.
Looks like Natsumi will be able to dodge it, but indeed Tim's not as lucky. The Spirit moving Yatoro in, ready to claim another and keep the pressure on and the lead growing.
And they pause as well, too, just to make it even worse. Let's quickly go. Yeah, this is... I mean, we saw a couple rough ones from Spirit, but this one looks as clean as ever. Everyone having a pretty fantastic time. The supports are really owning, really dictating the pace, especially Rue. This Disruptor is
on top,
making every move.
Keeps going. They are going to be able to turn onto him this time with the Dragon Tail Burrow and the Epi, so Collapse will go down. They'll punish him for that one. So your Spirit can still find some of themselves. Rue, he's got the control on towards Nico. Glimpses him back into the Static Storm, but they don't actually have enough follow-up damage. Nico's able to walk this one off, so this time around, Collapse making that jump, or making that attempt to try and fight back a little bit too soon. He didn't quite have the backup that time.
You know what happened, right? Laurel got rooted by the Ancient Creep while TPing. He got his TP canceled. He was trying to TP to join his team up there, but the stupid purple Ancient Creep rooted him. I was wondering what was going on, because I saw Laurel had regen rune and was TPing top, and it just stopped. So I was like, wait, what? But yeah, he got hit by the purple creep. So Collapse will get slowed down a little bit here. I think he was expecting some help there. Laurel, he does have the Blink Dagger, so can look to get involved in any of these moves. And Spirit, it's just straight back to business. Straight to getting aggressive.
Just immediately running at them.
Glimpse.
Look at the Glimpse again. Another catch from Rue.
The power of Disruptor. When you're ahead, when you're able to get vision advantage too, just these kills are very easy for them to get. Pretty much anyone who gets Glimpsed is going to die. Unless they can disjoint it with a stun, like the Sand King, but... How's Natsumi doing for the BKB? It's getting closer and closer. He really, really needs it, but there's a lot of damage. It's not just one type of damage as we see from Spirit this game. They have the pure damage from the Lash. They have the corrosive. They have a great hybrid draft in terms of the ways that they can pierce through things.
Radiant are scanning.
I'll catch them sweeping over towards the top. So Aureus Able to avoid Spirit up here for now. They pretty much have the team fight wombo combo back online. Chaotic Offerings online. The Soulbind, they've got the Epicenter back again, so Aureus could look to try and pull something together.
Yeah, ideally wanting to get either on supports or on... It's pretty much getting on their combos on anything but the Abaddon. As long as they can get a multi-hero combo on any of these cores, or, I mean, anything literally besides the Abaddon, the fight can look quite a bit better for Aureus. So let's see if they can get that execution. It's just not easy, because there's going to be this Naga, right? There's going to be the song to reset to get that positioning. So Spirit overall can really pick and choose the battle that they take.
Yeah, they certainly can.
Power.
Still maintain.
Power of the Naga.
And continue to increase this lead, 7k advantage, and yeah, no signs of Sora slowing down.
It's a solo kill.
Yeah, he's got him solo fogged. Yeah, indeed, some tips coming out here from the team towards Collapse. They know he's having a great game. Of course, he got caught up top, but as you explained, that was understandable considering what he was expecting in terms of follow-up. Outside of that, it's been perfect from him on the Slardar. He's having a great time.
Yeah, actually, like as perfect as it really can be. Collapse. Even the games that we saw earlier, the ones that even the game that they struggled, I think the one that we did, Collapse looked phenomenal too. So, yeah, just back in that top form. And
Aureus, they were thinking about trying to set together a team fight there, but it's just so hard to do outside on the map. Especially once any sort of saves are available for Spirit. You know, Panto's got that Song of the Siren ready. He's going to have that Blink Dagger coming out as well. So it's just so easy for them to stop any sort of effort from Aureus bringing the team fight at them.
And now there's a Blink Naga Siren, and he got a free shard. Oh, it looks like a PC crash. Okay. I was like, what is Collapse LOLing about right now? This game looks incredibly difficult, as we see. Yopaj, this last pick puck, now he's died a couple times, even solo. He's actually same net worth as the Naga who got given the shard. His offlaner also struggling. So that little pivot that they did, showing that it's not really working. Spirit, with their adaptation, it's looking much better.
Yeah, for sure. You know, just absolutely showing why they did not care about leaving the puck in the pool, and why there might have been hesitations from Aureus whether or not they wanted to give this to Yopaj this game. As you say, you know, he's a fantastic puck player. It's a fantastic meta for the puck, but the way that Spirit set this game up have made it very, very difficult for Yopaj to perform on the puck, and we're seeing that 1-5-2. It's tough for him.
Yeah, super difficult game. Even when he gets Yules, you know, this is what Quinn had said it too. He's like, as soon as he saw the puck, he's like, puck versus the Slardar, puck versus Disruptor, it can just die. An 11k lead now, extremely commanding. Yotaro having a perfect game.
I mean, Abaddon, it's, as you say, coming into this tournament, right, he's had some pretty crazy records. And yeah, I think that's only going to be continuing the stats. I'm not quite sure what the win-loss is at this tournament. I don't think. Can you do some research? Are you able to find that anywhere? Because it's
I can find a little.
Right, this hero has been doing fantastic.
So ABBA is at 10 games at the moment. It's a 40% win rate, actually, so a bit lower than I think we probably anticipated.
Wow,
but at the last tournament,
there must be some scrubs losing with this hero, because this hero's good.
Yeah, I think people are just, it happens sometimes when the hero's so good and so popular that it gets forced into drafts that it can look pretty bad. And I think, wasn't there a game that they were really far ahead and then they lost with it? I can't remember.
I think there's been a couple of those. Yeah, we've had a few comebacks, actually, so far in this group stage. Yeah, look at the win rates have interest. So, what were you guys say? The Jakira?
The Jakira, yeah, 100% win rate.
7
I told
games,
you the buff.
Not bad.
That buff, man, that's 5-second Liquid Frost. It's pretty potent. That is pretty wild.
Let's see who's been losing a lot. Queen of Pain.
0.
Picked up 6 times. Hasn't won a game, fogged. Imagine that, losing with Quap. What's going on with these teams?
It's actually surprising to see some of these losses.
Not a single win so far in these 2 days of groups.
Okay, so the other one, though, Chen also has 10 picks and a 40% loss. So I feel like the two most popular heroes have the 40%.
Yeah, right in the middle right now. Okay. I think, give it kind of a few more days of this group stage. You're probably seeing the Chen and Abaddon start to settle in that positive win rate, right?
Yeah. But people have shown, the bounty. I think people are showing some cool responses, right? At least versus the Chen. We saw that bounty. I like that quite a bit. But we shall see. Spirit.
Come Spirit.
Everything ready. Natsumi gets spotted. Seen by a little pesky Naga illusion. Shrine of Wisdom.
Now there's the jump collapse. He's in onto Nico. Nico will be able to get the Burrow Strike away. Glimpse onto him, but still close to tier 2, so Spirit won't quite go for the further dive now. Natsumi looks towards Yatura. Nothing more than a Dragon Tail to be thrown down on him right now.
Collapse just throwing out the Corrosive Haze, and it's enough, right? Like, if you just throw a Haze onto a Sand King, onto the DK, it's gonna dissuade Aureus from looking for a fight immediately. I mean, they probably don't really want to look for that fight anyway, but... It's a massively uphill battle for them, and the answers are absolutely being built from Spirit more and more to deal with the magic damage draft that we are seeing from Aureus. I'm seeing pipes starting to get queued up. They've already got a Glimmer, BKBs as well.
We got
Aureus.
They've got to line everything together perfectly here. Aureus.
Yep. This is Ag Sand King timing, so quite a bit more damage coming in from him. Can they get the double Fatal Bonds? Can they get the double big connections? We'll have to see as Pantho. Okay.
I mean, they don't want him. They want him more than the Naga Siren.
Appeared right under the puck and ends up walking away. Through.
He's in position, puts a stop to some of the smokes. Not getting that chance to make the jump that they'd hoped for here, Aureus. I'll find route.
They're pinging Roche immediately. Looks like they're going to try to force something with this Naga kill. It's not a lot of time, though. It's 30 seconds. I don't know if you can do this. Natsumi was like, let's go, guys. And I think the team's like, dude, that's crazy.
I just really want to try and find something, Aureus. They don't want to sit back hitting the creeps because they know that with every passing moment, Spirit are just getting that much more out of the map in comparison. 12k lead.
Can't just be looking for the fight forever, though, right? Nico, he can't just fall behind. Has to start hitting some creeps. DK form is about to fall off. Spirit, I think they can just go for the Roche now themselves. They've got Corrosive Haze. It's very easy for them to be able to kill it and force it.
Let's set up around it. Aureus splitting back up. Unlikely that they're going to be able to get back together to try and contest the Roche. I mean, do they at least have enough?
They have to try.
Make the play?
I would imagine they have to try.
They haven't got any smokes on them at the moment, though.
None at the base either. I'm checking. I don't think they have any left.
They can't make this move in time. Spirit, they'll get the freedom. Take the Roshan, get this Aegis. And these pickups show BKB on Lyle. It's going to be there for the next fight. We just had the BKB pickup on Collapse. So now Lyle having that Aegis on top of the BKB. Just very few opportunities for Aureus indeed to bring this fight together that they need to find. Skem's going to get caught.
Yeah, I mean, now they have the answers for everything, right? They have the answers. We haven't really seen the Epi Burrow combo really come into play much at all. Now they have the answers for it on all three cores. And even the supports, we see the Glimmer plus the Shard that was, of course, given to the Naga, building toward that pipe.
Natsumi. Trying to make this go onto Yatoro. But the borrowed time is there. The drag Natsumi back into the kinetic field, but not wanting to overcommit. Respecting the fact that, of course, Natsumi does have his BKB.
Borrowed time cooldown for 60 seconds. Can they take advantage of that? I think Yatoro is probably going to play in a pretty much more defensive position, I'd imagine. Until it does come a bit closer to being back up.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're just looking to keep all three lanes pushed in. Collapse will deal with the top. The majority of the Team of Spirit hanging around the mid, whilst Yutoro can start working on the bottom lane.
They just continue to get more and more out of the map, and they keep constricting Aureus. Aureus is not really able to get too much outside. The DK is hitting a couple creeps. The puck is hitting like 1 or 2 creep camps, and then that's it.
On mid.
There's so much pressure.
Another catch from Root. The glimpse into the kinetic. As he catches out Tims.
The power of Disruptor went ahead. Honestly, these two heroes, Disruptor and Naga, like giving these two together is very dangerous, and we're seeing a lot of the reasons why. Pantho, you just send the illusions as the Naga Siren to scout, you get tons of info, and then if you get ahead too, Disruptor can find catches.
Yep, we'll be able to get away. Thinking about trying to turn things on towards Collapse. They have the Dream Core, but Collapse is able to pop the BKB and run. They won't look to try and chase him, so Collapse will live, and that's Dream Core on cooldown. At the same time, pressure coming in on the bottom from Spirit. They're on the tier 2 on that bottom lane.
Deep ward plays through.
They're going to try for Yatoro, but the glimpse is there. Onto Natsumi, takes him out of this one, so he won't be able to continue to try for this.
And now Tim's is left alone.
He's got to try and run, but Collapse. He's in on top of him. The Yule Scepter buying a little bit of time, but the Static Storm's waiting for him on the way back down.
Song.
That's going to be Yopaj gone. The Song to hold back Nico as Team Spirit can reset themselves, surround the Sand King, and look to claim yet another kill as Aureus. They can't find anything. Triple kill for Yatoro. Spirit diving in past the tier 3s. But they catch Skem as well. Aureus, they just can't catch a break this game.
No, it feels like, honestly, outdraft, outplay everything. I just don't know what their draft actually does versus this. Anytime it looks like they maybe are going to get some type of kill, something comes in to counteract it. Like, the Yatoro's ult wears off, and then the Song comes in to counteract everything, and they have a Glimmer to cover. Spirit just playing it super clean in this game.
Finish off the tier 2 mid. Creep wave in good position for them to bring around the top.
In this fight too, it becomes so like, hectic and kind of like a panic scenario you can feel from Aureus because Natsumi gets glimpsed out, but then they're all already still down there fighting, so it's just all so awkward for them.
Natsumi. He's gonna try something. Good damage here on a Ward's Collapse, that'll do it. Slardar's gone. In return, Lars jumped in over towards Tim's, but there's the grab from Yopaj. Dream Call out onto the two of them. Lars staying on the high ground. Still, of course, has this Aegis for a minute left. They'll be able to take it out of his hands. He'll have the BKB ready for round 2. Can Aureus try and go for more? Jump forward from Natsumi. They want to try and burst for him, and they're able to do so. They get him with the Dragon Tail into the Burrow Strike. He's not able to get the BKB off. Aureus, they get something big. 2 kills there. 2 big kills against Spirit. It's a little bit of something.
It's a good chunk of something, honestly. Versus 2 cores, that's the Daedalus reveal from Natsumi. Doing, I think, more damage than they probably anticipated. And they got the chain stun follow-up pretty beautifully with the Inkswell. That was nicely executed. And I don't think Laurel anticipated how much damage he was going to do, because he walked in and just, 3 hits brings him down quite low. Nice move at this deficit.
A little bit of a turnaround there. Can Aureus somehow find a way to continue to regain momentum against quite the lead that Spirit holds against them still?
And can they solve the big problem is the Yatoro issue, right? Because he has yet to die, 9-0. He's 5k ahead of his counterpart. So in terms of what he's going to be able to do, standing toe-to-toe versus the DK, it's going to be quite different than his Leshrac and his Slardar. And his Lesh and Slardar, also, I think they just picked up 2 items. So plate mail for Laurel, and I think full Ags for Collapse is about to be finished up. So will be a bit of a different issue for that next jump. That was Natsumi's big reveal of his Daedalus, so won't have another item for some time. How is Tim's Ags looking? Okay, a little bit more than halfway. About 3 components almost.
Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Are they close to the next round of items themselves? Yeah, pretty much Ags on Collapse.
Yeah.
I'll at least wait until they have that one done.
Yeah, that's the next big one, really. As Scam? Oof. Does get himself out, only just. And that is the Ags for Collapse.
If they want, they can sell for the next Roche. We'll potentially 2 minutes. Uh-oh.
I got that as well. Yeah, there's a lot of... I'm getting quite... I'm dropping.
Our Ob's got it as well. Well, that was quite a few getting kicked out of that one. Well, I didn't, though. I got lucky. I'm still in. But pretty much half of the lobby just got kicked. Everyone's getting back in now.
Tormentor just respawned. Spirit pretty much in the area to be able to go for that one for free. They have great deep vision, so they see all of Aureus. It really does feel like it's Natsumi versus the world. I'm like clicking around. I'm like, all right, buy the small items, right? I see the Solar Crest is finished for the Warlock. I think next you just clear Vlad's. Just get anything that you can just to buff him up. Because it really is just him now at this point. You can see it's reflecting on the net worth a lot too. Sanking is now behind the Naga Siren. The Naga's probably going to pass the puck as well too.
I mean, if Aureus is able to piece something together here, it's going to be quite spectacular. But it really does require everything to go perfect for them in the team fight. And for just to say, just somehow to find it around this Yatoro Abaddon, because whilst they should have a solid chance of getting the jump and bursting through a lot of the other heroes, the Abaddon is not really going to die to what Aureus have ready to throw at him right now.
No, and it's a single scaling lineup at the moment too, right? For Aureus, it's just a DK who's scaling. On the side of Spirit, Yatoro is pretty massive, so it feels like he's kind of just that big that he feels that stronger in particular. But they also have a Slardar who's going to scale massively in the later stages, and we can't not mention this: the potential Axe Disruptor with Naga Siren. That's just a game ender.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Not a lot you can do to save yourself from that.
No. Natsumi.
Here we go.
Does get a little lucky not to get caught there. He was very alone.
And that would have been quite the catch for Spirit.
They're
ready to go into the base. Not a chance there for Yopaj. Instantly making that move there, Spirit. Now up to the high ground. Smoke to come into play. Yopaj does have buyback available if they see the opportunity to get this set up. If they can somehow find it. There's the lead-in. Trying to poke at that borrowed time from Yatoro, but collapses in with the counterplay, moves in with the BKB. That's the borrowed time coming out. He's just able to turn and destroy Natsumi on the DK. He's out, no buyback.
Man.
They're ready to set up and dive in for more up under the tier 4s. They clean up both the supports. Double kill for Yatoro. Burrow Strike is timed once again perfectly for Nico to save himself. But it's 4 dead on Aureus. Team Spirit getting all the room to push in onto this mid set of barracks and almost certainly go for more as they can swing across towards the bottom set.
And they made it look easy. It's real tough. I mean, I think Collapse got way too much, honestly. This bottom situation that's just happening, all these fights going on, and Collapse is just farming, and he's having more farm than the Sanking, who had like 5 Ancient stacks, 5x neutral stack as well too. This Slardar absolutely took over the game a bit. Sure, Yatoro, he's 11-0-6, so he's having the flashy scoreline, but I feel like Collapse made so much happen, him and Rue.
Yeah, and as we've seen, just made this game that much harder for Yopaj to try and play the puck into.
Yeah. 1-7. A rare stat line that you'll see from Yopaj on the puck.
Roshan, ready for the taking again. Aureus, they will have everybody back up. But they need everything. They won't have the Chaotic Offering again for still over a minute on the cooldown. So unlikely they'd even be able to get her in time with the smoke, because this Roshan's going to fall pretty fast.
And Owen, it's online. Ags Static Storm, it's at the ready. Laurel now also with the Shivas. This next fight is going to be brutal.
Yeah, they're close to having the Nullifier as well on Collapse. So catch them in the Static Storm, drop the Nullifier down on them. There's going to be no saving anybody that's caught in that sort of setup. Spirit,
yeah, I mean,
they're ready to go. Looking for that killing blow here.
If they see Natsumi, he's instantly dead. If he gets caught in a single stun, just Static Storm and he's gone. Seem to know, or seem to have an idea, perhaps, of where he is, too, with the way that they're scouting. Collapse even looking. I look at the lines drawn, they seem to know.
Yeah, I mean, Collapse might find this. He knows
he
he's up there. He's got eyes on him. Natsumi, he's going to go for the stun TP, but the bash is up and ready. So the TP put to an end. That's Natsumi gone.
Laurel, look at Laurel with the respect, too. He goes to, like, the Edict, and he's like, you know what? This is your kill, man. You deserve it. That was insane.
I'm ready and set to bring in this top lane. Get this final tier 2. I mean, they're coming out with the smoke. They're going to try something, but they don't have the buyback available on Natsumi. So if they do go for this play, it's going to be purely on the wombo combo of the ultimates without their main sort of prolonged physical damage dealer.
Yeah, and do they even have the damage to go through these heroes is the question, too, because they are pretty formidable now at this point, picking up these next items. Naga's not in the area, though, so let's see. Maybe they're just going to YOLO it.
See what they can get. They make the jump on towards Lal. Have they got enough to burst through him? They do not. Lal's going to be fine. The glimmer comes out upon him. The static storm's there in response to lockdown Nico. Allows Yatora to close in, clean up the Sand King. He's out, does not have buyback available. Short on the gold there, Nico. Just about 150 gold or so. They try for a desperate play. They don't get away with it. Yatora's ready to keep the dive going. Jumps up towards the fountain. Takes out Tims. Takes out Skem.
GG.
It is over. GG is called. Spirit coming in with quite the stomp here, making this one look pretty much borderline impossible for Aureus Fault.
An absolute beatdown. Yeah, a lot of credit I want to give to, Yatora, of course, 14-0-6. He had a very, very flashy scoreline, and the way that he plays the Abaddon is also pretty crazy. Just super aggressive, very confident, but yeah, Rue and Collapse, they blew this game wide open. Just fantastic catches all over the place, and yeah, big fan of watching this Disruptor be able to play, and even though we did see Aureus try something with like pivoting things, putting the Sand King offlane, it did look quite a bit weaker when they did this at the end of the day.
That's up on there for Aureus as Team Spirit bring that level of play that we've come to expect from these lads. A very impressive game victory here for Spirit as they take it against Aureus.
Rue giving a cheeky little wave to the camera there before he disconnects for the night. That is our last game when it comes to day number 2. And it's going to be a little bit of a quick wrap up here for us about this game because, I mean, Aureus, they tried a lot of things, but at the end of the day, Spirit really had control from start to finish, T. We saw what happened. Rue, Panto swapping lanes when it comes to that Disruptor and that Naga Siren, trying everything that they possibly can to give the side lanes the best start to this.
Yeah, it just felt like disciplined play from across the board, right? You've got the Abaddon having complete free farm with the laning of Rue, putting the Disruptor there to make sure you have that chase down potential. Don't give what is quite a weak offlaner, a Sand King, access to the lane, and then the way that they contest the stacks, and just even if they don't contest the stacks all the time, they're leeching XP, they're doing all the small things, and yeah, you shut down the Sand King, everything else will just fall apart. So yeah, I think Spirit read the draft really nicely. Another team that is kind of going a bit crazy in draft. Like today feels like the flexible day of drafts where they're trying to overcook a lot, and teams like Spirit, they just don't care about flexibility. They just pick really cohesive heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was impressed with Natsumi. I think in such a rough game, I think he had pretty good impact. He was making moves. He bought this Blink Dagger. He's trying to keep things active and keep them in the game. He had this nice dataless purchase. Where I think maybe other people would have gone for something a little bit less aggressive. And they got this kill on the lowest track in the triangle. Like he was playing. I think you could. It was impressive to in a game where they're honestly getting smacked around pretty hard to keep them in a little bit. But at the end of the day, I think it's a tough draft. And after an early game like that, with a draft like this, there's not that much you can do.
Yeah, they just got outclassed. Like it started with the draft and then transition into the game. Very nice to see Spirit also able to switch lanes around. Like they're showing that there's even more that they can bring to these games. So they just keep on getting stronger and stronger every day.
Yeah, it's just one of those really tough ones where you would have loved to see a little bit more from Aureus because they were coming in here with a 3-1 scoreline, and you kept put that caveat on it, T, where it's like you kind of have to take note of what teams they've come up against in the past, and I was hoping that it wasn't going to boil down to that we really could have seen them take it to Spirit. Yeah, props to Natsumi, but at the end of the day, there just wasn't anything else there. No amount of oomph from the other 4 players.
Yeah, I think the early game is quite a big tell for the last 2 games that they've seen. So I think as long as their support system is strong enough to identify the weaknesses of their early game, to see where they need to be on the map, overnight they can fix some of these problems and be more competitive tomorrow. But yeah, the last 2 games, you rewatch the first 15 minutes, it's like they don't look competitive. They're really leaning on like the items of the mid game, the kind of clutch potential of a Natsumi or someone else to kind of fix the problems. Like they're not creating their own momentum.
Yeah. Well, with this end of our best of 1 here, it does mean that we're going to be ending out day number 2. Let's go ahead and have a look at all of our results from this A stream because there is a lot that happened. All right, we had Tundra starting off the day with a win for themselves. Spirit, they end up with 2 wins for themselves here on this main stream, and I wouldn't really say there was much of an upset, except for maybe that heroic Falcon series there, Seb, where Falcons were in a commanding lead and heroic a fantastic comeback.
No, big upset. I think in the sense that obviously
big
heroic.
Upset.
I think it's a big upset because I think heroic is like obviously nobody's sleeping on them. Everybody knows they're good, but Falcons is looking very dominant and like they're looking in TI shape and they just kind of crush TI. So they're probably the favorite team, at least as far as I'm concerned. I think I made a case for Tundra. We'll talk about them more as the days go on. But Heroic taking a map from Falcons, I think, is a pretty big upset.
Okay. Well, let's have a look at B stream as well. I do know that the final game is still going on over there, so it's not going to be a completed result list here for us. But yeah, it's a similar sort of story here where I look at the results and nothing jumps out to me as, oh, wow, what's going on over there? Except for maybe the first game of the day, Quinn, where we had Aurora take a win off of BetBoom.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora taking a game off of BetBoom and also taking a game off of Tundra, I think, is a bit... They've got some weird thing going on right now where they've lost to Aureus and Execration and also to somebody else, I forget who. And they've beaten BetBoom and Aurora, who are... Or, sorry, BetBoom and... who
Tundra?
they beat? Tundra, thank you.
Just
Yeah, sorry. Who are, you know, we're saying are some of the stronger teams, and I think they are. I think it's a bit strange, which I think is sort of a test to them finding their footing in that they're like hyper inconsistent, and it shows their potential and the heights they can reach, beating Tundra, who like people think is, you know, maybe top 3 team right now, and also losing to maybe a bottom 3 team. It's like they have potential, but also their depths are like in the, you know.
Would you say it's inconsistent, or would you want to kind of draw it up to being these are just teams that they're not familiar with, right? Whereas they're taking games off of teams that they've just spent the last 12 months going up against them numerous times in multiple tournaments, and now you get new rosters and you're just like, we're not really sure. It's a best of one. At any moment, the draft could get the better of us.
It is inconsistent.
Okay.
A good team will play their game, and they'll be, you know, critical and fundamental to their own understanding. And it doesn't matter who they play against because they're doing their thing really well. So Aurora just doesn't know who they are at the moment. They're kind of lost, I think. So sorry, Nat.
Or is it the C player connection? It's the C teams beat them, and they have 2 C players. Maybe they're heckin'.
Yeah, okay, yeah. They enter the game, and they're like, ah! And then they go next. Come on, it's late at night. I thought you said this was meant to be quick.
Okay, well, I'll speed it up a little bit here. Let's have a look at our group standings, because whilst that game is still going on over in the B stream, if you want to catch the endings of it, we can have a look at exactly where our teams are placing themselves. Falcons and Tundra are up there with a 4-1 scoreline, looking great. Spirit moving up a lot higher here, getting a double win for themselves today. 3 wins today for themselves, actually, sorry. Makes them, nope, sorry, it is 2. Is it 2?
Is it 2? I think it is 2.
Yeah.
We had 2 days of 2. Okay.
They were 1-1, I think.
My math is a little bit off here. So it's a good day for Spirit is the key takeaway here, and a not so great day for Execration. They fall down there with the 1-4. And Liquid, it's the middle of the road for themselves. Today in the standalone is just very average.
The important thing is top 2 get that automatic invite to the playoffs. Everyone else is still thrown into kind of the mixer, right? The bottom, like 9th to 12th, it's last chance playoff, a best of 3. Then after that, you then have like another qualifying best of 3. So top 2, super important. Everyone else, like even if you're seeing Liquid and BB at the bottom, it's like they're not out. It doesn't matter if you come last in the group stage. You still have that lifeline to be able to progress. So I know the groups kind of look a little bit scary for some of the teams there, but there's enough time for you to improve and to still have a chance.
Yeah, and you're talking about those last chance and those plans. They're going to be moving to best of 3s. And it does mean that even if you are sitting in that bottom pit, the road is long. There's a lot of games still to come. And still in this group stage, there's a lot to come. We still have so many more best of 1s. That action will be continuing tomorrow. Let's take a look at that schedule so you know exactly which new matchups we're going to be having, because every team will be facing up against each other. And so it is going to be a nice one, starting off with BetBoom team up against Spirit. Run down, we're going to get to see Liquid twice on the mainstream here. We're going to be seeing Falcons once. Tundra only once. I'm so sorry to disappoint. Only once in this stream.
Oh. I mean, it happens. You know, life is tough sometimes. Like, you just have to stay strong and try to survive through it. So that will be me tomorrow.
Was there a game out there, Quinn, though, when you looked at a team that you're excited for, whether that's on the bottom end of the table, middle, or top?
I think the Spirit Falcons series will be very cool. I think those teams' playstyles are very interesting. The games tend to go long because I think both teams can play this defensive reserve style, this consistency. And so the games, you end up with these 60-minute like epic games like a TI. I think those games are super exciting. I think that those teams matching up is always very fun.
Well, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow, because right now we're closing out our day number 2. We'll see you guys for some more exciting best of 1 actions tomorrow.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Earth Shaker here.